Chapter 451, Separation. Yu Hai, who was in the forest, didn't know that he had been blamed for two big things before he came to the Ziwan gym. The first blame was that Xiaobo said Yu Hai was his disciple. They were not even a master and apprentice. They had only known each other for less than 10 days. Tyrannosaurus was taught by Tyrannosaurus. The old man was very bad and shameless. He even flattered himself. The second blame was the forest fire. Yu Hai was labeled an arsonist before he even entered the gym. It would be difficult to get rid of it. Seeing the fire burning around the forest and the fog dissipating, Yu Hai felt that it was almost done. He immediately asked Gyarados to stop, and then everyone put out the fire together. After they put out the fire, they did a lot of trouble, but it was not without gain. First, the fog disappeared, and a girl in a light green sweater appeared in front of Yu Hai. "Who are you?" Yu Hai looked at the angry girl in front of him. Did he offend her in any way? Why was she so angry, and the anger was directed at him? It was really inexplicable. "Did you set the fire?" Xiao Qian questioned Yu Hai, looking at the charred trees around. The fire had burned several centuries-old trees. No, don't talk nonsense, how can you wrongly accuse a good person?" Yu Hai heard about arson and shook his head 3 times in a row. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he was not out of breath. Even if he set the fire, how could he admit it now? How could it not be you? "I saw it clearly in the attic," Xiao Qian pointed angrily at the attic in the distance. It turned out that the Ziwan gym was not far away. "Okay, you actually saw it all." Yu Hai seemed to have guessed something, and looked at the girl again, and said with a sigh, "As a gym trainer, why didn't you save the traveler when you saw him lost, and you just watched him? You have such a cruel heart." "Humph, the misty forest is a test for the gym. If you can't even pass this level, you are not qualified to challenge the Ziwan town gym." Xiao Qian snorted coldly, and felt a little guilty. I don't know why, being looked at by Yu Hai felt a little guilty. I didn't know that there was such a test in the Shen gym. I thought it was a ghost-type Pokemon playing tricks on us. Can you blame me for this? Yu Hai was just being a rogue, and he was being a rogue with a reason. Just tell him whether he passed the test or not. It's useless to reason with such a little girl. He had suffered such a loss in his previous life. He might as well fight 2 battles with her. Xiao Qian was speechless. In fact, the gym had the final right of interpretation, but she seemed to have forgotten and was fooled by Yu Hai. "What do you mean by I? Do you see that I have a fire-type Pokemon?" "No, without a fire-type Pokemon, how can I set a fire? I put out the fire here." "You should thank me." Yu Hai showed a sly smile on his face. This little girl was not easy to control. "Humph, just like your teacher, they are all bastards." Xiao Qian left angrily when she saw that she couldn't argue with Yu Hai. She didn't expect that this man was so shameless. He was just a shameless bastard. Instead of letting out her anger, she became even angrier. It was even worse. She was almost mad. She had such a good rest and had never lost her temper before. Today, she broke her temper. She was really mad. Looking at the girl who left angrily, Yu Hai felt it was interesting. He followed the girl's path and finally came to the Ziwan dojo with Xiaobo's luggage. As for the teacher the girl mentioned, he was also confused. What teacher did he have? How could he not know? Did he hear it wrong? After arriving at the dojo, he saw clearly that the dojo was surrounded by a wall. Most of the buildings in the yard were 1-story wooden buildings. The tallest one was only a 3-story attic, which was the tallest building here. The yard was very empty. It was a large battlefield. There was a circle of wooden buildings around the battlefield, which should be the living rooms. There were few people here. In addition to the maid brought by Xiaobo, who was the maid hired by the dojo, there were some very young dojo apprentices who were receiving the teachings of the girl just now and yelled at these young apprentices very loudly. These apprentices don't understand why the gentle and kind-hearted senior sister who usually takes care of them scolds them all the time today and hits their palms with a ruler. They don't understand. Yu Hai saw this scene. Some apprentices were yelled at so hard that their arms kept shaking, and some were even beaten to tears. They were probably scared. After all, the contrast between a person is too big, which is very scary. In fact, he just wanted to have fun and felt that the girl's cultivation was not up to par. If it was him, he would definitely smile on the surface at that time. If it wasn't too much, it would be fine. But if he couldn't bear it, then he couldn't blame him, and he would turn around and kill the other party. You scared them. You don't need to care about it. They are my junior brothers and sisters. I teach them as I want. Xiao Qian is now a powder keg. Yu Hai is so stupid that he reminds her, and she is instantly ignited and explodes. Hey, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly, turned his eyes away, and ignored the powder keg girl. Hate it if you hate it, it doesn't matter, it's a trouble anyway. Just at that glance, he saw that the elves around these children were all ghost-type elves, and they were all gentle ghost-type elves. For example, Narcan, Night Watch, Ghastly, Shell Ninja, Piaopio, etc. These should be tamed ghost-type elves. If they were wild ghost-type elves, a few children would not be able to suppress them and would be sucked dry in an instant. Even adults could not bear it, let alone children. As for the girl's elf, it should be a Jengar, in the girl's shadow. He was very familiar with the breath of Jengar. Where Jengar was, the temperature would be several degrees lower. When the girl approached him just now, he felt the girl's side was icy and cold. It should be Jengar's work, otherwise he would be very sensitive to temperature changes after just putting out the fire. Did you make Xiao Qian angry? I want to challenge you, you bad guy. There was a little fat man in the crowd, glancing at Yu Hai and Xiao Qian, sensing the gunpowder in the air, and immediately challenged Yu Hai between trainers. Little fat man, you are very fierce. Yu Hai suddenly heard someone shouting, turned around and raised his hand to point at himself, asking the little fat man with his eyes, is he talking about himself? Yes, it's you, I want to challenge you. The little fat man was very brave, otherwise he wouldn't have subdued the ghost-type Pokemon, and he was inexplicably slapped on the hand, so of course he was angry. However, he dared to speak in this situation with a gunpowder barrel on his head, and he had to say that he was really brave. Okay, Yu Hai stared at the little fat man with a smile, and he would soon let the other party know that there are things more terrifying than ghost-type Pokemon. The luggage he carried over had been taken over by the maid, and he could also use the Pokeball to take back the 5 Gyarados, and these guys were exhausted from putting out the fire just now. I'll be the referee. This battle is a one-on-one battle. Xiao Qian silently gave a thumbs up to Xiao Pangzi when she saw how brave he was. She also wanted to see Yu Hai's true strength so as to prepare for the next gym battle. Hey, I'm using a ghost-type Pokemon, and physical attacks are ineffective against me. Xiao Pang smiled proudly and took back Ghastly with a Pokeball. Please send out a combat Pokemon. Bang bang. After 2 bangs, the 2 Pokeballs opened, and a wave of air instantly swept across the entire battlefield, even the green plants in the gym were swaying. Roar, 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 Gyarados stared at Xiao Pangzi and Xiao Pangzi's Ghastly with his lantern-sized eyes as soon as he came out. This roar directly scared Xiao Pangzi to death. Little friend, are you still going to fight? Yu Hai looked at Xiao Pangzi, who was frightened to the ground, and Ghastly who was hiding behind Xiao Pangzi, and asked with a smile whether the other party was still going to fight. I want to fight, why not fight? Xiao Pang stuttered as he got up, his eyes determined to fight this battle. Little boy, why don't you go change your pants first? Yu Hai smiled, waved his hand helplessly, and took back the Gyarados with the Pokeball. There was no need to fight anymore. He turned his head to look at the other apprentices watching the battle. It was not just Xiao Pang who was scared to pee. Even Xiao Qian saw such a fierce Pokemon up close for the first time. The aura of the huge body almost stopped her heartbeat. She didn't expect that someone could subdue such a fierce creature. Violent when Gyarados came out, her first impression was the ferocious mouth, a peerless beast that could tear apart everything in the world, violent, fierce, and barbaric. She wondered if anyone could suppress such a beast. The answer is, for sure, that person has left. You guys practice first, I'm going to change my pants. After Yu-Hai left, the little fat man covered his pants and left, fearing that he would be seen by others, but the mysterious liquid on the ground explained everything. I want to go too. Me too. In just a moment, several apprentices ran away, all of them were scared to pee. At the same time, Xiaobo and Kikyuko, who were drinking tea on the second floor, also saw the scene of Gyarados' appearance. Old Xia, is this your disciple? When did you switch to Gyarados? I remember your specialty Pokemon is not a fire type one. Kikyuko smiled. A smart person sees through it but doesn't say it. From the moment Yu-Hai entered the gym, Xiaobo's lie was exposed. Yu-Hai, who came with Xiaobo, was not the disciple Xiaobo said at all. How can a teacher who specializes in fire-type Pokemon teach a disciple who specializes in water-type Pokemon? If you tell others about it, they will probably laugh at you to death. Xiaobo really has the nerve to say it. Hey, forget it if you don't believe me, Xiaobo was too lazy to defend himself. After all, he only taught Tyrannosaurus Rex. No matter how much he said to this stubborn old woman, it would go in one ear and out the other. We will know in the gym battle tomorrow. By the way, Kikyuko, did you see anything about Xiao Ai's special ability? Except for passively accepting the emotions of people around her, there is nothing special about it, Kikyuko shook her head. She had seen Xiao Ai sleeping soundly, and there was an invisible energy fluctuation on her body, which was sensed by Gengar. But that was all he could sense. As for what kind of energy fluctuation it was, Gengar didn't know either. This was the origin of Xiao Ai's ability to passively sense emotions. Since she knew it was an ability that was unconsciously emitted, it meant that it was an ability that could be controlled, but she had no idea how to control it. There are many abilities to sense emotions, including Pokemon, such as Larula's, Riolu, Almost Doll, Divine Beast, Fantasy Beast, etc. Sense of emotions is almost the basic ability of Divine Beast, but this Divine Beast does not include some secondary Divine Beasts. Some secondary Divine Beasts do not have this ability. Can't you see it? Xiaobo did not tell Kikyuko about the cloning experiments of Ho-Oh, Mewtwo, Mew, Fuji, and Team Rocket. Because Kikyuko's position is difficult to determine, these things are too complicated, and there are too many things involved, it is better not to say. After he came to Ziwan town, he did not go to find Xiao Ai's mother as soon as possible, but came to Ziwan Gym first, also to let Kikyuko, who specializes in ghost-type Pokemon and is knowledgeable, help check on Xiao Ai's situation. If Xiao Ai's mother was still in the town, she would have notified him long ago. Now there is no news, and it is obvious that there is little hope. I can't tell, Kikyuko admitted openly. If she can't tell, she can't tell. There's nothing to hide. I feel that girl has great talent, especially the ability to sense emotions. She's very suitable to be my disciple. What? Disciple? Xiaobo was dumbfounded. He came here just to see a doctor, but he didn't want to involve his granddaughter. Why are you so surprised? You know that ghost-type elves are the most difficult to subdue, cultivate, and command. Ghost-type elves have very difficult personalities to understand. There are all kinds of strange personalities and lonely personalities. The girl's talent can help her get through the most difficult early stage. She can sense the emotions of elves. She's very suitable to take this path. No, Xiaobo rejected Kikyuko fiercely. Xiao Ai must stay by his side to feel at ease. He can't let Xiao Ai live alone here. Old Xia, don't get excited. We can teach together, Kikyuko observed Xiaobo's micro-expression just now. It was a very determined expression. There must be a secret in the little girl, otherwise Xiaobo wouldn't be so excited. No, Xiaobo rejected Kikyuko fiercely. Xiao Ai must stay by his side to feel at ease. He can't let Xiao Ai live alone here. Old Xia, don't get excited. We can teach together, Kikyuko observed Xiaobo's micro-expression just now. It was a very determined expression. There must be a secret in that teach together. Xiaobo instantly regained his composure and realized the deep meaning of Kikyuko's words. I understand, Xiao Ai's talent is suitable for all elves, and Xiao Ai is a natural trainer. It's good that you understand. Kanto and Chengdu will be governed separately. When this girl grows up, Kikyuko pondered for a moment, as if she had made a decision. She opened her tightly closed eyes and whispered to Xiaobo. No matter where you find the girl, you care about her and don't want her to be hurt, then give her power, the strongest power. What do you mean? Seeing Kikyuko so serious, Xiaobo couldn't help but be more serious. He found that no matter what Kikyuko said, he couldn't stop her. In the Kanto Alliance, Kikyuko, as one of the old four kings, can mobilize resources in the alliance, which is much greater than his power. Old Xia, this little girl has a chance to become a champion in the future. Kikyuko only said this sentence, she believed Xiaobo would understand. Champion? Do you want to? Xiaobo's eyes widened, staring at Kikyuko. He knew what Kikyuko wanted to do. Kikyuko wanted to work with him to train a champion. That's right. Kanto and Chengdu are governed separately. During this period, the new 4 heavenly kings are being selected. By then, there will be 2 champions, one in Kanto and one in Chengdu. Chapter 452, Quasi-God and Super Stone. I heard that the Yulong clan in Yanmo City in Chengdu is determined to win the championship. Xiaobo's vision is not bad, but he didn't think of such a big picture before. Now thinking back carefully, he gradually sorted out the layout of the alliance. After all, he was just a gym owner before, and didn't think so much. It wasn't his turn to arrange the alliance, and it didn't matter to him. Since Kikyuko thinks Xiao Ai has such potential, and with the help of the 2 of them, the grown-up Xiao Ai has a chance to reach the threshold of the champion. The news you heard is correct. Du will take over the champion of the Kanto region, Kikyuko sighed. As one of the 4 heavenly kings like Du, she is very optimistic about the little guy, but he is too young. Even if he can reach the championship position, it will take a long time to accumulate enough strength to support it. She was fortunate to enter the championship and knew how big the gap between the champion and the king is. The little kid in the Hone region was also forced to do it. The old guys were really anxious. These kids need to accumulate, and it's too early to become the champion. However, the little girl in the Sinnoh region is much better than them in the Hone region. At least it proves that the regional rotating president of the Sinnoh Alliance is an old guy with vision. Why is it not the champion of Chengdu, but the champion of Kanto? Xiaobo couldn't figure it out. Since he can be promoted to the champion, why not elect the champion of his own region, but the champion of the Kanto region? The champion of Guandu is the bottom line of the alliance. After all, we are the alliance, not a one-man show, Kikyuko snorted coldly. If the Yulong clan pushes too far, don't blame these old guys for playing with their remaining heat. Ahem, Xiaobo didn't dare to ask any more questions. This might be related to the game at a higher level of the alliance. He, a small gym owner of Honglian Island, asked too many questions. How? Kikyuko sneered when Xiaobo didn't say anything. She knocked the ground heavily with her cane, urging Xiaobo to think it over. Old Xia was tired of these intrigues and struggles, so he ran to Honglian Island, where there was no one to do anything, to open a research institute and become a gym owner. It's also quite happy to live his own life on Honglian Island away from the hustle and bustle of the alliance. Fighting is a lifetime, and changing the way of life is also a lifetime. After so many years, she has seen through it. She is the initiator of this proposal. Whether she agrees or not depends on this stubborn old man. It's a pity that Xiao Ai has such a good talent. It would be a pity if she can't be cultivated well. What? What else can I do? I'm just a small gym owner. The help I can provide is limited. You can do it yourself. Xiaobo smiled and agreed to Kikyuko's plan, but he only plays auxiliary, and the main attack will be handed over to Kikyuko. Hey, after so many years, you are still the same. Kikyuko shook her head slightly. Xiaobo is still the same person who doesn't like to stand out and stays in a corner. However, her smile that is almost grinning to the corner of her mouth is a little hideous and terrifying, and her smile is also weird and gloomy. It is probably because she has been in contact with ghost-type elves for a long time, so she smiles like this. Haha, how can it be? Xiaobo used an awkward smile to cover up his embarrassment. He wanted to skip this topic. He was a neutral faction back then and did not get involved in their struggle. It was indeed a bit unkind, but so many years have passed and he has long seen it. Old Xia, to show my sincerity, I will personally go to Yanmo City, venture into the old guy's lair, and ask for a dragon for her. This? Will the old guy give it to her? The old guy had a very bad temper back then. Xiaobo was secretly shocked. It was a dragon-type elf right off the bat. Isn't it too? No? Hey, Zhu Ziyi smiled darkly again, and said easily, don't worry, at least I'm a quasi-god. If he doesn't give it to her, I'll tear down the old guy's dragon lair. Okay, you make your own arrangements, and I won't get involved. Xiaobo saw that Zhu Ziyi had already made a plan, so he followed Zhu Ziyi's plan. Zhu Ziyi was fiery and would not break her promise. It's true that Old Man Long was famous for his bad temper, but Zhu Ziyi was also famous for her bad temper. They both had bad tempers and had many conflicts when they were young. Only he was a good guy, and the old guy Damo probably didn't dare to see Zhu Ziyi until now. Who told Damu not to want Kikyuko? Since he didn't like Kikyuko, he had to tease Kikyuko's girlish heart when he was young. He was really disappointed back then. By the way, as your disciple, we can't do without our signature Pokémons. My Gengar, your Charmeleon, we must start to arrange them. Kikyuko is so resolute and decisive. She can see the third step or even the future after taking one step. Kikyuko definitely has such vision. Don't worry, it's definitely the best. Xiaobo nodded slightly. He won't treat Xiao Ai unfairly. He will definitely use the best Pokémons. The best. Kikyuko smiled and took out 2 glass beads. There were leaf-like patterns in the glass beads. The colors were red, black and grey. They were very charming. After she took them out, she reminded Xiaobo, look at what this is. Super Evolution Stone? Where did you find it? Xiaobo was shocked when he saw the 2 gems. He knew about super evolution and that there was a kind of stone that could make Pokémons super evolve, because some closed environments would cause Pokémons to revert to their ancestors. After a lot of research, they found that these elves were not atavism. It turned out that super evolution was the original appearance of these elves. It was only because of insufficient energy that they degenerated. In addition to the changes in the environment, the elves in ancient times would evolve in a stronger direction, but now they are less and less suitable for the current environment. Now everyone has increased the reproduction speed. No matter how strong you are, you will soon become extinct. Only elves with fast reproduction speed and strong adaptability are difficult to be extinct. Magikarp is particularly outstanding in this regard. It is considered the leader among all elves. It has strong survival ability, fast reproduction speed, and no meat on its body. Magikarp has already mastered the survival skills to the extreme, even the defense against Bipsal the survival skills have been pointed out. Magikarp will definitely get a big score this time. It was discovered by the exploration team in the newly developed area. There is also a super evolution inheritance there. It has been incorporated into the Alliance Research Institute. The inheritor is cooperating with the Alliance to do research. Kikyuko couldn't help but sigh. The things they discovered when they were young turned out to be such magical things. The elves are evolving again. No, what kind of elf super evolution stone is this? Xiaobo's eyes were a little hot. Kikyuko could take out such a thing, which showed that the research on super evolution stones had some clues. This is Jengar's super evolution stone. I have tried it. The feeling is indescribable. Kikyuko's fingers trembled a little. She still can't forget that feeling, the resonance with Jengar. The moment she held the super stone, she and Jengar seemed to be integrated. She seemed to be standing on the battlefield and fighting side by side with Jengar. But the super evolution opened by resonance consumes a lot of energy. She was forced to withdraw after just trying for a while. Maybe she is old. After her passion was ignited once, she would stare at this super stone in a daze from time to time, wanting to enter that resonance state again. It is easiest to trigger resonance during battle. But she failed many times, and only succeeded a few times. In the end, she had to admit that she was old. The future belongs to the young, and these super evolution stones also belong to the young. She was unwilling to give up, and she squeezed the super stone tightly, her knuckles turned white, and finally there was only a sigh. Are you planning to? Xiaobo heard that it was Jengar, and he immediately lost interest. He couldn't use it, otherwise he could borrow it to try. I was going to give it to Xiao Qian, but I changed my mind when I saw the little girl you brought. Kikyuko smiled, threw the super evolution stone and keystone lightly, and threw them on the wooden table between the two of them, just like throwing garbage. I think that little girl is not bad, isn't it not good for you to do this? Xiaobo looked at Xiao Qian who was teaching the apprentices below, who was also a very talented child. Very good, the limit is the king at most. Kikyuko glanced at Xiao Qian. The descendant of the family she personally selected, reaching the king is already the limit. Where is the boy I brought? Xiaobo did not comment on other people's family affairs and Kikyuko's choice. He was naturally very happy to give Xiaoi, but it all depended on Kikyuko's decision. He was too lazy to talk about it, so he had to change the subject and talked about Yu Hai. The little guy who can cultivate water elves is not bad, but it's a pity that he is a wild way. He has his own ideas and his future has been determined. He has lost the value of cultivation. From his appearance, he wants to join the rainy day team. It's a very civilian idea, and it's also the only way for him to get on the stage. Don't you know the upper limit of the rainy day team very well? Haha, you will suffer if you underestimate him. Xiaobo had the same idea as Kikyuko at first. But after the gym battle, the ordinary mosquito frog completely overturned his cognition. The ordinary elves he had never paid attention to, the ordinary elves that were considered worthless in his research institute, could actually have such an explosion. Although the Pokemon of that stinky boy are very ordinary, such as Frog, Otoko, Giant Claw, Tyrannosaurus, Scyther, Gyarados. They are all very common Pokemon, but in the hands of that stinky boy, they are not ordinary at all. Even if he doesn't teach the other side's Tyrannosaurus, he believes that the other side's Tyrannosaurus must have the same wild breeding method as that of Frog. You are so optimistic about him. Seeing that Xiaobo was serious, Kikyuko couldn't help but look at Yu Hai under the eaves again. She really couldn't see what was special about such a boy with simple clothes, black hair, and black eyes. You know, Du is just a young boy in her eyes, not to mention Yu Hai, who is not famous, that can only be a wild boy. You will know later. Xiaobo was too lazy to say it. It is estimated that Kikyuko would not believe it even if he said it. You can only know after fighting. Hey, since you think so highly of this kid, I have to take a good look at the gym battle tomorrow. Isn't this kid going to participate in the Quartz conference? I'll know the ranking when the time comes. If he can't win the championship in that kind of children's competition, this kid has no value to be cultivated. Kikyuko, don't yell at him, this kid won't fall for your tricks. Xiaobo smiled helplessly. The young people targeted by Kikyuko are all miserable. Who told Kikyuko to be strict? Not only strict with herself, but also strict with everyone, especially those who are related to herself. Kikyuko will treat them strictly. Tisk, I already have Xiaoi. Xiaoi's talent is so good, so what if I give this stinky boy to you? It's just that your attributes are not compatible. Kikyuko couldn't help laughing as she spoke, and Yu Hai's matter was thrown behind her. She only cares about Xiaoi now. She doesn't believe that others have better talents than Xiaoi. Under her training, the championship position is within her reach. Actually, the little girl she had taken a fancy to a few years ago was Natsi, the daughter of the owner of the Golden Gym in Golden City. The little girl had great talent. It was a pity that such a talented daughter was spoiled by the stinky boy in the Golden Gym. The girl also had mental problems and could not leave the Golden Gym. What a pity that boy has done me a favor. As long as he didn't poke a hole in the sky, I would protect him no matter what happened to him in Guandu. Xiaobo expressed his attitude, but did not say the reason. This reason is only known to the three of them. It's up to you, Kikyuko replied to Xiaobo nonchalantly, but the trainer who could make Xiaobo, the old turtle, desperately protect him must have something unique. From Xiaobo's words, she could hear that although the two were not in a master-disciple relationship, they also had a bit of that flavor. From the look in Xiaobo's eyes when he looked at the boy, she could see that Xiaobo treated him as a disciple. But looking at the boy's confused look, he probably didn't know yet. This kind of shit was none of her business, and she was too lazy to get involved. However, she remembered this little guy. There were not many little guys that she could remember. This little guy was influenced by Xiaobo, so she remembered this little guy. Kikyuko, how far has the research on Super Stone progressed? Xiaobo was afraid that Kikyuko would yell at Yu Hai. He couldn't let Kikyuko pick the good seedlings that he had finally seen. Although he also wanted to pick peaches from Xiaogan's gym, their attributes were not compatible, which was the biggest flaw and could not be changed. He also gave all the Tyrannosaurus that he could teach to that Tyrannosaurus. As for what the future will be like, let's take it one step at a time. Even without his teaching, the boy's strength is not bad, and his command ability is not bad. He is a very good young man, and I don't know where he learned it. It hasn't been rolled out yet, and it will probably take several years. I just took it for trial. Kikyuko said it was a trial, but she would never give back the Super Stone in her hand. Super Stone is too precious, and the output can only be obtained by digging ruins, but the ruins will always be dug up one day. By then, it will be difficult for each Super King trainer to get a Super Stone. In the end, it still depends on strength. Is that so? Xiaobo touched his chin and sighed, and let go of the thought in his heart, sighing, forget it, I wanted to study it, but it seems that there is no chance. I don't know if Team Rocket has Super Stones, but it's a pity that they have no cooperation. For Xiao Ai, he could not cooperate with Team Rocket anymore, and could only read papers published by others. That Pokemon is weird? Have you found anything? Kikyuko looked around while thinking, and finally noticed the grey chick in Yu Hai's arms. The current Zapdos is still grey. Even if it grows feathers, it is still grey feathers. It is probably because there are too many genes of the finch, which leads to the fact that Zapdos has no golden feathers at all. Spearow, there is another Spearow at the feet of that stinky boy. This boy is really lucky. Xiaobo found that the Pokemons that Yu Hai captured were either heterochromatic or special individuals. It must be said that he is a really lucky boy. Spearow. Kikyuko heard Spearow and no longer paid attention to the strange Pokemon in Yu Hai's arms. Even if it is a heterochromatic Pokemon, Pokemon like Spearow are too ordinary and not worth her too much attention. At this time, Xiao Ai also woke up. She needed to ask Xiao Ai if she was willing to be her disciple. If Xiao Ai was unwilling, her plan to recruit disciples, training plan, and future plan would all go down the drain. However, Xiao Ai was still a child. She was sure that she could fool Xiao Ai. With Xiaobo's help, it would be no problem to convince Xiao Ai, the little girl. Yu Hai, who was sitting below eating popsicles, did not hear the conspiracy of an old man and an old woman. He only felt a chill on his body, very sour and refreshing. The popsicle was in his mouth, the kind of sour and refreshing from head to toe. If he knew that there were two old guys who were plotting against him, if the two old guys knew that the chick in his arms was the mythical beast Zapdos, he would probably be dragged for dissection. No wonder he felt cold from head to toe. It turned out that the popsicle affected his sixth sense. However, the two old guys took good care of Xiao Ai. He only expected Mutuo from Xiao Ai, but he didn't expect that these two old six would give him a super double. In order to train Xiao Ai, quasi-gods and super stones were used. With the three top-level talented Goshawks in Xiao Ai's hands, Xiao Ai is about to take off. What else can he say? Just two words, awesome. Chapter 453, Gym Battle. The 15th day of heading to Kanto, fog. This morning, the entire gym and the entire forest were surrounded by fog. The visibility was only the gate, and nothing could be seen outside. Yu Hai didn't know whether the climate here was like this today or all year round. If there was frequent fog and the air was humid, it would not be friendly to the elderly. Today's breakfast, they ate together, including him, Xiaobo, Xiao Ai, and the gym's Kikyuko, Xiao Qian, and those apprentices. The maids in the gym had prepared breakfast. After breakfast, the apprentices had homework and went to the open space to train elves together. Yu Hai has nothing to do. Not only does he have to train elves, but he also has to fight in a gym battle. Elves cannot consume too much energy. If they consume too much energy in training, it will be embarrassing if they cannot win the gym battle. After Xiaobo and Kikyuko finished their breakfast and sat down on the second floor to drink tea, Xiao Qian, at Kikyuko's signal, asked the apprentice to watch the battle in the corridor. They also wanted to start the gym battle. Hi, right? A trainer from the Orange Islands, Xiao Qian learned about Yu Hai's background last night. It was Yu Hai who introduced himself during dinner. But the two had a conflict yesterday. In today's gym battle, Xiao Qian will temporarily replace Kikyuko. She must win this gym battle. Testing trainers does not exist for such people. Preventing Yu Hai from getting the supernatural badge is her purpose of fighting. For no other reason, it is because Yu Hai is an arsonist, and a shameless bastard who is full of sophistry. Such a person does not deserve to get the badge. Xiao Qian, Master Qian, please give me more advice. Yu Hai smiled at the other party with the pokeball in his hand. After all, she is a cute girl, so I'd better be gentle later. Humph, come out, Venusaur. Xiao Qian snorted coldly, and was too lazy to look at this bastard who was full of sophistry. She threw out her initial Pokémon, the 3 grass-type starter Pokémons in the Kanto region. Go, Gyarados! Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados just appeared, and the roar spread to the surroundings. The wind pressure brought by it shook the thick fog, and the visibility of the entire battlefield became much clearer. Oh no, it's the intimidation characteristic. Xiao Qian saw Venusaur fall into a retreat state, and there was a scary face and glaring effect, and the speed, attack, and defense were all reduced. In fact, she had experienced the power of Gyarados yesterday, otherwise she would not have replaced Venusaur to fight the first game of the gym battle. Knowing that it was Venusaur, he still used Gyarados. This kid doesn't understand attribute restraint? Or is he arrogant? Kikyuko saw this and glanced at Xiaobo. Who knows? The effect is not bad, isn't it? Xiaobo smiled. He didn't understand the young people's brain circuits. Just let the young people do whatever they want. It's not him who is fighting a gym battle. Effect? Intimidation? Kikyuko also saw Venusaur's retreat and its attack was reduced. These are minor problems. Just use special attacks instead. They will not have much impact on Venusaur. If it is a large-scale competition like the Quartz Conference, Xiao Qian can eliminate the intimidation effect of Gyarados by changing Pokémon. Gyarados, spray fire. Yukai's Gyarados can spray fire, and it's not like it can't be beaten with a mere grass-type Pokémon. Vulpecula, Sunshine Flame. Xiao Qian shouted to Venusaur immediately after hearing the spray fire. Dana, the flower on Venusaur's back closed and was quickly covered by yellow and green energy spheres. When the charge was completed, the whole flower would emit a white light, and then the flower opened and released a beam of hot yellow light beams to Gyarados. How could it be so fast? Yu-Hai saw the two Pokémons use their ultimate moves to fight each other. Logically, Sun Flame needs to be charged for a round before it can be used, so it is impossible to use it so quickly. However, when he saw his own shadow, he suddenly realized that it was related to the sun, because the appearance of Gyarados temporarily blew away the thick fog and revealed the sun. So now it is a sunny day, and Venusaur's Sun Flame does not need to be charged and can be directly launched. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his tactics and shouted to Gyarados, "Gyarados, pray for rain!" Roar! Gyarados and Venusaur ended the fight, and it fell into a disadvantage, but Sun Flame was not strong enough and finally failed to hit it. After hearing the rain prayer, it immediately looked up to the sky and roared, attracting a large dark cloud, covering the sunny day, and it was raining a little from the sky. Rain! Bulbasaur, use parasitic seeds. Xiaoqian saw the rain, but she did not stop it, but planned to use this opportunity to control the huge Gyarados. Roar! Gyarados had just prayed for dark clouds, but before it rained, it was entangled by vines. These vines were the seeds emitted from the flowers on the back of Bulbasaur, which attached to its body and sprouted, and continued to grow vines to entangle its body. These vines can not only absorb Gyarados' physical strength and feed Bulbasaur itself, but also become tighter and tighter. Gyarados, use jet fire to burn the vines on yourself. Yu-Hai did not expect that just a moment of negligence would turn his advantage into a disadvantage. Gyarados appeared and blew away the thick fog, helping the opponent a lot. The trainers who would seize the opportunity have good eyesight. Gyarados is when he prayed for rain, he was bound by the parasitic seeds. Roar! Gyarados immediately spit out jet flames at the vines on his body while the vines didn't wrap around his head. This move was weakened in the rain, but it was enough to burn the vines on his body. But how could Xiaoqian let Gyarados do what he wanted? Bulbasaur, use hypnotic powder. Xiaoqian suddenly smiled cunningly, thinking that as long as Gyarados was hypnotized, Gyarados would be defeated. Gyarados, spray flames to burn those powders. Yu-Hai smiled. The opponent really thought of using powder moves to attack in the rain. Even if Gyarados didn't spray flames, these hypnotic powders couldn't reach Gyarados in the rain, but it was still necessary to take precautions. He didn't want to overturn. With the repeated appearance of jet flames, the rain continued to evaporate, and the thick fog covering the gym reappeared. The rain falling from the sky also turned into water vapor, which increased the visibility of the thick fog again. Bulbasaur, Flying Leaf Blade. Xiaoqian saw that the hypnotic powder was ineffective, and immediately asked Bulbasaur to attack with a grass-type move. Gyarados, use Iron Tail to block. Now no one can see anyone, and they have completely lost their goals and directions. Everyone can only judge the direction of the attack based on their previous positions. In the thick fog, only the sound of leaves breaking through the air can be heard. Roar! Gyarados didn't care about so much, and immediately raised his shining metallic tail to block in front of him, just in time to hear the sound of clanging. Gyarados, Storm! Yu-Hai couldn't even see the battlefield clearly, let alone Gyarados, so he could only let Gyarados clear the field. Roar! With the roar of Gyarados, the storm blew away all the thick fog and the rain clouds in the sky. Fortunately, the clouds at a higher altitude were not blown away, and now it is at most cloudy weather. After the storm stopped, everyone could see the battlefield clearly. Gyarados and Venusaur did not change their positions and were still standing in the original position. Gyarados, Freeze Ray. Yu-Hai did not use fire, but ice instead, which could also restrain Venusaur. Vulpecula, hold on. Xiaoqian saw the white beam of light and could only let Bulbasaur hold on. There was no better way now. Hold on! Yu-Hai heard this and looked at Bulbasaur, who was struggling to hold on, wondering why the other party didn't run. Although his speed was reduced by 2 levels, he should avoid it in the first place. Then, he saw many vines growing under Bulbasaur's body, and whispered, "Is that rooting? Damn, no wonder it can't run, no wonder it can't be hit, it doesn't recover much after hitting, what's the point of fighting?" After realizing this, he shouted to Gyarados again, "Spray flames!" Since the other party didn't want to move, he would set fire to it until the other party was willing to move. Anyway, the storm had blown away the dark clouds, the rain was gone, and the power of fire-type moves was back. The other party must have taken advantage of the thick fog just now to let Bulbasaur use rooting, and he almost misjudged it. Rooting, taking root in the ground, can restore your own physical strength every round. Because it is rooted in the ground, it cannot take back the elves. Did you find it? Xiao Qian smiled slightly, and the corners of her mouth finally rose at this moment, as if she was laughing at her opponent's slowness. She raised her hand and shouted to Venusaur, "Vulpecula, sunshine flame." "What? There is no sun," Yu-Hai didn't care too much, and shouted at the same time, "Gyarados, water cannon." Roar! Gyarados opened his mouth and spit out a large ball of water, which collided with Venusaur's sunshine flame, and the two Pokémons had another wave. Gyarados, jet flame. Yu-Hai didn't bother to care about the wave, and the water mist stirred up could not see the situation clearly, so he directly let Gyarados use jet flame to attack the rooting position of Venusaur. The sunshine flame just now should have been charged when defending. Obviously such a beautiful girl, why did she play the routine more dirty than him? It's a bit confusing. Vulpecula, avoid. Xiao Qian didn't let Venusaur take it hard this time. It had been used once just now, and Venusaur might not be able to use it again. Final use she is willing to move, Yu-Hai smiled. As long as the frog moves, it will be much easier to fight. Gyarados, rush over and tie it up. You all know the snake's entanglement. This move is similar to the method of using Gyarados to entangle the opponent with its long body. Bulbasaur, extend the vine whip and use parasitic seeds. Gyarados, don't worry, freeze the teeth. Gyarados quickly swam its thick body and entangled Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur did not resist, but instead scattered seeds from its petals and used parasitic seeds to bind the opponent. Tie up Gyarados, and both of them are trapped. Gyarados' head can still move, and it lowers its head to bite Venusaur, freezing Venusaur. Use the vine whip to tie up its mouth. Xiao Qian asked Venusaur to use the vine whip just for this moment. Gyarados wanted to retract its big mouth, but before it could retract it, it was tied up by Venusaur's vine whip, and its whole big mouth was tied up tightly. The moment the big mouth was tied up, the ice on Venusaur's body shattered inch by inch, and Venusaur just shook its body and broke free from the ice. Except for being a little listless, there was no sign of injury on its body. Gyarados, 100,000 volts. Yu-Hai looked at Gyarados entangled with Venusaur, the parasitic seeds entangled Gyarados again, and the vine whip tied up Gyarados' big mouth again. I didn't expect this garlic the head turtle is so difficult to deal with. If I had known, I would not have fought in close combat. Instead, Gyarados fell into a passive state. At this time, Gyarados could not use his mouth or tail. He could only use 100,000 volts to break the situation, which was a move that hurt the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times. Roar! The three corners on Gyarados' head suddenly lit up with lightning, and electrocuted Bulbasaur who was tying him up. But the two elves were tightly entangled together. Gyarados electrocuted Bulbasaur to resist damage, and electrocuting itself was 4 times restrained. In the end, without any surprise, Gyarados electrocuted himself, and Bulbasaur took back his vine whip as if nothing had happened. I lost, Yu-Hai sighed. It was the first time he lost when he started against Gyarados. He lost this battle, that's it, there's nothing to say. It just felt a little bit difficult to display. He still had many moves that were useless. He was not looking for excuses for failure. After all, Storm was useless, so he chose close combat in the end. After using the storm once, the thick fog was blown away. It was not because he did not want to use it in battle, but because he could not use it here. He did not want to repair the house. If the storm blew off the roof, it would be his fault. If he lost, he lost. The level of Venusaur was obviously higher than that of Gyarados. It should be senior level. Gyarados was not senior level yet. It was not unfair for him to lose. The girl's command ability was not bad, and she was even dirtier than him. She was really shown off. Who is the time traveler? A time traveler was shown off by the dirty routine. There is an old saying in the previous life. Never underestimate anyone, even if the opponent is an anime character. Dirty routines are not exclusive to players. These big families can stand for hundreds of years, and the knowledge inheritance is countless. There will always be people who develop dirty routines. Old man Huo, I don't think this kid is that good. Seeing that Gyarados lost the battle, Kikuko did not need to watch it anymore. Although it was a disadvantageous game, Yu-Hai played a mess, and it was impossible to see how high the command level was. Haha, Xiaobo smiled awkwardly and remained silent. This kid was quite capable when facing himself, but why is he not so capable here? Okay, did he hold back because the girl was pretty, Xiaobo thought. Yu-Hai took back Gyarados, took out the second poke ball, and threw it towards the battlefield. It's decided to be you, Scyther. Scyther sharpened his sickle as soon as he appeared, and was eager to try. He longed for a strong enemy, and this time the opponent was definitely strong enough. Scyther. Xiao Qian looked at her Venusaur. With Venusaur's current state, it couldn't stop Scyther in its prime. Although Venusaur was relaxed, Gyarados' last frozen fang still caused a lot of damage to Venusaur, and the flying type restrained the grass type. It's a pity that she couldn't change Pokémon, otherwise she wouldn't be so passive, but she still had to fight. It was a good start to win the first game just now. Yu-Hai chose to use Scyther because of the restraint relationship. Since joining the gym, he has not seen Scyther's panel for more than a month. A month ago, Scyther had entered the senior level. Scythe 1 month later. Scythe panel. Scythe panel. Scythe. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 54.77%. Level, 46.82%. Feature, insect premonition /38.23%. Hidden feature, unyielding heart /36.33%. Insect system mastered moves, cross scissors /40.82%. Continuous /38.45%. Insect chirp /13.35%. Clear fog /15.33%. Insect bite /41.16%. Flying system, acrobatics /38.22%. Tailwind /42.35%. Wing attack /36.25%. Air blade /35.61%. Air blade /1561%. General, sword dance /38.88%. Gathering chi /41.95%. Shadow clone /36.24%. Holding /38.83%. Staring /25.11%. Take the baton /16.65%. Cleave /33.84%. Lightning flash /42.91%. Double attack /13.24%. Whirlwind blade /17.58%. Fighting, brick cleavage /30.68%. Close combat /11.24%. Unclassified, high-speed movement /43.73%. Steel wings /37.81%. Ambush /29.64%. Cross poison blade /14.74%. Moves that increase critical hit rate: cleave, ambush, cross poison blade, whirlwind blade, air blade. Chapter 454. Dirty routine. Spy mantis. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 54.77%. Level, 46.82%. Feature, Insect Premonition /38.23%. Hidden Feature, Unyielding Heart /36.33%. Mastering the Moves. Spy Mantis's potential has not changed much, and he is too lazy to pay attention to the changes of a few tenths. In the past month, they have spent a lot of time on the ship, and Spy Mantis's level has only increased by more than 3 levels. It seems that the level will be more difficult to improve as time goes by. As for the characteristics of Spy Mantis, he only pays attention to the changes of Insect Premonition, which has increased a lot of proficiency. He practices almost every day just to develop the perception of this characteristic. Forget about Unyielding Heart. This characteristic will be covered after evolution. It doesn't matter whether you look at it or not. His Spy Mantis has high fighting spirit, so there is no need to worry that the fighting spirit will disappear after evolution. Scyther's old moves have not changed much, and the 4 new moves added are Whirlwind Blade, Close Combat, Baton, Cross Poison Blade. They are the new moves learned in the gym in the past few days, and the proficiency is good. They have been training during this period. In addition to the 4 new moves, Scyther also learned the Air Blade move from the Owl. This move is a special attack move. Scyther, which mainly relies on physical attack, does not need to learn it, but this move increases critical hits, so it was learned. The remaining moves, the moves that are focused on training, have a high proficiency. The Bug-type Cross Scissors, Combo Slash. The Flying-type Acrobatics, Tailwind. The General-type moves such as Gathering Chi, Sword Dance, Shadow Clone, Guard, Lightning Flash, etc. There are also High-Speed Movement and Steel Wings, all of which have a good proficiency. Scyther should not suffer a loss against Venusaur. Venusaur is restrained by the Flying type, while Venusaur has no moves to restrain Scyther. After deciding to use Scyther for the second game, he shouted to Scyther, "Scyther, gather your energy, speed up and rush over to use your Shadow Clone." Scyther's body was surrounded by the mysterious light gathered in the air, it was using the energy. Vulpes, Photosynthesis. Xiaoqian did not attack, but took advantage of Scyther's energy gathering to let Venusaur use photosynthesis to recover the physical strength just consumed. DNA, Venusaur's whole body glowed white and was surrounded by white flashes, and then the petals on its back glowed brightly, healing itself. After Venusaur completed photosynthesis, Scyther rushed over and used its shadow clone around Venusaur, and Venusaur could not tell the real from the fake for a while. Vulpes, use the vine whip to sweep. DNA, Venusaur stretched out a thick vine whip, ready to sweep the Scyther's shadow clones that surrounded it, trying to sweep Scyther out. But how could Yu-Hai give the opponent this opportunity? Venusaur's basic speed was not as fast as Scyther's, and Gyarados with 2 levels of speed reduction, Venusaur can't escape, Spy, Acrobatics. Before Venusaur's vine whip swept across, Spy's 8 shadow clones moved together, sprinting towards Venusaur from 8 directions, slashing with sickles. DNA, Venusaur screamed in pain for the first time since the battle. It seems that the acrobatics just now really hurt. The power of acrobatics is 55, and the power without props is 110. Hitting the vital point will double the damage, and this does not count the double restraint of the flying system. Hi, I won, Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After gathering energy, the chance of hitting the vital point is only 2 levels, with a probability of 50%, and only the critical hit rate of 3 levels is 100%. I didn't expect that the critical hit damage would be dealt at 2 levels, which is really a cause for celebration. Spy Mantis, seize the opportunity, Air Blade. Vulpecula, hold on, Xiaoqian gritted her teeth. She could see that Venusaur had suffered a lot of damage from the acrobatic attack just now. Now she could only charge up again and gamble on the sun and flames. Spy Mantis flew in the air, flapping its wings to launch arc-shaped air blades at Venusaur on the ground. Boom boom boom! After bombarding Venusaur below with high and low attacks, Spy Mantis waited for the smoke to dissipate. Venusaur had fainted. Air Blade is a move that increases the critical hit rate. As long as each wind blade can hit Venusaur, it can deal critical damage. Vulpecula, which is already at the end of its strength, can't block the subsequent wind blades even if it uses hold on to block the first wind blade. As expected, it is easier to fight against a counter attribute. It is too difficult to fight against a counter attribute. If you are a little bit unlucky, you will fail. His Gyarados just failed. Come back, Bulbasaur, you have done very well. Xiao Qian took back Bulbasaur, comforted Bulbasaur, and shouted to the air under her feet, Gengui. Cower-he, Cower-he. Gengar extended a black line from Xiao Qian's shadow, and the black line gradually stretched to the battlefield, turning into a purple fat man with a signature smirk on the corner of his mouth. Gengui. Yu Hai had just seen the panel of Scyther. Scyther had a dark move that restrained Gengar, so he did not change the Pokémon and just used Scyther. Scyther, high-speed movement, Yu Hai still attacked first. This is a gym battle, and the challenging trainer has many advantages. Scyther heard the high-speed movement and immediately accelerated around Gengar, so fast that after images appeared. After all, this was the second time it accelerated. Gengui, black eyes. Oh no, they're playing dirty again, Yu Hai cursed in a low voice when he heard the black eyes. He immediately knew what the other party wanted to do and quickly shouted to Scyther, Scyther, attack the vital points. Gengui, hold on, Song of Destruction. Damn, it's bad, Yu Hai didn't expect that he really misjudged the girl. The girl's heart was so dirty under her seemingly beautiful appearance. These were all the dirty tricks he had played in his previous life. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by dirty tricks one day. Scyther, don't hold back, attack directly. Scyther was just looked at by Gengar and was illuminated by the two black beams emitted from Gengar's eyes. It could feel a kind of restraint and was very uncomfortable. This was the black eyes, which prevented the trainer from taking back the Pokémon. Then, Gengar muttered something and produced a black energy wave from his mouth, forming a red and black energy attack on it, as if it was marked. Then Yu Hai called out anxiously, asking it to attack Gengar's defense directly. Everything happened too fast, and there was no time to think too much. Bang, bang, bang! Scythe obeyed Yu Hai's attack and immediately launched a strong attack on Gengar, but the sickle did not move when it hit Gengar's defense, and there was no sign of breaking it. Fortunately, the defense had a time limit and dissipated after a few breaths. Gengui, hide! Next, as long as Gengar can survive 3 rounds, Scythe will be eliminated directly even if it does not need to fight when the time is up. Is it a sneak attack? Or invisibility? Yu Hai muttered to himself. Seeing Gengar gradually fade and disappear, he kept scanning the entire battlefield. Gengar could no longer be seen on the battlefield. It was really troublesome. The sneak attack move allows Gengar to hide in a different space. The purpose must be to delay time. There are 2 ways to crack it. First, use the Pokémon who also knows this move to catch Gengar in the different space. Second, wait for 1 round, and Gengar will show up in the second round. There is another possibility, that is, Gengar is invisible. If it is just invisible, there is a way to crack it. See-through, smell detection, Miracle Eye, these 3 moves can see through the invisibility of Ghost-type Pokémon, but Scyther can't do any of them, which is very annoying. However, there is another method, which was used by Dandy in the previous animation. During the Masters Tournament, Xiaoxi's Gengar was invisible, and was brushed out by Dandy's Thousand Faces Shroud with water jets, and Xiaoxi's counter shield tactics were still used. In fact, the counter shield technique is not difficult, there are 2 key points. You need an attack move that can be released continuously, and use the Pokémon's rotation on the spot to make the move no longer concentrated in one direction, but cover a very large range, turning the damage-type move into an offensive and defensive move, and completing the offensive and defensive counter shield. There is also a counter shield, which is similar. The routine depends on the strength of the Pokémon using the tactic. If there is no sufficient strength to support it, the tactic cannot be supported. Unfortunately, Scyther doesn't seem to have a suitable move. Hey, it seems there is one. Yu Hai suddenly had an idea in his mind, and the panel just now flashed through his mind. He saw a move that could be used, and immediately shouted to Scyther, "Scyther, use sword dance to roll up the leaves." Fuck, Scyther didn't understand what Yu Hai was going to do, but at this time it could only listen to Yu Hai, who said Yu Hai was a trainer. Scyther crossed his arms and rotated at high speed to drive the surrounding airflow, forming a tornado with itself as the center, constantly rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground. Until the fallen leaves covered the entire sky, Yu Hai finally saw the hidden Jengar, who was brushed out by the fallen leaves and dust. Scyther, Jengar is up there. Yu Hai saw Jengar and reminded Scyther that Jengar was in the sky. Kauja, Kauja, Jengar floated in the air, and was a little confused when it was swiped out. It hadn't figured out how it was discovered. Zhenghui, sneak attack. Xiao Qian saw that Jengar's invisibility was broken, and had to let Jengar hide in the different space. She was fighting for time. As long as the time was up, she would win this round again. Scyther saw that Jengar was about to sneak into the different space. How could it give Jengar this opportunity? The acceleration of high-speed movement and the acceleration of tailwind, the frequency of the wings, flapped faster than ever before. At this speed, it came to Jengar in an instant and slashed at Jengar, who only had half of his body left. Kauja, Jengar's body that almost sneaked into the different space fell out, and he screamed in pain. This critical hit hurt him so much. Zhenghui, sneak attack. Xiao Qian was very anxious, because the time was running out. If Jengar didn't hide, Scyther might fight back desperately. Cower-he, Jengar rolled on the ground in pain, but after hearing the trainer's words, it didn't care about the pain and quickly opened the alien space door on the ground, and crawled in with its whole chubby body. Scyther, can't let it run away. Yu Hai was also very anxious, because the time for the Song of Destruction was almost up. The Song of Destruction, the Pokémon that heard the Song of Destruction will fall into the state of dying after 3 rounds. The Song of Destruction will definitely hit, unless the target is using a charged move and is not on the field. The state of the Song of Destruction will be lifted by the timeout, and when it is lifted, all the Pokémon that heard the Song of Destruction will fall into the state of dying. In addition to the lifting method of timeout, the Song of Destruction can also be lifted by replacing the Pokémon. The Song of Destruction lifted in this way will not make the Pokémon fall into the state of dying, and the sound insulation feature can prevent it. The sound insulation feature is a feature that is not affected by sound moves by shielding sound. But Xiao Qian didn't seem to be nervous at all about this. Could it be that there was something to rely on, or that the Jengar who used the Song of Destruction didn't hear the Song of Destruction at all? Just as he was thinking about this, Scyther had already swooped down, ready to strike Jengar again. Scyther suddenly lost consciousness. It was time for the Song of Destruction. Bang! Scyther hit the ground heavily. Yu Hai used the Pokeball to retrieve Scyther and threw the Pokeball to the maid next to him, who would take it to the gym for treatment. Scyther itself was not injured, but the last gravity acceleration hit it hard, so he could only let the maid take it for treatment. It can be said that Scyther was very frustrated this time, and was completely killed by a dirty routine, because the Black Eyes could not retrieve Scyther, and could not use the substitution method to remove the Song of Destruction. It stands to reason that the opponent's Jengar released the Song of Destruction, and should also hear the Song of Destruction, and should also be eliminated. Unexpectedly, the opponent's Jengar was still fine and came out of the different space. It seems that when the opponent uses the Song of Destruction, there is a way to block the Song of Destruction, so that Jengar will not be affected when releasing the Song of Destruction. This is the deep heritage of these big families. This is the real gap when he is alone and facing these trainers with family heritage. He still has 1 Pokémon now, and Xiao Qian still has 2. This gym battle is his most difficult battle. Although she didn't use her full strength, this girl is really strong. The opponent is also a good player among the senior level, and she is more than enough to temporarily replace the gym leader. Next, the gull, the frog, the crab, the armored Tyrannosaurus. He seems to have no choice. The gull, the frog, and the crab can't see through Jengar's invisibility, and there is no move to restrain Jengar. He can only use the stupid method of Scyther to find the invisible Jengar. But once Jengar hides in the different space, these three guys can't do anything, and it's useless to go up. Finally, only Han Han is left. Although this guy can't sneak into the different space, Han Han still has crushing and shadow claws to use, so he is not as helpless as the three mosquito frogs. Next, I can only use Han Han. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus Panel. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus Panel. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus. Attributes, Ground plus Rock. Gender, Male. Potential, 74.33%. Level, 44.38%. Features, Hard Head / 39.15% Hidden Feature, Sacrifice / 38.17% Ground Mastered Moves. Earthquake / 9.22%. Straight Drill / 7.49%. Heavy Stomp / 20.17%. 100,000 horsepower / 33.28%. Dig / 26.73%. Stomp / 26.94%. Rock, Sandstorm / 10.54%. Rock Blast / 7.91%. Sharp Stone Attack / 6.91%. Rock Fall / 15.21%. Shoot Down / 17.37%. Rock Polishing / 37.26%. General, Rock Climbing / 36.27%. Impact / 41.21%. Wagtail / 25.88%. Rocket Hammer / 28.31%. Sacrificial Charge / 39.14%. Horn Charge / 40.53%. Scary Face / 11.14%. Trampling / 9.37%. Horn Drill / 7.17%. Slam / 16.21%. Fire, Flame Fist / 14.31%. Flame Fang / 36.91%. Sunny Day / 21.63%. Jet Flame / 19.41%. Big Word Explosion / 17.51%. High Temperature Pressure / 34.33%. Electric, Thunder Fist / 6.26%. Thunder Fang / 30.45%. Ice, Frozen Fist / 7.82%. Frozen Fang / 28.94%. Water, Rain Prayer / 4.34%. Surfing / 4.53%. Unclassified, Bite / 38.82%. Poison Attack / 7.45%. Shadow Claw / 6.94%. Iron Tail / 8.11%. Double Return / 26.22%. Sleeping / 42.81%. Chapter 455, High Temperature and Heavy Pressure. Roar, the Tyrannosaurus roared as soon as it came out. And its might was no weaker than that of the Gyarados. One is a Tyrannosaurus in the sea, and the other is a Tyrannosaurus on land. Since following Xiaobo's Tyrannosaurus, it gradually discovered that the power in its body was also so violent, just as violent and fierce as its father. This Tyrannosaurus. As soon as Kikyuko saw this Tyrannosaurus, her eyes narrowed because she saw Xiaobo's shadow. It seems that you are really optimistic about this kid. You actually gave that move to him. Ahem, Xiaobo coughed dryly. Since he was seen, he didn't intend to hide it. He conquered a water spirit, and mine is a fire spirit. Only this Tyrannosaurus Rex is somewhat similar. Hehe, even if he has that move, so what? Xiao Qian was taught by me personally. Only one Tyrannosaurus Rex can't make any waves. Haha, Xiaobo just smiled and didn't argue. He said awkwardly, that kid doesn't know what his Tyrannosaurus Rex has learned. How could Yu Hai not know what this fool has learned, because he has a panel. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 74.33%. Level, 44.38%. Feature, hard head /39.15%. Hidden feature, sacrifice /38.17%. Mastering the moves. Since Han Han evolved, I haven't seen Han Han's panel for 10 days. Han Han's potential has not changed, but his level has increased by 1 level. It took nearly 10 days to increase by 1 level. It seems that he will have to endure it slowly again. This time, Han Han's old moves have not changed much. It is all the growth of strength that has led to the growth of move proficiency. This is not the point. The point is the 3 new fire moves that Han Han learned on the ship: jet flames, large character explosion, and high temperature pressure. The first 2 fire moves were moves he planned. He was not surprised that Han Han could learn them, but the last one, high temperature pressure, was a bit confusing to him. Since he did not let Han Han learn this move, nor did he let Xiaobo's Tyrannosaurus teach this move, there is only one possibility, that is, Xiaobo intervened. He saw in the move column of the Tyrannosaurus that the proficiency of the newly learned fire moves of the Tyrannosaurus was very high, especially the move of high temperature pressure. High temperature pressure, use the burning body to hit the opponent to attack. The heavier you are than the opponent, the greater the power. If the target is in a smaller state, the power of the move doubles. In this state, high temperature pressure will definitely hit, unless the target is using a charging move and is not on the field. This paragraph is the introduction of high temperature pressure on the panel. When he first saw this move, he was really puzzled. When he played games in his previous life, he knew the first 2 moves, namely jet flames and large characters bursting flames, which he often used in games. Only the last move made him a little confused. He rarely used it in his previous life, so little that he forgot that there was this move. After looking at the panel, he realized that this was a 5th generation move, which he had never come into contact with before. During the week that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was on the ship, it only learned these 3 fire-type moves, but it didn't learn moves such as sword dance and iron wall, which was a bit helpless. But the teaching was free, so he couldn't say anything, let alone be picky. He could only accept it and use Han Han to fight this gym battle first. Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's useless. Xiao Qian saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex and felt that he had won, preparing to start the last gym battle. In front of the Song of Destruction, any Pokemon is useless and will be replaced by Gengar. That's not necessarily true, Yu Hai smiled, it's too early to say it's useless now. Tyrannosaurus Rex, rock grinding. The body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly became shiny, and many scratches on its body were disappearing, which increased its speed in the battle. Gengui, Song of Destruction. Xiao Qian still wanted Gengui to use the same trick again. Gengui produced a black energy wave from his mouth, mixed with singing in the energy wave, and wanted to attack Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex, dig a hole, block the hole. Yu Hai immediately used digging after the polishing of Tyrannosaurus Rex was finished. Since the Song of Destruction is a sound move, he also thought of a solution other than timeout or changing the elves. That is, don't listen to the Song of Destruction, or use noise to interfere with the song, so that it will not be affected by the Song of Destruction. He asked Tyrannosaurus Rex to dig a hole. In addition to making noise, it also drilled into the ground to block the song, so that the song could not be heard. There are no unsolvable moves in the elf world, nor are there the strongest elves. The elves are all in a relationship of mutual growth and mutual restraint, and they can counter each other's moves. In the previous life animation, Pikachu could even electrocute Arceus. If he couldn't beat him, it only meant that he was not strong enough. Oops, Xiao Qian saw that Tyrannosaurus dug a hole and disappeared. Gengar's Song of Destruction was forced to stop and he couldn't sing it at all. Tyrannosaurus couldn't hear the song when it was underground, and the song of destruction couldn't affect the Tyrannosaurus digging a hole. Tyrannosaurus, Shadow Claw, Yu Hai saw that Xiao Qian's face was very ugly, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had to say that this routine was really dirty. He had already overturned once and couldn't overturn it a second time. He immediately raised his foot and stepped on the ground to notify the Tyrannosaurus underground that he could attack. Since Han Han couldn't hear the sound, he could only notify Han Han in this way. Otherwise, Han Han couldn't avoid the song of destruction. Feeling the vibration from the ground, Tyrannosaurus quickly broke out of the ground. On its strong arms, a layer of ink-black energy balls surrounded it, turning into the shape of a claw, breaking through the soil and grabbing Jengar on the ground. But Jengar was very alert, and floated up the moment Han Han broke through the ground. Han Han also caught nothing and returned to the ground. Cower-hee, Jengar looked at the Tyrannosaurus on the ground, and his body gradually faded and turned transparent, choosing to be invisible. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai wanted to shout Sandstorm, but he was afraid of destroying the environment of the gym, but Han Han was his last Pokémon. He couldn't care so much, at most he would increase the workload of the mates in the gym. I'm sorry, in order to win this battle, he must use Sandstorm, Tyrannosaurus, Sandstorm. Roar, Tyrannosaurus roared, and sandstorms were instantly caused under his feet. The wind began to blow around, and the sandstorm with wind and sand blew. Tyrannosaurus, sense the flow of wind and sand, and see if it hits anything. Yu Hai had to let Tyrannosaurus carefully observe whether the wind and sand hit anything. Since the shield of return can bring out Jengar, then the sandstorm should also work. Sandstorm is a rock-type move, which is twice as strong as Jengar, and still has some damage. Duo, Tyrannosaurus Rex stood in the sandstorm, looking around for Jengar's trace. Cower-hey! The sandstorm was so dazzling that Jengar couldn't stay in the sandstorm. His invisibility was instantly broken. He had no choice but to show up and spit out the sand in his mouth, but he spit out more and more. The tiny grains of sand hit his body, which didn't hurt, but was very annoying. Gangui, energy ball, Xiao Qian saw Jengar appear, and didn't plan to hide. If he didn't fight back, he would only be beaten. Tyrannosaurus Rex, rock blast. Duo, Tyrannosaurus Rex raised his foot and stomped hard, instantly shaking off dozens of gravels and rushing towards Jengar's energy ball. Is it a kite? Or what do you want to do? Yu Hai touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The opponent still has a chance to exchange for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that is, to die with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the opponent doesn't want to do that yet, so what is the opponent planning? In a battle, if you deliberately avoid fighting, you will be judged as losing by the referee. I really don't know what the opponent is going to do. Gangui, Song of Destruction. Again, Yu Hai thought to himself that the opponent had no tricks. Why did he always use this trick, and immediately shouted to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus Rex, use the straight drill to dig a hole. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was like a rotating drill, plunging into the ground and digging a new tunnel, and the entrance was also blocked by rocks. There was also the whirring sound of the sandstorm at the entrance, which was louder than the sound of Jengar, and the opponent's song of destruction had no effect. Kauja, Jengar floated in the air, the wind and sand stopped, the singing stopped, it lost its target, and didn't know where the Tyrannosaurus would come out from. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a roar from underground, a high-temperature flame spurted out and hit Jengar, and Jengar was instantly covered by the fire. After the flames, Jengar fell to the ground and stuck out his tongue, a large cloud of black smoke came out of his mouth, and his whole body was burned black. This column of fire came too suddenly, so suddenly that Jengar didn't react and was burned unconscious. Fire system only has 1 times the damage to Jengar. Don't forget that Jengar was hit by a knife before, and this is not an ordinary flame. The flames spewing out from the ground can refer to volcanic eruptions or flamethrowers. The underground hole pressurizes the flames, which also increases the temperature and explosive power of the flames. Gengui even has the same life before he could use it, he was knocked unconscious by the fire. Seeing Jengar unconscious, Yu Hai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally solved this troublesome Jengar, and Tyrannosaurus also came out from the ground. When the fire column came out, he was also shocked. He didn't order such a tactic. It should be Tyrannosaurus's decision. Han's judgment was not bad, and there was also a component of luck. Because there were only 3 holes dug on the ground, 2 of which were blocked by stones, Jengar was unlucky enough to be above the unblocked hole and suffered all the fire damage. Now everyone has only the last Pokemon left. This is the real third gym battle. I don't know what Pokemon the opponent will send. Come out, Lottie Kappa! As Xiao Qian sent out the third elf, Kikyuko in the attic shook her head and sighed, "Don't watch it, this kid lost, she has less combat experience. The grass-type and water-type Lottie Kappa is good against the Tyrannosaurus Rex, I think her choice is reasonable." "Oh, that depends on who you're dealing with. It's good against ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex, but not good enough against the Tyrannosaurus Rex you taught." Kikyuko was too lazy to argue with Xiaobo. This old guy was just pretending to be confused. Lottie Kappa. When Yu Hai saw Lottie Kappa, he felt that this game was a foregone conclusion. It wasn't that he was floating, but that his idiocy was not afraid of water or grass. The 2 quadruple restraints were gone, so what could the opponent use to fight against him? Tyrannosaurus Rex, rock grinding. Yu Hai still attacked first and continued to let the Tyrannosaurus Rex accelerate. It was already the second time to accelerate. Lottie Kappa, pray for rain. Xiao Qian changed her tactics. She had seen the flame column just now and had to suppress the fire-type moves of this Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ba, Lottie Kappa clapped his hands, danced in circles, and summoned a dark cloud and a light rain. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, poison attack. Yu Hai asked the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to rush directly. Against this Lottie Kappa, skills were unnecessary. After 2 accelerations, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus had a level 4 enhanced speed and could quickly rush to Lottie Kappa. Lottie Kappa, use water cannon. Lu Ba, Lottie Kappa saw the aggressive iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and immediately opened his mouth to spit out water cannon bombs. However, these water cannon bombs quickly turned into water vapor and evaporated as soon as they came into contact with the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. They were evaporated by the high temperature on the surface of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Is this high temperature and heavy pressure? Yu Hai saw that the water cannon hit the armored Tyrannosaurus, but it did not delay the charge of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Instead, it was all knocked away. Even the splashing water stains and the light rain from the sky could evaporate instantly when they fell on the armored Tyrannosaurus. This move was taught by Xiaobo. He did not know the intention of Xiaobo teaching this move, but now he seemed to have figured it out. No effect. Xiao Qian saw that the water cannon hit the armored Tyrannosaurus, as if nothing happened. How could this be possible? The armored Tyrannosaurus was restrained by the water system 4 times, not to mention the big move like the water cannon. Lottie Kappa, magic leaf. Since the water cannon had no effect, she tried to switch to the grass-type move to attack, which was also restrained by 4 times. When Lottie Kappa heard the magic leaf, he quickly rotated his body, and his left palm emitted white light, shooting out glowing green leaves to attack the armored Tyrannosaurus. But these leaves could not get close at all. As soon as they touched the body of the armored Tyrannosaurus, they were ignited by the high temperature emitted from the armored Tyrannosaurus. Even if it was drizzling, it couldn't cool down the armored Tyrannosaurus, and the leaves were ignited. You can imagine how high the surface temperature of the armored Tyrannosaurus was. At this time, the armored Tyrannosaurus came to Letian Kappa and punched from top to bottom. A purple poison energy ball appeared on his fist. Letian Kappa, hold on, parasitic seeds. Xiao Qian had just made Letian Kappa use too many moves, and there was no time to dodge. Even if the rain could help Letian Kappa speed up, the armored Tyrannosaurus was also accelerated. The leisurely Letien Kappa and the accelerated armored Tyrannosaurus were almost the same speed, and there was no escape. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus punched the light green protective shield held up by Letien Kappa. Although the protective shield blocked the attack, it still smashed Letien Kappa into the mud. The guard that withstood the punch of the armored Tyrannosaurus began to crack, indicating that the level of Letien Kappa was not as high as that of the armored Tyrannosaurus. The guard that was released barely withstood the heavy punch of Han Han. Chapter 456, Online Melon Eating. Puff puff puff, Letien Kappa saw that the guard blocked the attack, and quickly dodged from under the armored Tyrannosaurus and spit out several parasitic seeds at the armored Tyrannosaurus. The parasitic seeds attached to the armored Tyrannosaurus quickly sprouted and grew vines, entwining the entire body of the armored Tyrannosaurus. These vines just wrapped around the armored Tyrannosaurus and were burned to death by the high temperature of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Before they could absorb the physical strength of the armored Tyrannosaurus, they withered and fell off and turned into ash. How is it possible? Xiao Qian's eyes widened when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that not only the magic leaves, but even the parasitic seeds could not get close to it. How high is the temperature of this armored Tyrannosaurus? In fact, this is also the question Yu Hai wants to ask. What happened to his Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why is the surface of the body so hot? All he can think of is the high temperature and pressure. Lottie Kappa, cool it down, use water cannon, use freezing ray. Xiao Qian doesn't believe this. She doesn't believe that water can't extinguish the high temperature on the surface of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Otherwise, this battle can't be fought at all. Water cannon is useless, grass-type attacks are useless, what else can her Lottie Kappa use to fight? Lu Bie, Lottie Kappa heard the freezing ray line, and immediately released a white beam from his hand, hitting the armored Tyrannosaurus and freezing it. Seeing that the armored Tyrannosaurus was frozen, Letien Kappa breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally able to freeze it, otherwise he would not be able to play at all. Not long after Letien Kappa breathed a sigh of relief, the ice on the armored Tyrannosaurus began to melt, and it turned into water in just a blink of an eye, as if it had never been frozen at all, and the ice began to melt from the inside. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus felt that this Kappa was very annoying, and raised his foot in dissatisfaction and shook it. The soil on the ground melted into magma, flowing from the ground to the body and covering the whole body, gradually turning into black and red magma. What is this? Xiao Qian didn't understand what the Tyrannosaurus was doing. She didn't plan to change her tactics and continued to shout to Letien Kappa, Letien Kappa, water cannon, use water cannon. Lu Bie, puff puff puff, Letien Kappa spit out water cannon bombs from his mouth. The water cannon was accurate and all landed on the Tyrannosaurus. When it came into contact with the flowing magma on the Tyrannosaurus, a large amount of water vapor came out, making a hissing sound. Hiss, hiss. It was like a red-hot iron meeting cold water, with a continuous hissing sound. When the hissing sound ended, Letien Kappa stopped the water cannon. After the water vapor dissipated, the Tyrannosaurus reappeared in front of everyone. Fuck, Yu Hai saw the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus and cursed directly, because he almost didn't recognize the current Tyrannosaurus. The appearance of the iron Tyrannosaurus Rex did not change much. The flowing black and red magma just now disappeared, and it turned into a black armor covering the whole body. The size of the iron Tyrannosaurus Rex increased again, and its height increased again, and its weight also increased accordingly. What is this? Why is there armor? Xiao Qian exclaimed in horror, why did the iron Tyrannosaurus Rex become like this? Yeah, what is this? Yu Hai was shocked, because he was also confused. He didn't expect that the iron Tyrannosaurus Rex could be played like this. The stratum corneum on the body of the iron Tyrannosaurus Rex was originally armor, and now it is covered with a layer of hideous black armor. From this exposed black armor, you can see that it is very solid and cannot be penetrated by ordinary attacks. Seeing that the two people below were both confused, Kikyuko poked her cane, stood up and walked to the edge of the railing, cleared her throat, and explained to the two people below, "Ahem, this is Xiaobo's famous skill, rock armor. Rock armor." X2. Yukai and the others were still confused, but Yukai probably guessed something. This move is a bit like the cooled magma after a volcanic eruption. In fact, the rock armor has two layers. The first layer is the flame armor. This layer of flame armor generates high temperature on the body surface, just like flowing invisible magma. As a passive armor, the 5 attributes of fire, grass, ice, insect, and steel will attack this layer of flame armor. The power of the moves will be weakened or even invalid. The second layer of rock armor is the flowing magma that cools down after encountering water or ice, and will cover the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then put a layer of armor on the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although some speed is sacrificed, the defense of the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex will become higher. If you want to attack the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, you must first break this rock armor. This rock armor can be removed by heating, but after the rock armor is removed, you will have to face the second layer of flame armor. So that's it. Xiaobo, who lives in the crater, can actually think of this. Yu Hai heard this explanation and instantly figured out why high temperature and heavy pressure would have such a high proficiency. It turned out that it was a move used to create flame armor or rock armor. "Zhuzi, you have studied my tactics very well," Xiaobo smiled helplessly. He was not angry when Zhuzi pointed it out. They often fought each other when they were young, so it was normal for these old friends to know his tactics. "Old Xia, if it weren't for this turtle shell, you wouldn't have been called the old turtle back then, and then you hid in Honglian Island, which really fits your personality. Haha, it's been so long, I almost forgot, the old turtle suits me very well," Xiaobo smiled. Now when he talked about the past, he was full of memories. "Why? You didn't like this title when you were young, but now you seem to be quite happy with it." Zhuzi was also amazed. When they were young, they often teased Xiaobo with the old turtle, and Xiaobo's face was always very ugly. "It's all over, Kikyuko," Xiaobo sighed, looking into the distance, and sighed, "Flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. I have studied elves for most of my life, and I am bald." "Ha ha ha." Kikyuko saw the bald head under Xiaobo's wig, and finally couldn't help laughing, but several teeth were missing. After laughing, Kikyuko also sighed softly, quietly looking at the forest in the distance, with both hands drooping weakly on the crutches, and remained silent for a long time. After explaining Xiaobo's famous skill, the turtle shell, Kikyuko returned to the attic. The laughter of the two old men made Yu Hai and the others below a little confused. However, their battle had to continue, which was related to whether Yu Hai could get the supernatural batch. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, rock blasting. Roar! The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was covered with a layer of rock armor, and it couldn't run fast at all, and it was not suitable for dealing with Lottie Kappa. Lottie Kappa accelerated in the rain, and could only be bombarded with rock shells. Letian Kappa, ultimate absorption. Xiao Qian heard the explanation just now and also knew the weakness of this armor, which is speed and flexibility. Now it is no longer possible to attack by force, and the only way is to slowly wear down the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lu Ba, Letian Kappa fired a beam of light from his mouth at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, trying to absorb its physical strength. But this beam of light hit the armor of Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it seemed that there was no reaction at all. Tyrannosaurus Rex scratched the rock armor on its body, and felt that the beam seemed to have no effect. It didn't know what the other party was doing. It was a bit inexplicable. Lu Ba, Rocket and Kappa looked at the trainer. This was a bit embarrassing. It didn't absorb anything. This. Yu Hai saw this, and was only confused for a moment, and then he thought that it should touch the body to absorb the physical strength, similar to the vine whip of the grass elves, which tied up the opponent's body to use the ultimate absorption. It was that layer of armor that helped Tyrannosaurus Rex block the attack, causing Rocket and Kappa to be unable to absorb the physical strength of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that Rakuten Kappa's attack was ineffective, and now it was its turn to throw rock shells. Dozens of rock shells fell like raindrops, and Rakuten Kappa could only sway left and right, dodge in the mud and water, and avoid the rock blasting of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duo, the armored Tyrannosaurus didn't hit the Lottie Kappa, and was still a little irritable, because the little thing was too slippery. Dong dong dong. The armored Tyrannosaurus raised its big foot and stomped the ground fiercely, creating many sharp spikes from the ground, attacking the Lottie Kappa from the ground. At the same time, it was constantly throwing rocks in its hands, like solid shells, constantly exploding around the Lottie Kappa. You will get your shoes wet if you walk by the river often, no matter how fast the Lottie Kappa is or how high it dodges. Under such intensive bombardment, it was still hit by a spike and hit by a rock shell, rolling to the ground and completely fainting. Hi, I won, Yu Hai took a deep breath and exhaled. This gym battle was more difficult than Xiaobo's gym battle. However, he still won. In this gym battle, the girl on the opposite side did not let him go at all. She pushed him into a desperate situation several times, especially the Jengar, who was so dirty that he almost fell. In the future, you must not be careless when dealing with this girl. If you underestimate her, she will not underestimate you. She might even secretly attack you. It is really dirty, so you have to be on guard. Lost, Xiao Qian collapsed on the ground powerlessly and took back the Lottie Kappa with the poke ball. In this gym battle, she had tried her best. Venusaur, Jengar, and Lottie Kappa were all her strongest combat forces, but she still lost in the end. In this gym battle, her disadvantage was that she could not change Pokémons and had no first attack advantage. Venusaur was restrained and taken away by Scyther, and Scyther finally severely injured Jengar. If Scyther hit the last knife again, Jengar would probably be eliminated in the second game. Jengar could not take the explosive and terrifying damage a second time. She knew Jengar very well. If it wasn't so painful, Jengar wouldn't fall to the ground and roll around. Later, the Song of Destruction was still ineffective, and Jengar was also taken away by the fire of Tyrannosaurus Rex. The last Lottie Kappa and Tyrannosaurus Rex. To be honest, she had tried her best. Lottie Kappa's water, grass, and ice moves had no effect on Tyrannosaurus Rex in rock armor. She didn't know how to use Lottie Kappa to defeat the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if she used grass and ice moves to attack again, it would not be able to break the defense at all. But the rock armor could be removed, and the ice would melt and the parasitic seeds would burn at the moment of removal. When the 5 attributes of fire, grass, ice, insect, and steel were all ineffective, her Lottie Kappa had no moves to use. Water? It's not like Lottie Kappa hadn't tried it before. It was useless in rock armor. Even in flame armor, it could only cool down Tyrannosaurus Rex. Facing such a turtle shell, there is really no way to fight. In that case, either Feng Kite will wear out the Tyrannosaurus Rex, or fight it head-on with an opponent of the same tonnage. Feng Kite has thought about it, and everyone saw the result. The endless ground spikes and rock explosions blocked the activity space of Lottie Kappa from the sky and the ground, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. It's just a loss. I can win it back at the Quartz Conference. The rain stopped. Yu Hai took back the Tyrannosaurus Rex and gave it to the maid for treatment. He walked towards Xiao Qian. Seeing that the other party was still sitting in the mud, he kindly reached out his hand and wanted to help the other party. Ah! Xiao Qian suddenly woke up. In front of her was a big hand approaching. Raindrops slowly slid down from the black hair, and the deep black eyes under the hair made people unable to see the bottom, and even light could not penetrate. There was still a faint smirk on the corner of her mouth. She felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at this face for a while, and she couldn't help but panic in her heart. The rain stopped at some point, the dark clouds disappeared, the sun was just setting, and there was a rainbow in the sky. She didn't dare to look at this scene anymore, and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Yu Hai. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't suppress it. You'll catch a cold if you get wet in the rain. Yu Hai scratched his head helplessly. What was this girl thinking? He had been raising his hand for a long time. Should he get up and say something? Humph. It's none of your business, it's so annoying. Xiao Qian slapped Yu Hai's hand away, quickly got up from the ground, and trotted away in the mud. Xiao Qian, who seemed calm, stepped onto the wooden corridor and quickly disappeared at the corner, leaning against the corner, but her heart was still pounding. Xiao Qian, why are you so shy? Why don't you dare look that bastard in the eye? He is a bastard who has no sympathy for women, but he seems to have a gentle side. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian went to take a bath briskly. That bastard was right. It is easy to catch a cold in the rain. Her Pokemon is also in the gym for treatment, and she will recover soon. This. After the girl left, Yu Hai was left standing there in the wind, looking disheveled. What had just happened? He just wanted to pull the other person up and ask for the supernatural batch. It was really just that simple, and he didn't have time to say it. Damn it, what should I do with my batch? Yu Hai was so depressed. He didn't dare to ask Kikyuko for the batch. These old guys were too sharp-eyed. He was afraid that he would be seen through something, so he didn't want to deal with them at all. Perhaps every word the other party said, every question he asked unintentionally, was a trap. Dealing with these old guys was really tiring. Hehe, I think these two people are a bit interesting. Xiaobo stood on the second floor and saw what happened just now clearly. He couldn't help but let out a strange laugh and looked at Kikyuko from time to time. Even if he didn't say it clearly, he believed that Kikyuko knew what he was thinking now. Old Xia, don't interfere in young people's affairs, Kikyuko sighed. She asked Xiaobo to stop interrupting, but she was no exception. The scene just now reminded her of her experience when she was young, and of that bastard Oak. When they were young, Kikyuko, Professor Oak, and Steel were all good friends. At that time, Professor Oak was a powerful trainer who always helped Kikyuko, who had a weird personality. Kikyuko wanted to drive Oak away every time, but she couldn't beat Professor Oak in the Pokemon battle. Over time, Kikyuko seemed to be obsessed with Professor Oak. However, as time passed, Professor Oak retired and began to study Pokemon, devoting all his energy to his research career. Kikyuko believed that studying Pokemon would greatly reduce Oak's combat strength. Kikyuko thought that Oak had become weak and felt betrayed. She was very angry at the time, so she slowly distanced herself from Professor Oak. In fact, there are photos of her, Professor Oak, and Steel in her home. They used to be good friends. I hope Xiao Qian won't follow her old path. This scene is too similar to her when she was young. Chapter 457, See Yourself. The 16th day of the trip to Kanto, cloudy. When he got up this morning and had breakfast, Yu Hai got his batch, which was given to him by the fierce little fat man. Xiao Qian did not show up. After breakfast, they were about to leave. His affairs had been dealt with. He just didn't know whether Xiaobo's purpose of coming here had been achieved, and it was not something he could participate in. Xiaobo and Kikyuko were too high level. They were not something he could touch now, and he didn't want to touch them too early. He probably couldn't follow up on any of these two people's casual words, so he'd better not ask too much. Let Gyarados carry the salute on their backs, and they were about to leave the Shinjim. No one came to say goodbye. Only Kikyuko said a few words to Xiaobo, and they left the Shinjim. The apprentices were having morning lessons. After Kikyuko gave instructions, Xiaobo left with a cane. The mates also had to do their own things. Xiao Qian did not show up from beginning to end. Yu Hai felt a little strange about this, and without saying anything, he followed Xiaobo out of the gym and walked into the foggy forest. They would go to the place where they came the day before yesterday. Xiaobo had already called a car and would wait for them there. Xiaobo and his group disappeared in the thick fog, and Xiao Qian carefully poked her head out to check whether Yu Hai and his group had left. Ahem, they're gone." Kikyuko stomped her cane hard when she saw her disciple. "Grandma," Xiao Qian's peeking was caught by Kikyuko, and she looked down obediently, not daring to look at Kikyuko, just like a child who had made a mistake. In her impression, Kikyuko was very strict with herself and her, so strict that she couldn't even fall in love. Yan Kai is very tricky, and it's normal to lose. This is a gym battle, and there are many restrictions on the gym owner. That kid is going to participate in the quartz conference, and he just needs to win back next time. In fact, Kikyuko really wants to correct her disciple's love brain, but now there is just a little sign, which can be nipped in the bud. But she thought about it carefully and found that it was completely unnecessary. This is a process that everyone must go through. She was like this back then, and she couldn't stop it. In this matter, the more you don't allow it, the more curious you will be, and you will want to explore what it feels like to have feelings. Even if there was no such boy, Xiao Qian would have met other boys, just like she did back then. It is a process that everyone must go through. She can't stop it, and she can't stop it. Since it can't be stopped, it's better not to bother with it and let the young people go. When the young people give up, they will understand that feelings are not beautiful at all, and most of the time they are wishful thinking. Now Xiao Qian has enough strength to protect herself. After Xiao Qian has experienced everything she should experience, she will naturally return to the Ziwan dojo and will no longer pursue boring feelings. After becoming the owner of the Ziwan dojo, she can also focus on attacking the 4 heavenly kings. If it weren't for the arrival of Xiaobo and the others, she wouldn't have seen it so clearly, and she wouldn't have made up her mind to let go and stop caring about the young people. She wanted to grasp everything in her hands before, but she later found that she couldn't grasp anything, and she was not young anymore, so she had to accept this fact. The road ahead still has to be handed over to the young people themselves. She has done everything she can and reminded everyone she should. Young people have the right to choose and they must be responsible for their choices. Grandma. Xiao Qian saw Zhu Ziyi say something. The inexplicable words and the silent walking with crutches left her confused. Grandma seemed not as strict as before today, and she didn't know if it was her illusion. However, why did Grandma talk about the quartz conference? Who was going to defeat that bastard? Every time Xiao Qian thought of Yu Hai, she was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't help thinking about it. It was really strange and annoying. Yu Hai, who had already left, didn't know that he had a strong rival at the level of gym leader for no reason. It would definitely be a headache if he knew it. This girl's dirty tricks were even better than his. After leaving Ziwan Gym, Yu Hai and his friends took a car to Ziwan town. Xiao Ai lay by the window, looking at the street scenery along the way. She found that many things on the street had changed. Many familiar streets were gone, and many old houses were demolished. The Ziwan town she was familiar with was disappearing bit by bit, including the wooden house where she lived when she was a child, which was already old and dilapidated. Creaking. The old wooden door was slowly pushed open, and the memories that had been sealed for many years were awakened. Xiao Ai stood in front of the wooden house, holding Xiaobo and Yu Hai's hands in fear, not daring to take a step. Looking at the empty house in front of her, spider webs everywhere in the corners, and a thick layer of dust on the wooden furniture, Xiao Ai hesitated to step forward. She retreated and didn't dare to go in at all. In her memory, there was a mother who cooked delicious food and a scientist father who told bedtime stories, but they were not here, they were all gone. Mr. Xiaobo, no one has lived here for a long time, and the property rights of the house are still under Fuji's name. Fuji hasn't come back for many years. Forget it, take us to the cemetery, Xiaobo sighed and asked the driver to take them to the cemetery in Ziwan town. He had asked the driver to check Xiao Ai's family and the house where Xiao Ai lived before, and now this is the result of the investigation. In fact, he had known about the current situation for a long time. Since Aimei divorced Fuji, there has been no news, but he always had to give Xiao hope, otherwise what were they doing here? As long as Fuji was still alive, he should live in the rocket team. As long as Ame was still alive, she must live somewhere in this world. I just hope Ame doesn't remarry, otherwise Zioi will only have them. Grandpa Xia, my mother Zioi didn't ask about Fuji, because she knew that Fuji was in the rocket team. But after Mutuo went berserk, she didn't dare to think about it, and she couldn't contact Fuji. Xiaobo also told her that she could contact Fuji only after she had the strength to protect herself. As for Kikyuko's apprenticeship, they easily convinced Zioi that day, and with Xiaobo's assistance, they easily tricked Zioi into becoming Kikyuko's apprentice. After they left, Kikyuko would immediately set off to the Dragon Cave in Yanmo City to help Zioi get a dragon-type quasi-god. They would meet at Honglian Island and start teaching Zioi how to become a trainer. As for the Shin Gym, it would be funny if they couldn't find an acting gym leader to work for free. Soon, the sightseeing bus brought them to the cemetery. Xiaobo asked the driver and the maid to wait there. He took Xiao Ai and Yu Hai and walked slowly into the cemetery. It was very quiet and peaceful here. Only tombstones stood quietly. As soon as people came here, they entered a serious atmosphere, as if there were signs everywhere prohibiting loud noises. Soon, they found Xiao Ai's grave. Xiaobo was very familiar with this place. There was a photo of Xiao Ai wearing a white dress and a faint smile on her face on the tombstone. There are flowers here. Yu Hai saw that there were withered chrysanthemums on the tombstone, which had long lost their original colors. He gently squatted down and picked up the chrysanthemums. The whole flower broke instantly, and only the flower stem was picked up. There is still some moisture, which should be related to the humid environment here. It will not exceed 2 months at most. Yu Hai picked up the flower stem and pinched it with his fingernails. There was still a little moisture in the flower stem. According to the time when the flower withered, the approximate time of commemorating Xiao Ai can be roughly seen. It was 1 month and 3 days ago. Xiaobo remembered it very clearly. He would never forget that day, but he didn't know who would come that day. Who would it be? Yu Hai didn't dare to guess, because there were many chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone, and he just picked up the freshest chrysanthemum. Take Xiao Ai back first, I'll go ask someone. Xiaobo's big hand covered Xiao Ai's hair, said nothing, and turned to leave Xiao Ai's grave. Xiao Ai, let's go back first. Yu Hai took Xiao Ai's hand, and he really couldn't feel what it felt like to see his own grave. Unless he traveled back and saw his own grave, he could understand what it felt like. When he came from Xiao Ai's house, sometimes he wondered whether it was right or wrong to resurrect Xiao Ai. It is true that Xiao Ai is back, but she has no home. A broken home is waiting for Xiao Ai, waiting for this little girl of 7 or 8 years old. He feels that he was a little cruel and selfish at that time. He saved Xiao Ai, but he could not replace Xiao Ai's parents, nor their feelings, including Xiaobo. They can only do this themselves. They are Xiao Ai's parents. Brother Hai, doesn't mom want Xiao Ai anymore? Xiao Ai doesn't know how to hide her feelings. After coming here and not seeing her mother, she immediately sobbed softly. Originally, she came to find her mother happily, but when she got home, she found that her mother was gone, her father was gone, and she had no home. Xiao Ai, it's Xiao Ai's mother who doesn't know that Xiao Ai is back. If Xiao Ai's mother knew, I will definitely be very happy. Yu Hai could only comfort Xiao Ai in this way. Xiao Ai's resurrection is different from that of the time travelers. The time travelers are all adults with established values, and they have their own outlook on life and values. They can quickly adjust and change their way of life. Even if the environment is bad, they can quickly adjust, which is not difficult for the time travelers. But whether Xiao Ai leaves or comes back, she is still just a 7 or 8-year-old child. She doesn't understand many things. This is unfortunate and fortunate. Those few years are like sleeping and waking up like this. Resurrecting a person is a very shocking thing for adults. But in Xiao Ai's cognition, it is just a sleep, and it is easy to accept this matter. Where is my mother? Xiao Ai wants her mother? Xiao Ai resisted Yu Hai's pulling action and didn't want to go with Yu Hai. She wanted to wait for her mother to come back here. Yu Hai had no choice but to let Dark Ray in the shadow force hypnosis on Xiao Ai. He reached out to catch the sleeping Xiao Ai, carried Xiao Ai on his back, and walked back the way they came. When they left the misty forest, Dark Ray and Jengar had quietly followed them. Just when Xiaobo left, Dark Ray and Jengar also returned to the shadow. After Xiao Ai was hypnotized, Jengar was also taken back by him. When he returned to the gate, Xiaobo had already been waiting here. When Xiaobo saw Yu Hai coming back and Xiao Ai sleeping on Yu Hai's back, he hurried forward and asked with concern, "What happened?" Xiao Ai didn't want to leave. "I let the mosquito frog hypnotize Xiao Ai," Yu Hai told a white lie and handed Xiao Ai to Xiaobo. "It's good that you're okay. I just found the gravekeeper here." Xiaobo took Xiao Ai and whispered to Yu Hai about the sudden departure just now. The gravekeeper said that he saw a blue-haired woman coming to the cemetery on duty that day. The gravekeeper also said that he sees a blue-haired woman every year, holding a bunch of chrysanthemums and coming silently, and leaving silently. That person should be Ame. It's okay as long as there are clues. I don't know if she will come next year. Just wait another 10 months, Yu Hai thought it would be a wasted trip. Now that there is a clue, things will be easy. If there is no news about Xiao Ai's mother, he still doesn't know how to comfort Xiao Ai when she wakes up. Now that he has this news, he can explain to Xiao Ai, but why does Xiaobo look so unhappy? The gravekeeper said that Ame came by car. Every time she came, there was a man waiting for Ame by the car. I'm worried. Xiaobo didn't say the rest of the words. He didn't dare to think about such a bad result, nor did he want Xiao Ai to face such a bad result. Drove here? Did you ask what car it was? Yu Hai knew what Xiaobo had not finished saying, but his focus was not on the man, but on the car. You kids still have the leisure to care about this? Xiaobo blew his beard in anger. This brat was still concerned about other people's cars at this time. The roads connecting Ziwan town are only Hualan City, Huangjin City, and Kuya City. Since they drove here, it means they are not far from Ziwan town. After so many years, Xiao Ai's mother came to pay tribute every year, which means that she can't let go of Xiao Ai. And the distance is so close. If the gravekeeper doesn't know the man, he should know the car. As long as we find the car, we can find Xiao Ai's mother. Good boy. Xiaobo didn't react for a while. After being reminded by Yu Hai, he also reacted. If Xiao Ai's mother started a new life, she wouldn't come to pay tribute to Xiao Ai every year. And they drove here, which means the journey can be reached in 1 day, or even half a day, which is a few hours. If it takes 10 hours to get there, then the nearest cities to Ziwan town are the most likely places. After Yu Hai's analysis, Xiaobo found that he didn't need to wait 10 months to find Xiao Ai's mother. Since Xiao Ai's mother came to pay tribute every year, it means that she still has Xiao Ai in her heart and is unlikely to remarry. But this time cannot be delayed. If this is the last time to pay tribute, it is also possible. He must find Xiao Ai's mother as soon as possible. It will be troublesome if it is delayed. Because when he was chatting with the gravekeeper just now, he heard the gravekeeper muttering, "I see these two people every year, and they drive different cars every year. It would be nice if he had one." This sentence shows that the man is a rich man. If he didn't have money, who would change a car every year and drive a different car every year to visit the grave for several years? Xiaobo, did you notice those chrysanthemums? Yu Hai didn't know what Xiaobo was thinking, and reminded him in a low voice. Any questions? Xiaobo doesn't understand. It's just chrysanthemums. What else can be found? The flower stems of those flowers were cut with scissors. They should be from a flower shop. Xiao Ai's mother couldn't have brought them from other places. They might have bought chrysanthemums locally. Find this flower shop and see if there are any clues. If there are no clues, Find witnesses to see if anyone noticed the foreign car. Then check the owner's information based on the license plate. If the car has stopped at the door of the flower shop, if it is a good car, the owner's identity can be quickly locked. These should not be difficult for a museum owner. Yu Hai could only help here. In terms of influence, he could not compare with Xiaobo and other museum owners, not to mention that Xiaobo could ask for help from Zhu Ziyi. It was indeed the right decision to choose to find Xiaobo for help. These troubles should be left to Xiaobo. He can't help. Good boy, I've got it. Let's go back first. Xiaobo smiled, no longer depressed. This matter finally has a clue. With his connections, they can find Xiao Ai's mother in less than a month. Until this moment, Xiaobo's heart finally fell to the ground, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face, and he hugged Xiao Ai and got into the car. If he could find Xiao Ai's mother, he would take her to live in Honglian Island, and he would protect the mother and daughter together. After getting in the car, Yu Hai and his party left the cemetery and headed towards the harbor. They took the same sightseeing bus the day before yesterday, and took them back. Today's fog was not as heavy as the day before yesterday, and the sightseeing bus arrived at the port smoothly. Although the road was a bit bumpy, Xiao Ai still didn't wake up. Until they boarded the passenger ship, Xiao Ai didn't wake up, and the captain of the previous luxury cruise ship was still the one who received Xiaobo. The route of this luxury cruise ship only went to the northern end of the Guandu continent, and then returned the same way. Continuing north is the Sino region. This ship is a luxury passenger ship that sails along the coastline of Kanto continent, so it returns to the original route after reaching the northern end. It is not a passenger ship that sails across regions. The Chengdu region and Kanto region are on the same continent. Chengdu region is on the western continent and Kanto region is on the eastern continent, with the quartz plateau in between. The southwest of this continent is the Hon region, which requires crossing the sea to reach. If you go south from Honglian town, you will reach the Seven Islands, New Island and Orange Islands. From this point of view, the Orange Islands are quite close to the Hon region. The Hon region is in the southwest of the continent, and the Orange Islands are in the south of the continent. Both regions are in the south of the continent. You can reach the Hon region by sailing west from Xiagan Island. No wonder Daigo came to the Orange Islands to mine ore. The Sino region is northeast of Kanto and Chengdu continents, so the luxury passenger ship did not go north. Crossing regions is the route of other passenger ships, and the route of this passenger ship is only the coastline of Kanto and Chengdu. However, Chengdu and Guandu are difficult to reach by land. The thing that blocks these two areas is the quartz plateau that cuts off the entire continent. The Alliance headquarters is located on the mountain range, and the Quartz Conference is also held on the Quartz Plateau. If it is the Silver Conference, it will be held in the Silver Town to the west of the Quartz Plateau. The venues of the two conferences are both in the continuous mountains of the Quartz Plateau, but one is in the west and the other is in the east. This time, Yu Hai will get off the ship at the port of Sunshine Town, and then transfer to other passenger ships, or take the bridge to the Light Red City. The specific voyage is only 6 days, 1 day less than when he came, and he will not return to Honglian town. During these 6 days, he will not go to the underground black market. If he goes again, he may be targeted. It is better to train the elves in the training room honestly and avoid trouble. However, he can't go to the underground black market, but he can still fight in the open-air battle. In lawless places, gangs can rob gangs. He doesn't believe that there are gangs robbing gangs in broad daylight. It would be nice to play a few games when the time comes. Otherwise, it would be too boring to stay on the boat. Giant Claw Crab Panel. Giant Claw Crab Panel. Giant Claw Crab. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 72.23%. Level, 46.36%. Features, Super Strength Claw /39.22%. Hidden Feature, Force /34.53%. Water System Mastered Moves, Water Gun /43.35%. Rain Prayer /12.04%. Crab Claw Hammer /35.55%. Bubble /22.14%. Bubble Ray /15.53%. Ground System, Dig Hole /38.54%. Mud Shooting /40.24%. 100,000 horsepower /18.34%. Stomp /14.54%. General, Hold /41.44%. Sword Dance /32.25%. Staring /37.43%. Hardening /35.14%. Steel Type, Metal Claw /31.34%. Iron Wall /38.64%. Psychic Type, High Speed Movement /43.15%. Instant Amnesia /31.18%. Unclassified, Arm Hammer /32.22%. Freezing Ray /13.36%. Rock Blockade /14.64%. Cross Shears /11.91%. Moves that can trigger forced properties: Metal Claw, Mud Shot, Bubble, Bubble Ray, Freezing Ray, Rock Blockade. Moves with additional effects can trigger forced, and moves with side effects cannot trigger forced. For now, there are only these moves, some may be missed, and readers who noticed can remind me. Chapter 458, Meet Again. The 17th day of going to the Kanto region, Sunny. Yu-Hai got on board yesterday. He trained on board for a day yesterday and is going out to have some fun today. Of course, he is not going to the underground black market to have fun, but is going to fight in an open-air battlefield. There is no need to hide when fighting here. He can fight openly. He doesn't believe that anyone dares to cheat in broad daylight. This battle also plans to take Xiao Ai out to relax. Xiao Ai woke up yesterday afternoon and cried for a long time, and no one could comfort her. Finally, Xiao Ai fell asleep by herself after crying. She woke up at night and cried for hunger. Yu-Hai and Xiaobo didn't dare to mention what happened during the day. But they didn't mention it, and Xiao Ai asked it herself, "Grandpa Xia, can I still see my mother?" "Yes," Grandpa Xia sent someone to look for her. Amei is here. Sweeping the grave means that Amei still remembers Xiaoai and is still thinking about her. As long as Amei comes to sweep the grave again, Xiaoai will be able to see her mother. "Brother Hai, is it true?" Xiao Ai blinked her big eyes. She just wanted an answer, a real answer. "It's true." Xiao Ai's mother came to see Xiao Ai. It means that Xiao Ai's mother still thinks about Xiao Ai. She will find Xiao Ai's mother sooner or later. Yu-Hai touched Xiao Ai's short blue hair. He really didn't lie this time, but just blurred the time. "Okay, Grandpa Xia and Brother Hai didn't lie to Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai believes you." Xiao Ai smiled. She got the real answer. Neither of them lied to her. She can still see her mother, but she doesn't know how long it will take. "Xiao Ai, you can't use your ability casually. Sometimes it will hurt others," Yu-Hai sighed. It was because he didn't lie that he dared to say it. But Xiao Ai's ability to distinguish lies should not be used casually. Even if you know that others are lying, sometimes don't say it, especially when you are still weak. If you reveal that others are lying in certain occasions and that they are not telling the truth, you will be retaliated. Why? Xiao Ai doesn't understand. She can tell whether others are lying to her or not. Isn't that good? "Xiao Ai, you will understand when you grow up," Yu-Hai smiled but didn't tell the reason. This matter is too complicated. Only adults can understand the truth. After touching Xiao Ai's hair again, he said goodbye to Xiao Ai. He had to continue training elves yesterday, so Xiao Ai could only be handed over to Xiaobo. "You go, I will accompany Xiao Ai." Xiaobo knew what Yu-Hai was going to do, but Yu-Hai was also a teenager. "I didn't expect him to be so clear about the social etiquette of adults." I don't know what Xiaobo said to Xiao Ai later. Xiao Ai came out of the shadow of not being able to see her mother. Today, she happily followed to watch the elves fight. Xiaobo was also here. The next voyage will take several days. If we stay in the training room to train elves, it will be too boring, so I trained the elves in the morning and came here to play in the afternoon. Xiaobo was just going out for a walk, and took Xiao Ai out to relax, so he brought her here to watch the battle. Come on, brother Hai, Xiao Ai was hypnotized yesterday, but she was not angry about it, and she cheered for Yu Hai. After all, Yu Hai and Xiaobo did not lie to her, and she always believed in these two closest people. Okay, Yu Hai waved his hand gently, and it was his turn to play. This time he threw out the poke ball of the giant claw crab and prepared to use the giant claw crab to fight two battles. There was no bet in this battle, it was all entertainment. Because the three guys, the Iron Tyrannosaurus, the Scyther and the Gyarados, were seriously injured in the Shinjim, he could only play with the giant claw crab. The frog and the swan cannot consume too much, as they may encounter emergencies on the boat, and the other two elves, in addition to training, spirits, need to save some physical strength to deal with emergencies. Coo cough, the giant crab didn't fight in the gym. I heard that Gyarados was beaten badly and finally electrocuted itself. It also wants to move its body, otherwise it will be rusty. Wow, this giant crab is so big. It is bigger than the average giant crab, which means the trainer has cultivated it well. On one side is the high defense thorn shell, and on the other side is the giant crab with big claws. It's going to be a good show. Spiny shell, iron wall. Following the order of the opposite trainer, Yu Hai also shouted to the giant crab, rush up and smash it with the arm hammer. Passive defense is to seek death. Even if the defense is strengthened, just smash the shell directly. The quartz conference in the animation, Zai, that's how it's done. Defense can only hold out for a while, but every time the giant crab's big claws hit, there's a real impact that can be transmitted to the shell. With the current size of the giant crab, it's fully capable of knocking out the spiny shell through the shell. This move seems to be called hitting the shell through the shell. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 72.23%. Level, 46.36%. Feature, Super Strength Claw /39.22%. Hidden Feature, Force /34.53%. Mastering the move. Since joining the gym, I haven't looked at the giant crab's panel for a month. The giant crab's potential has reached 72, and it increased a lot last time it shed its shell. If it doesn't shed its shell, its potential increases very slowly, like a snail crawling. The giant crab's level has reached 46, which has increased by almost 4 levels. It won't take long for it to catch up with the mosquito frog, but the mosquito frog is stuck. Alas, it's helpless. If I can't get the best evolution stone after the quartz conference, I will ask Xiaobo for the best evolution stone, and he will also leave Xiaogan's gym. The mosquito frog matter can't be delayed any longer. It can only be delayed until the end of the quartz conference. He must get the best evolution stone. If he can't get the best evolution stone, he can use the high-level evolution stone. The level is the characteristics. The two characteristics of the giant claw crab have increased to varying degrees, especially the giant claw crab has learned to trigger forced moves. As these moves become more and more, the probability of forced triggering has also increased. However, the old moves of the giant claw crab have not changed much, because during the time in the gym, basically learning new moves, rarely practicing old moves. This period of time is also practicing new moves, and the proficiency of new moves is increasing rapidly. During that time, the giant claw crab learned 100,000 horsepower, stomping, rock blockade, cross scissors, and freezing ray. These 5 moves have been practiced during this period, and the proficiency is not bad. Also bubble and bubble beam, the crab also took the time to learn. The crab can spit bubbles, and these two moves are very simple for the crab. The above is the change of the crab during this period. At this time, the crab also cracked the shell of the scorpion, and the scorpion spit out a big pink tongue and fainted. He successfully won the first battle. Then, he used the poke ball to take back the crab and eliminate the slowdown of the crab after using the arm hammer. The arm hammer move has side effects and cannot trigger the forced characteristic. If the slowdown of the arm hammer is aimed at the opponent, it can trigger the forced characteristic and increase the power of the move by 30%. Unfortunately, it is not. Then the second challenger came on stage and they started the second battle. After winning 4 games in a row this afternoon, his crab was defeated by a Bulbasaur. Sure enough, it is too difficult to reverse the attribute, unless the crab is in its prime. After playing 4 games in a row, it was harvested by a Bulbasaur. After taking back the giant crab, he went to the second floor of the competition venue. Xiaobo and Xiao Ai were sitting here watching the game. As soon as he came up, there was a glass of iced lemonade on the table. Ah, it's so cool, Yu Hai just sat down and drank half a glass of lemonade in one gulp. It was so refreshing on such a sunny day. Your giant crab is very powerful. It won 4 consecutive victories. Xiaobo watched Yu Hai's battle throughout the whole process. The giant crab with an abnormally large body was basically unbeatable after using the iron wall and sword dance. Add to that the acceleration of high-speed movement and the strange power exerted by the big claws. It can actually compete with the strange power elves like the strange power, and finally win the strange power. It's really rare. Fortunately, the giant crab's big claws used to be bigger than its body. The giant crab has shed its shell many times, and its size has barely caught up with the big claws. Yu Hai released the giant crab and fed it an energy block to restore its strength. He felt that the first echelon had already qualified for the professional competition. Except for Gyarados, the other 5 Pokémon had entered the threshold of the professional competition. He was more confident about the Quartz Conference. Really? It's a pity that I missed it and didn't have the opportunity to collect data, Xiaobo smiled. From the current appearance of the giant claw crab, you can probably see the shadow of the past. It is estimated that the claws affected its development. It must have been impossible to lift it before. Under normal circumstances, it would have to undergo amputation surgery to amputate the big claws, otherwise it would be difficult for such a giant claw crab to grow up. I don't know how Yu Hai cultivated it. He actually retained the big claws when it was underdeveloped, which led to the current giant claw crab. The claws are almost the same size as the body. You can imagine how powerful it is, and it is also as big as the big claws. This can also be regarded as a new research topic, studying how Pokémon such as giant claw crabs can generate strange power through molting when they are underdeveloped. You can write it down first, and catch some giant claw crabs to study at the Red Lotus Research Institute when you have time to see if you can restore the growth process of this giant claw crab. By the way, Xiaobo, do you know that there is a Blastoise Island near Honglian Island? Yu Hai planned to look for this island on his return trip to see if he could capture a Squirtle. Blastoise Island. Xiaobo thought about it and immediately thought of this island. This island is near Honglian town, but it is not on the map and is protected by the Alliance. What are you going to do on Blastoise Island? Of course, to capture a Squirtle. What else can I do? Yu Hai felt that Xiaobo's question was stupid. He was an orphan. If he didn't capture Squirtle in this way, how could he capture the 3 starters? Xiaobo could be a witness to the Squirtle captured on Blastoise Island to prove that his 3 starters came from a legitimate source, and he could take them out openly in the future. So that's how it is, Xiaobo smiled. He thought Yu Hai would ask him for the 3 starters, but he didn't expect that he wanted to catch them himself. But these are all trivial matters. He believes that Yu Hai will not catch Squirtle to trade, which is enough. I know that island, but I forgot the exact location. We can only determine the exact direction after we go back to Honglian Island to retrieve the information. Let's talk about it when we get back. Okay, Yu Hai didn't think Xiaobo would lie to him. Is there any need for such a thing? It's just a Squirtle. The other party can afford it. Buzz, buzz. Putting aside the matter of Blastoise Island, Xiaobo, who was still observing the giant crab and thinking about the research topic, suddenly heard the phone in his pocket. He picked up the phone while holding Xiao Ai. When he heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he started chatting happily, just like an old friend who hadn't seen him for many years suddenly called. At the same time, he also signaled the maid with his eyes to take Xiao Ai away, but Xiao Ai got off her lap by herself, sat aside and watched Xiaobo go away obediently. Brother Hai, try this sweet jelly, it's delicious. Xiao Ai knew that Xiaobo was going to call, so she shared her jelly with Yu Hai. Xiao Ai, feed your brother, okay? Yu Hai smiled and opened his mouth, waiting for Xiao Ai to feed him. Okay, brother Hai, wait. Xiao Ai used a white plastic spoon to scoop a spoonful of jelly and put it in Yu Hai's mouth. Yu Hai bit the spoon tightly and kept laughing, just to tease Xiao Ai. Ah! Brother Hai, the spoon can't be taken out. Xiao Ai pulled hard and almost stumbled, but the spoon didn't come out. Yu Hai saw Xiao Ai falling backwards, so he quickly reached out to hold Xiao Ai, and took the spoon out of his mouth with his other hand and put it in Xiao Ai's jelly. Is Xiao Ai okay? It's okay, brother Hai, the spoon is bitten. Xiao Ai looked at the spoon with pain, and there was a tooth mark on it. Haha, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. He just wanted to tease Xiao Ai, but he didn't stop and bit the spoon. Coo cough, the giant crab squatted at Yu Hai's feet and didn't notice Yu Hai and Xiao Ai's play, but it still pulled Yu Hai's clothes with its small pincers because someone came over. Hello, Trainer Ai, our young master wants to invite you to sit down. Who is your young master? Yu Hai looked at the two people, who were obviously dressed in white sailor costumes. He didn't understand what the purpose of the two people was. Could it be that because of the giant crab's winning streak, some messy people were attracted again? If the two people were not dressed as sailors, he would have refused them long ago, and he was too lazy to care about some inexplicable invitations. Our young master is on the third floor. The two sailors looked back, and a young man on the third floor was holding a juice and smiling at Yu Hai. That's our young master. Is it him? Yu Hai's words echoed in his heart, because after seeing the boy, he remembered that they had fought a Pokemon battle in the underground black market, and it was the trainer who sent Alito to fight. In addition, the sailors of this ship called the other party the young master, so the other party must have some relationship with an old guy on the ship. Otherwise, he couldn't command the sailors. However, he finally confirmed one thing, that is, the senior management of this luxury cruise ship had long known about the existence of the underground black market, and even invested in it. It is estimated that they only took dividends, did not provide any protection, and did not take any risks. The most important thing is to get themselves clean. They are indeed old foxes. Chapter 459, Railu. What if the underground black market is discovered? If it is discovered, it will be discovered. Just push someone out to take the blame. The captain can completely say that someone deceived the superiors and subordinates, and he was completely unaware and didn't know about it at all. As for whether the alliance believes it or not. Whether the alliance believes it or not, who knows? Anyway, those who should believe it will believe it unswervingly. It doesn't matter whether others believe it or not. So should he go there or not? The young man raised his glass to him. Would he lose face if he didn't go? After all, these guys' brain circuits are different from ordinary people. Who knows if they will have a seizure or something? Forget it, Yu Hai thought about it and decided to go and see what the other party had to say. He would just refuse then. He didn't believe that the other party could do anything to Xiaobo. With Xiaobo around, what was there to be afraid of? Lead the way, Yu Hai released the mosquito-repellent frog, asked the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab to stay here to protect Xiao Ai, asked Xiao Ai to wait for him here, and asked the maid to watch over him. Then he followed the two sailors. Entering the cabin, they went straight to the third floor. There was a private room with a wide view, and they could see the battle below clearly. As soon as he arrived here, he saw a very troublesome person. He had seen this person before in the underground black market and had offended this person. He didn't expect that the other party would be here, and he also knew the previous trainer of Alito. This was the person who sent his lackeys to invite him, and after being rejected by him, he followed him, and stripped his subordinates' clothes, and finally there was no news of him. He didn't expect to meet him here again. Aha, right? Please sit down. The trainer of Alito was a teenager. Just like in the underground black market, he showed his face without any disguise, and stretched out his hand for him to sit on the sofa. Yu Hai was not polite either, and sat on the sofa. There were waiters who came to ask what they wanted to drink, but he refused them all. He came here just to find out what the other party wanted to do. The boy saw that Yu Hai didn't drink anything, and he wasn't angry. He waved his hand to let the waiter leave, and explained to Yu Hai, "Sorry, I'm sorry to invite you. I just watched your game. You are quite strong, and you use water spirits. Are you interested in staying as a sailor?" "No, I still have to attend the quartz conference. I don't have the idea of staying on the ship for the rest of my life." Yu Hai was relieved when he heard that it was an invitation to be a sailor. Fortunately, he had changed his voice when he went to the black market. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to sit here and talk to the other party. If he used his original voice and shouted so loudly during the battle, the other party would be able to tell it was him. "Don't be nervous. I just want to invite you to be a sailor because I see that you are quite strong. I'm going to run a ship and recruit a group of sailors. If you join us now, you will all be the elders on the ship in the future." The boy smiled. His smile was very gentle, and he explained the reason to Yu Hai. "Why explain so much? People don't want to come. I can just be your first mate when the time comes." The evil boy curled his lips, not understanding why his childhood friend was so polite to a stranger. If they are willing, they can talk nicely. Since they are not willing, there is no need to talk nonsense. What's the point of showing goodwill? They have refused anyway. "Hey, you can't say that. If you want to sail in the future, more friends will open up more ways." The boy immediately refuted the evil boy and comforted Yu Hai, "Don't take it to heart. My friend has a strange temper. It's okay." Yu Hai waved his hand. This boy gave him a good feeling. It was nothing more than a big pie when recruiting people. This is all normal corporate culture. He was tired of hearing it in his previous life, so he naturally didn't care too much. However, the personalities of these two people are quite different. He can't understand why these two boys who are completely opposite in their ways of dealing with things can become friends and sit together to drink and chat. It's really puzzling. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be a sailor. There is a high-end party tonight. Those who attend the party, they are all senior trainers. The prizes for this party are very generous. This ticket is an invitation. I hope you can come to participate." The boy waved to the waiter. The waiter hurried forward, holding an invitation in his white-gloved hands, bent down and respectfully placed it in front of Yu Hai. It was a party ticket on the top floor of a luxury cruise ship, and there was a pattern of this luxury cruise ship on the ticket. Yu Hai reached out to take the ticket. There was no need to refuse such a thing. He could not go at that time. There was no need to be serious about such things. Snap! Just after taking the ticket, Yu Hai suddenly heard a crisp sound of whipping. He turned his head and found that it was Ariela tied with an iron chain, and was whipped hard by the evil young man. "Waste, I have raised you for so long, and you have eaten so many good things, but you are still disobedient and still don't evolve." The evil young man whipped Ryelu again, whipping Ryela's skin and flesh. There were still scars from the previous whipping on his body. Even though he was whipped, Ryelu didn't scream, but clenched his teeth and stared at the young master fiercely. His unyielding stubborn spirit was in line with the strong character of this kind of elf. It may cause discomfort later, you go first. The boy waved his hand to let Yu Hai leave, not wanting Yu Hai to see this, because it would cause trouble for Yu Hai, and even harm Yu Hai. Okay, Yu Hai nodded silently, glanced at Ryalu, retracted his gaze and stood up to leave the private room, because he really couldn't control this matter. It was someone else's elf, and he was powerless. However, he left Darkrai behind, wanting Darkrai to see what was going on. Why was Ryalu tied with an iron chain? Where did this Ryalu come from? Seeing Yu Hai leave, the boy was relieved and angrily said to the young master, "Enough, didn't you see there were still guests? If this gets out, don't tell them we know each other." The boy felt that his childhood friend treated Pokemon too violently. If Pokemon didn't obey, he would either beat them or scold them. Sometimes he would even starve them. He had told them many times, but they just wouldn't listen. He had no choice. After all, they weren't his Pokemon. He wouldn't dare to tell anyone. The young man glared at Yu Hai who was leaving. After Yu Hai disappeared, he smiled and said to his childhood friend, "I should have known that I wouldn't want it. It still doesn't obey, let alone evolve. Both Lurdu and Lurdu have evolved. We were Pokemon hatched at the same time. I've told you a long time ago that they are very special Pokemon. One has superpowers and the other has wave guides. Your way of nurturing them is wrong. They can feel the mood of the trainer. No matter who is in your hands, you forget it, it's better not to say anything." The boy knew his childhood friend's attitude towards elves, and it was impossible for him to subdue such rare elves. Even if he hatched the elves from eggs, he would not be recognized by these rare elves. His dark heart made it impossible for him to subdue these two elves. Larulus is a mood elf, and can keenly use the red tentacles on its head to capture the emotions of humans and elves. Usually, it rarely appears in front of humans, but when it feels positive emotions, it will approach this emotion, and when it feels hostility, it will hide in the dark. It is said that Larulus will appear in front of humans who are in a good mood, and tend to be close to people with cheerful moods rather than those with low moods, regardless of gender, age, or status. Larulus uses the tentacles of the eagle capture the warmth of humans and elves, and the whole body will warm up slightly. This may be the special feature of Larulus. When the trainer is in a good mood, Larulus will also be happy with the trainer. The same is true for Ryalu. As a wave elf, it has a strange power to read people's hearts and will not approach dangerous humans. Those with good hearts will be recognized by it, and those with evil hearts will be hated. Ryalu can observe the feelings of humans and elves, as well as the appearance of nature in the form of waves. Ryalu can also communicate with his companions by emitting waves. The waves emitted from the body will become stronger when afraid or sad, and send dangerous signals to partners. Since there is no need to chirp when communicating, this will not be discovered by the enemy. Ryalu's body is flexible and strong. It can run all night and is full of energy. It can climb 3 mountains and cross 2 valleys in one night. It is a very determined and hard-working Pokemon, but it is still a young boy before evolution. Because Ryalu is very lively, it will be very hard for people to take it for a walk. From the introduction of these two Pokemon in the Pokemon Encyclopedia, it can be seen that just hatching these two Pokemon is not enough to become their trainer. Only humans who are recognized by these two Pokemon can become their trainers. These rare Pokemon with special abilities have the right to choose their own trainers. Trainers who are not recognized by them cannot become their trainers. They will not submit to humans either, and the evil young man is a good example. Hey, since they don't listen, just beat them until they listen. The evil young man didn't care about his childhood friend's explanation. He didn't believe in his childhood friend's training method. He believed that the strong are respected. If they don't obey, then beat them until they dare not resist. Just like the strongest attribute challenge in the underground black market, his preference is the strongest dragon-type elves, especially those on the list. If it weren't for his father saying that Ryalu would be stronger in the future, he wouldn't choose to hatch Rylu and give the elf egg of Larula's to his childhood friend. However, after Larula's is hatched, it may escape by teleporting, and it will not be tied with iron chains and let him whip it. It seems that conquering these elves is already hopeless. It is difficult for him to get the recognition of these elves. But Dad is getting quasi-gods, that is, those quasi-gods on the list of the strongest attribute challenge, and is preparing to breed quasi-gods with other dragon-type elves to hatch eggs. I don't know if Dad can get a dragon-type quasi-god. I heard that those people are difficult to deal with, and he has thought about them, but those people are very strong, at least they are quasi-king trainers, who are on par with his own father. He has the heart but not the courage. In fact, he can also go through the Rocket Team's channels and go to the Sinnoh region to steal Pokemon eggs. This childhood friend may not know that his own father and the other party's father are both undercover agents of the Rocket Team. Alas, the boy sighed helplessly, helpless, after all, it was the other party's Pokemon, he could not intervene, and he was also powerless. Okay, I won't beat you, the young man put down the whip when he saw his childhood friend sighing silently. He just kicked Rylu and cursed, go away. I'm upset when I see you. Ouch, Rylu was kicked. It was used to being beaten. It immediately got up from the ground and lay on all fours. It bared its teeth at the young man and growled a warning. Oh, you dare to bar your teeth at me, the young man smiled. Every time this stupid dog bared its teeth, he would beat it half to death and couldn't even get up. Only then did he let the biting dog go in a good mood. Forget it, don't spoil the fun, the boy crossed his legs and glanced at his childhood friend, hoping that he would stop. After all, there were too many people here. Okay, I'll listen to you, the young man just stood up and sat down again, and took back Rylu with the poke ball, and smiled to his childhood friend, I think the trainer just now is pretty good, why did you let him go? There are many people coming and going on the cruise ship, and there are many powerful trainers. Some will refuse, and some will accept. There is no need to make things unpleasant, the boy shook his head gently. His father is more tactful and a good man, at least on the surface. He also learned to be like this, and this was taught by his father. No matter who he is, he must be kinder. Maybe he may need the help of these people in the future. There is still a long time in the future, who knows? I think he has a cute sister. As long as he has that little girl, are you still afraid that he will not listen? The young man licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. Every time he saw the short-haired little girl downstairs, he felt that she was very cute, and if he pinched her, she would probably cry for a long time. Shut up, put away your quirks, or I will turn my face against you, the boy suddenly jumped up, stretched out his hand to grab his childhood friend's collar, warned him, and turned around and slammed the door. He didn't expect this guy to be so disgusting. Hey, don't say it, I'm your first mate. The evil boy saw that his childhood friend was really angry, and hurriedly got up and chased him to apologize. He didn't want to lose this friend. After the two left the private room, the waiter hurriedly cleaned up and left the private room. No one noticed that a black shadow quietly left through the crack of the door after the private room door was closed. Yu-Hai was sitting under the parasol, and Darkrai carefully sneaked into the shadow of the pedestrian. When the pedestrian's shadow overlapped with the shadow of the parasol, Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and brought the information Yu-Hai wanted. That Rylu is the Pokemon they hatched. The malice in that human's heart is greater than many humans I have met before. The way he treats Pokemon is even worse than the previous poaching group leader. Hehe, humans are like this. Although I am not a good person, sometimes even I find such people disgusting, Yu-Hai smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that the poaching group leader would be pulled out and whipped one day. The fact that the poaching group leader's gem starfish jumped out of the window and escaped without hesitation is enough to show that there is no bond between them, and they are just tools and exploitation. I didn't expect that in Darkrai's evaluation, there is actually a trainer who is worse than the poaching group leader. Chapter 460, Self-Help. I guess those two people are almost second to none on this cruise ship. No one can control them. Those who can control them must be very protective of them. Otherwise, they would not be alive today with what they did, especially that disgusting guy. Yu Hai could only sigh. What else could he do? He was not a savior. He was just a high-level fighter. He didn't have the strength to control them. As for Xiaobo? Forget it. Xiaobo is an old man. It is impossible for him to interfere with others because of such an inexplicable thing. It is even more ridiculous to preach to others that it is wrong to do so. Even if he tells Junsha? Then what? She is a bad trainer in the underground world and doesn't care about these things at all. As for Team Rocket? Don't be funny. Xiaobo has a soft spot and doesn't want to cause trouble. It is obviously unwise to provoke Team Rocket at this time, and Xiaobo will not provoke Team Rocket. To put it bluntly, once a person has a weak spot, he will have too many concerns. Unless someone hurts Xiaobo's weak spot, Xiaobo can be forced to take action. So it's helpless. Those who don't have the strength want to change, but they don't have the strength. Those who have the strength either have too many concerns and dare not take action, fearing retaliation. Or they are vested interests. Why should they change? Are they destroying their own rice bowl? Ah! Don't sigh, they want to threaten you with Xiao Ai and control you to be a sailor for them. Puff, Yu Hai just drank the juice in his mouth, and heard Darkray's words, and sprayed it directly on passers-by. Sorry, I drank too fast, I drank too fast. Yu Hai quickly stood up and bowed to apologize, hoping that passers-by would not be angry. The passerby wiped his clothes with paper, but he was not angry enough to hit anyone. The main reason was that he could not beat him. Seeing the giant crab next to Yu Hai, he cursed and left. Hai, can't you finish your words at once? Yu Hai wanted to curse. When did Darkray become a riddle man? Can't he finish his words at once? You didn't ask. Darkray was innocent. He didn't interrupt Yu Hai when he heard Yu Hai sighing, but Yu Hai sighed endlessly, so he could only interrupt Yu Hai and tell the most important thing. Whose idea is it, or both of them? Yu Hai saw Xiao Ai buying balloons not far away, followed by the mosquito-repellent frog and the maid, and he asked Darkray in a low voice. It was the idea of the human who whipped Ryalu. The other human didn't have such an idea, otherwise he wouldn't have been recognized by Alito. I sensed that kind of Pokemon's heart is very pure. Trainers recognized by such Pokemon should not be bad. Hehe, it's hard to say whether humans are good or bad. If their bond is deep enough, they can become bad together. Yu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He thought Darkray's mind would be more mature, but he didn't expect it to be a diode of black and white. Okay, I really don't understand you humans, it's so complicated. Darkray can feel the malice and darkness of humans, but that's all. There are 3 kinds of malice it can sense. One is no malice. One is malice that is not revealed and will not be put into action. One is undisguised malice, which will be put into action soon. Yu Hai belongs to the first and second types. The second type sometimes takes action, but it is rare. The most impressive time for it was when it faced the King of Phoenix. I see. Let me think about it, Yu Hai sighed. He was going back to his old job. He had to be on guard against being targeted by that guy, and it was his public identity. Why not bring out Xiaobo's identity and let the other party give up? He really didn't want to provoke the other party. The other party must be the offspring of a big shot on the ship. If he killed the other party, he would definitely face endless pursuit. If he knew that the other party was Team Rocket, he would not want to provoke him even more. He is now in the Kanto region. If he is targeted by Team Rocket, it will be a net of heaven and earth, and it will be difficult to escape. After all, there is only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? It is better to wait for Xiaobo to come back, discuss with Xiaobo how to deal with it, and then decide what to do. What are you thinking about? Go back to dinner, Xiaobo came over and kicked Yu Hai's feet. Seeing Yu Hai staring at a girl in a daze, he thought Yu Hai was fascinated by beautiful women. Ahem, Yu Hai just came back to his senses and saw the smirk on Xiaobo's face. He looked in the direction where he was just in a daze. He didn't know when there were several girls in swimsuits. No, Xiaobo, it's not what you think. I wasn't, Yu Hai hurriedly explained, fearing that Xiaobo would misunderstand. But Xiaobo smiled and blinked at Yu Hai, indicating that they were all men, with a look of "I understand you." I can't explain it clearly." Yu Hai was completely at a loss. He was wronged. He made him forget how to say what he had just organized and wanted to discuss with Xiaobo. This was a thousand-knife misunderstanding. Hee, let's go, stinky boy. Xiaobo hugged Xiao Ai and laughed strangely and left. He didn't bother to listen to Yu Hai's quibbling. He hugged Xiao Ai into the cabin and prepared to take the elevator back to the top floor. During the meal, Yu Hai was too lazy to explain his days just now, but he still had to discuss the matter of the evil young man with Xiaobo. Xiaobo, what is the strength of the captain of this ship? How is the overall defense of this cruise ship? Captain? He is pretty good, almost reaching the threshold of the king. Xiaobo thought about it. That old friend often sailed the route of Honglian Island. When they met, the other party was still a sailor. He ran on this route for 20 years and finally climbed to the position of captain. It turned out that they had known each other for so long, and the other party had also grown from a young man to a middle-aged man. Defense Force. Xiaobo smiled and looked at Yu Hai when he heard the second question. The waters near Kanto are not the Orange Islands, and there are no pirates. Why do we need defense force? The captain, some sailors, and the trainers and passengers on the ship can also organize temporarily. This force is enough to protect the ship. So that's how it is. Yu Hai felt that this matter had a chance, but what was Xiaobo grinning about? After thinking about what he had just said, he seemed to understand something. Xiaobo, I suspect you are a hermaphrodite. Ha ha ha, Xiaobo just smiled and said nothing. The situation in the Orange Islands was chaotic. They were pirates on the surface, but it was hard to say what they were behind the scenes. It was not wrong to say that they were private soldiers raised by a big family. Hey, Yu Hai didn't know what Xiaobo was going to say. He was just talking about the poor mountains and bad waters of the Orange Islands. He didn't bother to pay attention to this old man. Although there was nothing wrong with saying that, he was a trainer of the Orange Islands. If he said that about the Orange Islands, he was just talking about him. Haha, I'm kidding. Let's go somewhere after dinner. Xiaobo smiled and talked to Yu Hai about other things. Where? Yu Hai also knew that the other party was joking. Anyway, he was not a local, just a despicable foreigner. As long as he didn't put himself in his shoes, he wouldn't be talking about him. The main feature of the time traveler was a shameless person. It was a training organized by the captain. The captain will give out a good prize for the young people to learn from each other and let everyone know each other. Xiaobo was invited by the captain, but the young man around Xiaobo was only Yu Hai. Apart from Yu Hai, he really had no one to call. It's too early for Xiao Ai to attend such a party. Let's wait until Xiao Ai grows up a little. At least she has the strength of a senior level, so she won't be abused when she goes up to fight. Go, why not? Yu Hai thought of the invitation letter from the boy in the afternoon. It should be the same party. After all, one is a party that only senior trainers can attend, and the other is a party brought by Xiaobo. Xiaobo's level is obviously higher. In addition, Xiaobo also said that it was a contest between the younger generations, so it should be the same party. He just happened to go there to find out the defense of this passenger ship. This is a good opportunity to find out the defense. In addition, the boy was able to send the invitation letter, which means he was the organizer of this party. He didn't know what his relationship with the captain was. Maybe they were father and son. He had to go and take a look. Also, he decided to do this job. If the captain's strength was just touching the threshold of the king, he could do this job. After all, he had stolen the backpack of the Quasi-King, so why couldn't he kill the son of the Quasi-King? This is unscientific. Fortunately, he didn't believe in science, he only believed in himself. With the elves, this vote is done. Not only do he have to do this vote, he also wants to cut the grass and root it out. Anyway, with Xiaobo as a backup, it should be easy for an old-fashioned king to fight two Quasi-Kings. He, let's fuck him tonight. After 7 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, they blew the sea breeze for a while, and Xiaobo took him and Xiao Ai to the top floor banquet hall of the luxury cruise ship. He didn't expect that there was such a large banquet hall on the top floor of the cruise ship where he walked around every day. It was really the first time for a country bumpkin to come to the city. Finally, his eyes were opened. He must not be corrupted by the sugar-coated bullets here, and he must stick to his original intention. Then, it smells so good. Fuck, you have to understand a reason, you can eat as much as you want here for free, it's better than eating at a buffet. Everyone come out, eat as much as you want. Yu Hai released a few mosquito frogs, even the lightning bird, and let everyone eat as much as they want, eat first and then talk. Yobo, the mosquito frog, heard that it could eat as much as it wanted, so it didn't care about so much, and grabbed the exquisite food on the table and ate it, all of which were delicious and delicious. Ku Kei, the giant claw crab, was exhausted from fighting today, and didn't hesitate to grab the delicious food on the ground with its little claws and eat it. Some elves are too short to reach the table, and some elves' food will be placed on exquisite carpets for some short elves to eat. How much? The alliance stared at the garden. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was eating like crazy, and the teacher who taught them was beside them. The two guys were eating like crazy. It was rare for them to have a free buffet. Bei Lai, the gull, was eating more elegantly, chewing slowly with big mouthfuls. Scyther had no hands, so he could only let the mosquito frog help him put the food into his mouth. Roar, don't even mention Gyarados, it was even uglier than the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he just asked the waiter to pour the food into his mouth, one basin after another. However, Gyarados didn't eat the plate, but Han Han even ate the plate, which made everyone stay away from the two Tyrannosaurus Rex, saying that they didn't know the two guys. I'm afraid they were starving, and they even bit the plate with a crunching sound. There were also the snail and the Flash. The two little guys sat with Yu Hai. They didn't eat much. The lightning bird ate some grains and was full. It flew to the hat on his back to sleep. Yes, the lightning bird can fly, but it is still a gray sparrow. It has passed the premature birth and is still in the growth period. However, everyone was completely crazy about eating, especially Han Han and Gyarados. The way they ate was simply unbearable to watch. Because their eating style was too ugly, many people stayed away from them and pointed at them. Yu Hai didn't care about other people's eyes. He was a pragmatist and didn't care about being picky. He ate as much as he could. The most important thing was that it was free. Free stuff made him happy. He kept free stuff and felt happy. Hey, do you know that guy over there? No, do you think we know each other? Hey, it's hard to say. What if you don't dare to recognize each other? Hee. However, Yu Hai's crazy eating still attracted the attention of the organizer. The captain asked the people around him, who invited that young man over there? Ahem, Xiaobo didn't dare to answer after hearing this, pretending that he didn't hear it, hoping that someone would come out to take the blame, saying that he didn't know that ignorant boy. I should have reminded Yu Hai to be more careful about his eating manners, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, when did he get mixed up with them? Just after the captain asked twice, Xiaobo's forehead began to sweat, and he was almost unable to bear it. He thought to himself that he might as well admit it, anyway, it wasn't his own fault. However, someone stepped forward and took the blame, and he was relieved. Father dear, I invited him. The trainer of Alito stood up awkwardly. He didn't expect Yu Hai to come, and not only did he come, but he also became famous. It's you, Xiao Feng, how did you two know each other? The captain saw that it was his son who invited him, and he didn't know what to say. After all, he couldn't beat or scold his son, and in front of so many old friends, he must pay attention to his image. I watched his battle in the afternoon. That giant crab won 4 games in a row, so I invited him and wanted to invite him to be my sailor. Xiao Feng scratched his head awkwardly. I can only honestly explain what happened in the afternoon. After hearing this, Xiaobo hugged Xiao Ai and fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen when he answered the phone and left, and that stinky boy didn't tell him. Forget it, you make your own arrangements. I'll introduce you to an uncle. Come over and call Uncle Xia. This Uncle Xia is the owner of the Red Lotus Gym. Hello, Uncle Xia, I'm Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng came forward to greet him, but he didn't recognize that Xiaobo was the Xiaobo of this afternoon, and Xiao Ai didn't recognize him either, because Xiaobo changed his wig. This afternoon, they looked down from the 3rd floor and saw Xiaobo with long hair and sunglasses, and Xiao Ai wearing a sun hat. Now Xiaobo has short hair and no sunglasses, and Xiao Ai wears a peaked cap, and has been hiding in Xiaobo's arms, so he didn't recognize him. Chapter 461, The Night of Being the 6th Old Man. Master Xiaobo, who is this little girl? The captain asked curiously when he saw Xiaobo holding Xiao Ai in his arms. She is my granddaughter. She was bored in Honglian Island, so I brought her out to travel and relax. Xiaobo made up a random excuse to fool the matter. Anyway, the other party didn't know Xiao Ai. So it's your granddaughter. The little girl is so pretty. Uncle didn't bring any gifts. Uncle has a mysterious water drop here, so I'll give it to you as a gift. The captain smiled and took out a water drop-shaped gem. You can still see blue liquid flowing in the gem. When Xiao Ai was confused, he pulled the thin rope and hung it around Xiao Ai's neck. Oh, I'm so sorry. I came here to attend the banquet. How can I accept your things? Xiaobo's eyesight is not bad. He can tell at a glance that this is a mysterious water drop of the quasi-king level. If new props and elite props are already everywhere, senior props are still rare and can be bought with money. Then the quasi-king spirit props are the limit of what can be bought with money. King-level props are priceless and cannot be measured by money, just like the best evolution stone. Haha, they are just small toys for children. You should walk around more in the future. The captain didn't care. For Xiaobo's relationship, the quasi-king props were insignificant. He could see that Xiao Ai was not very old. His son was only 14 or 15 years old, but age was not a problem. It was enough to be able to get close to Xiaobo, the owner of the hall. Haha, it's time to walk around more. Xiaobo also smiled and echoed the other party. Since the other party liked to give it, he didn't refuse. Both of them laughed happily. Xiao Feng, the battle is about to start. Why are you still dawdling here? The evil young man came over and called Xiao Feng to fight, completely ignoring the fact that his elders were still there. This kid is the son of the first mate, always so irritable. The captain saw his son being taken away, and smiled and introduced the boy who took his son away to Xiaobo, who was also the son of his good brother. Their sons were childhood friends, and he and the first mate were also childhood friends. Yet, Xiaobo nodded pretentiously and praised the young man. He looks strong and is a good boy. Haha, they have been playing together since childhood and are good friends, just like me and the first mate. We have been good brothers at sea for more than 20 years. By the way, Master Xiaobo, where is the boy you brought? Why don't you see him? Let the younger generations get to know him. It's just right that the competition has started, and the younger generations can also get familiar with each other. The captain looked around, but didn't see the boy Xiaobo brought. Ahem, he had diarrhea and didn't come. Xiaobo couldn't respond to this at all. If he introduced Yu Hai now, wouldn't it be a slap in his face, so he just pretended not to know him, otherwise his face would definitely hurt. That's a pity. How about we go to watch the game? The captain didn't say anything. After all, he wanted to meet Xiaobo. Even if the teenager brought by Xiaobo wanted to meet, this network of relationships would have to wait until the teenager became an adult and had strength to play a role. It didn't matter if they didn't meet this time. It wouldn't be too late to meet next time. Anyway, they often run this route, and there will always be a time to meet. Grandpa Xia, Brother Hai is obviously over there. Xiao Ai waited until the captain left before whispering in Xiaobo's ear. Xiao Ai, Grandpa is helping Xiao Hai. Don't interrupt Grandpa, otherwise Grandpa will be seen through by others. Xiaobo's words were 7 points true and 3 points false, and Xiao Ai couldn't hear it at all. Because he didn't know why Yu Hai didn't say that Yu Hai knew the captain's son, so Yu Hai must have his own plan. He didn't know what the plan was. He could ask when he went back. But at this time, he definitely couldn't recognize Yu Hai. Let's not talk about the face problem first. As long as he recognized him, he would be exposed and couldn't act at all. What if Yu Hai's plan was ruined? So they must not recognize each other. He definitely didn't refuse to recognize each other because of face issues. It was definitely not. He was the gym leader of the alliance. How could he joke about his reputation? Everyone should believe him. Please believe him. After fooling Xiao Ai, Xiaobo took Xiao Ai to the audience to watch the game and sat next to the captain. The two watched this battle between senior trainers together. Then, Trainer Ai, who is Trainer Ai? Please go on the court immediately and send out your Pokemon. It was Yu Hai's turn to fight. The referee also called Yu Hai several times. He should have registered just now, so he was called. What? Me? Burp. Yu Hai was a little confused when he was called. He burped a lot and almost couldn't breathe out. The reason why he was confused was that he didn't register at all. It was probably Xiaobo who called him. Helped him register. He thought he didn't have to play the game, just eat and eat. Looking at Xiaobo in the audience, his eyes were still a little helpless, as if asking why didn't you say it earlier. When Xiaobo saw Yu Hai looking at him, he quickly turned his eyes away, not wanting to look at Yu Hai at all. Who is this person? He didn't know him, and didn't want to know him. He, Xiao Ai knew the reason, so she hid in Xiaobo's arms and laughed secretly, feeling so fun. Trainer Ai, the battle has begun. Please come over and send out your Pokemon. The referee saw Yu Hai still sitting on the chair and hiccuping, and the black line on his forehead almost couldn't hold it. How could a trainer like this? He really hadn't seen it, but now he has seen it. Can you give up? Yu Hai was too full, turned his head to look at his Pokemon. He found that they were all full, lying on the ground and couldn't move at all, helplessly spread his hands to indicate that he wanted to give up. Okay. The referee couldn't stand Yu Hai's laziness, so he agreed to Yu Hai's waiver, and ruled that Yu Hai's opponent won, and then started the next match. Xiao Feng, look at him like that, is this the sailor you want to invite? The young man saw Yu Hai slumped in the chair, and stretched out his hand to rub his round belly, and laughed directly. Ah, Xiao Feng sighed helplessly. He just saw that Yu Hai's command ability was not bad. Who would have thought that he would be such a trainer? He didn't expect it, and because of this, he was lectured by his father again. Now he dared not look at his father, secretly looked at him, and was glared back. He was also helpless. This was probably the consequence of handing out tickets everywhere, and he could only bear it himself. He was too lazy to listen to the ridicule of the people around him, and he was too lazy to see the contempt in the eyes of the people around him. After hearing the referee's ruling, Yu Hai was relieved. Finally, he didn't have to play the game. He didn't like the prize this time, and he might not get it, so he didn't have to fight hard. The prize for this competition is a senior-level item, with various attributes such as water, grass, electric, and ground. You can choose any one, which is nearly 5 million. But he doesn't need this little money, so there is no need to play this game. This time the competition system is one-on-one, the winner advances, and the loser exits. Whoever wins in the end will get the prize. It's hard to say who will get the prize in this competition system. Anyway, he is not sure, so he is too lazy to participate. The game lasted for more than 2 hours. After the game, it was the young master who won the championship. Needless to say, there must be a conspiracy. If you say there is no conspiracy, he doesn't believe it. The final match was also between the trainer of Alito and the young master, and he lost to the young master, who is the son of the first mate. However, this guy's Pokemon is weird. They are all dragon Pokemon, at least their names have the word dragon. The Pokemon this guy just used were Thorn Dragon, Desert Dragon, Charizard, Gyarados, Lightning Dragon, and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Among the 6 dragon Pokemon, there are only 2 real dragons, and the remaining 4 are all pseudo-dragons, with some dragon blood, but not much. After the game, he had almost rested, and used the Pokeball to retrieve the mosquito frogs. Darkrai also came back from investigating the news, and he was ready to leave the banquet hall with the crowd. However, he was stopped by someone when he was about to leave. "Where do you want to go? Our young master said that if you don't come here, you won't play in the game." "The young master asked you to pay for the meal." "Which young master?" Yu Hai had to ask clearly first. After all, the invitation said that the food and drinks were free. Was the other party bullying him because he couldn't read? Of course. "It's me." The evil young master was too lazy to see the lackey causing trouble, so he walked over directly, his nose turned up, and looked down at Yu Hai from a high position. Seeing that it was this guy, Yu Hai ignored him, took out the invitation and threw it, and cursed in a low voice, "Psycho!" The lackey heard Yu Hai curse, and immediately wanted to jump out, but was stopped by the evil young man. The lackey was very confused and asked in a low voice, "Master, he just... I heard it, I don't need you to remind me." The evil young man glared at the lackey, let the lackey come closer, and whispered in the lackey's ear, "Find someone to kill him, and bring his sister." "Okay, master." The lackey heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, looked behind him, and signaled the people behind him to follow, and then left the banquet hall and followed Yu Hai's footsteps. "Here they are here to kill you, I can feel the murderous intent in their eyes." Darkrai reminded Yu Hai in the shadow of Yu Hai that someone was following behind him. "Haha, then have some fun with them." Yu Hai left the banquet hall and did not return to the top floor sea view room, but went into the lower and middle floors of the cabin, ready to take these clowns for a walk. However, Yu Hai did not know that Xiaobo was outside the banquet hall. He could not wait for him, so he asked the maid to wait here and they went back first. Xiao Ai played for a long time today and was exhausted. Xiao Ai fell asleep during the battle. He had to take Xiao Ai back to sleep first. Yu Hai did not need to worry about that brat. No matter his strength or mind, he was not a teenager. He did not regard the other party as a teenager. After all, it was not simple for a kid who dared to steal the Rocket Team's things and found the Phoenix King to let the Phoenix King revive Xiao Ai. He never underestimated the other party, but the other party's performance sometimes made him feel equals. After all, he is an old antique. In his teens, 20s, and 30s, he will always be a child who has not grown up. After arriving at the lower and middle floors, Yu Hai soon got rid of the lackeys behind him, took the goal back to the top floor sea view room, opened the window and sneaked into the room. After arriving at the room, he released a few poisonous skull frogs and let them have dinner. After dinner, he asked Darkrai to go out and find out the details of those people. He fell on the bed and slept soundly, and asked the elves to take the time to sleep. After sleeping until the late night and early morning, Yu Hai finally woke up after getting enough energy. His stomach was still full. He had eaten 2 dinners and had not digested them yet. He also woke up with the round silk spider in the corner, the ditto and the gull on the bed, and Darkrai and Jengar in the shadow. "It's time to get off the boat." Yu Hai got up and packed his things. He went to the bathroom to wash his face and let the ditto jump on his face. He instantly became a stranger he didn't even recognize. After putting on a black stab-proof suit, zipping it up, putting on a hood, and carrying a backpack, he let the orb silk spider crawl onto his shoulders. He came to the bedside, where there was a dim light. He took out a pen and wrote something on a white paper. After writing the farewell letter, he handed the letter to Darkrai and prepared to ask Darkrai to run a trip. Have you checked everything? I have checked it out. The residents and bodyguards of that human, all of them are marked by me, and I can find them at any time. Darkrai emerged from the shadows, sensing the murderous intent in Yu-Hai's heart, and it seemed that Yu-Hai was going to take action. Take it to the next room and put it on the bedside table. Be careful, he is an old man with the strength of a king. Yu-Hai folded the white paper in half, hiding the black words in the middle, and handed the white paper to Darkrai, watching Darkrai sneak into the shadows. He came to the window and opened the glass door of the balcony. When he came to the balcony, he saw that the sea and sky began to turn white, and it was almost dawn. Not long after, just a few breaths, Darkrai came back and returned to his shadow. They are sleeping soundly, the letter is under the bedside lamp. Goodbye, Xiao Ai. Yu-Hai gently closed the glass door of the balcony, glanced at the sea view room next door, silently said goodbye to Xiao Ai, and let the orb spider take him to the balcony on the next floor, and then sat on the big-mouthed gull and flew away. They came to the middle deck of the passenger ship and went directly to the bar on the next floor. Darkrai's voice was still heard in their ears. There are 3 people in this bar who know Xiao Ai and us, and some are sleeping in the room, and the rest are with that human. Darkrai, hypnotize them and let them go to the toilet on the deck. Yu-Hai leaned against the door of the bar, and after seeing his target, he turned around and went to the deck to wait. Half a minute later, he saw 3 people staggering towards him, and they seemed to be drunk. Orb spider, poisonous loot, Jengar pick up things. Yu-Hai saw these 3 people and directly let the elves move. It wasn't long before the 3 of them were dealt with. The elves' personal belongings and all the valuables on their bodies were taken out and put into the backpack that Jengar took out of his mouth. Cower-he, Jengar found that he had adapted to this kind of life, and he was getting more and more skilled at looting. He began to like this kind of life, and even his laughter was so pleasant. Cower-he. Chapter 462, Dawn Before Dawn. Okay, it's late at night, and laughing so badly will wake them up. Yu-Hai raised his hand and patted Jengar, who was giggling. Jengar's head felt quite comfortable to touch. No wonder Kikyuko used Jengar's head as a crutch armrest. Cower-he, Jengar stuck out his big tongue, and the corners of his mouth still had an evil smile. He was still very obedient in front of Yu-Hai, and didn't dare to continue to be naughty. After all, it was the owner who took care of food and drink, and he was also very good to it. In fact, they were afraid of the mosquito-repellent frog, and they were beaten by the mosquito-repellent frog when they were disobedient. Orb Silk Spider, drag them to the sea, let's go. Yu-Hai asked Orb Silk Spider to clean up the mess, and turned around to continue looking for the target. These people were already dead, and throwing them into the sea was like a snack for sharks. Since his debut, he has been feeding these stupid fish a lot. Next, they came to the room of the evil young man's bodyguard. These people were not only bodyguards, but also part-time sailors. It is estimated that they often cheated and deceived. Orb Silk Spider opens the door to lick the bag, Darkrai hypnotizes, and Jengar finishes. Yu-Hai did not enter the room. He was wearing thorn-proof gloves so that he would not leave fingerprints. After the 3 elves finished dealing with the people in the room, the people inside were also packed up by the spider silk of the Orb Silk Spider and all dragged into the sea to feed the sharks. After dealing with these people, they came to the top floor of the luxury cruise ship. This is the room of the evil young man, and there are 2 bodyguards standing at the door. I don't know if the evil young man lives on this floor. He lived here before, but on a different floor. Xiaobo, the captain, the bosun, the rich, and some powerful trainers basically live on the top floor. If you want to do something on this floor, you must be careful. Fortunately, it is the second half of the night, when a person sleeps the deepest. The two bodyguards are also drowsy. They think that tonight will be the same as usual and there will be no emergencies, so they slack off. Fortunately, the evil young man's father is not on this floor. He is probably still working the night shift at the bottom of the ship, that is, in the underground black market. 2 elf guards and 2 bodyguards, their strength is at the level of tonight's competition, but only 2 elves are released, and the other 4 are in the elf ball. Sneak in through the window and lure them in for forced hypnosis. Yu Hai came to the evil young man's seat on the balcony of the view room, let dark ray force hypnotize the young master, then open the window and let the orb spider crawl in to make some noise in the room. Da-da, da-da-da. What's that sound? Huh? Is it the young master's room? How is that possible? The bodyguard outside the door heard the da-da sound, opened the door and walked into the room, but just after entering the room, he and the elf made a dong sound. There was another bodyguard outside the door. After hearing the dong sound, he hurried into the room to check, but there was another dong sound, and there was no sound at all. The door slowly closed, and the 2 bodyguards never came out of the room again. As soon as they entered the room, they were forced to hypnotize by dark ray in the dark. Together with the young master on the bed, there were 3 people in the room. In fact, the movement here was not unnoticed. The young master's childhood friend Xiao Feng was sleeping next door, and the Alito who was sitting cross-legged and meditating beside the bed noticed the movement here. However, Alito just sensed the familiar breath of Yu Hai, turned his head to look at his trainer, and then slowly closed his eyes again. It did not make this matter public, nor did it remind its trainer that the other's good friend was being killed. In fact, it also did not like the human next door, even to the point of disgust, but it could not care about human affairs, and it was equally helpless. It had countless nights, and was glad that its trainer was not bad. If its trainer was also such a human, it would have escaped with teleportation long ago, and it would not have stayed until now. At this time, Yu Hai finally opened the glass door of the balcony and walked into the room, looking at the 2 bodyguards who had fainted, and the elves of the 2 bodyguards, who had been collected by the elf balls. Tisk tisk, I guess he knows what kind of virtue his son is, so he has 2 bodyguards, otherwise why is there no bodyguard at the door of the captain's son? Haha, Yu Hai sneered, looking at the naked young man on the bed, who obviously fell asleep without clothes after the battle. The orb spider is licking the bag, Jengar is finishing. Yu Hai just glanced at the young master, then left the room, went to the balcony to face the sea breeze, and lit a cigarette for himself. He had only taken 2 puffs when the orb spider and Jengar took away all the valuables. The 3 of them were entangled by the spider silk. The 3 of them were poisoned and would die quietly and painlessly without anyone noticing. It's a pity, the young master should be given some rest, but he can't make too much noise, and he doesn't have this kind of habit. Killing is killing, he won't kill cruelly. The young master was dragged to the balcony, and the icy cold wind blew, and he finally woke up from the nightmare, only to see a black shadow with his back to him, with endless fear in his eyes. Shh, keep your voice down, it's okay. Yu Hai turned around and put his index finger at his mouth. The orb spider climbed onto his shoulder, and the familiar feeling came back. He slowly approached the young master, exuding the cold breath of Jengar, and whispered in the young master's ear, "Please feel the fear of the night, you can't see the dawn." Woo woo woo, the young master's eyes were full of begging for mercy. This was the first time he faced death. He thought he would not die, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly that it was not decent at all. As for the young master's begging for mercy, it was too dark, and Yu Hai didn't see it, which was really embarrassing. Hypnosis. As a dark hole fell, the young master fell into a deep sleep again. The dawn in the sky had already broken, and they were about to get off the boat. Seeing the young master fall to the ground, the round silk spider jumped up and continued to wrap the spider silk. Even if he was not poisoned to death, he would be suffocated to death. What should we do with the little guy? Darkrai mentioned a little guy after hypnotizing the young master. Oh, I almost forgot, Yu Hai also remembered that there was another little guy tied to the balcony. He looked down and found a blue puppy, looking at him with big watery eyes full of hostility. The little guy saw everything just now, but he was very well behaved and didn't make any sound. He came to the little guy's doghouse, stepped on the little guy's poke ball, crushed it directly, and took out a new poke ball again, and asked the little guy, "Come with me, although I'm not a good person either." Whoa! Rylu's wave guide could feel that Yu Hai was really not a good person. As Yu Hai said, the dark aura on his body was stronger than that of the evil young man, so it would not go with such a person. Grinning teeth. Yu Hai smiled helplessly and sighed, "Since you don't say anything, then take it as your acquiescence." Yu Hai gently touched Rylu's head with the poke ball, and Rylu was stunned instantly. Didn't this person see that he was grinning teeth, which was a hostile gesture, so why did he want to subdue him? But Rylu, who had already entered the poke ball, could not get an answer. "Let's go." Yu Hai subdued Rylu, got on the gull, and left the luxury cruise ship at dawn. A new day has begun, and he will continue to move forward towards the mountains in the sky and the unknown road. The mountains in the distance are the Kanto continent, and he is going to get off the ship. As for the three evil young men, they have been thrown into the sea by the gulls, far away. I hope the sharks don't miss their breakfast. Chapter 463, Rebellion. On the 18th day of the journey to the Kanto region, it rained heavily. Boom, boom. The sudden thunderstorm this morning woke up many passengers, including Xiao Ai, who was sleeping alone in a small room. Wow, Thunder God is angry, Thunder Lord is angry. Xiao Ai, don't be afraid, Grandpa Xia is here. Xia Bo's room and Xiao Ai's room are connected. Xia Bo got out of bed and opened the curtain, and saw Xiao Ai sitting on the bed crying, and hurried over to comfort Xiao Ai. Seeing Xia Bo coming, Xiao Ai hurriedly hugged Xia Bo, and Xia Bo also hugged Xiao Ai back to the room, sitting by the window and looking at the thunderstorm outside the window. After so many days of good weather, this thunderstorm came really suddenly. Suddenly, he saw a strange thing on the bedside table from the corner of his eye, a piece of white paper. He is old, but he has a good memory. He clearly remembered before going to bed that there was no such thing on the bedside table. After observing the surroundings and making sure there was no fraud, he reached out and picked up the white paper on the bedside table, opened the white paper and saw it. "Xia Bo, when you see this letter, I have already disembarked. Don't rush to find me. Read the letter first. After the party last night, the boy who is good friends with the captain's son is chasing me. He knows about Xiao Ai's existence and wants to catch Xiao Ai. He threatens me to be a sailor with Xiao Ai. I have no choice but to deal with all the insiders. Now only the other party's father, the first mate of this luxury cruise ship, and the captain of this ship are left. Xia Bo, when I dealt with them, I found out that they were Team Rocket. Don't tell me that you don't know that this ship belongs to Team Rocket. Once Team Rocket finds Xiao Ai will be in trouble. The next thing is up to you. You still have time to block the news and set up a hangmen banquet for the first mate of this luxury cruise ship. By the way, I didn't have time to say goodbye to Xiao Ai. Please remember to say goodbye to Xiao Ai for me and come to the Quartz Conference. I will wait for you at the Quartz Conference. Hi. Hey, this stinky boy, Xia Bo sighed helplessly after reading the letter. He waited for Yu Hai for a whole night but he didn't come back. He knew something would happen. He is old and wise. How could he not know that this passenger ship is the mobile base of the rocket team, and it is also a tool for the rocket team to make money? It is also a den that the Alliance has marked long ago. The reason why the Alliance did not destroy this base is that they don't want to alert the enemy and just wait for the future to catch them all. After all, the base that has been discovered and exposed to the sun is no longer a base. It can be destroyed at any time and is also under the surveillance of the Alliance. XXXX. The reason why it still exists now is that the Alliance is waiting for an opportunity. If they dismantle one after another, Team Rocket will only hide more secretly. As for how Yu Hai found Team Rocket? Of course it was Darkrai who found it, not him, but you can guess that the underground black market is Team Rocket's base. The underground organization in the Kanto area is dominated by Team Rocket. Who else can there be here except Team Rocket? There is no soil for other underground organizations to survive in Kanto. In Kanto and Chengdu, Team Rocket is the well-deserved local snake. Except for the behemoth of the alliance, any force will give way to it. Duck-billed fire dragon, burn this letter. Xiaobo released the duck-billed fire dragon and handed the white paper to the duck-billed fire dragon. The duck-billed fire dragon just took the white paper in his hand, and the white paper spontaneously commusted and turned into ashes. Xiaobo carried Xiao Ai out of the room and came to the maid's room. He released the wind speed dog to stay in the maid's room and told the maid, "Take good care of Xiao Ai. The wind speed dog will protect you." "Okay, Master Xiaobo." The maid took Xiao Ai and nodded seriously. Xiaobo came to explain this matter at this time, and he must be doing something very important. She dared not neglect it. "Xiao Ai, you must be obedient, don't run around, wait for Grandpa Xia to come back." Xiaobo pinched Xiao Ai's face after telling the maid, smiled and said goodbye to Xiao Ai, and turned to leave the maid's room. Grandpa Xiao Ai watched Xiaobo leave, her eyes full of worry. At this time, Brother Hai was gone. Xiao Ai missed Brother Hai very much, but she didn't know where Brother Hai had gone. Xiaobo closed the door and took the duck-billed fire dragon to the captain's room. The purpose was naturally to wipe Yu Hai's ass. However, Yu Hai did nothing wrong in this matter. Xiao Ai is his beloved. It didn't matter if he didn't know before, but now that he knew someone was targeting Xiao Ai, he had to eliminate all the insiders. Especially, the other party wanted to use Xiao Ai as a hostage to force Yu Hai to work for them. These two things were intolerable to him. No wonder the captain's son invited Yu Hai to the party last night. It turned out that they had known each other for a long time and had conflicts. However, Yu Hai did not mention the captain's son Xiao Feng. It seems that he had no conflicts with Xiao Feng, so Xiao Feng was not an insider. Fortunately, all the troubles were handled by Yu Hai, and no news had been spread. The brat did it quite secretly, and he only needed to put an end to this matter. He quickly came to the captain's room and knocked on the door. "Knock knock knock. Master Xiaobo? What are you doing?" The captain just opened the door and saw Xiaobo and the duck-billed fire dragon standing outside the door with a serious face. He didn't understand what happened. Xiaobo came so early in the morning, which made him feel a little guilty. "Jianyi, let's go in and talk." Since Xiaobo came in person, it means that there is still room for maneuver in this matter, so as not to force the other party into a dead end and prevent the other party from being defeated. "Master Xiaobo." Captain Jianyi slowly retreated, holding the pokeball in his hand, ready to release it for battle at any time. If the undercover thing is exposed, he is a water trainer, and he may not have no chance of winning against Xiaobo, a fire trainer. "Jianyi, are you still going to resist? Think carefully, your son is sleeping next door." Xiaobo glanced at the pokeball in the other's hand. Even if it is a water Pokemon, it is still a little tender to face him. "Master Xiaobo, you know everything." Captain Jianyi heard his son and turned his head to look at the next room. His resistance was weakened. He didn't expect that he was exposed inexplicably. He didn't know how he was exposed. "Jianyi, you have been discovered by the Alliance a long time ago. The reason why the Alliance didn't move you is that they don't want you to move to other places. It's better to keep you under their noses for better monitoring. Master Xiaobo, please let Xiao Feng go." "He doesn't know anything." Captain Jianyi heard this. It turned out that everything he did over the years was seen by the Alliance. Then his self-righteous disguise over the years was like a clown. He immediately threw the pokeball onto the bed, which meant that he had completely given up resistance. This is the use of weakness. Even a tough guy with a strong will cannot stand when his weakness is controlled by others. Jianyi, you still have a chance to make meritorious service by standing on the side of the alliance to help the alliance. Xiaobo planned to incite the other party to help him take down the first mate willingly. Chapter 464, Backstab. Double Agent. Captain Jianyi raised his head in astonishment and stared at Xiaobo. He thought he would be suppressed by Xiaobo, imprisoned in the alliance's prison, and be tried by the alliance. You have performed well over the years, and I have seen it all. I can be your guarantor and allow you to make meritorious service by making meritorious service. Xiaobo was just fooling the other party. What alliance, what meritorious service, but it was all his fooling. He just took advantage of the alliance to incite the rockets undercover to help him handle his own private affairs. As for the guarantee, it would only be a small matter of a word. As long as the other party is withdrawn and disarmed, the other party can live anywhere under the rule of the alliance, but the space for activities is limited. This is the charm of language. Xiaobo turned his private affairs into the official affairs of the alliance, and he could also make a contribution by the way. As for the future, let's talk about it later. The most important thing is to solve the current important things. Xiao Ai is the top priority. When Zhu Ziyi comes over, just mention it to Zhu Ziyi. Xiao Ai is Zhu Ziyi's disciple, and the alliance will not pursue it. I want to know why. Captain Jianyi is not a fool. He suddenly came to his senses. It was not him who attracted the alliance to close the net. There must be something wrong. Otherwise, Xiaobo has taken so many ships and didn't get him so many times. Why did he have to get him this time? According to Xiaobo, the undercovers, had been discovered long ago, and the only thing left was the alliance's closing of the net. Xiaobo's doing this was to alert the snake, which was a very unwise choice. Although the undercovers all had miserable endings, whether facing Xiaobo or the alliance, they were miserable, but he wanted to know why. It's okay to tell you, the son of the first mate has provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Xiaobo could only say this, and continued to talk nonsense. Although it was another lie, there was nothing wrong with what he said. If he wanted to touch Xiao Ai, he would be touching Zhu Ziyi's disciple, and he did provoke a big shot he shouldn't have provoked, so he wasn't lying. But his own strength cannot be ignored. Only when his strength is strong enough can he make the enemy sit down and talk calmly. Otherwise, who would listen to you? It's not that whoever has the bigger fist is right. It turned out to be him. Captain Jianyi suddenly felt that it was too unfair. He had said long ago that his old friend's son was arrogant and domineering, and sooner or later he would provoke someone he shouldn't have provoked. Usually, he relied on his status and position to be arrogant and domineering, and now he finally kicked the iron plate. Damn thing, why didn't he die earlier? Why did he come to harm him and almost took Xiao Feng away? Originally an undercover agent, he lived in fear every day. That bastard didn't know how to restrain himself. He bullied men and women on the ship all day long. If it wasn't for his good brother's face, he would have beaten him to death. Now it's too late to say anything. The evil done by others actually implicated them and Xiao Feng. That bastard really deserves to die. Where is he? He was dealt with. Now it's just you and the first mate. Since your son didn't participate, the dirty deeds you did on the bottom of the ship can be ignored, provided that you don't. Master Xiaobo, I have a request, Captain Jianyi thought clearly. For the sake of his wife and children, he decided to sell out his good brother of more than 20 years. Even if he had a life and death friendship with his good brother, it was not as important as his wife and children. Brotherhood cannot resist the erosion of time in front of wife and children. Time is the cruelest thing in the world. It can wear down a person and make the brotherhood of more than 20 years as bland as water. You say, Xiaobo saw that the other party had been persuaded to join the alliance, and he could calm down and listen to the other party's request. Master Xiaobo, please accept Xiao Feng and let Xiao Feng join the Red Lotus Gym, Captain Jianyi knelt down directly in front of Xiaobo when he said this. He is an undercover agent. Even if he is an undercover agent for his whole life, or even a double agent, he will accept it. But Xiao Feng knows nothing. He hopes that Xiao Feng can have a different future. He no longer asks Xiao Feng to have a high achievement, nor does he ask Xiao Feng to be rich. As an undercover agent of the rocket team, he has no right to ask Xiao Feng for anything, but Xiao Feng must not follow his old path, and it would be fine if he went to be an ordinary person. Okay, Xiaobo touched his chin and thought about it, agreed to the other party's request. This matter was just a piece of cake. In order to gain the trust of the alliance, hostages were still necessary. He hadn't thought of it just now. Since the other party took the initiative to bring it up, he would agree to accept the other party's son into the Red Lotus Gem. It was both a hostage and protection. The other party must have thought so too. Since he joined the alliance, it would be difficult to gain the trust of Team Rocket. Then Team Rocket would not pay too much attention to this abandoned child, and it would also allow this abandoned child to work for the alliance with peace of mind. Thank you, Master Xiaobo. Captain Jianyi stood up from the ground when he saw Xiaobo agreed. He finally found a good home for his son. Joining the Red Lotus Gym, with Xiaobo's protection, is at least much better than staying in Team Rocket or being sent out as an undercover agent. Undercover is really not that easy to do. Don't be in a hurry to thank him. Find a way to deal with the first maid first. Try not to make too much noise. After the first maid is dealt with, the black market will also be closed. You continue to be your captain. Let your son get off the ship at Honglian Island when the time comes. I understand. Captain Jianyi nodded seriously, and quickly exerted his subjective initiative as a double agent, actively helping Xiaobo think about the problem, and also helping himself think about the problem. Selling out a good brother is a token of joining the alliance. He mentioned without hesitation, he trusts me very much. Just lead him to the captain's room and knock him out. Just follow your plan. If you encounter an emergency, send a signal immediately. Xiaobo nodded. Seeing Jianyi's serious look, he had to remind him, you should know that you can't get the trust of the alliance unless you completely wipe out Team Rocket. I understand. Captain Jianyi knew that undercover agents have no good end, and double agents have no good end. Every step is walking on a tightrope, and you can't be careless. Once you make a mistake, it's the abyss. He no longer considered his future, as long as he had a decent death. As for his son Xiao Feng, he hoped that after the passenger ship arrived in Honglian town, Xiao Feng and his wife would get off the ship together, so that the two of them could stay away from the right and wrong on the sea. Wait for your good news. Xiaobo gently patted Jianyi on the shoulder and left the captain's bedroom. Not long after, Captain Jianyi also came out of the bedroom and looked outside the door of the first mate's son. There was no bodyguard there at all, indicating that he had been dealt with. Xiaobo did not lie to him. He was going to do it for real, and he had already done it. He had to take down his good brother before his good brother could react. Fortunately, his good brother's son usually liked to sleep in. It was normal for him not to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and no one would suspect him. He left the corridor and went up to the captain's room. He was still dressed the same as yesterday, and he was as energetic as yesterday. He did not sweat nervously because he was about to backstab his good brother. After all, the actor's self-cultivation has been practiced for more than 10 years. He has been undercover for more than 20 years. Sometimes he forgets that he is an undercover. From a small sailor, he climbed to the position of captain with the support of Team Rocket. If there is no shadow of Team Rocket behind him, his growth experience is an inspirational story of a small person, which is worth writing about. Then, one day he was exposed and found to be an undercover of Team Rocket. The face of the alliance must be slapped. I really don't know if the face of the 4 heavenly kings who were undercover of Team Rocket hurts. Captain Jianyi came to the captain's room as usual, inspected everyone's work status, sat on the captain's chair, picked up the intercom beside him, and contacted his good brother at the bottom of the ship in his usual tone, asking him to come up. Soon, the good brother took the elevator up, and when he came to the captain's room, Captain Gianni was pouring wine. Seeing the good brother come in, Captain Gianni asked everyone to go out. He wanted to talk to the good brother alone, and it was okay to let the passenger ship sail automatically for a while. "Brother, what happened? Why are you calling me up so urgently?" The first mate did not doubt Captain Gianni, but felt a little strange. Although they usually talked in the morning, it was always when they were docking. This time, it was still early. "There is news from the top." Captain Gianni did not say what the news was, but handed the wine glass to his good brother, the first mate. "The top." The first mate knew who the top was. Who else could it be except the Rockets? He took the wine glass and drank half a glass directly, moistened his throat, and felt that the big brother's wine was still delicious. "I don't know how many good wines he has collected. How is the harvest below?" Captain Gianni also drank the wine, but he didn't add anything. "It's still the same. Big brother knows that there is only so much oil and water on this route. The top takes most of it every time, and we have to pay taxes to the alliance. We don't make much money. Yes, it's been so many years, paying tribute and taxes every year, fattening them and starving us." Captain Gianni sighed. He was also helpless. The profits, both in the open and in the dark, were all taken away by both sides. He had not saved much money after so many years of sailing. "Brother, why are you saying this suddenly?" The first mate didn't understand. Did he ask him to come up just to complain to each other? It was really a bummer. He might as well play with women down there. "It's okay. You sit down first." Captain Gianni smiled. Seeing that the first mate had finished drinking, he poured more for his good brother and sighed, "Good brother, I still remember that I blocked a knife for you that year, and it almost cost me my life. If it weren't for you blocking that knife for me, I might have been stabbed to death by the pirates. I owe you that knife. I have kept it in my heart for so many years, but I have no chance to pay it back. Sorry, brother." Big whenever the deputy talked about the past, he was full of admiration for the captain. They were good brothers who came from a small fishing village together, worked hard together, and supported each other all the way to get to where they are today. "Ha ha ha, drink." Captain Gianni was very happy that his good brother actually remembered this incident, but suddenly he couldn't be happy again. Because he was going to kill his good brother with his own hands. Looking at his good brother drinking another glass, he thought silently in his heart, "I'm sorry, good brother, for the sake of my wife and children, I have no choice but to do this. I hope you don't blame me." When they just became sailors, they were ready to make a name for themselves and wanted to stand out. When they were forced to join the rocket team, they should have thought that this would happen today. This is the end of Undercover. He didn't want to kill his good brother, but others would kill him, his wife and children. Even if he killed his good brother, others would still kill him. They were all undercovers. This is the end of Undercover. Undercover agents will never have a good ending, and will never have a good ending, but he still wants to save his wife and children. This is him stabbing his good brother in the back, and he will complete this task even if he has to risk his life. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. Haha, big brother, how could you forget such a thing? The first mate was still drunk from the wine he drank downstairs. Now after 2 glasses of wine, he fell into a state of tipsiness again. He was very happy now because he hadn't talked to his big brother about his heart for a long time. "If there is a chance to save your life? Brother, are you willing?" Captain Gianni looked at the first mate calmly, ready to show his cards, because the wine was almost drunk. "Big brother, what chance?" Before the first mate finished speaking, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at his good big brother in disbelief, and then looked at the empty wine glass. He understood everything. Bang! The empty wine glass fell to the ground, but it didn't break. The first mate stood up slowly, with blood foam oozing out of the corner of his mouth, and asked with difficulty, "Brother, why? You are still willing to call me brother, brother will tell you, brother is for Xiao Feng." Captain Jianyi turned his head away, not daring to look at his good brother's eyes, he was afraid that he would be soft-hearted. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha, I know, brother." The first mate sat down with his hands on his abdomen and drew out the dagger from his waist. He knew everything, but he didn't expect that his good brother would let him take the blame for his son. But he didn't hate his brother, because this life was originally his, he had lived for so many years, he had lived enough, and now it was no harm to give it back to his brother. "What are you going to do?" Seeing his good brother draw his knife, the captain finally looked at his good brother, but he still didn't dare to get close, he was afraid that his good brother would fight back desperately. "Brother, I'll give you this life, but it's too aggrieved to die of poisoning. You know me, I want to do it myself." The first mate's face was full of grim smiles, but suddenly the smile faded, and he pleaded with Captain Jianyi, "Brother, help me take good care of Xiao Feng." Squeak! The dagger pierced into the flesh, and the first mate used his last bit of strength to stab the dagger into his abdomen, and he completely stopped breathing, and his eyes did not close until he died. "Hey, brother promised you, I hope you don't blame me for being cruel, I just want to live, just want my family to live." Captain Jianyi didn't want to let his good brother regret, raised his hand and wiped his good brother's eyes, not wanting him to die with regrets. In fact, the good brother over there can still take care of Xiao Feng, because Xiao Feng left first, and this incident was also caused by Xiao Feng, and his good brother didn't know yet, so he left without regrets. Chapter 465, A Small Person's Survival in the Cracks. After tidying up his good brother's remains, Captain Jianyi quickly stood up, and before the tears in his eyes fell, he raised his hand to wipe them off, took out his mobile phone and called Xiaobo. After Xiaobo arrived, he had calmed down, and his good brother was also packed up by him. A rocket team undercover who was a quasi-king was enough to explain to the alliance. From beginning to end, he did not doubt that this was a joint plan set by Yu Hai and Xiaobo. In order to protect himself and his family, he let his good brother take the blame. "Please be patient. The alliance does not need you to pass on information for the time being. You can continue to be your captain. When the alliance wipes out the rocket team, you can resume your status as a citizen of the alliance." Xiaobo was relieved when he saw that the first mate was dead. No one would pay attention to Xiao Ai anymore, and no one would chase Yu Hai anymore, which was considered to be the end of this matter. After this incident, Jianyi would also be suspected by the rockets, and his son was a hostage in the alliance. This person had lost his value and became a discarded pawn of both sides. It was just a matter of time before he could show his last bit of energy. "Master Xiaobo, I understand." Captain Jianyi packed up his brother's body himself and watched Xiaobo take away his brother's body. It was a token of loyalty to the alliance and a way to save his family. He was relieved. After Xiaobo left, he let out his last breath, and his strength seemed to be drained away. He collapsed on the captain's chair, staring blankly at the vast ocean in the distance. Looking at the golden sea water sparkling in the sun, it reminded him of his childhood memories of fishing with the first mate. After thinking for a long time, he finally came back to his senses. The memory just now was only a moment, but he felt as long as the first half of his life. After the memory ended, he had no time to be sad. His brother was gone, and he sent him off personally. For the sake of his wife and children, he had to deal with the aftermath as soon as possible. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. Beep toot. "Hello. Boss, the black market of the Shuijing luxury cruise ship was discovered by Xiaobo of the Honglian Gym. The black market manager, the first mate, died on the spot, and my son was also held hostage by Xiaobo, threatening me to pass on the boss's information to the alliance." "Xiaobo? I remember, it was the old guy from Honglian Island, Geniao. Boss, we have cooperated with Xiaobo in research before. He is a good friend of Fuji and was invited to participate in the Mutuo project, but Xiaobo refused. Since then after that, we haven't cooperated for a long time. Sakaki heard Minoru's report, took his hand off the microphone, and asked Jianyi close to his ear, why? The first mate's son has been arrogant for too long, likes women, bullies men and women, and this time he offended a big figure in the alliance and implicated the black market manager, the first mate. Hi! Sakaki was dumbfounded. Such a big city on the sea that makes money was destroyed by the alliance just because of a stupid son. This is too ridiculous. Boss, the black market has been exposed. Do you want to continue operating it? No need. Before the alliance reacts, count all the assets in the black market, and someone will come to recover them. You can keep 10%. Understood. Captain Jianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He finally fooled Sakaki, the most troublesome one. The only thing he could fool Sakaki with was the information gap. His words were 80% true and 20% false. He was not afraid of being investigated, and Sakaki could not ask Xiaobo for confirmation. Only he and Xiaobo knew about his deal, and everything was for his son. Now he has become a double agent, and the survival of a small person in the cracks has just begun. Promise him that you can pass some information to the alliance, and someone will contact you. Understood, Captain Kenichi responded again, and he was going to start his double agent mission. Beep beep beep. With the busy tone coming from the microphone, Kenichi knew that the most dangerous level was passed, and he only needed to deal with both sides next. At worst, he could just lie down and do nothing. Both sides would never embarrass a trainer who was about to be promoted. Hey, Kenichi pinched the armrest of the captain's chair hard, and he didn't let go even when the armrest was deformed. Even if there is anger in his heart, it is just the sorrow of a small person. He lives between two behemoths, breathing every breath of air around his mouth, and finally can only sigh. But he must cheer up. Now is not the time to slack off, but to clean up the assets in the black market. Although he can only keep 10%, the value of this 10% is determined by him, so there is a lot of room for operation. And the inheritance of his good brother, the first mate, is all his, so it is not that he has not gained any benefits. The day after tomorrow, Xiao Feng will also go to Honglian Dojo. He can also take out 40% of the black market assets he has sorted out and let Xiao Feng send it to Xiaobo, which is Xiao Feng's apprenticeship gift, even if he is just listed in Honglian Dojo. I hope Xiaobo can take care of Xiao Feng more at that time. As a father, he can only do so much. Xiao Feng can only walk the road ahead by himself. At this time, Xiao Feng had just gotten up and called Alito, who had just finished meditating all night, to come to the next room and knock on the door of his childhood friend. After opening the door, Xiao Feng found that his childhood friend was not in the room. Even the room was very clean, as if someone had specially cleaned it. In fact, it was arranged by Jianyi. While he was still wondering where his childhood friend had gone, only Alito, who was following him, knew where this human had gone. Last night, Alito used his superpowers to perceive everything in the next room and all of Yuhai's actions, including the blue puppy that was taken away. It didn't tell the trainer about all this. It's better to let the trainer forget the disappearance of that kind of person. Anyway, it's not a good memory. Later, Xiao Feng asked his father and found out that his childhood friend and the first mate uncle had got off the ship, and the bodyguards who followed him also got off the ship together. The reason was just made up. Xiao Feng felt it was ridiculous, but since the captain said it himself, what could he do? He had to believe it, because his childhood friend's phone was not connected. Moreover, the captain also told him that he would disembark at Honglian Island, join Honglian Gym, and become a gym apprentice of Honglian Gym. He was asked to study hard in Honglian Gym and strive to get a job in the alliance in the future, which would be considered promising. Xiao Feng did not object to such an arrangement. He was used to being arranged since he was a child, but he was a little confused by his father's change. He was asked to run the ship before, but now he was asked to join the gym and get off the ship with his mother. He could already imagine that he would be nagged by his mother every day in the future. Ah! Such a big thing happened on the luxury cruise ship, but there was no movement. At this time, the sun had just risen and a new day had just begun. As for Yu Hai, still flying on the sea, he saw the land. But when he just got off the boat, he saw land and mountains. After flying for more than an hour in the heavy rain, he was still flying over the sea, which was enough to show how far this offshore was. He found that he was cheated. It's a waste of time to reach the land. Ryalu panel. Ryalu panel. Ryalu. Attribute, fighting. Gender, male. Potential, 41%. Level, 22.12%. Characteristics, mental power /33.18%. Fighting system mastered moves, Sky Punch /10.11%. Vacuum Wave /11.12%. Double Return /8.24%. Rock Crushing /12.34%. Power /16.25%. General System, Eye of the Heart /20.48%. Flash of Lightning /4.44%. Hold /23.51%. Hold on /26.15%. Faint /6.36%. See-through /9.32%. Harsh sound /14.27%. Self-motivation reward /25.77%. Roar /15.91%. Psychic system, sleep /24.72%. Meditation /30.47%. Mind hammer /23.28%. Uncategorized, metal claw /21.17%. Crush /21.75%. Wave missile /23.55%. Wave missile can be learned by itself after evolution. I read it wrong before. I thought that Zei's Ryalu could learn it as soon as he was born. It should be vacuum wave. Chapter 466, Ryalu. On the 19th day of heading to Kanto, it rained heavily. On the east coast of Kanto continent, Yu Hai only knew his general direction, but not his specific location. When he arrived at the coastline last night, it was raining all the time. Before landing, he saw that the land in front of him was a primeval forest with lightning before landing. He could not even see a little artificial light source. He first landed on the beach by the sea. Fortunately, the stab-proof suit he was wearing was waterproof, but he would still get hypothermic after a long time. He immediately released a few mosquito-repellent frogs and asked everyone to go to the forest to find a place to take shelter from the rain. It was raining in the sky, and the rain was still getting heavier. It was not suitable to set up a tent last night. He could only find a place to take shelter from the rain and rest temporarily. Soon, the elves found a cave. The entrance was large and the cave was not deep. It was barely enough for them to rest. He also asked the water elves to pick up some firewood, which was all dead wood wet by rain. But it didn't matter. Just dry it. There were not many combustibles in the backpack. They could only use the dry firewood wet by the rain, which made the cave full of white smoke. After lighting the fire, he took off his clothes and hung them on the tree rack to dry. Then he released the elves in batches and let everyone have dinner. After dinner, everyone returned to the poke ball. Since the activity space in the cave was limited and there was no room for everyone to hang out, after dinner last night, he released the orb-spined spider and giant crab to keep watch, and then took out the sleeping bag to have a good sleep. If the fire was about to go out, he had already told the orb-spined spider to spit some spider silk to help the fire burn, and add some rain-soaked dead branches to ensure the burning of the fire. If the dry wood was burned out, the giant crab would go to the woods to find it. Then he took out the moisture-proof mat and spread it on the ground, then took out the sleeping bag and spread it, and got into the sleeping bag and fell asleep. I flew for so long yesterday on the big-billed gull. After cleaning up the cave and having dinner, it was 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. I was so tired yesterday, and after a day of rain, I dried my body and ate something hot. He just wanted to have a good rest. Because I went to bed early last night, I woke up at 6 this morning. He found that the sky was still dark and gloomy, similar to the sky yesterday evening. It was still raining heavily in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Helplessly, he could only get up to boil water and drink something hot. He probably had to start surviving in the wilderness again this time. Fortunately, there was still a week's worth of food in his backpack, which were all the supplies left over from the previous few times. I hope these supplies can last until he finds people, so that he can replenish his travel supplies. This time he got off the boat in a hurry and failed to replenish his supplies. It's really. However, these are all trivial matters. The letter has been left. I don't know if Xiaobo has seen it, and I don't know if Xiaobo has finished it or how he dealt with it. I just hope Xiaobo can cut the grass and root it out, otherwise he will be in trouble. He has no doubt whether Xiaobo has dealt with this matter. After all, it involves Xiao Ai, Xiaobo will definitely pay attention to it. This is also the confidence for him to leave the letter. He believes that Xiaobo can do anything for Xiao Ai, at least he will finish the final finishing. It's not easy to ask about this matter now, especially since he left without saying goodbye. It's better to wait for a long time, and it won't be too late to ask at the quartz conference. Thinking about the past 2 days' experience, the hot water in the pot bubbled up. He first drank a sip from the iron cup to warm himself up, and then gave breakfast to the giant crabs and others, took the giant crabs back with the poke ball, and released the mosquito-repellent frog instead. The giant crabs had been on guard all night, and it was time to change shifts. The mosquito-repellent frog would take over the giant crab's night-watching work. There was also the orb silk spider. After breakfast, it hung in the corner of the cave to rest. Yesterday, looting and guarding the night exhausted this little guy. Putting down the iron cup, he took the pot off the fire, and while eating bread, he fumbled for the poke ball from his backpack. It was Rylu's poke ball. He only had time to look at the panel of this Rylu now. He was so tired last night that he fell asleep and didn't have time to look at Rylu's panel. This Rylu was also the most valuable trophy he got from this black job. Rylu. Attribute, fighting. Gender, male. Potential, 41%. Level, 22.12%. Features, spiritual power /33.18%. Mastering moves. Potential of 41 is a bit low. Yu Hai thought that the elves used by the evil young man should have high potential, but he didn't expect it to be so low. It seems that these people just stole elf eggs, but didn't steal powerful elf eggs. They were all eggs laid by ordinary elves. However, even if the potential is 41, it is not enough. Knowing his parents, Rylu's Pokemon eggs are not cheap, and it is not known whether they can still be sold for hundreds of millions, because the hype of the waveguide has cooled down a lot. Due to the waveguide, the price of Rylu has been very high in the black market, but after the hype faded, people found that the waveguide is just a waveguide, and its essence is similar to superpowers, which are just special abilities unique to elves. Although the waveguide is a little rare, it is not very rare. If you look carefully, there are still similar elves, but the strength of the waveguide is different. After all, everything has a waveguide, which is really a panacea explanation. It is estimated that the animation production team is too lazy to use their brains and arranged it like this. As the popularity of the waveguide faded, people were not as enthusiastic as at the beginning, and gradually calmed down. Sometimes it was said that these elves had strange personalities and were difficult to capture. However, this elf is still a priceless treasure for him, but its potential is a little low, and Rylu's previous experience is estimated to be difficult to capture a second time, and it is even difficult to get Rylu's recognition. With his current worth, it would be very easy for him to get a Rylu and a Ralts. The reason why he didn't do it was because these Pokemons were difficult to capture, especially for a bad guy like him with impure intentions. So he was too lazy to waste money to buy these Pokemons, but this Rilo was a free Pokemon, so he still wanted to give it a try. But he didn't have much hope for this. The situation of this Rilo was similar to that of Farfetch'd, both of which were Pokemons with problems that hated humans. However, this Rilo was not without good sides. Its tenacious fighting spirit was very similar to that of Scyther, which made him very happy. But again, if you want to capture this Rilo, you have to see if you can correct Rilo's psychological problems in dealing with humans. If you can't correct it, you will have no chance to capture Rilo. Besides, Rilo can sense people's hearts, so it goes without saying how dirty his heart is, so don't hold out hope, and there will be no disappointment. As an adult, he had long lost expectations for these things. If he could succeed, it would be better, but if he couldn't, it would be fine. A person who likes to lie down and have fun is very open-minded about this point. Tell me something. Tell me something. I had a lucid dream the night before. It was night in the dream. I went up the stairs in a daze and came to the roof of my house. Then, something terrible happened. In the dream, the moonlight was very bright at night. My state at that time was almost like being drunk. I was familiar with the state of being drunk. My consciousness was dazed and I needed to concentrate on seeing and thinking to regain some consciousness. What made me regain some consciousness was that the moonlight illuminated my backyard. I looked down from the upstairs and saw that the backyard was illuminated by the moonlight. At that time, I was standing by the railing and could see the bright backyard under the railing very clearly. At that moment, my consciousness became clearer, as if I had sobered up. I looked up and looked around and found that I was on the floor. The backyard was surrounded by rice fields and under the eaves of the backyard. It was not illuminated by the bright moonlight. Only there was darkness. Then, my first reaction was to take out my phone and turn on the flashlight. I tried to turn on the flashlight with one hand countless times on the rooftop, but it didn't work. It was then that I finally realized that I was dreaming. I have a psychological hint to myself that if I repeat doing something very simple and find that I fail after trying several times, I will tell myself that I am dreaming and that this is a dream, not reality. But the moonlight and environment at that time were too real, and I was fascinated by my consciousness. I didn't know I was dreaming until the flashlight on my phone couldn't be turned on. But the more terrifying thing came. I knew I was dreaming in my dream, but I couldn't wake up. At that time, my consciousness was about to fall into a state of confusion, and I didn't know what to do. Finally, I was still a little conscious. I remember that I fell backwards, my calves were a little bent, just like lying on a sofa, my feet could touch the ground, and my head was cushioned with a pillow. I kept this posture and floated on the ground. Then, I floated away, or maybe I was dragged away. I only remember moving backwards, and I don't remember whether I was dragged away. But the floor of my house is not wide. There are only 4 or 5 meters from where I fell to the railing. If I was dragged over, I would fall from the building. Then there was nothing else, because I was dragged about 1 or 2 meters and then I woke up. After waking up, I recalled the experience just now and thought I was sleepwalking, but I found myself still lying in bed, but people who sleepwalk will return to bed to sleep. It was really fucking, it felt more thrilling than a horror movie, so real, more real than my previous lucid dream. I had a lucid dream before, which was about tying shoelaces to work, that is, getting up to tie shoelaces to work. Then, I couldn't tie my shoelaces, and I realized that I was dreaming. The alarm clock happened to wake me up, and I realized that I was still lying in bed. The work just now was just the work in the lucid dream. I have a guess that when I went to work every morning, my subconscious mind was defaulting to go to work at this time in the morning, and then the subconscious mind woke up to go to work, but the body was still sleeping. I guess the dream created by my subconscious mind is too small. If I go out, I will be exposed. That's why I got stuck at the step of tying my shoelaces. I guess my subconscious mind can't simulate the big world outside. There are so many pedestrians, and my brain can't process it. Such a complex scene. It has to be so real that it can deceive the subconscious mind, which is too difficult for the brain. I still remember the dream at that time. There was only a rental house and a bathroom, and I was the only one there, so there may be two reasons for waking up. Either it can't simulate the big world outside, and I was stuck at the step of tying shoelaces and couldn't go out. Or even a simple thing like tying shoelaces, the brain can't simulate it, the brain is still not enough. I have to say that consciousness is really amazing, but it's a pity that it is restricted by the body, alas. I wanted to post this lucid dream today, but I had another dream last night. This dream was between lucidity and confusion. I remember the characters that appeared very clearly, and they were all acquaintances at home. After this dream, I also roughly guessed how many people the brain can simulate. In last night's dream, I dreamed of 8 people in one scene. Only 3 people could talk to me every time. When there was no conversation, the others didn't even have any expression. At most, I could maintain a conversation with 3 people. If it was more complicated, the brain couldn't handle it. The content of this dream was also very simple. In fact, my mother came to urge me to get married. She said that my classmates all had partners, and she also urged me to find a partner. How did I wake up? Because I was in the dream, looking at my mother's back as she left, I realized that my mother was gone, and then I woke up from the dream. I dreamed that my mother urged me to get married. Thanks for the reward. Thanks for the reward. Thanks to all the bosses for the meal. Thank you for everyone's book coins, I have always remembered them and saved them for a long time. I opened a single sheet to thank you. Mares 0724. 100 book coins. Book friend 2019052021014132. 100 book coins. July Liuya September Shiyi. 100 book coins. Temporary worker in the southwest. 1500 book coins. Empty. 100 book coins. He nice. 100 book coins. He nice. 100 book coins. Dust of white light. 500 book coins. Book friend 20210301106610478778. 100 book coins. Book friend 20210301106610478778. 100 book coins. Qiancheng LL 260 book coins. All good names are repeated. 500 book coins. Little fly reading a book. 500 book coins. Book friend 202309079997 ca 1660 book coins. I am a boy in white. 500 book coins. Book friend 2022102923070801. 100. Jealousy Church. 1500. Thank you for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. I didn't ask for votes, but everyone voted. Thank you very much. Chapter 467, Ryalu's Persistence. This Ryalu is quite high in level, and it has elite strength. It seems that it has been incubated by the evil young man for some time. If Ryalu and that Alakaza were both Pokemons that were hatched at about the same time, then Ryalu would be far behind. That Alakaza has already reached the threshold of the senior level, but this Ryalu has just entered the elite level. It can only be said that he followed the wrong trainer. After all, staying with the young master, let alone being properly taught and nurtured, he was usually tied up with iron chains, beaten and scolded from time to time, and starved to punishment, which made him a little malnourished. Alas, what else can he say? It's all fate, just like when he crossed over to the deserted island at the beginning, he almost died and was almost eaten by wild Pokemon. Another pity is that this Ryalu actually has only one characteristic, but the proficiency of this characteristic is not bad, even exceeding the level of Ryalu. He feels that this may be related to the meditation in the move, or perhaps to Rylo's indomitable will, or possibly to the abuse and destruction of the young master. Only in such a dark and inhuman torture can Rylo's unyielding will be tempered. I really don't know what kind of torture Rylo has endured. He doesn't know, and can only sigh softly, oh. Psychic power characteristic, with a trained spirit, so it will not shrink due to the opponent's attack. It is also unshakable to the intimidation characteristic. Pokémon with this characteristic will not fall into a shrinking state. Pokémon with the characteristics of breaking, mega voltage, and turbo flame can still make Pokémon with this characteristic shrink. Acquiring this characteristic cannot remove the shrinking state. To put it bluntly, Pokémon with this characteristic are rarely afraid, which is why Rylo has such a strong fighting spirit. The other two characteristics of Rylo. The unyielding heart characteristic, every time you shrink, the unyielding heart will be ignited and the speed will increase. After the Pokémon with this characteristic falls into a shrinking state, the speed will increase by 1 level. The Heart of Justice characteristic, when attacked by a move of evil attribute, because of the sense of justice, its own attack will increase by 1 level. When a Pokémon with this trait is attacked continuously by evil attributes, each attack can trigger this trait. Justice is the trait of Lucario. The reason why he mentioned this trait is that he felt the shadow of the two trait of unyielding heart and justice in this Rylo. Although Rylo only has one trait of mental power, the qualities of the other two traits can be seen on him, and there is even a trait of Lucario, which is really rare. This also means that Rylo has an extremely strong will and is a Pokémon that is difficult to be subdued. To be honest, he is not sure. It is impossible to subdue it by beating it, because the evil young man did this. As a result, everyone saw that it had no effect at all. Instead, it was counterproductive, arousing Rylo's ferocity towards humans, full of hatred for humans, and no longer trusting humans. If hard methods don't work, then soft methods can be used, but he is not a hatching prophet. As the trainer of Rylo, the advantage of seeing his parents at first sight has disappeared. It is difficult for him to enter Rylo's inner world, and Rylo will not open his heart to him. It's difficult. As for the moves, there is nothing to see. Rylo's potential is there, but there are also two inherited moves, one is the Sky Punch, and the other is the Heart's Eye, which is the same as the Heart's Eye of the mosquito frog, and the same perception moves. The remaining moves worth paying attention to are only meditation moves, which have a high proficiency. No wonder Rylo's mental power characteristic proficiency is so high, it turns out that he has some superpowers. Finally, the proficiency of the Heart's Eye, hold on, self-motivation, metal claws, and crushing, plus meditation, is obviously much higher. From the effects of these moves, it can be seen that they are either related to mental power or related to endurance and defense. It seems that Rylo has been beaten too much, and Rylo will often use these moves to resist attacks, so the proficiency of these moves is so high. Hey, High sighed, turned off Rylo's panel, opened the Pokeball, and released Rylo. Woo! Rylo had just left the Pokeball and was still curled up, sleeping in the Pokeball. Suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar environment, Rylo also heard the sound of dripping rain, and instantly woke up from his dream. He looked up and looked around, and his sight immediately locked on High, a human. Woof, woof, woof! The moment Rylo saw High, he immediately took a fighting stance, ready to pounce on High and bite him, and he also found that the chain that locked him was gone. Woof! Rylo saw High was defenseless and did not notice the other Pokémon around him, so he kicked his feet and pounced directly on High. Pa! But before Rylo got close to High, he was slapped away by a slap, and it was the frog that did it. Yo, another problem child, difficult to deal with, the mosquito frog sighed, standing in front of the cave, looking at Rylo who was slowly getting up, and warned it with bared teeth. Roar! Rylo got up from the rain and rushed towards the cave, it wanted to attack humans. However, as soon as Rylo rushed over, he was slapped and flew away again. To deal with this Rylo, the mosquito frog just waved lightly, and the other party couldn't catch it. The mosquito frog really couldn't get interested, just felt that it was bullying a child. But in order to protect Yu-Hai, it will always stand in front of Yu-Hai and will never retreat. Just like Rylo's persistence, the mosquito frog also has its own persistence. Roar! Rylo got up again and rushed towards the mosquito frog in the rain. Being slapped and flew away again. Roar! Rylo got up again and rushed towards the mosquito frog. Roar! 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 After charging countless times, Rylo struggled to get up and looked up at the mosquito frog under the rain. Looking at the blue figure of the mosquito frog, it was doubled. But it did not fall down, nor did it retreat, and it did not give up. It staggered towards the mosquito frog step by step. Just when the mosquito frog raised its palm and was about to hit Rylo again, Rylo fell down with a snap, fell in the rain, and fainted. Mosquito frog, bring it in, Yu-Hai did not stop Rylo from beginning to end. No matter what Rylo wanted to do, even if it was to release the anger and hatred that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time, he would not stop it. Yobo! The mosquito frog grabbed Rylo and entered the cave, put it next to Yu-Hai, and then stepped aside to guard quietly to prevent Rylo from waking up and attacking Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai looked at Rylo, who had struggled to get up countless times from the rain, with new and old injuries, and was covered with scars all over his body. He took out a dry towel to dry Rylo's body, and then took out the wound medicine to treat Rylo. After treating Rylo's injuries, he picked up the warm moo-moo milk by the fire and fed it to Rylo little by little. Sometimes he accidentally fed too much, and Rylo couldn't swallow it and coughed it out, so he could only wipe it clean and feed it again. After drinking half a bottle of moo-moo milk, he wrapped Rylo with a dried towel and placed it on the moisture-proof mat on the other side of the fire. He also used a dry firewood as a pillow for Rylo to let Rylo sleep well. He released the elves in batches and asked everyone to come out for breakfast. In order not to wake up Rylo, he also asked everyone to keep their voices down. After breakfast, everyone returned to the poke ball. It was still drizzling outside the cave, and no one knew when the rain would stop. The rain never stopped, and it was difficult for him to explore the surroundings. He could only wait until the rain stopped and let the gulls look for people nearby. He had to find the Pokémon Center as soon as possible and take Rylo to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Rylo had many injuries, which he could not handle. The heavy rain kept falling until the evening when it became smaller and gradually stopped. During this period, Rylo woke up once. When it opened its eyes again, it thought it was gone. It felt that it was better to die, because living was so tiring and painful, and it would not be uncomfortable if it died. But when Rylo heard the crackling of the fire, looked at the wet rocks on the top of the cave, touched the blanket covering its body with its claws, and the high temperature emitted by the fire, it was pulled back to reality from the moment of death. It realized that it was not dead, but still in the cave. Woof! Rylo quickly lifted the quilt and just wanted to stand up, but found that he couldn't stand up. He could only support his body with his front legs and looked at Yu-Hai, who was drinking water and watching the rain, the round silk spider in the corner of the cave, and the mosquito-repellent frog staring at him. Seeing the mosquito-repellent frog looking at him, Rylo's muscles tightened. The memory of being beaten away by the tadpole before was still vivid. He was no match for the tadpole. The humans protected by the tadpole were no match for him, it couldn't get close either, after all. It was too weak. Eat it, Yu-Hai saw Rylo wake up, and threw a fighting energy cube to Rylo to let him recover some strength. But Rylo looked at the energy cube rolling down to his feet, and didn't pick it up at all. It didn't want human things. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Rylo refused Yu-Hai's things, his stomach started to growl. It also smelled the fragrance of the energy cube, and its mouth was already secreting saliva, but it still didn't pick up the energy cube on the ground. Yobo, no matter what you want to do, you will have strength only when you are full. The mosquito frog saw that Rylo didn't eat the energy cube, and immediately raised his arm to show off his muscles and shouted to Rylo. Woof, why? Why do you want to protect humans? In Rylu's cognition, humans are all evil guys at heart, and they are not trustworthy at all. It doesn't trust humans, all humans. Yobo? Why? Why don't you find the answer yourself? Since the mosquito frog followed Yuhai has never treated it badly. It is a good partner with Yuhai, a comrade in arms who fights side by side, and its family. They live happily together. Why does it protect Yuhai? Is this a question? Isn't this an obvious thing? Yuhai protects it, it protects Yuhai, isn't this how family members should be? Why is there a why? It doesn't understand this tongue-twisting question. Woof, you don't know anything at all, Rylu roared angrily, stood up and kicked the energy cube away, which was caught by the mosquito frog. Yobo, I know, of course I know, the mosquito frog held the energy cube and came to Rylu. Rylu was panting because of the kick just now. When he saw the mosquito frog coming, he closed his eyes and prepared to accept the fate of being beaten. However, the mosquito frog did not hit Fyalu, but stretched out his fist to Rylu and shouted, Yobo, I can feel that the fluctuations emanating from you are very strong, why don't you take a look yourself? Woof, Rylu had already closed his eyes and waited for a beating, but he didn't expect that the mosquito frog's fist just stopped in front of him, and didn't hit him. He opened his eyes and stared at the huge white fist, staying where he was. Then, he looked back and forth at the mosquito frog's eyes and fist many times, and finally, under the sincerity of the mosquito frog, he raised his arm and hit the mosquito frog's fist. At the moment when the two fists collided, the power called waveguide was connected together, allowing Rylu to see what the mosquito frog wanted him to see. Those were some memories, the memories of the mosquito frog and Yuhai on the deserted island. The mosquito frog and Yuhai struggled to survive on the deserted island. When they first met, Yuhai shared food with it, and they also had a small nest that could shelter from the wind and rain. Once, in order to protect it, Yuhai faced a storm and finally got sick. There were more and more companions later. In order to save the sick little green, Yuhai risked being chased by giant bees and stole fruit from the tree, and his feet were injured. At that time, Yuhai encouraged them, punished them, and accompanied them. They grew up together, lived together, fought together, and walked together to the present. Yobo, this is my answer. The mosquito frog retracted his fist, gently put down the energy block in his hand, and returned to Yuhai. Mosquito frog, you have grown up. Yuhai didn't know what they said, because Darkrai was not in the cave and didn't translate for him. When the rain stopped, he sent the gull and Darkrai to explore the surrounding environment separately. Once they found human habitation, they would immediately set off and go to the human town. Yobo, the mosquito frog was praised by Yuhai for growing up, and was a little embarrassed. He put his hands behind his back and sat beside Yuhai, enjoying Yuhai's touch. Woof, Rylu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and was still immersed in the memories shared by the mosquito frog. It was not until the sound of the mosquito frog came to its ears that it came back to its senses from its days. This is my answer, I am not protecting humans, I am just protecting Yuhai, protecting my closest family. Woof, Rylu looked at the energy cube on the ground, and then looked at the mosquito frog that was talking and laughing with Yuhai. It was an indescribable feeling, a feeling it had never experienced before, and it didn't know how to face it. It could only lower its head, but it saw the energy cube on the ground again. This time it did not reject the energy cube, picked it up and put it in its mouth to chew. Don't get me wrong, it still hates humans, and this is difficult to change, but it will look for answers, find its own answers. Soon, Darkrai and the gull came back together, and he also had to pack up and prepare to go to the town where people gathered to find the Pokémon Center to treat Rylu. The fire in the cave had been extinguished. If a forest fire broke out, he would have to take the blame again. It would be better to deal with the source of the fire. After packing up everything, he put on his backpack and boarded the gull, flying to the human town discovered by the gull, so that he could figure out where he was now, where exactly he was in the Kanto continent. Chapter 468, Black Cloud City. On the 20th day of traveling to the Kanto region, it was cloudy. Black Cloud City, an industrial city by the sea, was the only city with an elf center that Yu-Hai could find near the coastline last night. Black Cloud City used to have many factories and was very prosperous. Due to the wastewater and waste residue discharged by the factories, the environment was polluted. The environment has polluted the sky, rivers, and sea, and the place has gradually become deserted. There are very few residents living here, and only industrial production remains. After leaving the cave, he found a small fishing village by the sea, and learned the direction of Black Cloud City from the small fishing village, and then rushed to Black Cloud City overnight. Railu also gave it to Miss Joey of the Black Cloud City Elf Center. When he woke up in the Elf Center in the morning, the sky here has always been dark. It was not obvious when he arrived last night. This morning, through the window glass, he found that the sky was still dark and full of black clouds. Not only that, because this is an industrial city, the discharge of waste and wastewater has caused serious air pollution here. He can feel his lungs burning when he takes a deep breath. Obviously, he has not adapted to the air here. I can't imagine how bad the health of the residents living here is. It is estimated that they are all in sub-health. When he got up and came to the window, he found that it was drizzling, but this drizzle was black raindrops, and it turned into a black river when it fell. Good guy, seeing such serious industrial pollution, he didn't dare to go out at all, and he also put on a mask on his face. It was not that he wanted to disguise himself, but the few pedestrians on the street wore masks to cover their mouths and noses. He felt that the air here was simply poisonous, too poisonous. He knew this city in his previous life. When he watched the animation, he saw Zai come to this city. There was almost no clean water here, and the smell from the sewer was so foul that he covered his mouth and nose tightly and could hardly open his eyes. When they came here on the gull yesterday, they were almost fainted by the air here. They could only choose to walk into this industrial city. However, although it is seriously polluted here, it is a paradise for some poisonous elves, such as the stinky mud that feeds on garbage and waste, and the gas bomb that feeds on exhaust gas. There is also a tidal power plant here, where a large number of small magnetic monsters live, all of which are the combination elves he needs. He will take advantage of this good opportunity to collect 1 or 2 combination evolved elves here. Before leaving Black Cloud City, at least gas bomb and small magnemite must be subdued. But these are all later, at least we have to wait until the black rain outside the door stops. Now there is nothing to do, he wants to go to the Pokemon ward to see the situation of Railu. When he came to Railu's bed, he saw Railu with bandages all over his body, and his expression almost couldn't be restrained. This little blue dog was too miserable. He had no idea how badly he was abused by the evil boy before, but now he knew. "Are you Railu's trainer?" Miss Joy walked into the ward with medicine, and saw Yu-Hai standing in front of Railu's bed, and immediately came up to question angrily. Yes, Yu-Hai turned around with a mask on, and saw the angry Miss Joy, and was still a little puzzled. Did he provoke her? Why was she so angry? Why don't you take care of your Pokemon? You beat and scolded Railu. You sent Railu to the Pokemon Center only when he was so badly injured. You are not worthy of being a trainer. Yu-Hai did not interrupt Miss Joy's scolding. These people are idealists about Pokemons. They have beautiful imaginations about Pokemons. It is useless to reason with them. After Miss Joy calmed down, Yu-Hai did not want to take the blame. He explained in a low voice, "Miss Joy, you misunderstood. Railu is the Pokemon I rescued from the Pokemon dealers. Those scars were not caused by me. If I had beaten and scolded Railu, Railu would be angry when he saw me and would definitely attack me, instead of lying on the bed so calmly and having no expression when he saw me." Miss Joy heard this and realized that she seemed to have scolded the wrong person. Judging from the reaction on Railu's face, it didn't look like he was abused by Yu-Hai at all. There was no anger in his eyes. He just didn't want to make a sound. Haha, so that's how it is. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Miss Joy looked back and forth several times. After confirming that Rylo's mood was stable, she immediately apologized to Yu-Hai and said that she had wronged Yu-Hai. It's okay. I can understand your feelings. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk my life to rescue Rylo from the Pokemon dealers and bring Rylo to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Sorry, Trainer Yu-Hai, this is the Rosewood Spirit Encyclopedia. Miss Joy took out the encyclopedia in her pocket. It was the encyclopedia that Yu-Hai registered for treating Rylo last night. She thought about it afterwards. The facts were really as Yu-Hai said. If Yu-Hai really abused Rylo, how could he bring Rylo to the Pokemon Center? Isn't that the thief crying "Catch the thief"? Because Rylo was too seriously injured, she became suspicious last night and checked Yu-Hai's identity information to see if Yu-Hai had a bad record, otherwise why would he send the scarred Rylo? But the result she found was nothing. Yu-Hai's identity was clean, and he was a trainer who had obtained 2 badges. She expressed doubts about this. After all, Rylo's scars were obvious to all, but it was too late yesterday, and she couldn't disturb Yu-Hai to continue to explore the matter. She could only wait until this morning to ask about it. Unexpectedly, she misunderstood Yu-Hai. It's okay, may I ask how Rylo is doing? Yu-Hai took back the Pokemon book and put it back in his backpack. This thing is the trainer's ID card, so it can't be lost. Rylo's situation is not bad. In addition to malnutrition and a thin body, there are only some flesh wounds. He will recover soon, but his body is very weak. It takes a long time to recover from the sub-health state. Thank you, Yu-Hai breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Miss Joy. It takes a professional elf doctor to treat elves. Rylo can't get out of bed yet. You guys chat first. I'm leaving first. Miss Joy saw that Yu-Hai was not angry and thanked her, which made her even more embarrassed. She hurriedly found an excuse to slip away. It would be too embarrassing to stay. Thank you, I want to sit with Rylo for a while. Yu-Hai watched Miss Joy leave, but did not talk to Rylo. Rylo probably didn't feel like talking to him. He came to the window and looked at the dark clouds outside the window, and there were black raindrops hitting the window. After watching the rain silently for a while, he left an energy block and a bottle of moo moo milk on the bedside table and left the ward. Take good care of your injuries, don't run around. He didn't say anything to comfort him, and Rylo probably didn't bother to listen. He just told Rylo to take good care of himself and left the ward. Arriving at the lobby of the Pokemon Center, he ordered a free breakfast at the Pokemon Center and ate breakfast in the lounge area. Later, trainers entered the Pokemon Center one after another to treat their injured Pokemon. This is an industrial city after all. Although the number of residents is decreasing, there are still many trainers, especially poison trainers. Yes, it is poison trainers. He found this while eating breakfast in the lobby. The poison Pokemon that came for treatment almost occupied 7 floors, and most of them had symptoms of 2 strong toxins. This is very unusual. If he guessed correctly, these poison trainers are using toxins to cultivate poison-type Pokemon. You should know that this breeding method is expressly prohibited by the League, unless you can obtain legal poison here to breed Pokemon, and it must be a continuous supply of poison. When obtaining this poison, you don't have to harm the Pokemon. If the trainer uses it to breed Pokemon, that's another matter. Because the source of the poison and his own Pokemon are both reasonable and legal things, the League has no right to interfere with the trainer's private behavior. Thinking of this, he finished breakfast, returned to the room and released a few mosquito frogs. After everyone had breakfast, he prepared to go out for a walk with an umbrella. Walking on the wet street, he found that there were few pedestrians on the street, and every pedestrian wore a mask, and they were in a hurry and unwilling to talk too much with others. Not long after, he found a small elf food store on the street. He walked into the store and saw all kinds of colorful and crystal clear elf food on the shelves, all beautifully packaged and neatly arranged, which dazzled him. When he saw the poisonous food area, he found that there was a crystal that looked like a poison gem. The black and purple crystals sparkled under the light and looked pretty good. This black and purple crystal was packed in a plastic box, with 1, 2, and up to 10. Be careful, young man, the boss saw Yu-Hai was curious about the crystal and wanted to take it, so he hurried over to remind Yu-Hai. Boss, what is this? It looks like a poison gem? But it is not as transparent as the poison gem. Yu-Hai heard the boss words, and the fingers that had just picked up the box loosened again, waiting for the boss's answer. This crystal is a toxin crystal. It is a toxin crystal condensed in the body of the stinky mud and the stinky mud after eating garbage. It can also be regarded as a very poisonous stone. As long as you touch it, you will be poisoned. Some people have studied this crystal and speculated that the toxin crystal is likely to be the original ore of the poison gem, buried underground or in the deep sea. After an unknown number of years, it has become a poison gem. It's really amazing. Yu-Hai really didn't know there was such a thing. If he knew there was such a thing, the people who cultivated Jengar would have been very happy. At this time, it should be able to save a lot of money. Boss, how much is this toxin crystal? This crystal is not expensive. Because it is too toxic, it will only be purchased by limited factories such as medicine and food. After diluting the toxin, it is used to make food for poisonous elves. This toxin crystal is very common in Haeun City. There are toxin crystals produced by people who raise stinky mud, and there are also toxin crystals shed by wild stinky mud. One crystal is only tens of thousands. So that's it. Yu-Hai thought about it, thinking of the scenes in the elf center, and asked curiously, Boss, why are there so many poisonous elves in the elf center poisoned? Read this book and you will know. The boss threw a book to Yu-Hai and explained, I don't know who spread this, it says that using poison to breed poison-type Pokemon can make them stronger, and everyone followed suit. This is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that someone bred poison-type Pokemon according to the content of the book, and unexpectedly succeeded in breeding them, and got a mutant of the Pokemon with stronger toxins, which further proved that this book is feasible, making those trainers even crazier. Yu-Hai listened to the boss's explanation, opened the book thrown by the boss, and he knew it after just reading 1 or 2 pages what's going on. It turns out that it's the theory of fighting poison with poison and eating poison to increase poison damage. Actually, there's nothing wrong with this theory, but the book is very cunning and doesn't clearly state what kind of poison-type Pokemon this breeding method is suitable for. Anyone with a little knowledge, or even someone who has read a book, knows that flesh and blood can't withstand the intense toxins. There will eventually be an upper limit. Exceeding this limit will cause the Pokemon to collapse and die. But Gas Bomb is a poison Pokemon, Sludge is a sludge Pokemon, Ghastly is a gas Pokemon. These Pokemon are venomous and poisonous, or even poisonous and gas-type Pokemon. These Pokemon are original life body itself is very poisonous, or even poison itself. How else can it be poisonous? It is impossible to use poison to poison another poison. That will only turn one poison into 2 poisons, or a mixture of more poisons, which will only make the poison stronger, more complex, and more difficult to detoxify. This is the horror of this book on cultivating poison-eating elves. It is estimated that it and another book on cultivating poison-type elves are from the same poison-type trainer who has done a deep study of the poison system. This book appears here, which means that there are many toxin crystals here. Since there are many toxin crystals, there is also a lot of stinky mud. No wonder the stench from the sewer can reach the sky and can be smelled from a long distance. In addition, the pollution here is so serious that it is simply a paradise for stinky mud and gas bombs. In such a place, these 2 elves have no shortage of food. Such serious industrial pollution is also the main reason for attracting these 2 elves together. Industrial waste will be eaten by stinky mud, and industrial waste gas will be eaten by gas bombs. It is really a perfect closed loop. He felt that there seemed to be something here, at least he could capture 2 pretty good gas bombs to verify whether the gas bomb combination evolution was feasible. If the gas bomb combination evolution was feasible, then he could completely use the poison resources here to push the double gas bomb to the champion potential, which would at least help him save 200 million yuan. The main reason was that there was stinky mud and gas bombs, waste materials and exhaust gas, and there was no shortage of poison resources. In such a large industrial city, if you look carefully, you can always find toxin crystals that have not been discovered by trainers. Maybe they are hidden deep in the corners of the sewers and deep in the trenches on the seabed. Boss, is there a gym in this city? No, who would open a gym in such a place? Even my small shop is almost unable to operate, so I am going to move away. The boss looked at Xiao outside the door and shook his head slightly, lamenting that the industrial pollution here is too serious, and staying for a long time will shorten your life. Thank you, Yu Hai just asked tentatively. If there is a gym, it is probably a poison gym, and it overlaps with Aju's light red gym. It is normal that there is no gym. Chapter 469, Gas Bomb. After saying goodbye to the boss, Yu Hai did what he thought. He was a pragmatist and a man of action. He left the street shop and looked around, heading towards the billowing black smoke on the outskirts of the city. The place where he tested the combination evolution of the gas bomb could not be placed in the Pokémon Center. If Joey found out, he would be scolded to death. It would be better for him to avoid him to do the experiment. So he planned to find a hotel room and prepare to test the combination evolution of the gas bomb in the hotel, but before that, he still needed 2 high-potential gas bombs. For this, he also had a goal, which was the black sky on the outskirts of the city. He would go to the darker side of the sky. Gas bombs are poison-type Pokémon that feed on exhaust gas. Wherever the air pollution is the most serious, there must be more gas bombs. Soon, he came to the industrial area of Haiyun City. The most eye-catching building here is a tall chimney that reaches the sky and billows black smoke. He just came here and saw many gas bombs floating near the chimney. They seemed to be high from inhaling, and their faces showed intoxicated expressions. Some gas bombs buried their heads in the chimney and didn't want to come out at all, causing the workers below to yell and curse. "Brother, are you a trainer? Please help us drive away these gas bombs." The foreman saw Yu Hai, his eyes rolled around, and he instantly had an idea. Maybe he could get a free tool for free. Yes, Yu Hai wore a mask, a hood, and a black umbrella, looking very mysterious. But now the rain has stopped, and he has put down his umbrella, but he didn't put down his hood and mask. One is to hide his identity, and the other is that the air pollution here is more serious. "Brother, please help us get rid of these gas bombs," the foreman pleaded with Yu Hai, hoping that Yu Hai, the trainer, could help. Okay, Yu Hai took out the Pokeball and released the 2 Pokémons, Poison Frog and Zubat. Of course, he would not help for free, nor would he charge money. After all, his purpose was only to subdue the gas bombs. If he took the money, he would have to solve this matter. If he didn't solve the gas bombs by then, these people would definitely cause trouble, so after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Cough, cough, Zubat felt difficulty breathing as soon as he came out. The air here was really bad. Quack, Poison Frog also wrinkled his nose. It felt that the air here was very smelly. Zubat, use hypnosis to hypnotize the gas bombs in the sky. Yu Hai also let Zubat fly up under the urging of the foreman, stunned all the gas bombs, and let the gas bombs fall down by themselves. The big-mouthed gull heard the gas bomb and immediately flew to the chimney, using his eyes to release hypnotic waves to the gas bombs that were intoxicated here. Then one by one, the gas bombs slowly fell down without resistance. Seeing this, Yu Hai quickly threw out the Pokeball and captured all the gas bombs. As the Pokeball fell to the ground, the red light flashed for a moment and then disappeared. He quickly stepped forward to pick up the Pokeball and check the panels of these gas bombs. He found that the potential of these gas bombs was very low, basically in the 20s and 30s, and there was one with 40 potentials, and there was no gas bomb with 50 potentials. Brother, there is still the gas bomb in the chimney. The foreman saw Yu-Hai capture the gas bomb and quickly reminded Yu-Hai that there was still a gas bomb stuck in the chimney. In the chimney. Yu-Hai looked up and shouted to Zyba, "Zyba, pull it out." Zyba grabbed the body of the gas bomb with his feet, flapped his wings vigorously, and pulled the gas bomb out of the chimney and threw it on the ground. Yu-Hai immediately used the poke ball to capture it. These gas bombs were all sucked up and had little resistance, which was convenient for him to capture the gas bomb. But unfortunately, the potential of this gas bomb was still very ordinary, and he did not consider capturing it. However, Zyba suddenly made a cry, reminding Yu-Hai to look up. What? Yu-Hai saw Zyba fly into the chimney and drag out a black gas bomb from the chimney. Black? Dyed black? Or Yu-Hai suppressed his excitement, let Zyba grab the gas bomb, captured it with the poke ball, and looked at the panel of the gas bomb. Gas bullet, other color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 53%. Level, 21.31%. Features, float/20.12%. Master the move. It's a different color gas bullet. I'm really lucky today, Yu-Hai guessed correctly. This gas bullet inhaled too much exhaust gas and has transformed into a different color gas bullet, becoming more poisonous. From this guy's moves, it can be seen that the proficiency of poison-type moves obviously exceeds the level. Darker and more poisonous is the variation of this gas bullet. And the potential of this gas bullet is not bad, it is 53 points, this is the gas bullet he wants. It's really a big surprise. He unexpectedly got a gas bullet with good potential, and it's a different color gas bullet. Brother, thank you, you helped a lot. The foreman saw that all the gas bullets were captured, and hurriedly thanked Yu-Hai, the trainer. However, Yu-Hai had no time to deal with him. Instead, he called Zubat and Poison Skull Frog and left the factory that was emitting black smoke. When he arrived at the outskirts of the factory, he released all the other ordinary gas bombs he had just captured. After these gas bombs came out, they were still a little confused. They were all drowsy and didn't know what happened. However, as the chimney continued to emit black smoke, these gas bombs smelled the fragrance of the chimney and floated up excitedly, continuing to absorb exhaust gas around the chimney, and some even drilled into the chimney. The foreman, who had been happy for less than 2 minutes, was so angry that he jumped up and cursed where these gas bombs came from. Hadn't they been caught just now? Hearing the shouting and cursing from the factory, Yu-Hai smiled helplessly, left the factory with brisk steps, and went to the next factory. He kept going here until the afternoon, and he never encountered the second high-potential gas bomb. He still left the factory area and took only 3 gas bombs. One is a different colored gas bomb, and 2 are ordinary gas bombs. The potential of these 2 ordinary gas bombs is very low. The purpose of taming them is to do an evolution experiment to see if the gas bombs can be combined and evolved and then degenerated. If the ordinary gas bomb can be used, he will go to find the second different colored gas bomb. He really doesn't know what kind of double bomb gas will evolve after the 2 different colored gas bombs evolve together. He is already a little impatient. Railu is still in the Pokemon Center. He plans to go and see after dinner. Now he went directly to the hotel and booked a room. Entering the hotel room, he closed the curtains and locked the door. He asked Darkrai to check it out. After confirming that it was safe, he came to the bathroom, where there was an exhaust fan. He turned on the exhaust fan first, and then released the 2 gas bombs. The smell of this Pokemon was really bad. There was no exhaust fan in the bathroom. He would rather test the combination evolution of gas bombs in the open air. If the gas bomb has such a strong smell, the stinky mud is even more so. The smell must be very strong, and even the Pokeball cannot suppress it. You need to use a special Pokeball that can isolate the smell. Wah, wah, wah. The two ordinary gas bombs just came out and looked around in confusion, with question marks all over their minds. Who are they? Where are they? What are they going to do? Gas bomb, you can combine and evolve. If you don't evolve, I will kill you. Yu-Hai has retreated to the outside of the bathroom, and the poisonous skull frog is standing beside him, ready to kill the two gas bombs at any time. Of course, this is just to scare the gas bomb. The gas bomb is not his Pokemon. He can't make the gas bomb evolve. He can only use danger to intimidate the gas bomb, so that the gas bomb feels the danger and evolves in combination in order to seek a stronger power to protect himself. Wah, wah, wah. The two gas bombs looked at each other and felt the murderous aura emanating from the poisonous skull frog. As long as Yu-Hai speaks, the poisonous skull frog will not hesitate and will definitely kill them. Wah, wah, wah. After sensing danger, the two gas bombs approached each other, and a strong light burst out from their bodies. That was the light of evolution. After the strong light dissipated, the two gas bombs also turned into double bomb gas. Yu-Hai immediately shouted to the poisonous skull frog, "Knock them out!" Quack! The poisonous skull frog quickly stepped forward, punched the head of a gas bomb, and hit two big lumps on the top of the two gas bombs, and knocked out the two heads of the double bomb gas with two punches. Then, Yu-Hai released Scyther, intending to forcibly separate the two guys. After all, they were not his elves, and the double bomb gas would not listen to him. It was more convenient to force it. Scyther looked at the double bomb gas, understood what Yu-Hai meant, and cut down the connection point in the middle of the double bomb gas, which looked like an exhaust pipe, split it in two, and split the double bomb gas. As the knife passed, Yu-Hai was shocked to see that the middle point where the two gas bombs were connected was cut off, and a large amount of black smoke came out of it, and then the two gas bombs burst out with strong light again. After the strong light dissipated, the exhaust pipe at the connection point disappeared, and the double gas bomb degenerated into two gas bombs again. However, something strange happened. One gas bomb was very big, and the other gas bomb was very small, as if it was underdeveloped. Using the pokeball to collect the two gas bombs again, he found that the panel had not changed. The levels of the two gas bombs were still the levels when they were captured, just a little lower. Other proficiency levels did not change either. The potential of the two gas bombs increased a little. In general, it was similar to the evolution and degeneration of Jengar. This shows that the method of combining evolution and degeneration of gas bombs and improving potential is feasible. If this is the case, this small gas bomb looks more like a half-deflated balloon, and the other gas bomb is a gas bomb in full gas state. It seems that evolution and degeneration have no effect on gas bombs, and can also improve their potential. His idea is successful. The small gas bomb only needs to replenish some exhaust gas. What he needs to do next is to capture two gas bombs of different colors, and then fuse and evolve them to push up the potential of the double gas bombs. He is still short of a gas bomb, and the toxin crystals used to evolve the gas bomb. This thing will drop wherever there is stinky mud, and the place where the stinky mud is the sewer. Fuck, he would not go to that kind of place. If the sewer here is half as clean as the sewer in big city, he would not recommend going there once. But even the river water here is so dirty that it is unbearable to look at it directly. Forget about the sewer. Let Jengar and Darkrai go to see if there are any toxin crystals. You can go to the bottom of the sewage river, the mud pit, or the bottom of the sea to search. If there are toxin crystals, pick some back. You can look for stinky mud first. Wherever there is stinky mud, there should be toxin crystals. According to the pollution level here, there should be no shortage of toxin crystals. Maybe the river water and sea water are poisonous. After letting everyone have dinner in the hotel, he will go to the Pokemon Center to see Riolu. Later, he will go to the power plant to see if there is any Magnemite. He can capture Magnemite. In addition to the factory, there is also a thermal power plant. Everyone knows how polluted this thing is. There must be gas bombs. Maybe you can encounter another gas bomb of a different color. After dinner, it was dark. The pollution here is serious and the sky gets dark very quickly. Next, they will act separately and meet up at the hotel at night. Darkrai and Gengar will go to find toxin crystals. They will go to the Pokemon Center and then the power plant. In the ward of the Pokemon Center, Yu-Hai returned to the Pokemon Center before it was completely dark. Rilo was still lying on the bed, but he fell into a deep sleep. Yu-Hai did not disturb Rilo. He just left Moo Moo milk and energy cubes beside Rilo's bed, and then quietly left the Pokemon Center. According to Rilo's injuries, it would take about a week for Rilo to recover. It would take at least half a month for the body to be completely healed and out of the state of malnutrition, and proper exercise would be required. All these need to be said after Rilo recovers. It is too early to say these things now. However, as soon as he left the ward, Rilo opened his eyes. It turned out that Rilo was pretending to sleep. Seeing Yu-Hai leave, Rilo glanced at the food beside him, stood up on one foot, jumped to the window and looked at Yu-Hai who left the Pokemon Center. It was not until Yu-Hai disappeared at the end of the street that Rilo retracted his gaze. Rilo never revealed his thoughts from beginning to end, and no one knew what he was thinking. After seeing Yu-Hai disappear, Rilo returned to the bed, picked up the energy cube and threw it into his mouth to chew. Yu-Hai didn't know that Rilo was pretending to sleep. He had come to the power plant at night and saw many Magnemites cruising around the power plant. They were probably attracted by the electric magnetic field generated by the power plant and gathered in this place, which was convenient for him. So, let's start with them tonight. He released Toxic Skull Frog and Orb Spider again, but did not release Zubat. Zubat would be needed later when catching gas bombs. Toxic Skull Frog, use mud to shoot and knock out those Magnemites. Yu-Hai had taken out an empty Pokeball and captured Magnemites outside the power plant. Since there are Magnemites outside the power plant, there must be Magnemites inside the power plant. He first captured the Magnemites outside the power plant. If there are no Magnemites with high potential, he will go to the power plant to see. Chapter 470, Meet an Acquaintance. At night, Yu-Hai caught a circle around the tidal power plant, but he didn't catch a Magnemite with 50 potential. Finally, he had to come to the thermal power plant. Here he not only caught Magnemites, but also gas bombs. But he caught all the magnets around until 10 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't find a good magnet, nor did he encounter a colored gas bomb, even an ordinary gas bomb with 50 potential. He suddenly realized that he had used up all his luck by encountering the colored gas bomb today. Different colored Pokemon are rare, and it is not easy to encounter a second colored gas bomb. Helplessly, he had to release all the gas bombs and magnets he captured today, and let them go back to where they came from. He also wanted to go back. That's almost it for tonight. They also have to go back to the hotel. Tomorrow morning, they will go to see Rilo in the Pokemon Center. At night, the road is narrow and it is easy to be robbed, so they won't go. No harvest today does not mean there will be no harvest tomorrow. The environment here is unique. He doesn't believe that he can't make 2 gas bombs of different colors. Even if he can't make them, he can use toxins to produce them. There is no need to worry. However, just after he left the power plant, he happened to meet Darkrai and Gengar, and returned to his shadow. I didn't expect to meet Darkrai here again. It is estimated that he just came out of the sewer and sensed that he was here, so he came to find him. How is the harvest? Yu-Hai hid in the alley and asked Darkrai and Gengar about their harvest in a low voice. Don't worry, don't you recognize it? There is your acquaintance there. Darkrai did not answer, but looked at the employee who had just left the power plant on the street. Acquaintance? Who is it? When Yu-Hai left the power plant, he happened to catch up with the power plant employees getting off work at night. This was originally just a very ordinary thing, but after being reminded by Darkrai, he felt it was unusual again. The one with the big black dog, Darkrai was very familiar with the breath of that person. He had seen him in the underground black market in Big City before, so he remembered it very clearly. It's him. Yu Hai thought about it carefully and finally remembered the acquaintance with the big black dog. He remembered that when he gave it to the other party, the big black dog was still Dalubi. When he saw this acquaintance, he did not go forward to recognize him. This acquaintance was accompanied by a big black dog. It was very likely that he would be regarded as an enemy at night. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. However, he felt very interesting. He did not expect to meet the other party here. Logically, the other party should be in the rocket team. He quietly retreated into the alley and waited for the workers to disperse before quietly following the acquaintance. In order to avoid being discovered by the big black dog, he followed the other party slowly across the whole street. He followed for several streets and saw the acquaintance entering a residential building from a distance. He gave up tracking and went back to the hotel first. The residential building that the acquaintance entered was not far from the hotel he opened. It was only separated by a street, which could be said to be very close. After returning to the hotel room, Darkrai and Gengar emerged from the shadows. How was the harvest? Did you find anything? Yu Hai saw Darkrai and Gengar, and looked at Gengar emerging from the shadow. If there was any harvest, it was probably in Gengar's stomach. The harvest was not bad. We found the gathering place of the stinky mud and picked up more than 100 toxin crystals. Darkrai's voice sounded in Yu Hai's heart. Not bad, if it's 30,000 per crystal, 100 is 3 million. There are really treasures everywhere here. Yu Hai secretly calculated for a moment and found that it was really cost-saving. If this treasure land could be discovered earlier, Gengar wouldn't have to spend more than 600 million, which almost bankrupted him and sold everything he had. Gengui, did you hide it? Yu Hai looked at the plastic box that Gengar took out. It was full of toxin crystals that exuded a foul smell. He didn't pay attention to the plastic box, but looked at Gengar. This little rascal must have hidden it. Kauji, Gengar saw that he was exposed by Yu Hai, and his little face couldn't help but shrugged. His big tongue rolled in his mouth, and when it came out, it carried more than 10 toxin crystals. Haha, you are so good, Gengar, Yu Hai smiled and patted Gengar's head. The soft touch was quite nice. He whispered to comfort Gengar, Gengui, you have worked hard to find these crystals. You can keep them for yourself. Don't keep them privately next time. Remember to tell me. Hey, really? Gengar happily rolled the crystals with his tongue and took them back into his big mouth. He hugged Yu Hai and laughed. Keep it. I spent more than 600 million on you. It's just a broken stone. What's there to be reluctant about? Yu Hai smiled and pinched Gengar's chubby face. The black fat guy was cute no matter how you looked at him. Hey, seeing Yu Hai so happy, Gengar made a face and laughed evilly while holding his belly. Ha ha ha, Yu Hai smiled, put Gengar down, and reminded Darkrai, our gains on the ship are still in Gengar's stomach. You can take anything with dark attributes. The team needs those evolution stones and gems with rich evil energy. Not much left, Darkrai nodded gently, and he didn't hesitate to let Gengar spit out the backpack and pick up many dark attribute things, including a low-level dark stone, a medium-quality dark stone, and many evil gems. These good things were found in the backpack of the evil young man. There were many good things in the backpack, and he hadn't had time to sort them out, including the senior-level props that the evil young man won at the party the night before, all of which were his props. But Darkrai didn't take everything, and left a medium-quality dark stone for Gengar, and didn't take the ghost gem. These stones were more suitable for Gengar, so he kept them for Gengar. Before, Storm also had a lot of good stuff, all of which were with Darkrai. In addition to the dark stone, there were also 70 or 80 evil gems obtained in Big City, 50 or 60 of which belonged to Storm, and 10 or 20 of which belonged to other backpacks. There were also evil energy cubes, all of which were with Darkrai, which was a win-win situation. Since meeting Darkrai, he hadn't seen Darkrai's panel for more than 2 months, and didn't know what it looked like. In order to see the panel, he even let Darkrai enter the Pokeball once. Darkrai. Attribute, Evil. Gender, None. Potential, 79.23%. Level, 55.77%. Features, Nightmare/51.55%. Master the moves. Darkrai's potential is not bad, rising from 78 to 79. If he continues to grow like this, he will soon be able to enter the championship, which is still worth looking forward to. Darkrai's level has reached 55. In more than 2 months, he has increased by 11 levels, which is not bad. It is estimated that most of the gem energy has been absorbed by the potential, otherwise Darkrai's level would not have increased by only this much. The gem energy absorbed by Darkrai can also help Darkrai grow. The Nightmare characteristic has been reborn, which means that Darkrai has mastered some skills and can control the Nightmare aura that he unconsciously emits from his body. He can avoid hurting the sleeping elves and restrain the Nightmare aura he emits. It is a good change. If Darkrai wants to leave now, he will not stop him. They were originally in a relationship of mutual help. Darkrai helped him fight, and he helped Darkrai find a way to control the Nightmare characteristic. Since Darkrai has done it, it is up to him to leave or stay. As for moves, Darkrai has learned a lot of moves during this period of time, and his learning ability is quite strong. Most of the moves are the moves that he learned secretly when practicing with other Pokémons, and only 1 or 2 are his own moves that he has learned. In general, it is not bad, but it is a pity that Darkrai is not his Pokémon. They are just partners. Even if it is not his Pokémon, he is very happy to meet Darkrai on the road. It doesn't matter if Darkrai leaves, let's part ways in peace. Li Ping, a fun person, is very open-minded. If Darkrai is going to leave, the only one he can rely on is Gengar. Now he is in the treasure land of Black Cloud City, so he can strengthen Gengar and make up for the lack of strength after Darkrai leaves. If he and Gengar have not had enough ties, he will not let Gengar grow so fast. Considering that Darkrai may leave, he must prepare for the rainy day and improve Gengar's strength. Strive to cultivate a Gengar who is a Quasi-King before Darkrai leaves, so that he can have more security when doing dirty work in the future. Zhenghui has now entered the senior level. With the double growth rate, it won't take long for him to reach the Quasi-King level. Zhenghui, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential. Level, 44.10%. Feature, Curse Body /22.12%. Mastering moves. Zhenghui's potential has not changed much, and there are still 3 big question marks. He is too lazy to complain. However, Gengar's level is rising so fast. If it continues to rise like this, there will be no bond to suppress Gengar. I hope that his bond with Gengar can withstand the test. He has this confidence. After all, it is Gengar he raised. As for forcing growth, it doesn't exist. What Gengar lacks is strength. Combat experience will be discussed later. As long as Gengar's level can be raised, there will be more actual combat later, and combat experience will be raised. Zhenghui's old moves are nothing to see. The old moves that Gengar likes to use have all been raised, while the moves that he doesn't like to use have not been raised. He didn't supervise Gengar's training. He couldn't comment on Gengar's current talent. With more than 600 million invested, he can really become stronger by eating and drinking. Only when he was beaten by the mosquito frog did Gengar know what hard work and striving for strength meant. But the enthusiasm of training is only 2 or 3 days. When the big bump on his head disappears, Gengar will forget why he is working hard, and will become heartless and cheerful, eating, drinking, playing and teasing some little guys. He is too lazy to care about this Gengar. Gengar only needs to train with everyone during the time he requires, and Gengar can arrange the rest of the time freely. In fact, Gengar also has a ghost-type move, Song of Destruction, but this move hurts the enemy and himself. As long as the elves who hear the song, they will die within 3 rounds. It's not that he doesn't want to use this move, it's that the conditions don't allow it. The elf world he lives in is reality, not an elf game. He has no way to block the Song of Destruction. After using this move, he can only use Jengar to replace one of the opponent's elves, which is extremely uneconomical. Unless he can replace the opponent's main force, but his own Jengar is also a main elf, it's not cost-effective no matter how you look at it. There is also Poison Substitute Defense, which is a game tactic, not the same in reality. The substitute will consume a quarter of Jengar's maximum physical strength, and creating a substitute to confuse the enemy is the biggest problem. The more times you use the substitute, the more physical strength you consume. It's not a move you can use whenever you want. There is also guard. In the game, it is used after other moves. The success rate after using guard is 100%, but reality is not a game. What if it can't be used? I'm afraid I'll cry in the toilet. In reality, as long as the opponent is poisoned, he doesn't need to use poison to defend, but let Jengar delay time. According to Jengar's toxicity, the opponent will naturally be unable to hold on for a long time. Gangui has so many moves, and there are too many moves that can delay time. Is it necessary to use a substitute and defend? It is completely putting the cart before the horse. You must know that the game is a turn-based game, and reality is not a turn-based game. The things that games and reality compete with are far apart after all, and some tactics cannot be copied. However, whether it is reality or games, speed has an advantage, there is nothing wrong with it, a certain slipper master once said. The martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed is indestructible. After looking at Jengar's panel, he asked Jengar to swallow the toxin crystals back. This kind of thing is extremely poisonous, so it is better to let Jengar keep it and take it out when needed. His top priority now is to deal with another matter, that is, the acquaintance he met on the way back. Darkrai, in the residential building not far from the hotel, you just saw it. Pull the trainer with the big black dog into the dream later. I want to talk to him. Okay, Darkrai nodded silently, looking at the residential building outside the window, and wrote down the information Yuhai said, but it still had one thing to remind Yuhai. When Jengar and I found the slime tribe, we found a black slime that was excluded. It knew that Yuhai liked to collect these strange and different-looking Pokémon, just like the heterochromatic gas bombs that Yuhai captured. They saw such a slime this time. Heterochromatic stinky mud. Yuhai thought about it and finally shook his head. If the stench of heterochromatic gas bombs is so bad, then heterochromatic stinky mud is probably even more stinky and poisonous, otherwise it wouldn't be so poisonous that it would turn black. You know, according to the introduction of the elf book, there are more than 100 kinds of toxins in the body of stinky mud, and all the traces of stinky mud passing through are bacteria, so grass and trees cannot grow. After the stinky mud crawls over, the remaining part of the body will produce new stinky mud, making the surrounding area even more smelly. Although the stinky mud in the animation performs well, just think about being with this kind of elf, there is always the risk of being poisoned to death, and the places where it crawls are full of bacteria. He doesn't want to subdue this thing. Gas bombs are his bottom line. He will never subdue it even if he is beaten to death by stinky mud. Darkrai panel. Darkrai panel. Darkrai. Attribute, evil. Gender, none. Potential, 79.23%. Level, 55.77%. Features, Nightmare/51.55%. Evil System Mastered Moves, Dark Hole/46.84%. Trick/31.52%. Evil Wave/44.56%. Assault/13.71%. Shootdown/12.16%. Provocation/6.31%. Psychic System, Dream Eater/53.45%. Hypnosis/41.37%. Mental shock / 36.24%. Mental power / 25.28%. Meditation / 40.55%. General system, immobilization / 13.16%. Flash of lightning / 31.41%. Shadow clone / 38.62%. Destruction ray / 12.44%. Hold / 35.78%. Ghost system, night shadow / 13.37%. Shadow claw / 27.36%. Shadow ball / 25.48%. Ice system, black mist / 10.76%. Frozen wind / 11.27%. Freezing ray / 19.94%. Unclassified, rain prayer / 8.24%. Draining punch / 17.42%. Poison attack / 18.53%. Sword dance / 19.61%. Cross scissors / 12.96%. Wisp / 22.91%. Gangui panel. Gangui panel. Gangui, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender. Male. Potential. Level, 44.10%. Features, body of curse / 22.12%. Ghost system mastered moves, shadow ball / 40.82%. Shadow fist / 33.11%. Shadow claw / 31.92%. Strange light / 32.57%. Tongue licking / 36.55%. Curse / 30.15%. Misfortunes never come alone / 30.23%. Same fate / 29.63%. Poison, toxic / 50.84%. Acid bomb / 36.52%. Venom shock / 37.21%. Poison attack / 45.15%. Poison spike / 43.54%. Sludge bomb / 30.35%. Mist / 22.14%. Poison gas / 17.55%. Psychic power system, hypnosis / 41.41%. Dream eater / 38.12%. Mental power / 37.64%. Magic space / 31.44%. Sleep / 43.81%. General mastered moves, black eyes / 32.48%. Song of destruction / 15.78%. Hold / 37.87%. Destruction death light / 29.32%. Evil type, tit for tat / 30.26%. Provocation / 31.77%. Raid / 26.88%. Evil wave / 34.42%. Trick / 19.92%. Fire type, wisp / 37.45%. Flame fist / 18.98%. Unclassified, frozen fist / 17.23%. Thunder fist / 9.15%. Absorption fist / 16.55%. Chapter 471, Nightmare Conversation. Gas bombs are better. The exhaust holes of gas bombs can still control the exhaust gas. The stench of the stinky mud is all over the body, and it can't be stopped at all. Ordinary pokeballs can't isolate the smell. He doesn't want to make his whole body smelly, which is too big a flaw in hiding his body. However, he remembered that aping seemed to have a stinky mud, and the other party should be interested in the different colored stinky mud. But this time, he won't give it to the other party so easily. Last time, it needed to be kept secret, but this time it was real. Trade. The familiar person he met was a ping, whom he hadn't seen for more than 2 months. He should be in Team Rocket, so why is he here? Could it be that Team Rocket planted an undercover here? There are only stinky muds everywhere here, which are worthless. It's really strange. We'll know when we ask him over. Is the pokeball of the mud in Jengar's stomach? Yu-Hai looked at Jengar. Since they encountered the different colored mud, they must have captured it, otherwise they wouldn't say it. Yes, Darkrai nodded, and didn't let Jengar spit it out, because it was too smelly, even it couldn't stand the smell of the mud. Look, this is the subjective initiative of the Pokémon. Knowing that the trainer likes different colored Pokémon, they will help the trainer capture rare Pokémon directly. Pokémon capture Pokémon, no one else. Put it in Jengar's stomach for now. Yu-Hai didn't want to take it out, because it was a smell that even the Pokeball couldn't block. For now, he put aside the matter of the heterochromatic mud and turned to Darkrai, saying, "Go and see if that person is asleep. If he is, pull him into his dream. Wait for my news." Darkrai sneaked into the shadows and headed for the residential building he had just seen. Quickly shuttling through the shadows, Darkrai soon came to the residential building and saw Ping, who was cultivating Mud and Haunter on the third floor. Ping was feeding Mud and Haunter with poison, and what they were eating was the poison crystals they were looking for, so the purpose of Ping coming here was obvious. From the appearance of Mud and Haunter, Darkrai found that the two Pokémon were turning black again, with black spots on their bodies, and the color was uneven, and there was a tendency to mutate in the direction of heterochromatic Pokémon. Seeing this, Darkrai returned to the hotel room and told Yu-Hai what he had seen and heard. "I see, Yu-Hai probably guessed the purpose of Ping here. He must have the same idea as him, that is, he wanted to use the poison resources here to increase the toxicity and strength of poison-type elves. However, this still couldn't explain why Ping came out of the power plant and why he worked here as a member of Team Rocket. Was he an undercover agent, or was the power plant the base of Team Rocket? I want to take a nap. When he falls asleep, I will pull him into the dream." Yu-Hai went to the bathroom to wash up, and then lay on the bed and fell asleep. Who knows when the other party will sleep? Anyway, he wants to sleep, so he will sleep first. He slept until the second half of the night, about 1 or 2 in the morning. Darkrai informed him in his dream that Ping had fallen asleep and could be pulled into the dream. He could only wake up from his dream. The scene was still the sofa in the villa in Big City. He was waiting for Ping to come in on the sofa. Even his face was disguised, and it became the appearance that Ditto had disguised before. Soon, Ping came to the outside of the villa and looked at the villa that suddenly appeared in his dream curiously. Ping didn't know that this was a dream, nor did he realize that he was dreaming. Ping was slowly led by Darkrai to the living room of the villa. He sat on the sofa in a daze, and Darkrai let go of Ping's guidance. "Ping, long time no see." Yu-Hai smiled and greeted Ping, who had regained consciousness. He didn't know if this person still remembered him after not seeing him for 2 months. "Who are you?" "Hi." Ping looked at Yu-Hai carefully and asked tentatively. Because the candlelight was dim, he didn't dare to recognize him for a while. "It's me, why are you here?" Yu-Hai smiled and asked Ping why he was in Haiyun City. "Yeah, how come I'm here?" Ping thought about it, and suddenly realized something. He woke up suddenly, opened his eyes and looked at Yu-Hai carefully, and said in surprise, "How come you are here?" "I remember I was in Haiyun City." "Huh? That's right, I was in a rental house in Haiyun City, why am I here?" "Where is this place?" "This is a dream, we are not far away, I am also in Haiyun City, and we won't be discovered if we talk here." Yu-Hai couldn't help but sigh. This is the correct use of the nightmare world. The message can be transmitted silently, and no one can know. What dream, this? Ping was a little unbelievable, not doubting that it was impossible, but feeling incredible. When they first met, Yu-Hai was mysterious everywhere, and now he made a dream again. He was not surprised at all. "Okay, let's talk about business. Why are you in Haiyun City? Aren't you in the rocket team?" Yu-Hai waved his hand to interrupt Ping's question. This guy is a curious baby, and it is estimated that he can't finish talking all night. "I am indeed in Team Rocket." My special training with Team Rocket has ended. I just passed the rookie assessment of Team Rocket last week. I was going to return to Orange Islands, but I heard that Black Cloud City has abundant poison resources, so I planned to come here to take a look. I didn't expect that this place is very suitable for the development of poison trainers, so I plan to carry out tasks here and apply to be transferred here to do tasks. Mission? What kind of mission can there be here? Could it be the poison resources here? Yu-Hai thought about it, and really didn't expect that there could be anything that Team Rocket coveted in such a broken place. After looking around, there were only poison resources left. Team Rocket has a black market here to collect poison resources, including collecting poison Pokemon. Many poison trainers of Team Rocket will come here to develop. Ah Ping did not hide it from Yu-Hai and told him everything. The mission was said. After all, Yu-Hai helped him to achieve his current development and current situation, especially the 3 Pokemon that Yu-Hai gave him, Houndoom, Gyarados, and Smurf. These 3 Pokemon have evolved and are very powerful. They are the basic foundation for him to join Team Rocket, which has benefited him a lot. When he first joined Team Rocket, he relied on these 4 Pokemon to support him and helped him to pass the most difficult rookie training, rookie trials, and rookie assessments, successfully graduated from Team Rocket's training camp, and survived. He felt very complicated about this mysterious man, with gratitude, fear, and even admiration. Even if he didn't say it, I believe that the other party would be able to investigate the matter here in a short time. The poison team was Team Rocket before, and the other party told him. Oh, from your tone, you don't have a sense of belonging to Team Rocket. Yu-Hai smiled and threw a cigarette to Ping. This is a dream, so smoking is very casual. I am a marginal member of the Rocket team. I am not trusted and naturally have no sense of belonging. Ah Ping took the cigarette and lit it very skillfully. However, he found that there was no lighter, so he lit the cigarette on a candle instead. After taking a deep puff of smoke, he continued, trainers like me who were recruited from the Orange Islands were supposed to return to the Orange Islands to expand territory for Team Rocket, but I applied to come here, and they all said I was a deserter. Besides, the mission period for this application is only 3 months. After 3 months, I will return to the Orange Islands and help Team Rocket expand new territory. If you go back to the Orange Islands now, you will go to the front line. Yu-Hai touched his chin and thought for a while, reminding the other party, facing the black ships and those local big families, snatching food from the mouths of those people, you are afraid that you will be used as cannon fodder. There is no way. Being in Team Rocket, I can only follow the orders from above and have no power to choose. I can come here to live for 3 months, which is the longest time that Instructor Viper can strive for. Hey, Instructor Viper is pretty good to you. Did he say anything after I left? Yu-Hai thought of Viper, who was also his former boss. It's a pity that he didn't join the Rocket team, otherwise Viper would be a good boss. At least during the time in the Viper team, he helped him change to an easy job, so he didn't have to go to the mine to dig. He didn't say anything. Ah Ping shook his head and thought about it carefully for a moment. After all, it has been more than 2 months, and he didn't remember what Viper said all the time. Since he has no memory, he didn't say anything. Moreover, the alliance came suddenly at that time, and he left suddenly too. He came to Kanto to join the Rocket team's training camp without any preparation and started a 2-month special training. Ha ha ha, maybe you have forgotten about me, a small character, so boring. Yu-Hai smiled helplessly. It seems that the Rocket team is really a place where human life is worthless. Death is as ordinary as eating and drinking water. It is enough to show that the people in the Rocket team are used to life and death. Hearing the words of the small character, Ah Ping couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He heard that Bao Feng's backpack was stolen, which caused a big commotion in the underground world. When he was eating, he often heard his fellow villagers bring up this matter and discuss over and over again who stole Bao Feng's backpack. Only he knew that this person was probably Ahai. He had never seen Ahai's true face from beginning to end, including now. Who knows if the other party's current appearance is disguised? There is indeed a disguise. Facing Ah Ping of the rocket team, Yu Hai never showed his true face. After all, it was the rocket team and he had to be on guard. It's only 3 months, so how is your progress now? Is there any progress? Yu Hai chatted like an old friend, but he also confirmed one thing: Ah Ping has no sense of belonging to the rocket team, and can be pulled in as an undercover, so that he will have someone in the rocket team. The progress is very slow. At present, only Mud and Haunter have been tried. These two Pokémon have begun to change color under the infection of toxins, but it has been half a month, and the color has not darkened at all. Ah Ping did not hide this from Yu Hai, because Yu Hai could see the extraordinariness of Bellsprout at a glance, and maybe Yu Hai has a way to speed up the progress of Pokémon mutation. He must make Muddy and Haunter change color and complete the mutation in the Poison-type cultivation book within 3 months, turning them into Black Jengar and Black Muddy. Only with such mutated Pokémon can he protect himself in the next battle and survive the front line. He also has a sister. He can't die. If he dies, his sister will be left alone. He must not let such a bad thing happen. If he doesn't want to die on the front line between Team Rocket and Orange Islands, he must strengthen his strength, and only after the mutation of Jengar and Muddy can he survive in front of the Quasi King trainer, or even be qualified to fight. That's why he came here, wanting to take a shortcut by using the poison-type resources here, hoping to enter the ranks of Quasi King as soon as possible, and also have more means of self-protection. Fortunately, I only tried these 2 Pokémon, other Pokémon can't use this method. Yu Hai sighed. His Jengar was also tested in this way, but his Jengar can evolve and degenerate, and the opponent probably can't use it. Where did you get your Haunter? I bought it from Team Rocket. It's just an ordinary Ghastly, so I wanted to come here to transform, but unfortunately, the transformation of Haunter is more difficult than I thought. Ah Ping sighed, as if hinting at something, just wanting Yu Hai to give him some advice. Why don't you join me? Yu Hai could hear, Ah Ping's words were full of meaning, but how could he give Ah Ping the training method for no reason? Although his training method was easy to obtain, it was very valuable to Ah Ping. What? I am Team Rocket. Even if I want to follow you, I don't know who you are, and it is difficult for me to leave Team Rocket. Ah Ping spread his hands helplessly. He didn't even know who Yu Hai was. How could he follow others just because they said a few words? At least Team Rocket knew everything, and it was difficult to leave once they joined Team Rocket. His sister was also monitored by Team Rocket, which was a bargaining chip to control him. Maybe she would be pulled into Team Rocket in the future, which was what he didn't want to see the most. He just wanted his sister to be an ordinary person and stay away from the disputes between trainers. Me? Yu Hai smiled and said, I am an undercover agent in the league and have joined the Orange Islands gym. In order to redeem myself in the future, I chose the league path. Ahem. Ah Ping heard Yu Hai's background for the first time and coughed twice in shock. He was really shocked by this sentence. He was a member of Team Rocket and was chatting with a league trainer. He had a lot of complaints, but he had nowhere to complain. Redeem myself. After Ah Ping pondered for a moment, he did think about redemption. He was not deeply involved now and still had a chance to redeem himself. When he gets deeper and deeper into trouble, he won't have a chance to clear his name. This may be his chance, but it's hard to deal with his sister. He must find a way out for her. I can hang out with you, but what about my sister? Team Rocket knows I have a sister. Once they find out I've betrayed them, they won't let her go. This is easy. Find a chance to get your sister into the gym and make her a gym trainer. Then Team Rocket won't touch your sister. Yu Hai thought about it for a moment and thought of a good way to deal with it. The little girl is about the same age as Xiao Ai. She can become Xiao Ai's playmate if she joins the gym. With the old man Xiaobo watching over her, there's no need to worry about Team Rocket's prying eyes. Chapter 472, The Way Out for Civilian Trainers. Join the gym. Ah Ping thought about it seriously when he heard about the gym in the alliance, but after thinking about it, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, the gym in the Orange Islands can't be enemies with Team Rocket for a child. They just want to protect themselves. Who told you it's the gym in the Orange Islands? It's the Red Lotus Gym in Red Lotus Island in Kanto. The gym owner is Xiaobo, the old Fire King. It's just a small matter to protect a child. Do you know Xiaobo? Ah Ping was surprised again. He thought Ah Hai was just an undercover in the alliance, but he didn't expect that he even knew Xiaobo. He was a trainer who had heard about Xiaobo's deeds. After graduating from the training camp, knowing the powerful people in the alliance is also a compulsory course for these newcomers, warning them not to provoke these gym owners. Don't be so surprised, I also know Do. Do you want to know him? Yu Hai smiled mysteriously. As an undercover, he likes to talk nonsense. If you ask whether he knows Do or not, no one should say he is bragging. Okay, I believe you. Let's not talk about Du Tianwang for now. If this gym is replaced by Xiaobo's gym, Ah Ping thinks this is feasible. It's okay to trust him temporarily. The most important thing is how to join Xiaobo's gym. This is simple, Yu Hai thought of the Quartz Conference. After the Quartz Conference is over, he will invite Xiao Ai to play in the Orange Islands. At that time, Xiaobo will definitely go with him. It won't be too late to arrange this matter when Xiaobo arrives in the Orange Islands. There is no rush for this matter. As long as you want to get along with me, I can arrange for your sister to enter the Red Lotus Gym. Okay, I'll remember it. How should I contact you? Ah Ping breathed a sigh of relief. After the sister's matter was settled, he had no worries. The next step was simple. Anyway, he would work hard for anyone. He definitely wanted to stand in the sun, rather than go all the way with the rockets. What's more, the rockets treated him as cannon fodder, and he had no sense of belonging to the rockets. The phone is not okay. Your phone may be monitored by Team Rocket. I can't contact you actively. If you want to contact me, come to Xiaogan Island. I am the gym trainer of Xiaogan Gym. You can let Hunter send a letter. Okay, I'll take it down. Ah Ping silently took down the address that Yu Hai said. He is still just a small character now, and Team Rocket should not pay attention to him. When he returns to the Orange Islands, he must try his best to hide himself. If he really has to show his talents, Team Rocket will definitely tighten his control over him, and then he will definitely take action against Komari. However, with Yu Hai's retreat, he can send his sister there at any time. As long as his sister can join the gym, he can do whatever he wants. Okay, that's it for now. I'll log off if nothing happens, Yu Hai yawned. He was woken up late at night, and his mental state was not good. What? Do you have a way to solve my current dilemma? Ah Ping saw Yu Hai was about to leave, and hurriedly asked Yu Hai shamelessly how to speed up the mutation progress of Mud and Haunter. This is related to his life and property, he can't be careless, and he is not embarrassed, after all, his life is more important. This? Your training has fallen into a misunderstanding, Yu Hai saw Ah Ping asking proactively. He had talked to Ah Ping before, and the other party even arranged for his sister to come. I really don't know where the other party trusts him after only meeting twice. However, since the other party trusts him, it is not impossible to provide him with some ideas. Smelly and Haunter are Pokemon that are not afraid of poison. These two Pokemon are poisonous in themselves, and they are in the state of poison. If you want to make these two Pokemon mutate, you must use strong materials. Use strong materials? Keishu, it is said in the book that if the poison is too strong, it is likely to cause the mud to split, or even dissipate its consciousness. Ah Ping has also thought about giving a big tip. If the mud splits because of the poison, he will lose the mud. The mud may split, but Haunter is just a ball of gas, which is originally in an invisible and intangible state. How can it split? Yu Hai helplessly spread his hands. Even if the gaseous haunter splits, it can just be gathered together again. It is originally a ball of gas. What about the mud? Ping saw in the book that the stinky mud cannot be used, so he ignored the state of haunter. Now that he was reminded, it was as if he had suddenly realized something. He could try it later. Letting you use the stinky mud does not mean that you can use the stinky mud that you can't bear. You will not strengthen the toxins several times until the elf falls asleep, which is the limit of the elf's tolerance. The elf will fall asleep and digest the toxins. And the stinky mud will split and produce offspring. Your breeding method should not be to eat poison, but to fuse toxins, or even fuse the toxins of other stinky muds, so that your stinky mud can digest and refine the toxins refined by other stinky muds, so that the mutation can be accelerated. After all, the stinky mud knows the stinky mud best, and there will be no rejection reaction when fused. You also know the stinky mud's body where is the best place to eat, especially the heterochromatic stinky slime, which is more toxic. As long as your stinky slime can integrate the toxins of the heterochromatic stinky slime, your stinky slime should be able to mutate quickly. It's not easy to find heterochromatic stinky slime. I have asked Haunter to search all the sewers in the city, but I haven't encountered a heterochromatic stinky slime, Ah Ping sighed. Yu Hai's words really gave him a new idea. But whether it is stinky slime or heterochromatic stinky slime, he needs to catch it, but the probability of encountering heterochromatic stinky slime is not that easy. Then you are really unlucky. I just came here and I met one, Yu Hai smiled. He really didn't want to show off, but the elves were too sensible. Really? You are so lucky, Ah Ping was envious, and he was about to give up looking for heterochromatic stinky slime. Even if there was no heterochromatic stinky slime, wouldn't you give birth to it? My own stinky slime is afraid of splitting, and there are too many stinky slimes in the sewers. Just give these stinky slimes strong food, and the stinky slimes that survive can mutate. Then let my stinky slime fuse the toxins of the heterochromatic stinky slimes. Can it be like this? Ah Ping thought about it, and this method seems to be feasible. He can't bear to give up his own stinky slime, but there is no such concern for wild stinky slimes. Anyway, there are a lot of stinky slimes here. Any piece of rotten slime that falls off the body can give birth to new stinky slimes. In addition, the industrial pollution here is the best breeding ground for stinky slimes. Stinky slimes here are not worth much. If you raise stinky slimes at all costs, you will give birth to a few heterochromatic stinky slimes sooner or later. He will have heterochromatic stinky slimes to cultivate his own stinky slimes. In fact, it doesn't cost much to raise stinky slimes. Toxin crystals are very common in sewers, and stinky slimes are also very common. It just takes some time. I have a naturally mutated stinky slime in my hand. Do you want it? Yu Hai finally wants to sell the goods. After saying so much, his mouth is a little dry. How much? Ping had been waiting for this sentence, but he would not be stupid enough to ask if he wanted to give it to him. The 2 Pokémon sent before were kept secret as rewards, so it would be better to talk about the money this time. After all, free things are the most expensive. He owed the other party a favor before, and he would owe him another favor for his sister's retreat, so he didn't want to continue to owe favors. 2 million, just a friendly price. Yu Hai was silent for a moment, and then quoted 2 million. He hadn't seen the potential of the heterochromatic stinky mud, so he could just sell it casually. Anyway, it was only worth a few million. Okay, Ping agreed without thinking. The naturally mutated stinky mud was very expensive here, and 2 million was really a friendly price. When you wake up, you will see a pokeball outside the window, and there is the heterochromatic stinky mud. Yu Hai said this when he had already asked Darkrai to deliver the goods. He asked curiously, the black market of Team Rocket, could it be the power plant where you work? Yes, you saw it all? Ping nodded and admitted that Yu Hai must have seen him, so he had such a guess. He explained, we usually wear the work clothes of the power plant to work. There is also a real power plant there. The black market is hidden under the power plant. I will go shopping tomorrow. If you can see me, you will definitely recognize me at first sight. Yu Hai smiled. He didn't know what good things there were in the black market. He also had a batch of black goods to sell. It was a good opportunity to go to the black market to see if it was suitable to sell them. Okay, I'll give you the money when the time comes. Ping didn't want to refuse to pay, but he couldn't refuse at all. He still had to follow the other party in the future, so he still had some credibility. Well, let's do this first, and contact each other when the time comes. Yu Hai felt that it was about right. It's time to log off. It's still early in the morning, and they still have the second half of the night to sleep. Today, they made a small profit of 2 million, and also recruited a rocket team undercover. There will be fun in the future. Okay, I'll go first. Ping was already impatient, wanting to try out the training method that Yu Hai just mentioned. But as soon as he stood up, he was completely at a loss. How should he go back? This is a dream. But before I could say a word, Ping disappeared. It was Darkrai who kicked Ping out of the nightmare group chat. Ping suddenly woke up from the bed, sweating profusely and looking at the street lights outside the window. After waking up, Ping was sweating all over, his chest and back were soaked. He pinched himself hard and found it painful. He looked at the familiar people around him, and then he realized that he was back. He came to the window and looked at the pokeball on the windowsill. He finally believed that he was dreaming just now. He really saw Ahai, who had disappeared for more than 2 months, and he also talked a lot with him. It turned out that everything was true. But now is not the time to think about these things. He immediately opened the window and brought in the pokeball outside the door. He smelled a stench instantly. It turned out that Yu Hai did not use a special pokeball that isolates odors to hold this strange smelly mud. The stench caught him off guard. He could only hold the pokeball in one hand and go to the bathroom, pinch his nose with the other hand, and breathe with his mouth. In the bathroom, he immediately released Cao Dai Hua and the strange smelly mud, let Cao Dai Hua knock the strange smelly mud unconscious, and cut some black mud from the strange smelly mud. Then he released his own stinky mud and let it blend with the black mud on the ground. The flowing body of the stinky mud slowly covered the black mud and began to blend with the black mud. The body of the stinky mud responded instantly, and the place where the black mud was fused also turned into a black mud body. It works, cut a little more off, Cao Dai Hua. Ping asked Cao Dai Hua to continue cutting, and then let the stinky mud continue to blend until the body of the heterochromatic stinky mud was only as big as a small bowl, and then he asked Cao Dai Hua to stop. All the black mud dropped by the heterochromatic stinky mud was fused by his stinky mud. After blending all the black mud, 1/4 of his stinky mud had turned into black mud. It seems that this method is not only effective, but also has outstanding effects. According to this progress, within a week, his stinky mud will be able to complete the transformation and withstand more violent toxins. As long as there is the heterochromatic stinky mud, plus the heterochromatic stinky mud he spawned, he is confident that his stinky mud will reach the strength of a Quasi-King in 3 months. However, the alien slime whose black mud was cut off has shrunk a lot. It is necessary to take the slime to the garbage dump to eat some garbage, which can be recycled. The alien slime is the power bank of the slime. It allows the alien slime to devour garbage to extract toxins to increase its size, and then cut off the refined black mud, so that its own slime can merge with the black mud refined by the alien slime. Ha ha ha, that strange mysterious man is really my lucky star. Just a casual mention can shorten the progress of the slime's mutation. He needs more alien slimes. Tomorrow, he can start to subdue the slimes and use the method of raising poison to give birth to more alien slimes. And Haunter, Ping used the pokeball that isolates odors to take back the alien slime, released Haunter and let Haunter eat all the toxin crystals collected by Haunter and the toxin crystals produced by the slime. This time he was going to use some powerful stuff to make Haunter complete his transformation, but what he never expected was that after Haunter swallowed more than 100 toxin crystals, his body burst into a strong light, which was the light of evolution. Even Haunter himself was surprised. After the strong light faded, Haunter disappeared, and a dark Jengar appeared instead. Cowerhay, cowerhay! Cowerhay, cowerhay! But the Jengar, who had just evolved, just called out twice in confusion, then staggered and collapsed in the bathroom and fell asleep. Is the toxicity too strong? Or are there too many toxin crystals? He actually fell into a deep sleep, and that guy said it all. Ah Ping couldn't help but sigh. Yu Hai was really good at predicting things, and the other party said it all. Gengui not only fell into a deep sleep, but also completed the transformation he had always wanted, and became a different colored Jengar, that is, a black Jengar. The darker it is, the stronger the toxicity. Since Jengar fell into a deep sleep, he took back the Pokeball and planned to wait for Jengar to wake up and continue to collect the poison crystals here. Instructor Viper told him that Jengar's toxicity was not online, and he had to be careful not to poison himself. He bought this Jengar from the channel introduced by Instructor Viper, and there were many discounts, which showed that Instructor Viper valued him very much, but sorry, although he valued him, he didn't want to get on this pirate ship. At most, he had a little affection for Instructor Viper's care, and he didn't have any sense of belonging to the rocket team that treated him as cannon fodder. The rocket team was just his springboard. He now had a new boss and could wash his head in the future. I really look forward to such a future. It should be great to live in the sun with my sister. Chapter 473, Offline Base. On the 21st day of going to the Kanto region, it was cloudy. Only 2 days after arriving, Yu Hai found that there seemed to be no third kind of weather in Haiyun City. It was either cloudy or rainy, and there was no sunny day at all. But he still got up early, gave breakfast to the elves, and went to the Pokemon Center to visit Ryalu. Ryalu could get out of bed and recovered well, but he could only jump and hop, and still could not do strenuous exercise. Miss Joy pushed him back to the bed again. He released the frog, and let the frog accompany Ryalu today to prevent Ryalu from running around before he recovered. He left the frog and Ryalu with food for the whole day, and then left the Pokemon Center. The reason why the frog was left to look after Ryalu was because these two Pokemon could still talk, but it was hard to say about other Pokemon. After the strength of other Pokemons caught up, it was already a stretch for the frog to continue to be the strongest. Darkray's level exceeded that of the frog, and he would only get stronger in the future. If even Darkray couldn't handle something, it would be useless to bring the frog. Even if the frog, no matter how strong he is not a king-level Pokemon. He still cannot defeat many Pokemons. He still has a few Scythers. If he encounters trouble in the black market, and the poison frogs can't handle it, he can just use a few Scythers. If the Scythers can't handle it, he can only use Jengar and Darkrai. If he can't even handle the last trump card, it's useless to use Frog. You can't rely on Frog for everything. Outside the Pokemon Center, Yu Hai waved goodbye to Frog and Ryalu on the second floor, and went to the power plant he saw yesterday. The black market is under the power plant. He saw Ah Ping coming out of the power plant yesterday, so he knew which power plant it was, and he was going to check it out this morning. After all, who stipulated that the black market can only be entered at night? The rocket team opened the black market to make money, so it will naturally be open 24 hours a day. When he came to the power plant yesterday, he observed around the periphery of the power plant and found that there were many mysterious people coming in and out of the hidden back door of the power plant. He guessed that it should be the entrance to the black market. He let the round silk spider lie on his shoulder, wearing a ditto mask on his face and a black mask, followed by the poisonous skull frog, and followed others into the back door of the power plant. When he came to the inside of the power plant, he found that the back door was the back kitchen canteen, but many people did not eat, and these people were wearing masks, queuing to the room next to the canteen, queuing to wait to enter a small room. He also queued behind this group of people, waiting for the door of the small room to open, he saw a psychic elf in the room. After the masked man went in, the small room opened again soon, but the masked man in the room had disappeared. Seeing this, he finally understood that the underground and the ground were separated, at least for people like them, and the only way to enter the underground was the instant movement of the psychic elves. For the insiders, there must be an internal elevator inside the power plant, and they can only use teleportation to go down. Considering that Aping works here, he doesn't know whether he works underground or in the power plant, so he can only follow him down and see what happens. Looking at the people in front of him disappearing one by one, his outfit is not abrupt. Here, most people are dressed in masks, and there are elves around them. He also has 2 elves around him. When it was his turn to enter the small room, Alakazam, who could teleport, looked at him and was shocked, because Alakazam's superpowers sensed that he had many elves. Then, Alakazam raised his spoon and pointed to the stickers on the wall, asking Yu-Hai to look at them. 10,000 per person? 10,000 per elf. Yu-Hai saw the price and immediately understood it, and used the elf ball to take back the poisonous skull frog and the round silk spider. Hoo-hoo, Alakazam raised his spoon and pointed it at Yu-Hai's face, indicating that there was another one on his face. Ahem, Yu-Hai knew that he couldn't hide it, so he could only take out 20,000 alliance coins and hand them to Alakazam. Who did? Alakazam nodded silently after seeing the 20,000 yuan. After receiving the money, he used teleportation and took Yu-Hai to the underground. The underground of the power plant was still a small room. Someone was waiting outside the door and hurriedly urged Yu-Hai to go out. Yu-Hai left the small room, and after another person went in, the small room closed and teleported up again. Only then did he have time to look at the underground environment. The dual arena, needless to say, is almost the standard of every underground black market, and then there are shops on both sides of the street, where all kinds of illegal transactions are carried out. The lights here are bright, and there are all kinds of transactions that the Alliance does not allow. It is the Rockets who maintain the order of this black market. But the Rockets did not blatantly reveal their identities, but wore black uniforms, and the Pokémon around them were all poison Pokémon, patrolling the streets in pairs. Not only did the Rockets use poison Pokémon, what he saw here was even more exaggerated than what he saw in the Pokémon Center. Many trainers here are surrounded by poison Pokémon, and the remaining layer is Pokémon of other attributes. Seeing this, he released Poison Frog and Orb Spider again, let Orb Spider return to his shoulder, and let Poison Frog follow him, so that he could integrate into the environment here. Fortunately, Alakazam didn't find Darkrai, otherwise he would have to ask for another 10,000 admission fee. He is really a greedy Alakazam, and he is probably helping Team Rocket to make money. Putting Alakazam's affairs behind him, he wandered around here, trading poisonous Pokémon, trading poisonous substances, trading poisonous items, trading poisonous materials. This underground black market is full of poisonous substances. At least 90% of the transactions he saw were related to poison. As he walked on the road, he saw poisonous Pokémon hurting people from time to time. The poisonous Pokémon here are very unstable. Many poisonous Pokémon following the trainers have red eyes and bloodshot eyes, as if they haven't slept for a long time. He also saw many trainers fighting over a disagreement, and everyone just watched the fight from a distance. No one yelled or said anything, and everyone was used to it. After the out-of-control poison Pokémon was killed, the trainer's backpack returned to the winner, the Pokémon was dissected on the spot, and the useful poison materials were taken away, and the streets returned to peace. Team Rocket did not intervene in this matter, and no one intervened. Everyone watched it coldly, but they had to pay for the broken things according to the price. Seeing this scene, he felt a chill on his back, feeling that something was wrong here. The trainers here were wrong, the Pokémon here were wrong, and there was an indescribable weirdness everywhere. It was as if they were all too irritable, as if they had been suffering from insomnia for a long time and were about to be tortured crazy by insomnia. Humans are like this, Pokemon are also like this, why is this what? Considering that the Pokemon are all poisonous Pokemon, they must have been bred using poison-eating methods, which led to deep poisoning and tortured by the poison all the time, so they couldn't sleep. This is likely the cause of the Pokemon's irritability. Could it be that the Pokemon who couldn't sleep affected the trainer, and the trainer's mental state was not good? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu-Hai was about to go shopping again, but someone suddenly patted his shoulder, which scared him so much that he quickly turned back and showed a guarded attitude towards the person behind him. Don't be nervous, Ah Ping saw the orb silk spider lying on Yu-Hai's shoulder, which was exactly the same as the one in the underground of Big City. He had seen Yu-Hai like this many times and was very familiar with it. Ah Ping? Yu-Hai asked tentatively when he saw that the masked man was not surprised at all. It's me. Ah Ping wore a mask and a black suit, which was exactly the opposite of the white suit of the power plant. There was also a Houndoom beside him, which was the big black dog he saw yesterday. Quack, seeing Yu-Hai retreat, the poison frog also followed suit, showing a guarded attitude towards Ping. As long as Yu-Hai said so, it could instantly blow up this man's head. It was negligent just now. Because Ping did not show hostility and murderous intent, it ignored Ping's approach. There were too many people coming and going here, so it ignored the approach of the other party. Woof, 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 Houndoom saw the poison frog showing hostility, and with its keen sense of smell, it immediately growled at the poison frog as a warning. This is the Delubi from the past. Has it grown up? After Yu-Hai confirmed that it was Ping, he relaxed his vigilance and walked over to look at Houndoom, who kept growling to warn him not to get close. Yes, I also want to thank you for the elves you sent me. They have all evolved and are my greatest help. Ping smiled, reached out and touched Houndoom's head, asking Houndoom to stop barking. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You've made good progress. Yu-Hai also smiled. This Houndoom has memorized his scent and can track him at any time. Fortunately, this place is not suitable for conversation. Let's go to another place to talk. Ah Ping walked in front and took Yu-Hai into an elevator and returned to the power plant above. Seeing that he was back up there, Yu-Hai's mouth twitched and sighed helplessly. The 20,000 alliance coins were given away in vain. Change your clothes. Ah Ping took Yu-Hai to the locker room, threw a white coat from the power plant to Yu-Hai, put on a white coat himself, and reminded Yu-Hai, the orb silk spider can be put away. Okay, Yu-Hai saw Ah Ping say this. It has come to this point. What else can't be trusted? He raised his hand to pull down the hood and used the pokeball to take back the orb silk spider. The ditto mask on his face was not removed, and the poison skull frog was still beside him. After putting on a white coat over the stab-proof suit, Ah Ping took him out of the power plant and sat down in a cafe on the street. Both of them were wearing masks, so they came all the way from the underground. With Ah Ping leading the way, no one suspected that Yu-Hai was an outsider. You don't have to go to work. Yu-Hai just sat down and wondered if Ah Ping was slacking off. My shift is at 2 p.m, it's still early. Ah Ping looked at his watch and waved to the waiter to bring 2 cups of coffee. I thought you were skipping work, Yu-Hai smiled. They finally met in person this time. Here is 2 million, keep it first. Ah Ping took out 2 million cash and put it on the table, pushed it to Yu-Hai, and said, I tried your method last night, and the stinky mud worked very well, but Jengar fell into a deep sleep. Can you help me see what's going on? Gangui? Yu-Hai asked in confusion. Wasn't it Haunter yesterday? How come it became Jengar this morning? It evolved last night. Ping took out the pokeballs of mud and Jengar and gave them to Yu-Hai. He knew that Yu-Hai had good eyesight and wanted Yu-Hai to see the situation of the Pokemon. Let me see. Yu-Hai took the 2 pokeballs, looked at the 2 Pokemons in the pokeballs through the transparent shell of the pokeballs, and then opened the panel of mud. Mud. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 57.34%. Level, 42.11%. Feature, stickiness /40.12% hidden feature, poison hand /53.12%. Mastered the move. He looked at Mud's panel first, and he found that Mud's panel had not yet shown a different color, which meant that it had not yet completed the transformation, but it would soon. This Mud has the potential to be a quasi-king, and it is still growing. If it is cultivated according to the other party's idea, it is possible to become a champion. Mud's level is also good, it has reached the senior level, and it is a pretty good Pokemon. Besides, the poison hand characteristic is even more amazing, exceeding the level by a lot. The stinky Mud is really poisonous, worthy of being a poison itself, it is incomparable, incomparable. Strange, strange, why is there no smell? Yu-Hai asked a Ping about this question, why is there no smell, aren't the stinky Muds all very smelly Pokemons? That's just that I didn't release it. I used a special poke ball. A Ping couldn't stand the smell of the stinky Mud. At that time in Big City, he changed the special poke ball for the stinky Mud. At the beginning, the stinky Mud was subdued because the stinky Mud was the easiest to feed and could eat the garbage at home, otherwise he would not choose the stinky Mud as the initial Pokemon. I see, do you have any more? Give me a few. Yu-Hai was not polite at all. The 2 million deal was done. It was just a few poke balls, and the other party was not so bad. Here are 5 special poke balls that can isolate odors. A Ping he took out 5 poke balls from his bag. He often dealt with Mud, so this poke ball was a must-have. Yu-Hai put Mud's poke ball down, took 5 empty special poke balls, and prepared to use them to hold the gas bombs. He smiled at Ping and said, "Your Mud is very healthy, there is nothing wrong with it, and it has good talent. It has a promising future." Okay, Ping accepted Mud's poke ball. He knew what promising future meant, because his Sloth, Hound, and Gyarados were all Pokemon with promising future. 2 months ago, he came to the Rocket Team headquarters for training. He also learned from the Viper instructor that Sloth was very poisonous. The research on Sloth was confidential in the Rocket Team, and it was not something that a newcomer like him could get in touch with, so he had to give up later. Gengui, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential, 58.12%. Level, 41.33%. Features, Curse Body /15.53%. Mastering the moves. Sure enough, it has been transformed. Yu-Hai took the 5 Pokeballs and looked at Gengar's panel again, and found that Gengar had become a different color Pokemon. Gengui has the potential to be a quasi-king, and he only needs to work hard, and he can become a champion slowly. In addition, Gengar's level is not bad, and he has just entered the senior level. It won't be long before he will be a quasi-king. These 2 Pokemon are enough for Ah Ping to protect himself. Chapter 474, Touching Magneto. When Yu-Hai saw the poison-type moves mastered by Gengar, his proficiency was slowly jumping at a speed of 0.01. The corners of his mouth twitched. How much poison did this guy give Gengar? The real-time feedback of this panel almost couldn't hold back. This Gengar's poison-type moves are increasing every minute and every second, just like the second hand keeps jumping. There was no such abnormality when he gave Gengar poison. How much poison did you give Gengar? Yu-Hai put down Gengar's Pokeball and asked A Ping in a low voice. More than 100 poison crystals, A Ping confessed truthfully. He took a gamble and gave all the poison crystals to Gengar. The improvement of the Stinky Mud depends on the heterochromatic Stinky Mud, and he will not take poison crystals in the future. Cough, Yu-Hai heard more than 100 and immediately coughed. He didn't expect the other party to really give him a big shot. When he proposed to give a big shot, he thought the other party would take 10 or 5, but he didn't expect to take more than 100 poison crystals directly. He remembered that Gengar ate half a pound of poison and slept for 3 days. At that time, Gengar's level was low, but this Gengar ate more than 100. Even if it had the strength of a senior level, it would have to sleep for at least half a year to a year. Gengui is fine, but you gave Jengar too many poison crystals. Jengar will have to sleep for at least half a year to a year. In fact, it only takes 7 or 8 each time. More than 100 at a time is too much. So long! Ah Ping exclaimed when he heard the sleeping time. He immediately realized his loss of composure. After turning around and looking around to see that no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Is it okay?" "No problem," Yu Hai shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry. Jengar still had a promising future. When Jengar woke up, his potential would definitely reach the king level, but, you have to be mentally prepared. Your Jengar attribute is seriously biased. Is it the poison attribute? Ah Ping heard this and immediately understood, because Jengar only ate the poison crystals and did not eat ghost-type supplements. Most of its strength would definitely be biased towards the poison attribute. Yes, Yu Hai nodded gently. When he cultivated Ghastly, he also noticed this point, so he didn't let Jengar only eat poison resources, but poison, ghost, psychic, and even evil. Can it be supplemented later? Ah Ping asked worriedly. If it can't be supplemented later, then his Jengar can only use poison. Yes, but it's difficult to make up for the gap. Poison is cheap, and ghost resources are expensive. You have to invest at least hundreds of millions, or find an environment with a strong ghost atmosphere, let Jengar practice in such a place, and absorb ghost energy to replenish itself. Yu Hai sighed slightly. If the poison energy in Jengar's body suppresses the ghost energy for a long time, he doesn't know what the consequences will be. Just now, he thought it was simple. If the ghost energy is suppressed by the poison energy for a long time, I'm afraid there is no hope of winning the championship. I understand, help me look at this again. Ah Ping took back Jengar's poke ball, took out a new poke ball, and continued to ask Yu Hai for some advice. He had memorized all of Yu Hai's words. It turned out that he only had 7 or 8 poisons. He had used too much force. He remembered that Yu Hai said last night that he could increase the poison appropriately until the Pokémon fell into a deep sleep. That sleep might only last a few days, but hundreds of poisons would take a long time. This time, too, he had to memorize the words and think over them repeatedly before using them on the Pokémon. He must not be so reckless next time. Nidolang. Yu Hai looked at the cub in the poke ball. He didn't expect the other party to capture such a Pokémon. This man has all Pokémon of the poison type. He also captured Nidolang, a Pokémon of the Pokémon type. In the future, he might be killed by the ground type and the psychic type. He is in a similar situation, but he has Darkrai and the other party has the big black dog. Nidolang. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 48%. Level, 12.14%. Feature, Fighting Spirit /7.53%. Mastering the moves. This. Yu Hai scratched his head awkwardly. He finally saw a Nidoking cub, but he didn't expect it was not a forced trait. This Nidolang is fine, but... Please tell me, I can accept it. When Ah Ping decided to subdue this Nidolang, he decided to accept everything about Nidolang. If you have a high-level moonstone, this Nidolang will have a promising future. If you don't... Yu Hai didn't finish his words. He believed Ah Ping would understand. Nidolang's initial potential of 48, coupled with 3 stages of evolution and high-level moonstone. The upper limit of this Nidolang in the future is at least the upper middle of the king. If it is just an ordinary moonstone, it will be good to enter the king in the future. That smelly continues to eat poison, and its champion potential is unquestionable. As long as it continues to fuse toxins, it will sooner or later become a champion. That Jengar is a little bit worse. It lacks ghost energy. He feels that the semi-champion is the limit, unless Ah Ping can make up for this defect. The remaining soft-headed flower, Gyarados and Houndoom can basically enter the top class. But whether they will be in the upper middle class or in the lower class in the future depends on how they are cultivated. I understand. Ping took a deep breath. It was almost the same as he expected, except that Gengar was a little different. He should have 2 Pokémon that could continuously break through the upper limit, but Gengar lacked ghost energy due to his own negligence, so he will be busy in the future. However, it is not bad to be a top-class trainer. In a place like the Orange Islands, it is enough to protect himself, and the top-class strength is enough to protect his sister. He does not ask for too much. By the way, do me a favor, Yu-Hai saw Ping put down his pen, and then he talked about his own business. Don't you work in the power plant? I want to capture Magnemite, take me around the power plant and see if there is a Magnemite with good talent. No problem, follow me. Ping did not refuse this small favor. Yu-Hai's words just now were enough for him to benefit from for the rest of his life. He was so happy that he couldn't wait to refuse. What's more, he would have to follow him in the future. He was the boss. Slime, Smurf, Gyarados, Houndoom, Gengar, Nidoran, as long as these Pokémon are cultivated, there is hope for the future king, and there is no fear of being bullied in the Orange Islands. Where to start first? Yu-Hai stood up and looked at the thermal power plant with billowing black smoke not far away. There were so many power plants, enough to select a Magnemite with good talent. Start with the Rocket Team's power plant. I'm more familiar with it, and they can't find it. Ping led the way in front, feeling very happy. He knew Yu-Hai's special ability and how sharp his vision was. When he first joined the Toxic Team and selected new Pokémon, the only 2 Pokémon with good talents were spotted by the other party. This time, he might be able to get a good electric Pokémon. Soon, the 2 came to the warehouse where Magnemite was stored in the power plant. There were Pokeballs placed neatly on a cart, waiting for the duty staff to take them away. Magnemite's food is electricity, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat. After coming here, Yu-Hai looked at the numbers on the cart and touched the Pokeballs one by one. Let's start. Ping saw Yu-Hai touching the Pokeballs, and remembered the scene when they just joined the Toxic Team and selected Pokémon. His own Smurfette came from this. That Smurfette didn't disappoint him and helped him through the most difficult special training. He still needed a high-level Leaf Stone to evolve Smurfette into Venusaur. Not only Nidoran, he wanted to use the best evolution stone for every Pokémon. It didn't matter if he delayed it. He didn't want to rush to use the evolution stone that was almost the same and ruin the carefully cultivated Magnemite. No, still no. Yu-Hai looked at several carts in a row. Each cart had 5 layers and 50 Magnemites, but there was no satisfactory Magnemite. No. Seeing Yu-Hai shaking his head, Ping thought to himself that there were hundreds of Magnemites. Could it be that there was no one with good talent? No, Yu-Hai shook his head and looked away. There was another row of carts there. After looking at all of them, there was still no Magnemite with a potential of more than 50. They were all low-potential Magnemites. He had already seen 500 of them. Could it be that his luck was so bad today? Ping. As soon as he came over, he saw Ping and an unfamiliar employee, who should also be an employee of the power plant, wearing the work clothes of the power plant, but he didn't seem to have seen Yu-Hai. I'm checking whether these little magnetic monsters have enough power. Ping saw the visitor, without any panic, and greeted him as usual. This was also his fake job in the power plant, but sometimes he was too lazy to come. It's rare. The power plant employee pushed a cart to the warehouse, which was also on the Pokeball. He pushed a cart into the warehouse and pushed another cart out of the warehouse room. 5 carts were pushed out and 5 carts were pushed in, probably to replace Magnemite. This batch of Magnemites has just been replaced. You have to take a good look, the power plant employee said, buckled the 5 carts, and pushed the 5 carts out of the warehouse. Don't worry, they are locals. Ping watched his colleagues leave, and then explained to Yu-Hai in a low voice. Yu-Hai looked at the Magnemites that had just been replaced, and touched them one by one, until the 3rd cart, a Magnemite on the 2nd floor, he suddenly paused and picked up Magnemite's Pokeball. 50, not bad. Yu-Hai he sighed secretly. After looking for so long, he only found a magnemite with 50 potentials. But he wanted 3 magnemites. It was really difficult. He put away this magnemite first, and then continued to check the remaining magnemites. He found that there was only one magnemite with good potential among the 1000 magnemites here, which was the magnemite with 50 potentials just now. Just one, let's go. Yu-Hai felt that this magnemite was a bit useless. It was a bit uncomfortable with the 50 potentials, but it was the highest potential here. He could only keep it for now and replace it with a magnemite with high potential in the future. Just one. Ping was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that among the 1000 magnemites, only one with good talent was selected. This was too rare. Any more? Yu-Hai looked at Ping, wanting to ask Ping if he could go to other power plants. Today, he would visit all the power plants with Ping's skin as a power plant employee. More. Ping thought that one was enough, but he didn't expect Yu-Hai to want more. Magnemite is a combination evolution Pokemon, and 3-in-1 Magnetron is a combination evolution of 3 Magnetrons, so. I understand. I remember that Magnemite is a combination evolution with 1 as the main and 2 as the auxiliary. The trainer only needs to carefully cultivate 1. It seems that you want to cultivate all 3. Ping understood. Yu-Hai wanted to cultivate Magnemite, or cultivate all 3 Magnemites. It was really enviable. He secretly felt that having special abilities meant that he could do whatever he wanted. He really didn't know how powerful the combination evolution of 3 Magnetrons with good talents would be. Come with me. I know my colleagues in the power plant next door. We can go shopping. Ping wrote down the record of taking away Magnemite on the record board in the warehouse, and took Yu-Hai away. The power plant would not pursue the matter if it only took away 1 Magnemite. As long as the reason was reasonable and legal, Ping had the right to dispose of it. Then the two came to another power plant. Yu-Hai touched the Pokeballs one by one again. After touching all the Pokeballs, he did not find a Magnemite with good talents. Finally, the two of them changed to another power plant, which was already the 3rd power plant. Have all the Magneto outside been caught? Seeing that Yu-Hai was watching very seriously, Ping couldn't help but ask curiously. Nonsense, otherwise I wouldn't have targeted the Magneto in the power plant. Yu-Hai didn't look at Ping, and talked to himself, without stopping the movement of his hands, and finally found another good Magneto. 55, not bad, not bad, I decided it was you. Yu-Hai saw the potential of this Magneto and finally smiled. This is a good potential. Don't think that it's just 5 more points of potential, the future expenses can save more than tens of millions, now it's a bit tired, and the fusion evolution can also save some money in the future. Then, he continued to look at the remaining Magneto, and found that they were all low potential, so he called Ping to leave. Then, they ran to 2 power plants in a row, and there was no harvest. Yu-Hai could only sigh secretly. It was almost done, and if he continued to touch it, it would attract suspicion. 5 power plants, thousands of Magneto, only these 2 have good talents. Ping's feet were numb. He felt very tired after running so many plants in a row. But this was still secondary. Only 2 of the thousands of Magneto had good talents, which had overturned his cognition. He didn't expect that Pokemon with good talents were so rare. He thought that with Yu-Hai's ability, he should be able to find Pokemon with good talents easily. He didn't expect that he would have to run around so much to get a Pokemon with such good talents. Then his Houndoom and Gyarados are promising in the future. How lucky he is! He captured the mud randomly. The limit of the upper limit depends on the poison. Squirtle is the rookie Pokemon of Team Rocket. Houndoom and Gyarados were given by Yu-Kai. Gengar also used poison to raise the upper limit. Nidoran was an accidental acquisition. After counting them, most of his Pokemon are related to Yu-Kai. This guy is really mysterious. Fortunately, he has no ill intentions, otherwise he would not dare to contact him. Chapter 475, Past events on Hasa Island. Yukai glanced at Aping lightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. He was tired and sweaty after walking around for a long time just now. He found a cool place to explain to the other party, if there are so many Pokemon with good talents, wouldn't there be so many kings walking around? Haha, that's right, Aping scratched his head awkwardly. If there are so many Pokemon with good talents, how can he get involved? How much did you give just now? Yukai put away the Magneto with good talents and threw the Magneto with 50 potential to Aping. It costs 500,000 to take that Magnemite away. Aping knew what Yuhai was asking. The second Magnemite was a spirit from another power plant, so he had to pay to take it away. Keep it, it has good talent, and it has a promising future if it is properly cultivated, Yuhai smiled. The other party paid and led the way for him. He didn't want to owe him a favor, so he threw the Magnemite with 50 potential to the other party. Magnemite is a spirit with 3 stages of evolution. As long as the other 2 Magnemites are not too weak, plus the high-level Thunderstone, it is possible to have the potential of a king. Can I just pick 2 to assist in the evolution? Aping caught the Magnemite, knowing that he would have a lot of soup if he followed Yuhai, but he knew it, but he couldn't mention it or ask about it. It all depended on Yuhai's intention. Of course, the prerequisite is to have a high-level Thunderstone. It's hard to say without a high-level Thunderstone. Yuhai touched his chin and thought for a while, and reminded, you can also look at the upper limit of Magnemite's power storage. The higher the upper limit of Magnemite, the better its talent will be. Thank you, Aping accepted Magnemite and got the method to select Magnemite's talent. It feels good. I will have time in the future. You can slowly look for Magneto. By the way, is there a place nearby where you can teleport elves? You don't need to register. Yuhai knew that Aping had been here for some time, so he simply asked him where to teleport elves in a more hidden way so that he could teleport the stolen goods to the old drunkard. This time, he had 3 batches of stolen goods. The first batch was the stolen goods of the 3 minions in front, 10 elves, all common water and grass elves, worth less than 2 million. The second batch was the more than 10 bodyguards who were dealt with on the night of disembarkation, a total of more than 30 elves, some of which were quite good senior elves, but there were only 9 senior elves, and the rest were elite elves. It's a pity that the 9 senior elves are all very common elves, but they can still be sold for 20 million, with an average unit price of about 2 million each. The remaining more than 20 elite elves are also common elves, worth about 5 million. If there are rare Pokemon or rare attributes, they can be sold for millions on Hasa Island, especially those with fighting and psychic attributes. The third batch of black goods is the Pokemon of the evil young man, which are the 6 real dragons and fake dragons, all of which are senior Pokemon, namely Thorn Dragon, Desert Dragon, Charizard, Gyarados, Electric Dragon, and Armored Tyrannosaurus. If he goes all out, he may not be able to beat this guy, so it is better to sneak attack to be safer. This guy will probably be very unwilling to die. Life and death is like this. If he can sneak attack secretly, why does he have to fight head-on? That is the way of a decent trainer. He is not a good person. Bad people should have bad morals. Talking fairness to bad people? Are you sure there is nothing wrong? What's more, it's a bad guy talking fairness to evil people. So, he doesn't want to be a good person. He has become a bad person, and you still persuade him to do good things. Isn't it just like a hobby? He likes to lure decent women into sex, and he also wants to persuade prostitutes to be good. Among these 6 Pokemon, Charizard is the most valuable, followed by King Thorn, Dragonite, and finally Dragonite, as well as Tyrannosaurus and Gyarados. Dragonite is much more valuable than the last 2 fake dragons on Hasa Island. This Charizard is one of the 3 starter Pokemons in the Kanto region, but it is not a starter Pokemon from the Alliance. It should be a starter Pokemon bred by Team Rocket. I wonder if the old drunkard dares to keep this dragon. He values this Charizard at least 15 million. As long as he takes it back for breeding, it can produce Charmander cubs continuously. The valuation of the two real dragons, King Thorn and Dragonite, is only 16 million. These two Pokemon are real dragons, but they are just ordinary dragon Pokemons. What's more, King Thorn needs to evolve into Dragon Scale, which has already stumped a large number of trainers. So some real dragons are not as valuable as Charizard when they are alive. The last Dragonite, there are Tyrannosaurus and Gyarados. The Dragonite is estimated to be worth 6 million, and the other two fake dragons are worth 5 million. This is the difference in attributes. Gyarados is the cheapest, but it is still worth a bit considering the value of the senior level Gyarados. In addition to the above black goods, there are actually two non-sale items, one is Riolu, and the other is a clown. The clown in the fish tank in the room of the evil young man is also a pleasant surprise. The evil young man must know that the clown can evolve into melodic. They are sailing on the sea, so they want to get a clown to breed. They were caught by the orb spider while they were in the bathtub. The talent of this clown is not bad, with a potential of 54. It is estimated that its parents are confirmed, otherwise the evil young man would not have tamed this clown. He has beautiful scales. The matter of evolution will be discussed later. He has to deal with the black goods in his hand first. All these power plants have elf transporters. You can transport elves by paying some money to the power plant. A ping looked at the power plant that had just come out, and walked in with Yu-Hai. A ping found an acquaintance in the power plant, gave him some red envelopes, and then he could rent elf transporters at will. These transporters are used by the power plant to transport electric elves in an emergency. After renting a transporter, Yu-Hai took out his mobile phone in the box and called the old drunkard. Beep beep beep. Hey, brat, you finally know to call. Old drunkard, is it safe over there? Yu-Hai's face was disguised, and he was wearing a mask, so he didn't know what the old drunkard was like over there. However, when he heard the word brat, his forehead was still full of black lines. This old drunkard deserved a beating. Brat, your voice is wrong. Nonsense, I'm not sure if it's safe here. Yu-Hai was also helpless. He was not sure if the power plant was safe, so he could only mask his face and change his voice. Okay, teleport over here, I'll see how the goods are. The first batch of goods, 10 elves, 2 million, Yu-Hai said, inputting the teleportation coordinates given by the old man, and teleporting the elf balls one by one. Half a minute later, the old man received the elf balls, and after looking at the quality of the elves, he replied, the elves are received, 2 million is acceptable. Old drunkard, you don't bargain. Yu-Hai was a little surprised that this miser didn't bargain. He was a little uncomfortable and thought there would be a quarrel. Hehe, if there is profit, naturally I won't bargain. What else? Continue. The second batch of goods is a bit more, 20 million for good goods, and the remaining 5 million. This time it was a few minutes later that the old drunkard replied, the quality is good, I can take it, are there any more? The last batch of black goods, there is a starter Charizard, do you dare to take it? Yu-Hai wants to know whether the old drunkard dares to take Charizard, so he will send it over. Is there a mark? How strong is it? No mark, senior level strength, Yu-Hai said. When he said senior level, he couldn't help but think that the evil young man didn't work harder. If the evil young man worked harder, Charizard might have the strength of a Quasi-King, and he could sell it for more money. As for the potential of these Pokemon, they are all Pokemon that have undergone 3 stages of evolution, and even if they have the potential of a king, it is useless. First, there are traces of the previous trainer, so it is impossible to capture it a second time. Second, he can't prove the potential of the Pokemon and let others believe him. Third, the potential of these Pokemon has been exhausted and there is no value in cultivation. It's okay if there is no mark. Is it female? Is it male? How much is the bid? Female and male? Is there such a thing? Yu-Hai thought of the breeding industry in his previous life, and it seemed that there was indeed some difference in the value of male and female. Ordinary elves naturally don't need to look at this, but Charizard is different. If it is a dragon breed, the value is relatively high, especially a dragon breed with dragon blood and dragon-type moves, the value is very different. Hey, this old fox said so much, but he didn't say how much the difference is. It's really speechless. Yu Hai secretly complained about the old drunkard and also talked about the gender of Charizard. Charizard is male, has 3 dragon-type moves, how about 15 million? Male, and 3 dragon-type moves, not bad. You can let this Charizard breed with a real dragon, and you can give birth to a good little Charizard cub, but 15 million is a bit expensive. How about 13 million? No, this is the 3 great families. Yu Hai thought of the Electabuzz that was sold for 15 million in the underground black market. Although it seemed a bit like taking advantage of the situation, it was a quasi-king Electabuzz. Even if there was a little premium, the black shop would have accepted it. Okay, at most 14 million, no more. Your dragon talent is senior level, and it is risky for me to sell it. In addition, there is breeding selection in the breeding house, hatching and raising of elf eggs, as well as empty egg rate and survival rate, so there won't be much premium. The breeding house also needs to make money. You also know that you need to make money. The underground black market's 3 great dragons start at 20 million for any one of them. As long as 2 survive, the breeding house can make a profit. Yu Hai knew in his previous life that breeding is very profitable. Those without money can't engage in breeding. You also know that you need to survive 2 dragons. These are just insignificant things. The most important thing is that Charizard is a 3 great dragons. Ordinary breeding houses dare not take over this dragon. Isn't it without a mark? Yu Hai secretly complained, this old drunkard is really good at bargaining. You little brat, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Even if the 3 Pokémons don't have a mark, it is illegal for the breeding house to breed and sell the 3 Pokémons. If they are found by the Alliance, they will be forcibly recycled. Otherwise, do you think the Alliance gives the 3 Pokémons to newcomers every year? Where does the Alliance get so many 3 Pokémons? After you left, the black market was closed for a long time before it was reopened. All Pokémon transactions were swept by the Alliance. Ordinary Pokémons were released, and the 3 Pokémons were all confiscated. Is it still possible? Yu Hai was shocked when he heard this. It turns out that the risk of trading the 3 Pokémons is so great. The black market breeds the 3 Pokémons for sale, the Alliance raises them in the black market, and then the black market harvests them one after another. The black market bosses all work for the Alliance for free. The Alliance really has a good plan. No wonder the Alliance has the 3 Pokémons every year, and the competition also rewards trainers with the 3 Pokémons. It's not because they are rich, but because the 3 Pokémons that are free are worthless. They are marked and given to newcomers as their starting Pokémons. What else? Even the breeding houses in the city have been cleaned up. All illegal Pokémons have been confiscated by the Alliance. The seed dragons collected by those big families have been confiscated, not to mention the 3 Pokémons. The Alliance has cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, and caught all the big families off guard. The seed dragons have been confiscated. Yu Hai didn't know what dirt the mayor of Hasa City had given due, but he heard that after the black market on Hasa Island was hit once, the breeding house industry was somewhat sluggish. Don't think about it, brat. Those big families have a wide range of channels. They have long reintroduced dragons and bred elf cubs again, but this time they are more covered. Okay, it's a one-time deal, and there is no need to take risks. Just this price. Yu Hai thought about it and was relieved. Du probably took away hundreds of the 3 great families last time on Hasa Island. It's hard to say what the value is, anyway, there are a lot of zeros, at least tens of billions, or even tens of billions. When he becomes a senior member of the Alliance in the future and becomes an investigator, he can easily scrape these wealthy big families and be well fed. During the search, if you hide some private goods, the Alliance will not know about it. He couldn't help but sigh that the money here is really good, so good that he was drooling. 14 million? Nonsense, just be happy. Yu Hai found that this old drunkard was so good that he might be happy on the other side of the phone. Hehe, the old drunkard was not annoyed when he was found out, and continued to ask, "Stinky boy, the goods this time are good, do you have more?" There are also 2 dragon elves, Thorn Dragon King and Desert Dragonfly, each priced at 8 million, a total of 16 million. Thorn Dragon King is not worth this price, but, forget it, I won't bargain with you. The reason? Yu Hai was quite curious, this is a real dragon, why is it not valuable? Don't you know? Dragon scales are not that easy to get. The items I got are dragon related. A scale is more expensive than an elf. If I can get the scale, why do I have to buy the cub of the Thorn Dragon King? Yu Hai was speechless. It was just a tasteless thing. The scale is more valuable than the elf. The value of this Thorn Dragon King is also in the scale. In addition to breeding cubs, you can also pluck the dragon scales on the Thorn Dragon King. There is also an Electro Dragon for 6 million, and Gyarados and Tyrannosaurus for 5 million. The coconut tree is only about 5 million? You want 6 for Electro Dragon. Old Drunkard, Electro Dragon and Gyarados both have dragon bloodline and 1 or 2 dragon moves. Just tell me if you want them. Forget it, forget it. No bargaining, no bargaining. Okay, I'll teleport you there. Yu Hai teleported the last 6 senior level elves to the old drunkard, and all the black goods were sold. Chapter 476, Continue to make money. All the goods have been received, and they are all good. A total of 68 million will be transferred to your bank card. Remember to check it. Okay, Yu Hai hung up the phone and roughly calculated that, with the balance in the bank card, his deposit was 200 million, but there was still a funding gap of 1 billion. The gas bomb is ready to break through here, which can also save 300 million, so there is no need to worry about the breakthrough of the gas bomb. But there is still a gap of 1 billion, and he needs to continue to make money. Otherwise, he can steal the quasi-god eggs. 1 quasi-god egg is 500 to 600 million, and stealing 2 eggs is enough. But he is afraid that he will steal the quasi-god thing but not spend it. You know, a quasi-god was stolen from the black market on Hasa Island, which attracted Dudu. If he steals a quasi-god egg, he might as well be courting death. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The plan to make money by stealing the quasi-god egg was ruled out. He left the elf teleportation room and was waiting for a ping outside the door. The teleportation elf hasn't paid yet. Yu Hai didn't want to break the rules, lest the information was dug out. It's all small stuff. I've already said hello to them, Ah Ping smiled. Actually, he had given them the money. It was just a few 100,000 yuan. He didn't even blink. When he got the little magneto, he made a profit. Okay, Yu Hai didn't doubt him. Ah Ping said so, and they left the power plant. After the black goods were sold, he still had a bunch of props in his hand. There were 9 senior level props, 7 contributed by the evil young man, and more elite level props. However, there was no rush for these things. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them after attending the Quartz conference and returning to the Orange Islands. After leaving the power plant, he said goodbye to Ah Ping. The props couldn't be dealt with now, and Ah Ping had to go to work, so they could only make an appointment to talk again. After saying goodbye to Ah Ping, he came to the Pokemon Center and made a video call to the Xiaogan gym. After a while, someone answered the phone. It was the gym's maid. He asked the maid to notify Ada, and soon Ada appeared in the camera. "Brother Hai, where are you? Have you reached Kanto?" "I'm here. I'm calling to teleport the Pokemon I captured on the way." Yu Hai understood the purpose of the call and planned to send back the Magnemite and the black smelt that he had just captured. It takes 3 Magnemites to evolve in combination, and he doesn't plan to try it now. He can only try gas bombs in Black Cloud City. And the black smelt, the evolution of this silly fish can't be completed overnight. Teleport it back and let it grow. He doesn't need melodic for the time being, and melodic is very eye-catching. He will talk about it after he finishes the quartz conference. Teleport here. It's magnemite and smelt. Yu-Hai put the pokeball on the teleporter and pressed the teleport button. The pokeball arrived at the Zygon gym and came to Ada's hand. Brother Hai, the Pokemon has been received. By the way, Smelt is so ugly, why do you want to capture it? I met him on the way and captured him. Yu-Hai was too lazy to explain. The evolution of melodic was not a secret, at least not to the top leaders of the alliance. As long as Ada went to ask his grandfather, he would know. Okay, Brother Hai, is there anything else? I still have to train elves, and I recently captured a few new partners. How are Butterfree and the others? Yu-Hai has been out for more than half a month, and he still misses the drama queen Butterfree. He doesn't know if he has taken good care of the other little guys. Everyone is very good. Farfetch'd has been helping in the kitchen during this period. Farfetch'd's knife skills are very good. The big sister in the kitchen praised Farfetch'd's ability. Yu-Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. How could he not know what these people were planning? I'm afraid they didn't let Farfetch'd work in the kitchen for nothing. I guess someone wanted to be lazy. However, Farfetch'd stayed in the gym, Slowpoke helped the gym to play games, and Farfetch'd helped the kitchen to cook. At least the people in the gym wouldn't make things difficult for them, so he felt relieved. I feel relieved when you're watching over me. I've already got 2 badges and I'm on my way to get them. Brother Hai, you're so awesome. You already have 2 badges. Ada showed an envious expression, which made him want to go out for a trip, but he was too green. His sister wouldn't let him go out, and said that if he couldn't get the badge of Xiaogan's gym, he wouldn't be eligible to go out for a trip. Being looked down upon by his elder sister, he has been training hard during this period. It's okay. Please take care of Magneto and Uchiha for me. Yu-Hai saw that Ada was a little depressed, so he had to wave his hand and hang up the phone. If he continued to talk, it would be endless. After hanging up the phone, he ordered a free lunch at the Pokemon Center. While eating lunch, he took out a small notebook and prepared to look at what he had gained during this period. He took a boat out from the Orange Islands and spent 20,000 on food and cold drinks on the boat. Later, he boarded the boat from the Red Lotus Island, went to the black market twice for 20,000, and spent another 30,000 on frog and mouth bat treatment and examination. Renting a training room on the ship cost 300,000, and going to the black market in Haeun City cost another 20,000. Staying in a hotel for 5 days cost 10,000. Due to the serious industrial pollution here, few people come here to travel, and hotels are relatively cheap. The total cost during this period, 400,000. But he also made a lot during this period. He made 400,000 in the first black market battle on the passenger ship, 200,000 in the second black market battle, 500,000 in the toilet looting of 3 people, and another 2 million in the strange smelly mud. The more than 10 people who got off the ship looting made 13 million. Most of the 13 million came from the evil young man's backpack, which contained a lot of good things. The total harvest this time, 16,100,000. More than 16 million. The remaining balance, 15,700,000. Including the previous balance, the current balance is 41,420,000, more than 40 million. Seeing the balance, Yu-Hai couldn't help but sigh that his wallet was much richer. Counting the bank card balance of 130 million, plus the alliance coins deposited on the card this time, 68 million. The bank card balance is 198 million. Just a little short of 2 small goals, there is still a long way to go to achieve the 1 billion deposit. After reading the account book, he put the account book back into the backpack. Next, he needs a different color gas bomb and more toxin crystals. I won't subdue the magnemite. After looking at thousands of magnemites, I only saw 2 with good potential. If I look at them again, others will become suspicious. This can only happen once. The next focus will be on the gas bombs, but last night he visited the factory area and the power plant area, and did not encounter any heterochromatic gas bombs, not even ordinary gas bombs with high potential. It should not be just luck, but also the wrong way of finding. He recalled carefully that the first gas bomb was found in the chimney, and the exhaust gas discharged from the chimney must have been absorbed by the heterochromatic gas bombs. The exhaust gas that the gas bombs outside can absorb is the exhaust gas filtered by the gas bombs, and most of the exhaust gas is absorbed by the gas bombs in the chimney. If he wants a second heterochromatic gas bomb, he can only start from the inside of the chimney to see if there are any heterochromatic gas bombs hiding in the chimney. He did it as he thought. After lunch, he went to see Rylu and Frog and sat with them for a while. "Rylu, are you feeling better?" Yu-Hai raised his hand and used a head-patting kill on Rylu's dog head, but his palm was dodged by Rylu. "Haha, your temper is quite stubborn." Yu-Hai was not annoyed, and did not touch Rylu again. He looked at Frog again. "Frog, you take care of Rylu here, I still have to go out." "Yobo," Frog patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, it will take good care of Rylu. I feel relieved with you here." Yu-Hai smiled and patted Frog's shoulder, and left the Pokemon Center. He was going to try his luck at the chimney of the factory. Darkrai and Gengar went to the sewer to continue collecting toxin crystals. If they encountered a different colored Stinky, they would not have to capture it. There was no need. Even if he didn't like Stinky, he didn't want to sell wild Pokemon. It was okay to catch a different colored Stinky by accident, but it was completely unnecessary to catch a different colored Stinky again. After the dispersed actions, he came to the outside of the factory area, but did not enter the factory. If he went in, he would be discovered by the workers. He just released Zubat outside and asked Zubat to go to the chimney to check. If there was no different colored gas bomb, it would be okay. In this way, time passed little by little, and this afternoon passed in a busy manner. Chapter 477, Double Gas Bomb. The 22nd day of going to Kanto region, cloudy. When I woke up from the hotel in the morning, the sky outside the window was still dark, and I couldn't see any sunshine. Living in this city is really depressing. After getting up and having breakfast, he didn't plan to go to the Pokemon Center immediately because he caught the second heterochromatic gas bomb last night. Gas bomb, heterochromatic. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 49%. Level, 18.21%. Features, floating/15.22% hidden feature, foul smell/15.12%. Master the move. The second heterochromatic gas bomb was found in the chimney. He guessed correctly that there were many gas bombs in the chimney, including a heterochromatic gas bomb. However, the potential of this heterochromatic gas bomb is not as high as the previous one. Fortunately, it is a heterochromatic gas bomb, so he still subdued it. In fact, even if there is no heterochromatic gas bomb, he can cultivate heterochromatic, but it is a bit troublesome. Today he plans to fuse and evolve these two heterochromatic gas bombs to increase their potential. When the potential of these two gas bombs is pushed to the champion, he will leave Black Cloud City. The environment here is really bad, and he does not want to stay here for long. After breakfast, Darkrai and Gengar went out to find poison crystals. He has more than 300 poison crystals in his hand, all of which were found by Gengar and Darkrai. Gengar would leave a lot of poison crystals every time, and he also told Gengar not to eat too much. After Gengar and Darkrai left, he was ready to start the combination evolution of Gas Bomb. As for the bond, he will talk about it later. He is just pushing up the potential of Gas Bomb now. Gas Bomb still has a growth process, and it is not too late to cultivate the bond at that time. As long as he is with the main elves, there is also bond. Even if the elves captured later are not obedient, they will not make any waves. It is only a matter of time before they form a bond. For pure elves, he will not be deceitful. He will treat them sincerely, hoping to get the sincerity of the elves in return. Bang bang! He released the 2 gas bombs to the bathroom. Poison Skull Frog stood beside him. Mosquito Frog was still accompanying Rylu in the Pokémon Center. Poison Skull Frog was with him during this period. Wah, wah, the 2 gas bombs were like twins. They were stunned for a moment when they saw each other. Yu Hai saw that the 2 different colored gas bombs were in good condition. He put on plastic gloves and picked up 2 poison crystals from the basin and threw them at the 2 different colored gas bombs. Eat the food, then combine and evolve, otherwise I will kill you, Yu Hai continued to use intimidation. If he did not intimidate like this, but cultivated feelings first, he did not know how long it would take to try combined evolution. Use intimidation first, give a sweet date later, and then slowly cultivate bonds. Don't be in a hurry. Wah, wah, the 2 different colored gas bombs looked at the poison crystals on the ground and drooled. They had seen this kind of thing before. It was food like exhaust gas, and they were all delicious poisons, which tempted the gas bombs. It was just that the poison crystals often appeared in the territory of the stinky mud. They didn't dare to provoke the stinky mud, so they rarely ate these good things. When the 2 different colored gas bombs heard that they could eat, they had already thrown away the threats just now. Without saying a word, they flew to the floor tiles and ate a poison crystal each. With the poison crystal in their mouths, the gas bombs saw the poisonous skull frogs around Yu Hai, who were eyeing them covetously, and had to combine and evolve to seek more powerful power to protect themselves. Moreover, there was a pot of poison crystals at the feet of the human, and they wanted to eat more poison crystals. The 2 different colored gas bombs approached each other, and the light of evolution burst out instantly, evolving into double bomb gas, which was still black double bomb gas. Seeing the double bomb gas appear, the poisonous skull frogs moved instantly, jumped up and hit the 2 gas hisses' heads, and knocked out the double bomb gas with one punch. Wah, wah, wah! Yu Hai saw that gas bomb fell into a coma, and immediately used the poke ball to retrieve the double bomb gas and opened the double bomb gas panel. Double bomb gas, different color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 59%. Level, 32.31%. Feature, float/25.12% hidden feature, foul smell /16.32%. Master the move. Good guy. After the 2 gas bombs evolved together, they were still different color double bomb gas. Seeing this different color panel, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. A gas bomb with a potential of 53 and a gas bomb with a potential of 49, after the combined evolution, they became 59 potential, which was still a little short. One was more than 20 levels, and the other was more than 10 levels. After the 2 gas bombs evolved, they became more than 30 levels, which was a good increase. There is also the floating feature, and the proficiency has doubled, but the foul smell has not increased much. The first gas bomb has a single attribute, and the second gas bomb has a dual attribute. After the combined evolution, the dual attributes are retained. Doesn't this mean that he can combine the dual attributes he wants? The gas bomb has 3 attributes. The floating attribute, floating from the ground, so it will not be attacked by ground-based moves. The chemical change gas attribute, when the Pokémon with the chemical change gas attribute is on the field, the attribute effects of all Pokémon on the field will disappear or cannot take effect. The foul smell attribute, by releasing a foul smell, sometimes makes the opponent flinch when attacking. It's a pity that his 2 different colored gas bombs only have the floating and foul smell attributes, and they can't fuse the chemical change gas attribute at all. He guessed that the gas bomb that can release this special gas needs to eat special gas, and these 2 different colored gas bombs eat exhaust gas, so it's normal that they don't have it. And the chemical change gas attribute makes all the attributes of all Pokémon on the field invalid, including your own and the enemy's, and it is a characteristic that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts yourself 800 times. If the special gas fills the whole field, other people's elves can't use their characteristics, and your own elves can't use their characteristics either, and everyone is back to the same level. This characteristic is very disadvantageous for elves who like to use characteristics and have a high degree of proficiency in characteristics, but it is very cost-effective for elves who don't use characteristics. It doesn't matter if you don't have this characteristic. A gust of wind is a small matter. It's not a big threat in an open area. The most feared thing is a narrow and confined space. The remaining floating and stench characteristics are easy to understand, so I won't go into details. Let's go back to the combination evolution. He guessed that the growth of all aspects of the double bomb gas panel should be the result of adding 2x2, potential, level, characteristics, and moves. Speaking of moves, it really gave him a big surprise. The two different colored gas bombs he captured, in addition to the extremely powerful poison attribute, one gas bomb can spray flame moves, and the other gas bomb can use 100,000 volt moves. After the two gas bombs evolved by fusion, these two moves were displayed on the double bomb gas panel, which was really a big surprise. According to his idea, if he could fuse the dual characteristics he wanted, he could also fuse the moves he wanted, as long as the fused Pokémon had this move. Then, he released the double bomb gas and let Scyther cut through the double bomb gas. Just like yesterday, the connection point of the double bomb gas was cut off and it was restored to two gas bombs. He used the Pokeball to take back the gas bombs and prepare to see what changes there are. Gas bomb, different color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 54.02%. Level, 20.91%. Features, float/20.12%. Master the moves. First, the first gas bomb, the potential increased by a little more, the level decreased by a few tenths, not much. The floating characteristic did not change much, the proficiency of poison-related moves increased a little, which did not exceed his expectations. Gas bomb, different color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 49.51%. Level, 17.21%. Features, float/15.22% hidden characteristic, foul smell/15.12%. Master the moves. The change of the second gas bomb is that the potential increased by 0.5, the level decreased by 1 level, the characteristics did not change much, and the proficiency of poison-related moves did not increase as much as the first one. The second gas bomb was not dominant in the evolution, and it became smaller after degeneration, while the first gas bomb became a circle larger. Putting down the pen, Yu-Hai looked at the small notebook. He found that the degeneration had little effect on the first gas bomb, but the effect on the second gas bomb was greater than the first one, but still within the acceptable range, which might be related to the fact that the second gas bomb was not dominant. During the evolution, the poison energy and exhaust gas of the second gas bomb were all absorbed by the first gas bomb. Looking at the toxin crystals eaten by the two gas bombs, they were spit out by the two gas bombs. They were hit by the poisonous skull frog. The surface of the toxin crystals has faded from black and purple to grayish-white. He reached out with gloves to take it and found that the toxin crystals would also drop powder. A lot of powder would fall off if he rubbed it gently. After the grey powder on the surface fell off, the black and purple crystals inside were exposed. It seems that the toxin crystals are solid and have not been digested in one evolution. Puff. Yu-Hai wrote down all the test records, used a basin of water to wake up the two gas bombs, took out the poison energy block, and coaxed the two gas bombs. As long as you cooperate with me to complete the research, I will give you one of these energy blocks for every evolution. How about it? Wah, wah, the two gas bombs sniffed the poison energy block, which exuded a different fragrance from the poison crystals. It smelled better than the poison crystals and should be more delicious than the poison crystals. Gas bombs, if you don't cooperate, I will let the poisonous skull frog beat you. Yu-Hai smiled, tempting and threatening the gas bombs at the same time, just to let them understand that as long as they cooperate with the research, there will be great benefits, and if they don't cooperate, they will be beaten. Wah, wah, the two gas bombs nodded in unison without thinking. They didn't want to resist in the first place, and they didn't want to resist even more when there was something delicious. If it wasn't for the danger to their lives, they would be too lazy to move, and just wanted to lie on the chimney and eat exhaust gas. Now there are delicious foods in front of them, all of which are rare good things. They don't want to be beaten, and immediately obey Yu Hai's proposal. Seeing that gas bomb is so easy to talk to, not as stubborn as Ryalu, Yu Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, threw 2 poison energy cubes into gas bomb's mouth, and then let gas bomb eat the poison crystal just now. He found that these poison crystals are equivalent to 2 poison gems, plus these crystals are very cheap and everywhere here. This is simply a treasure land for poison trainers. He spent more than 600 million to cultivate Jengar. In fact, the cost before the champion is not much, only more than 100 million, and the champion to 90 potential is more than 270 million. The remaining more than 300 million are spent from 90 potential to breaking through the limit of the panel. Gengui reached 90 potential, and it cost more than 270 million. According to the average unit price of gems, 460,000 gems are about 600 gems. Gas bomb only needs poison resources, because it has only the single attribute of poison, and only poison crystals are needed. 1 poison crystal is equivalent to 2 poison gems. It only takes 300 poison crystals for gas bomb to reach the potential of about 90% of the champion. If you buy it with money, 30,000 for 1 poison crystal, only 9 million will be enough. It's really cheap. If he knew there was such a good place, he would not be a sucker and spend so much money on poison gems. However, poison crystals are more complicated and there are many types of toxins. It is definitely not as convenient to digest as poison gems. Since you missed it, you missed it. No matter what kind of toxin, it needs to be used with ghost energy when given to Jengar. Aping's Jengar is a lesson learned from the past, which makes Jengar more inclined to poison attributes. Without ghost energy neutralization, it will be difficult to become a champion in the future. Gas bomb and Stinky Mud don't have such concerns. Just use poison crystals. For the next whole day, he let gas bomb evolve and degenerate in the hotel, and also had lunch in the hotel. He had asked the owl to bring food to Ryalu and Frog in the Pokemon Center, while he was still busy evolving and degenerating Gas Bomb. Gas Bomb was very cooperative afterwards. As long as there was something delicious, it didn't matter how many times it evolved and degenerated. However, the double Gas Bomb couldn't separate by itself, and Scyther had to cut it open with a sickle every time. Until he consumed more than 300 poison crystals, the result was not much different from his calculation. It only took 1 day for him to get a double gas bomb with championship potential. Double gas bomb, different color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male potential, 88.46%. Level, 12.21%. Features, floating/27.12% hidden feature, foul smell/20.32%. Mastering the moves. The potential of double bomb gas has reached 88, and the level has dropped to 12. The change in the characteristics is not big. This is the quick cultivation method that can evolve and degenerate. However, he feels that the potential of double bomb gas is 88, which is still a little short. Next, he can use poison crystals to slowly improve the potential. There is no need to force evolution and degeneration. Every time it is cut off, double bomb gas is very uncomfortable. It is better not to torture double bomb gas. Next, it is necessary to cultivate feelings and bonds. It is just right for double bomb gas to grow slowly, and they slowly cultivate bonds. There are also moves. All of double bomb gas's poison moves have exceeded the level. Obviously, evolution and degeneration are forced, but it has no effect on double bomb gas. Double bomb gas is not a flesh and blood body. The most surprising thing to him was not the large number of general type moves, but the psychic type moves. At that time, he just had a sudden idea. When he let the combination of Ghastly evolve, he fed some psychic gems and energy cubes. Unexpectedly, Ghastly really awakened 2 psychic-type moves. Finally, there were jet flames and 100,000 volts. The 2 gas bombs originally had only one, but after merging into Ghastly, they had both. Seeing this, he felt that the idea just now needed to be studied carefully. If other combination Pokémon can do this, it would be amazing. For the combination of Slowpoke, you can choose a Shelter with strong ice talent to make Slowpoke's ice talent stronger. Add its own water and psychic, and it means that the talents of the 3 attributes of psychic, water, and ice are all outstanding. Other Pokémon will be studied carefully at that time. Characteristics can be combined, moves can be combined with each other, and talents can also be supplemented by combination. He found that there is a lot to do. These unexpected discoveries have basically been successfully verified on Ghastly. The next step is to combine other Pokémon to see if it is feasible. Fortunately, he can see the panel, and there is a shortcut. If he uses the fusion cultivation method like Ping's Stinky Mud, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to turn into a different color Stinky Mud, and then it will take half a year to more than a year to reach the semi-champion, and it will take more time to enter the champion. Although Gengar has successfully mutated, the sleep time starts at half a year, and there is still the threshold of the king, and it may be possible to break through after the sleep. But the next level upgrade will also take 1 to 2 years, not to mention the champion threshold, which is a very long process. In fact, his Gengar and gas bombs also need growth time, but the process of potential improvement has been shortened. Next, he only needs to upgrade the level, and it is double growth, and he can also use poison crystals to accelerate growth. If he and Gengar have not already had a bond, he will also suppress Gengar's growth. Now there is no need to suppress it. Gengar's growth can be released, and it will break through to the king very quickly. With so many resources, Gengar has gone from elite level to senior level in more than a month, which is faster than the mosquito-repellent frog. This is already the speed of riding a rocket. Next, they can collect some more toxin crystals as food for the growth of double bomb gas, and some snacks for Gengar, and then they can leave Black Cloud City. Anyway, the more toxin crystals, the better. Not only can it increase the potential of double bomb gas, but also improve the strength of double bomb gas. But Gengar can't eat too many of these toxin crystals, but double bomb gas can eat them at will, and Gengar must absorb them together with ghost energy. Fortunately, there are still a lot of ghost gems left from the last time he did the dirty work, enough for Gengar to digest for a long time, and Gengar will ask him for what he doesn't have to eat. This greedy ghost will not be stupid enough to starve. The evolution of double gas was finished. He flushed the dirt in the bathroom with water and looked out the window. It was already dark. He decided to go to the Pokémon Center to accompany Frog, and come back to sleep later. Double gas panel. Double gas panel. Double gas, different color. Attribute, poison. Gender, male. Potential, 88.46%. Level, 12.21%. Feature, floating/25.12%. Hidden attribute, stench/18.32%. Poison mastered moves. Poison spike/37.82%. Venom trap/27.11%. Poison gas/35.92%. Mist/31.57%. Clearing smoke/33.55%. Sludge attack/30.15%. Sludge bomb/31.23%. Toxic/26.63%. Hiccup/35.56%. Acid bomb/32.35%. Venom blast/29.45%. Junk shot/29.63%. Mud wave/28.67%. General, pain sharing/19.14%. Charge/16.22%. Spray/11.41%. Swallow/13.55%. Screech 17.74%. Impact 17.38%. Smoke screen 14.94%. Break everything 13.32%. Big explosion 11.25%. Slam 23.45%. Scary face 12.44%. Ghost system, resentment 12.41%. Same fate 13.12%. Psychic system, sleep 13.64%. Illusion ray 7.44%. Fire system, jet flame 9.61%. Willow fire 7.64%. Unclassified, malicious pursuit 7.54%. Black fog 7.35%. Gyro ball 6.24%. 100,000 volts 3.72%. Chapter 478, Lao Lu was stolen. On the 23rd day of the trip to Kanto, it was cloudy. It was another day without sunshine. Yu Hai woke up from the hotel, went to the bathroom to wash up, and gave breakfast to the elves. Yesterday, Darkrai and Jengar went out and found more than 200 toxin crystals, but the gas bomb had been cultivated, and the remaining toxin crystals could only be placed in Jengar's stomach. He didn't dare to touch them. These toxin crystals were Jengar's snacks. He just told Jengar to eat less and give some to the double bomb gas when eating, so that the double bomb gas could absorb it slowly. The bond can be cultivated slowly, no rush. While eating breakfast, he touched the Swampert. This little guy couldn't see the light and often stayed in the Pokeball and trained in the nightmare world. This little guy was wronged. The current Swampert is too weak and not very powerful. If he wants to help him, he needs to evolve at least 3 times. This is the only way for now. The air environment here is not good. When he leaves the city, he can release the Swampert in the wild. Kukukuku, Swampert nodded his head, enjoying Yu Hai's touch, and had a good relationship with Yu Hai. After all, they were the elf babies hatched by Yu Hai. Zapdos and Swampert had feelings for Yu Hai at first sight. They all regarded Yu Hai as the head of the family, and Frog and the others were the little parents. After touching these little guys for a while, he put them away with the Pokeball and left the hotel to go to the Pokemon Center. He didn't know how Riolu and Frog were doing. Yesterday, he was busy with the evolution of Gassy all day, and he went to visit Frog and Riolu in the evening. The 2 little guys were in the Pokemon Center. They should be fine with Miss Joy taking care of them. As soon as he arrived at the Pokemon Center, he saw Miss Joy standing at the gate pacing anxiously, and Frog standing beside her constantly looking into the distance. Yobo, Yobo, Frog saw Yu Hai coming back and hurried forward to call, but Yu Hai couldn't understand because he called too anxiously. Trainer Yu Hai, Riolu is gone. Miss Joy saw Yu Hai and felt guilty, because she didn't take good care of Riolu. What? Yu Hai was stunned by the news early in the morning. How could such a big Riolu, and a lame Riolu, fly to the sky? When did it happen? It was fine last night, sleeping on the bed. It was still there when I changed the dressing last night, but it disappeared when I woke up this morning. Miss Joy saw the surprise and disbelief on Yu Hai's face, and hurriedly said, I have contacted Junsha, I believe I will find Riolu soon. At night. It was impossible for Yu Hai to say that he was not panicking. He raised his hand to hold down the anxious Mosquito Frog and whispered to comfort him, Mosquito Frog, I don't blame you, come back and rest first. Yobo, Mosquito Frog still blamed himself when he heard Yu Hai say this. It was him who didn't take good care of Riolu. He should have stayed with Riolu instead of training in the training ground. Frog, believe me, I will find Riolu back. Yu Hai saw Frog bowing his head and not saying anything. He was very depressed. He could only comfort him to this extent. The most urgent task now was to determine whether Riolu left by himself or was kidnapped. He first used the Pokeball to retrieve Frog, and soon came to Riolu's ward, where Miss Junsha was investigating the traces at the scene. This place is blocked, you can't come in." Miss Juncha saw Yu Hai break in, worried that Yu Hai would destroy the scene, and immediately stopped Yu Hai's steps and blocked Yu Hai outside the door. "Okay," Yu Hai nodded silently, just watching silently outside the door, did not say that he was a Ryalu trainer. Even if he said it clearly, he would not necessarily let him in, but let Darkrai go in to take a look. Darkrai left from the shadow under his feet. It was too easy to hide from this group of ordinary people. After a while, Darkrai came out and returned to Yu Hai's shadow, saying to Yu Hai, "There are traces of hypnotic powder, it should be taken away after being hypnotized." "Very good." Yu Hai was so angry that he laughed. He wanted to see which blind old man dared to steal from the time traveler. Those who often act as old men should know that stealing things, stealing people, and doing bad things can only come at noon, because sooner or later something will happen. He has been an old man for so long and has never failed. He didn't expect to be stolen this time. Even if he dug 3 feet deep, this old man couldn't hide, and sooner or later something will happen to the other party. "Can you sense Ryalu's wave guide?" Yu Hai had left the ward and came to the outside of the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy was still standing here, and she didn't dare to face Yu Hai because of the loss of Ryalu. "Miss Joy, I will find Ryalu, don't take it to heart," Yu Hai comforted Miss Joy softly, and before Miss Joy could speak, he pulled up his hood and turned away. Miss Joy opened her mouth and watched Yu Hai go away, but she couldn't speak after all. The elf was lost in the elf center, which was her problem. She couldn't do anything and could only wait for the result silently. After Yu Hai left, his destination was the underground black market. No matter what Lao Lu who stole Ryalu wanted to do, the underground black market was a good channel for selling stolen goods. "I can sense Ryalu, underground." Darkrai just felt it carefully and sensed Ryalu's wave guide, which was like a bright light in the dark night. It was hard not to sense it. As they got closer and closer to the power plant, the perception became clearer and clearer. Very good, Yu Hai knew that it would be in the underground black market, so he went to the power plant as soon as possible. Outside the power plant, he also asked Darkrai to pass a note to a ping, asking a ping to come out for a while. Not long after, Yu Hai saw a ping coming out in work clothes. He immediately retreated into the alley, and Ah Ping also walked in. "Is there something urgent?" Ah Ping saw that Yu Hai's paper was written in a hurry. He didn't understand why Yu Hai was so anxious to see him after just one day of not seeing him. "My Pokémon was stolen and is in the underground black market. Take me down there." Yu Hai did not hide it from Ah Ping. He would need Ah Ping to lead the way underground later. Once a conflict breaks out, if the rockets block the underground black market, he will have to borrow Ah Ping's identity to come out. He must arrange a retreat first to deal with the worst situation. "What?" Ah Ping exclaimed when he heard that Yu Hai's Pokémon was stolen. He didn't expect that Yu Hai's Pokémon would also be stolen. In his impression, only the other party steals others' shares. According to the other party's caution, how could it be stolen? It was placed in the Pokémon Center for treatment. "I neglected it." Yu Hai was also confused when he learned the news this morning, not to mention Ah Ping. He felt that his personality was unstable. "I'll take you underground first," Ah Ping asked no more questions. Yu Hai was so anxious, the elves must be very precious. If his elves were stolen, he would be very anxious. This is human nature. "Okay," Yu Hai watched Ah Ping leave silently, and soon he came out with a work jacket and asked him to put it on. He put on the work jacket of the power plant, followed Ah Ping into the power plant, came to the internal elevator of the power plant, and took the internal elevator to the underground black market. Then the two took off their work clothes and put them in their backpacks. Both of them were wearing black clothes and masks, and they quickly walked underground. Following Darkrai's guidance, Yu Hai and Ah Ping came to a shop, which was a shop selling elves. Seeing this shop, Yu Hai's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the other party had sold Ryalu? This action was too fast. Even if this was a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, he would go in. Just as he was about to raise his foot forward, he was stopped by a hand. It was a Ping who pulled him and didn't let him go. What do you mean? Yu Hai looked up at Ah Ping, not understanding why Ah Ping stopped him. Come here, Ah Ping called Yu Hai to a corner, and then explained to Yu Hai, if the Pokemon is inside, it will be troublesome. Trouble? Yu Hai looked at the shop calmly, and used his toes to signal Darkrai to go in and take a look, and then heard Ah Ping continue to explain. That's the Rocket Team's shop. Rocket Team? What else? Yu Hai saw Ah Ping was silent, and it was obviously not just the Rocket Team's shop. This black market is one of the 4 generals, Lambda's territory. The owner of that shop is opened by Lambda's relative. There is also a Rocket Team cotter with Quasi-King strength as security, and there are several rookie teams under him. Ah Ping didn't know if Yu Hai knew Lambda. He was a great master of the Rocket Team, equivalent to the big man of the 4 heavenly kings of the league. I understand. Yu Hai's face was expressionless, but his heart sank. This matter was actually related to the Heavenly King trainer, which was indeed a bit troublesome. However, it was not a big deal for him, but he had to borrow a knife to kill again. Go back first, take a leave if you can, and don't come tonight. Yu Hai patted Ah Ping's shoulder gently. There must be a lot of noise tonight, and he couldn't let Ah Ping get involved. After all, this undercover was hard to come by. Okay, be careful. Ah Ping nodded silently and quietly left the black market. If Yu Hai asked, he would help in order to repay the favor. Since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to get involved. After all, he was still making a living in the Rocket Team. It was impossible for him to be two-faced and still not in the Rocket Team. Not long after Ah Ping left, Darkrai came back. Back in Yu Hai's shadow, his voice also sounded in Yu Hai's heart. Railu is in the hands of the boss. Railu was not sold to the store. The boss sent someone to steal it. Haha, okay, Yu Hai smiled. It seems that the relatives of the 4 generals of the Rocket Team must be killed this time. It was still early in the evening, so it was not the time to act. Besides, no one here was sleeping. Who knew if the boss would sleep? If he stayed by Railu, it would be difficult for him to act. He could only wait and see. Fortunately, Railu had been captured by a poke ball. Unless Railu's poke ball was captured, Railu would not be captured by a second poke ball. Therefore, the other party did not use teleportation to transfer Railu. Railu was stolen last night and just got it today. It seemed that he had not had time to transfer it. Then he had to act tonight, lest the other party transfer Railu after delaying for too long. He would not wait and take out a mobile phone. He did not know whose mobile phone it was, but it must be the black goods from the ship. He had not had time to deal with it. He just took out the SIM card and threw it away. He gave the phone to Darkrai and taught Darkrai how to use the camera function. He asked Darkrai to take some shady things in the black market. There were illegal transactions everywhere, and there was too much evidence. After Darkrai left, he wandered around the streets again. If there was a riot, he might be able to get something good to fill his funding gap. Just like that, the sky quickly darkened. Ah Ping did not listen to Yu Hai's advice and asked for leave to leave the power plant. He also realized that this was an opportunity to make a fortune. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. He was too weak in big city before facing such a big turmoil. He could do nothing but save his life. It's different now. He is the captain of Team Rocket, a trainer who is about to enter the senior level, and he can take the opportunity to plan something. It's a pity that Jengar fell into a deep sleep, otherwise he could take advantage of the chaos to get more things. Even without Jengar, he should be able to get a lot of benefits this time. Team Rocket's store dare not touch, but other people's stores don't have such concerns. He just knows where the secret passage is in the underground black market, and he can get things without anyone noticing, leave the underground black market, and become an employee of the power plant in public. Many people in the power plant are locals, not Team Rocket at all, but Team Rocket is hiding under the power plant, and ordinary people don't know about it. Only they, the undercover agents of Team Rocket, know about it. Facing Team Rocket, he can be one of them. Facing Junsha, he can be a power plant employee. Facing those shops, it doesn't matter who he is, as long as he doesn't reveal his identity. This one has a chance. Back at the underground black market, Yu-Hai has already collected the orb-spinning spider. After all, it is a spirit that will reveal its identity. It didn't matter before, but this time he wants to make a big deal, so he can only collect it first. Today, he has been wandering around the black market. When he is tired, he goes to the duel arena to watch the game, sits down to drink tea and watch the show to kill time. Darkrai also got the evidence of the black market, and was sent to monitor the boss, keep an eye on Railu's location, and prevent the boss from moving away. Once there is a sign of moving, he will take action immediately. It doesn't matter if it is exposed, at least Railu must be taken back, and they are considering a way out. Until after 12 o'clock in the evening, the number of people in the black market began to decrease, and it was obviously not as many as during the day. It seems that not all people are night owls, and some people will go back to rest at night. Just when he was a little bored, a black shadow merged into his shadow, and Darkrai's voice also sounded in his heart. The boss is asleep. Now someone else is watching the store. Railu is locked in the boss's room. Very good, let's go out first. Yu-Hai stood up from the audience, went to the exit and lined up to enter the small room, waiting for Alakazam's teleportation. You have to pay to come in, but you don't have to pay to go out. He quickly came to the outside of the power plant, took out a long-prepared note, and handed it to Darkrai. Give the note to Junsha at the city police station. It has the address of the black market and the evidence of Team Rocket's crimes. Give it to Junsha together with the evidence in the phone. Chapter 479, Chaos. Understood. Darkrai took the things and quietly sneaked into the shadows. It was easy for it to send 2 things, and it would be back soon. Before Darkrai completely sank, Yu-Hai reminded Darkrai, the note makes Junsha easy to see. Watching Darkrai go away, he released the round silk spider and lay on his shoulder and waited quietly. This time he wanted to use Junsha's hand to stir up the chaos in the underground black market so as to take back Railu. If he robbed directly or stole at night, it would be a bad idea and he would definitely be hunted down. Only by making the underground fall into chaos and Team Rocket unable to take care of it, he would not arouse suspicion and Team Rocket's pursuit. The chaos could also help him cover his whereabouts. The muddier the water, the better. Only by disrupting the situation, he could fish in troubled waters and collect some interest while getting Railu. He was about to do something big, but his heart was very calm at this moment. He looked up at the sky in the night wind. Whether it was day or night, the sky was dark, without the sun, moon, and stars. He also sorted out the plan again and again in his mind, thinking about whether he had any mistakes or omissions. After all, the purpose was just to take back Railu, and he couldn't let Team Rocket suspect him and take some interest. The plan was ready this time, and it was difficult to have any omissions. He just had to wait for Darkrai to come back. A few minutes later, Darkrai also came back from the darkness and returned to Yu-Hai's shadow. Junsha found the note and the phone, but didn't come immediately. Junsha was on the phone. Darkrai put the things very close to Junsha, and Junsha just turned around and found the note. Very good, you go down and wait first. If the boss makes any unusual movements, kill him first and take back Railu. If there is chaos outside the store, it is also a signal to take action. Kill the boss first and take back Railu. If there is a chance, take Gengar to the store to get some valuables. If there is no chance, forget it. Take Railu's Pokeball. Pokemons that have been captured by trainers cannot be captured by other Pokeballs. I will wait for you to come back here. We are leaving Black Cloud City. Understood. Darkrai slowly sank into the shadow. At the same time, Gengar also jumped out of Yu-Hai's shadow. Railu's Pokeball was in Gengar's mouth. Jengar also dived into the shadow and followed Darkrai down. The reason why he had to bring Jengar along was that Jengar could pass through walls, and Jengar could carry things through walls. How could he steal things without Jengar? Yu-Hai did not go down. If he just wanted to take back Riolu, there was no need for him to go down. Once he went down, it would be difficult to come back up. He was not as convenient as a Pokémon, who could pass through walls and sneak into shadows. He was just an ordinary person, and going down would only hinder him. He just stood in the cold wind outside the power plant, silently waiting for good news from Darkrai and Jengar. The underground black market was still as lively as ever. There were many trainers who went back to sleep at night, but there were also many trainers who did not sleep. It was estimated that the nightlife in Black Cloud City was very lively. Life, all here. Darkrai and Jengar sneaked into the underground, and immediately came to the room of the owner of the breeding house, quietly lurking in the owner's bedroom, waiting for the opportunity to take action. Not long after, there was movement outside the door. It was a very hurried sound of footsteps. Hearing this sound of footsteps, Darkrai knew it was time, and threw a dark hole at the owner on the bed. Then Jengar stretched out his chubby hand from the shadows, and used the Pokeball to take back Riolu trapped in the cage. Riolu saw the Jengar that emerged, and when he was put into the Pokeball, his face was shocked. He didn't expect them to find him. After taking Riolu away with the Pokeball, Jengar hit the owner on the bed with a poison, causing the owner to die of the poison. At this time, the door was knocked, and Jengar and Darkrai in the room sneaked into the shadows together. Before entering the shadows, a ball of cold blue ghost fire appeared in Jengar's hand and was thrown at the dead person on the bed. Jengar was destroying the body, which was Yu-Hai's explanation. The knocker outside the door saw that there was no response from the bedroom, and he was a little anxious. It was not until black smoke came from the crack of the door under his feet that he realized something was wrong. He asked the Pokémon to blast open the bedroom door and saw the burning bedroom. Damn it! Who is it? Alakazam, use telekinesis to drain all the air in the room. Hoo heard the trainer's order and immediately used telekinesis to squeeze the air in the room. A heat wave rushed out of the room, and the fire in the room was extinguished instantly without air. Alakazam's trainer held his breath and entered the room. He looked at the boss on the bed. He had been burned beyond recognition. The room was filled with a burnt smell. He didn't want to stay any longer. Hoo. Alakazam sensed it carefully. It just sensed a strange breath leaving. It should be the Pokémon who assassinated the boss. Alakazam? What did you sense? Chase after him. Alakazam's trainer saw that Alakazam was focused, and quickly asked Alakazam to teleport and chase after him. The eyes of one man and one Pokémon flashed, and Alakazam and the trainer came to the store, just in time to see a chubby hand taking the props from the shelf. Alakazam, mental power. Alakazam's trainer saw the black hand and immediately ordered Alakazam to attack. Alakazam's eyes lit up with blue light, and a shock wave fiercely hit the chubby black hand, blowing away the surrounding shelves. When the shock wave was about to hit the black hand retracted into the shadow. Cower-hee, so close, almost got beaten out. Jengar hid in the shadow and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The mental power of that Alakazam was really fierce. I told you not to be greedy, but you didn't listen. Go back quickly and don't steal. Darkrai was also worried about Jengar. Fortunately, he pulled it quickly just now, otherwise Jengar's fat hand would be beaten off. Cower-hee, let's go. Jengar looked at Alakazam outside from the shadow, and followed Darkrai to leave the store and return to the ground. Alakazam? Where is he? Seeing the mess in the store and no trace of the black hand, Alakazam's trainer looked at Alakazam beside him. Hoo. Alakazam looked outside the door and raised the spoon to indicate that the other party had escaped. Damn it! Alakazam trainer immediately growled into the intercom. The undercover sent intelligence. Juncha is bringing people here. the boss is gone, you pack up and evacuate from the secret passage. Understood, the boss won't go with us. Team Rocket Security heard what the Alakazam trainer said, that is, the strongest Team Rocket Cotter security in the store. The boss is gone. You protect Lord Lambda's property. I still have to give Lord Lambda an explanation. I will come to you after handling this matter. Has the boss been abnormal during this period? Abnormal? You should ask the Venus Flying Squad. They were called by the boss to do private work. Only they know the boss's abnormality. Damn, it's that pig again, the rocket team leader cursed secretly. If Lord Lambda hadn't asked him to protect this pig, the reward here was also very generous, he would not stay here, and this kind of thing would not happen now. This pig must have stolen someone's things again. Relying on being a relative of Lambda, others dare not retaliate, so he is so blatant and greedy. Now it's good. Not only is he dead, but someone else came to report here. If the police station didn't have an undercover secretly sending the news, they would probably be wiped out by the Alliance. Let the Venus Flying Squad come to the back door to find me, and I'm afraid it's not a big deal. The rocket team leader delayed for so long that Juncha's police car was almost here. When the undercover sent the message, it was time to set off. Maybe Juncha had surrounded the power plant, and they could only escape through the secret passage. Boss? The trainer of Venus Fly followed the leader of the rocket team. Facing the leader's question, he did not dare to hide anything and told everything. He gained a lot from this job, but he did not expect to cause such a big trouble. You are also an old man. I warned you not to get involved with that pig. Now it's okay. Boss, I didn't expect it to be so serious. I just went to the Pokemon Center to steal a Riolu. No one could have noticed it, the trainer of Venus Fly regretted it. If he had known, he would not have stolen it. I didn't expect that after stealing a Riolu, the boss would not be assassinated, and Juncha would also surround the black market. This rocket team black market would also be closed, and all the investment of the rocket team would be wasted. Hee, just. The boss sneered. These kids didn't understand the value of a Riolu at all. The trainers who can capture this kind of Pokemon are either rich or noble. They had better pray that Riolu is taken back by the opponent. Catch the other party back, otherwise they will have a hard time if they are blamed by the higher UPS. The reason why he did not withdraw was that after he regained his composure, he thought that the other party wanted to get Riolu back, assassinated him, and contacted Juncha to report the black market. Wasn't it just to get Riolu back? I think the other party's strength is not that strong, otherwise there would be no need for these conspiracies and tricks to disrupt the situation in the black market. The purpose is to get Riolu back, and he also wants to hide his identity. He is a smart kid, but he has been exposed in the Pokemon Center. Let the undercover go to the Pokemon Center to retrieve the registration information of the trainer, and you can know who it is. The trainer of Alakazam touched his chin and thought about it, and instantly sorted out the ins and outs of the matter. It was his subordinates who helped that pig do the dirty work and stole someone else's Riolu. Others used some unknown method to find the black market, assassinated the pig, and got Riolu back, and they didn't want to reveal their identities, and they wanted Juncha to disrupt the situation and completely shut down this black market. If the other party wants to do this, especially assassination, at least one ghost-type Pokemon is needed, and killing the pig is enough. You two follow me closely, go catch that kid and make up for your mistakes, otherwise I will be exiled at most, and you two little guys will be eaten by Lord Lambda's Pokemon. Boss, don't scare me. The trainer of Venusaur finally knew that he was afraid. Is it really possible to be eaten? Nonsense. If you can't find the murderer who assassinated the boss and destroyed the black market, you will die. The boss of Team Rocket turned around and glared at the two of them fiercely. This was not scary, it was really deadly. Especially since this matter was caused by them, he would also be implicated. Even if Lambda could save him, he would send him to a remote place to open up wasteland. I know, boss, the trainer of Venusaur sighed secretly. His life depended on the boss. If he couldn't find that person, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. I am the most innocent. There is no benefit in stealing Pokémons. I have to take all the blame, another boy curled his lips. He and the trainer of Venusaur were teammates. The other party stole Pokémons without notifying him. He didn't want to take the blame. I can prove that you didn't participate, but the premise is to catch that trainer. Alakazam trainer looked at the boy. These boys were all the team he recruited in Black Cloud City, and they were trained to be responsible for a black market in the future. Now it's good, first get through this level. If they can't catch the trainer who assassinated the boss and reported the black market, Lord Lambda will blame them, and they will not have a good result. Boom boom boom. At the same time, when Alakazam attacked Gengar, the shock wave that Alakazam exploded rushed directly outside the store, causing pedestrians on the street to fall to the ground. Ping, who was quietly waiting for Yu-Hai to take action outside the store, witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was also staggered by the shock wave. But the shock wave came and went quickly. He quickly got up and looked around. Seeing that everyone was in a state of confusion and didn't know what happened, he breathed a sigh of relief. As the things in the store were washed out by the shock wave, pedestrians immediately scrambled for them. Seeing this, Ping thought it was a good opportunity. It must be Yu-Hai who took action. He hurriedly shouted in a false voice. Everyone run, the Alliance has found here, the Alliance has surrounded this place. Everyone stopped scrambling for them immediately after hearing this, and the whole street became quiet. Boom! Suddenly, a big explosion occurred at the end of the street. That was Ping's backup plan in advance. Now is the time to use it. He wants to create chaos. Run, they have already run away. Everyone looked and saw that the employees in the store were in a panic. They were in a hurry, carrying backpacks, and closed the store door. As the explosion sounded again, everyone on the street scattered immediately after witnessing the employees in the Rocket Team's store running away. Some people even asked the elves to knock open the door of the Rocket Team's store that had just closed, and went in to rob. No one ran away, but went to the nearest store without any agreement. Seeing everyone start to loot, Ping also silently went to his goal. The early riot also disrupted the Rocket Team's evacuation plan. Damn, who is it? Who leaked the news? It's too late, abandon everything that can't be taken away. Junsha has surrounded the power plant, we evacuate from the secret passage. The chaos of the underground black market came in an instant, and the Rocket Team's evacuation was still orderly. Those masked men who were looting everywhere had no scruples, and the evil of human nature was fully reflected at this moment. After getting the benefits, the smart people who knew when to stop immediately released the elves to dig holes to escape. Suddenly, everyone came to the weakest part of the surrounding walls, broke the walls, dug tunnels and fled. Chapter 480, Encounter. The power plant on the ground. Yu-Hai has seen the red and blue police cars surrounding the power plant above the underground black market. In order not to be surrounded by Junsha, he has moved away from the power plant and retreated into the dimly lit alley, silently watching Junsha's actions. Not long after Junsha's police car arrived, Darkrai and Gengar emerged from the sewer and returned to his shadow. How is it? Yu-Hai felt them coming back and immediately asked Darkrai. Rylou got it back, and we were also discovered by the security guards in the store. The security guards are coming with Alakazam. Darkrai made Gengar vomit, take out the Pokeball and tell what happened just now. Gengui. Yu-Hai looked at Gengar. He told them to take it if they had a chance and evacuate if they didn't. Unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Kauji, Gengar was like a child who made a mistake. Because of his greed, he was discovered by the enemy and attracted the enemy. He didn't dare to look up at Yu-Hai. It's okay. Let's leave first and find a way to deal with the pursuers. Yu-Hai patted Gengar's head. After comforting Gengar, he picked up Rylou's Pokeball and whispered to the Pokeball, it's okay. You should have a good sleep first. He didn't have time to take care of Rylu's emotions now. Junja surrounded the power plant, and Jengar and the others brought pursuers again, and it was another Alakazam. He had to run. He immediately released the toucan, sat on the toucan and flew out of the city. At the same time, the 3 members of Team Rocket who were chasing Jengar also left the underground black market through the secret passage. After being sensed by Alakazam, they instantly locked onto Yu-Hai who was flying in the air. Release the flying elves, we chase. The rocket team leader looked at the dark sky in the distance. He found that the other party was running out of the city. He didn't stay in the city to hide. He was simply ignorant of life and death. The 3 of them released their flying elves and rode on the flying elves to chase Yu-Hai. Here they are. There are 3 people. Darkrai sensed the 3 people behind him and the 3 flying elves, and hurriedly reminded Yu-Hai that the pursuers were coming. They didn't take action, nor did they use instant teleportation. It seems that they want to wait until they leave the city. Yu-Hai immediately understood the pursuer's idea, which was exactly what he wanted. He also planned to solve it outside the city. It was not convenient to take action in the city. After flying in the air for more than half an hour, he had already flown away from Black Cloud City and came to the uninhabited primeval forest. He didn't know his direction and position. He only knew that he was flying inland, but he couldn't continue to fly. He had to set an ambush in the jungle below. Darkrai, sense the forest below and see where there is a dominant elf. Over there, Darkrai pointed the way to Yu-Hai, and the gull immediately flew over there. Land. Yu-Hai came to the territory of the dominant elf and asked the gull to land quietly, not to alarm the dominant elf, and asked Darkrai, how strong is it? It's not yet at the king, it's a symbol. Darkrai sensed that the symbol was sleeping, so he took Yu-Hai and sneaked over, just waiting for the pursuers to come. Hoo-hoo! Alakazam was floating in the air, and it kept locking onto Yu-Hai in the air until Yu-Hai landed in the woods. Where is it? Alakazam, the rocket team leader, took out a flashlight. They were in the light and the other side was in the dark, so there was no need to hide. He saw Alakazam pointing to the woods below, so he shouted to his 2 men, let's go down and search. He turned on the flashlight and shone it at the dense woods below. Yu-Hai also saw the beam of light. Yu-Hai was next to the symbol tree hole. Yes, boss. The 2 younger brothers behind the rocket team boss landed in the forest, took out flashlights and released their own Pokémons, ready to search the forest. Glühwein, find him out. Ahaha, 2 Glühwein came out, plus the bosses Alakazam and Glühwein. They believed that the other party could not hide. Yu-Hai hid behind the tree hole, carefully adjusted his breathing, looking at the lights getting closer and closer. The 3 people were looking for him. Hoo-hoo! Alakazam floated beside the trainer, walking with the trainer in the woods, suddenly squinted his eyes, looked behind a big tree. It sensed that the human was behind the tree hole. Alakazam! The rocket team boss looked at Alakazam. Alakazam slowly raised the spoon and pointed to a big tree not far away, which was the big tree where the Quaqua lived. Hey, spread out and surround! The rocket team leader saw the tree and immediately let out a sly smile, made a gesture to silence his 2 subordinates, and waved his hands to both sides. The 2 subordinates saw the boss's gesture and understood it instantly, and immediately spread out to surround the tree where Yu-Hai was hiding. Darkrai, you prepare, wake up the urchin from the nightmare, use the dark hole to destroy the one on the left first, and Jengar will go over to finish it off, kill it first. Understood. Darkrai was already preparing, just waiting for that person to approach the tree hole, so that he could wake up the urchin. Kauji, Jengar stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. It had been waiting for that Alakazam for a long time, and it had to pay back the grudge just now. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder. Rain. The forest in front of Yu-Hai was lit up by lightning, and raindrops fell on his face. He quietly pulled up his hood to avoid the rain. He took off his mask and held the poke balls of frog and poison frog in his hands. Boom! Whoosh, 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 bang. As the lightning flashed above his head, the steady breathing of the circle bear suddenly stagnated, and he suddenly opened his violent eyes and smelled the smell of humans. Not only the smell of humans, the circle bear also saw the flashlight light close at hand. Roar, roar, roar dash! When the circle bear saw the light, he immediately raised his head and roared, rushed out of the tree hole, and rushed towards the light in front of him, which was the direction where the rocket team boss came from. Go! Yu-Hai heard the roar of the Ursa, and immediately whispered to Darkrai and Gengar to start. He quickly raised his hand and threw out 3 poke balls, Frog, Poison Frog, and Scyther. Bang bang bang! As soon as Frog came out, it stepped in the rain twice as fast as usual, and instantly came to the side of the still confused Team Rocket Boy. The explosion of Poison Frog was not at all lost to Frog, but without the bonus of being able to swim freely in the rain, its speed was a little slower than Frog. Buzz buzz buzz! Spy Mantis vibrated its wings at a high frequency in the rain, but the rain added a lot of resistance, and it was the third one to rush to the Rocket Boy's side. At this moment, the Rocket Boy was staring at the circle bear rushing towards the boss, and was caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of the violent bear. He didn't notice the 3 Pokémons rushing towards him at all. Bang! Frog used a freezing punch, and under the acceleration of the rain, it punched the abdomen of Venus Flycatcher, directly knocking Venus Flycatcher out, breaking several large trees in a row before stopping, and Venus Flycatcher was also frozen and lost its movement. Swoosh! Toxic Skull Frog quickly shuttled through the woods, raised its stinger and nailed Zubat in the air to the tree trunk, and the stinger penetrated through the body and directly nailed Zubat to the tree trunk. Buzz buzz buzz! Spagos was the last to arrive, and raised its sickle to slash at the stunned Team Rocket Boy. Before the Rocket Boy could react, his head flew high, and his headless body slowly fell down in the rain. Polygon, Poison Skull, and Spagos quickly killed a Team Rocket Boy. Darkrai and Gengar on the other side were also attacked by Dark Hole, and Gengar's fatal poison shot killed another Team Rocket Boy. Now only the last Team Rocket was left, and they were caught off guard by the Urchin, and they were still fighting with the Urchin. Roar! Yu-Kai saw a white beam of light piercing through the night sky and piercing the forest. He didn't know if that guy could take on the destructive death beam of the Urchin. Go and have a look. Yu-Kai waited for Polygon and the other 3 to come back, and Darkrai and Gengar sneaked into the shadows. He walked slowly towards a distance in the rain. It didn't take much time to kill those 2 elite minions, so short that the rocket boss didn't even take down a Urchin. Roar! However, no matter how strong Kyujuro was, it could not withstand the siege of the opponent. When he came over, he only saw Kyujuro roaring unwillingly and slowly falling in the rain. He also saw the elves of the rocket team leader, with Alakazam in the middle, Nidoking in front, Black Stinky Mud on the left, Arbok on the right, and Vash with billowing black smoke in the back, and Zubat standing on the opponent's shoulder. The strength is not as good as the king, but it's very close. Darkrai sensed the strength of the opposite elves one by one, and told Yu-Hai the overall strength of the opposite trainer. Hi, only more than 50 levels, except for that Alakazam, the rest are all poison-type elves. Yu-Hai saw that there were 6 elves on the opposite side, and took out 3 elf balls, throwing out 3 elves, Crab, Tyrannosaurus, and Gyarados. Counting Frog, Poison Frog, and Scyther, he also has 6 Pokémons, just right for a 6-on-6 encounter. Go hide next to that person to prevent him from escaping. If you don't see his mount, shoot it down when it is released. Yu-Hai whispered to Darkrai to lurk over when he released 3 giant claws. It was raining now, and it was night, so the other party couldn't hear or see Darkrai. Boy, you are really good at running. For a Riolu, the entire black market was exposed by you. How about coming with me? Otherwise, I can't explain to Lord Lambda. Want to catch me? It depends on your ability. Yu-Hai smiled, with a ditto mask on his face. It doesn't matter if the other party sees it, anyway, it's all fake. However, he was sure of one thing, that is, he was exposed, and the registration information of Riolu in the Pokémon Center would be exposed, and he had to find a way to delete it. Otherwise, Team Rocket could just send an undercover agent to investigate along the line of Ryalu, and they could expose him completely in minutes. As for whether Team Rocket would investigate, there is no need to ask about this kind of thing. The black market is gone. If this quasi-king trainer dies here, it must be a big deal for Team Rocket, and they must find out the culprit of all this. Boy, I hope you can always be so stubborn, Team Rocket's boss talked to Yu-Hai, actually delaying time and waiting for the other two men to arrive. But they could not wait for the two men, and could only see the flashlight in the distance of the woods motionless, and they didn't know what the two men were doing. Are you waiting for someone? Yu-Hai noticed the other party's gaze, and kept looking behind him, so he knew why the other party was hesitant to take action. Damn, those two trash, can't they hold up after just one encounter? Team Rocket's boss gritted his teeth secretly. From the other party's tone, he knew that the two men were dead, and then he looked at the 6 Pokémon on the opposite side. Boom boom! At this time, the lightning flashed across, and he also saw the 6 Pokémons on the opposite side. Which 6 Pokémons they were? Mosquito Frog, Giant Claw Crab, Iron Tyrannosaurus, Scyther, Gyarados, Poison Frog. There should be more than these 6 Pokémons on the opposite side. The black hand he saw in the store just now is a ghost Pokémon, but he doesn't know where it is hiding. He feels that he has met a master this time, and things are very tricky. At this moment, he realized that the other party couldn't escape, or the other party didn't want to escape at all, but was waiting for him here. Gritting his teeth secretly, he realized that he had no confidence in catching this person, but he had already sent out a signal for help, and now he just needed to delay time. Why don't you do it? Either you want to delay time, or you are waiting for others. Yu-Hai saw that the other party didn't do it, and he also knew that the other party was delaying time, so he would do it. He just wanted to make a quick decision. Metal. Tyrannosaurus, stop Nidoking, use Ice Punch, Yu-Hai pointed his finger and shouted to Han-Han. Roar, Han-Han stepped forward with heavy steps, and Nidoking was not willing to lag behind. Even without the trainer's order, Nidoking rushed towards Han-Han. Ha, it's raining now, Team Rocket's boss sneered and shouted to Nidoking, we also use Ice Punch. Roar, roar 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 dash. The two giant beasts standing on 2 feet collided with each other in an instant, and even the ground trembled. Both sides almost simultaneously greeted each other with Ice Punch. Ice Punch is a double restraint for both sides, but Nidoking's level is higher than that of Metal Tyrannosaurus, and Metal Tyrannosaurus can't bear it. Its sturdy body instantly became hot, and it put on a rock armor to increase its defense. Roar! Nidoking was stunned when he saw the black rock armor suddenly appeared on the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He punched the extremely hard armor and was stunned. The feeling was not right at all. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex would not be stunned. The fist wrapped in the rock armor was covered with frost. The heavy foot stomped on the ground, and an orange-red aura rose from the body. He punched Nidoking hard, knocking Nidoking out and breaking several trees before stopping. How is it possible? What's wrong with this Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why is it wearing such a heavy black armor and has such explosive power? The boss of Team Rocket saw it clearly under the lightning. When he saw Nidoking being knocked away, his mind was in a state of confusion for a moment. Nidoking's freezing fist hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex and nothing happened. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's freezing fist hit Nidoking and knocked Nidoking out. How strong power does this require? Just now, they were clearly evenly matched. What moves did the Tyrannosaurus Rex use? Why did it become so much stronger in an instant? It should be 100,000 horsepower. Han-Han used 100,000 horsepower to bless the frozen punch. Yu-Hai saw it clearly and thought silently in his heart. Han-Han's battlefield was full of steam and orange-red aura, which was the external manifestation of using flame armor and 100,000 horsepower. Seeing that Han-Han could suppress Nidoking, he was no longer worried about Han-Han. Even if Nidoking had the poison thorn characteristic, Han wearing rock armor would not be poisoned. If the opponent's Pokemon all performed like this, there would be a lot of water in the strength of this Quasi-King, but the next thing would be much simpler. Chapter 481, A Long Night. The opponent's frontline meat shield was gone, and he shouted directly to Gyarados, "Gyarados, use the Destruction Ray on the trainer." Roar! Gyarados heard the Destruction Ray, quickly twisted his body to the front, tilted his head towards the opposite side, and quickly condensed an orange-yellow beam of light in his mouth, shooting at the opposite Rocket Team boss. Oops, everyone, scatter! Alakazam, hold on! Team Rocket's leader quickly hid behind Alakazam and asked Alakazam to protect him. Spymantis, speed up and slash, cut the snake first. Frog, Poisonous Skull, you go help Spymantis. Spymantis looked up at Arbok, who was wrapped around the tree branch, staring at them viciously and spitting out his snake tongue, and used high-speed movement to accelerate the flash of lightning, directly cutting off the tree that Arbok was wrapped around. Cha! Arbok saw a bright silver flash rushing towards him, and quickly circled around the trunk and hid in the tree canopy, just avoiding Spymantis's slash. Hiss, hiss, Arbok has the intimidation attribute, how could it be scared? It immediately raised its head and spit out its snake tongue at the three Pokemon that surrounded it. But Frog, Spymantis, Poisonous Skull, how could Pokemon that could be scared away by the intimidation attribute alone? Yobo, the mosquito frog raised its foot and stomped hard on the ground, generating a shock wave from the ground and rushing towards Arbok, shaking Arbok's body unstable. Puff puff puff. The poisonous skull frog took the opportunity to open its mouth and spit mud at Arbok's head, blocking Arbok's sight. Scyther showed its blade, flapped its wings quickly again, and slashed at Arbok. Chuba! Arbok wanted to shake off the mud on his head, but suddenly his whole body stiffened, as if he was locked by murderous aura. He saw a bright silver flash in the corner of his eyes, and immediately opened his mouth and used his flame teeth to bite the blade of Scyther's slash, and was forced to retreat continuously by Scyther. Quack! Seeing this, the poison frog condensed its hind leg muscles and quickly shot out. The black and purple poison energy on the stinger shone brightly. With one punch from bottom to top, the stinger directly penetrated the chest of Arbok, who had no time to take care of it, and pierced through Arbok's black tattoo. Chuba! Arbok screamed in pain, and spurted out purple mist from his mouth, forcing the approaching Scyther and poison frog to retreat. The frog jumped down from the tree, and the burst of climbing waterfall directly broke the branches. It punched Arbok's head from the sky, knocking Arbok into the mud and water, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth. The purple mist that had just been spit out was also blown away by the air wave, posing no threat. Yobo, the frog saw that Arbok could still struggle, and just wanted to add another punch, but suddenly several wind blades flew in the air and forced it back. The Scyther immediately came over and swung his sickle, chopped the wind blades in the air, and blocked the attack for the frog. Poison Frog spit out mud again to interfere with Zubat in the air. The three Pokemons covered each other and returned to Yukai. Arbok, the Rocket Team leader, never expected that just resisting the destruction of Gyarados would be enough to kill him. Light, by the time he reacted, Arbok was already seriously injured. In the final analysis, it was his cowardice that made him lose the advantage of the first move. He could have won the fight. The strength shown by that kid was not much different from his own. However, a moment of carelessness led to his passiveness. He wanted to retreat. What explanation, what future, what delay time, are all bullshit, not as important as his own life. Gyarados, destroy the Death Ray. Uhiah would not give the other party a chance to breathe. After the three of Frog and Frog joined forces to destroy Arbok, he immediately asked Gyarados to use the Destruction Death Ray. Roar! Gyarados opened his mouth again, condensed an orange-yellow beam, and attacked the Rocket Team leader and the Pokemon gathered together. Alakazam, teleport! The Rocket Team leader was going to run away. He didn't want to fight or delay time. Even if he went back and was exiled, it would be better than dying here. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to stay in the store as a security guard with Lord Lambda. He cherished his life and didn't want to fight to the death. This trainer is too strong. After returning, we will slowly investigate his identity. The best strategy is to start from his weak spot. Chasing and arresting people and losing two subordinates, Nidoking and Arbok, are seriously injured, which has proved to be a bad strategy. Hoo-hoo, Alakazam's eyes lit up with blue light, and he was about to use teleportation to escape. Gengar saw that they were about to run, and immediately jumped out. His scarlet eyes emitted two black beams of light on Alakazam, and the superpower fluctuations that emerged from Alakazam's body dissipated instantly. Black eyes. The boss of Team Rocket stared at the suddenly appeared Gengar. It should be this guy who stole things in the store. But if he can't use teleportation, he can't escape. The boss of Team Rocket quickly turned around and saw Yukai approaching slowly. He found that he could only fight to the death at this moment. But what he waited for was a bright orange beam of light, with a breath of destruction, coming fiercely. Gyuluo, gas, hold on. He had long been numb to Gyarados' destruction ray, and these Pokémons were full of weirdness. The defense and violence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were like this, the Gyarados that could use the destruction ray continuously was like this, and the three Pokémons that besieged Arbok were also like this. He could only let two Pokémons use the hold together, and he was safe hiding behind. He didn't dare to gamble whether the hold of one Pokémon could block it. The beam emitted by the Gyarados was too violent, and it was no less than that of the wolves. They were both similarly violent Pokémons. They had just taken on the destruction ray when a shock wave came from the ground again, and a large crack appeared on the ground, spreading to his feet. Oh no, it's an earthquake! The rocket team leader was caught by Gyuluo and quickly moved away from the ground and escaped from the large crack. But just as they escaped from the cracked ground, several huge rocks fell from the sky, and a freezing beam with cold air shot towards them. Alakazam, telekinesis. The rocket team leader didn't dare to defend anymore, so he could only let Alakazam use telekinesis to resist. But passive defense is seeking death. From avoiding the battle just now, delaying time to wait for reinforcements, instead of taking the initiative to fight and catch this person, the outcome of this encounter was doomed. In the 6-on-6 field battle, Yu-Hai destroyed two Pokémons in just a few minutes, one frontline Nidoking and one supporting Arbok. With two Pokémons missing, the chance of winning is even smaller. Gyarados, Thunder. Yu-Hai saw that the opponent was still just defending, so he continued to let the Pokémons besiege. In rainy days, thunder is a sure thing. He didn't know how long it would take for the opponent's reinforcements to arrive, but it took them more than half an hour to get here. So it would take at least half an hour for the reinforcements to find here, and he had to end the battle within half an hour. No, we can't go on like this. The rocket team leader saw Alakazam begin to pant, his telekinetic shield looming, and orange-yellow lightning continuously striking from the sky. Alakazam was almost exhausted, but the lightning showed no sign of dissipating. They had been hit by 7 or 8 big moves from the opponent in a row. If they continued to fight, they would all die. Slime, Zubat, Alakazam, create opportunities for Vash, let Vash go over and explode. The rocket team leader released Slime again, arranged combat tasks for everyone, let the 4 Pokémons fight against Yukai, and finally looked at Alakazam. He believed that Alakazam would understand. Hoo-hoo, Alakazam really understood the trainer's eyes, nodded silently, took over the trainer's command, and let it command the Pokémons to fight. Then, the rocket team leader released Pidgeot, rode on it and escaped. Haha, can he run away? Yu-Hai looked up and saw the other party taking off, and shouted to Gengar, Gangui, stop him! Cower-hee, Cower-hee! Gengar emerged from the tree canopy and threw a shadow ball at Pidgeot in the sky. Boom boom boom! Pidgeot saw the shadow ball, and quickly vibrated his wings to throw out several wind blades, which hit the shadow ball and offset the shadow ball. The rocket team leader sat on Pidgeot's back, and the raindrops hit his face. He suddenly realized that the rain would increase a certain move, and hurriedly shouted to Pidgeot, "Pidgeot, storm! Whoosh whoosh!" In rainy days, the power of the storm increased greatly, and Yu-Hai hugged the tree trunk tightly to avoid being blown away. When the storm dissipated, the rocket team leader's figure had long disappeared in the sky. He was not worried that the other party could escape. Darkrai was still in the dark, and with Jengar, the other party could not escape. I don't know if the other party has lost his mind. He actually left 4 elves behind, and the other 3 elves were covering the double bomb gas. Don't they know it's raining now? Metal! Tyrannosaurus, stop that Alakazam, Shadow Claw! Roar! Metal Tyrannosaurus stepped forward and stood in front. Facing the venom attack of the muddy slug, it was all blocked by the rock armor. The sharp claws shone with a cold light and rushed straight to Alakazam. Hoo-hoo! Alakazam saw Yu-Kai responding in this way and realized that Yu-Kai might guess his intentions. It would be difficult for them to get close to Yu-Kai. However, the trainer had already escaped, and the time it bought was enough. Hoo-hoo! Alakazam shouted and used the exchange field to exchange the double bomb gas. At the same time, Zubat, who knew what Alakazam was going to do, had already flapped his wings and left the battlefield, and the muddy slug immediately dug a hole to escape. When the double bomb gas glowed, Alakazam removed the telekinetic shield that wrapped around the double bomb gas, just to prevent the double bomb gas from contacting the rain and preventing the double bomb gas from being unable to use the big blast. Big explosion? You're really willing to do it? Yu-Hai saw the white light on the battlefield, and immediately shouted to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, go straight and dig a hole to avoid it." Then he shouted to other elves, "Spagos, keep an eye on that big mouth bat, Mosquito Frog, come here, use defense together." Yu-Hai lay on the ground, and the elves released defense together towards the glowing double bomb gas to welcome the upcoming big explosion. They were 20 to 30 meters away from the main battlefield. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the closest, only 2 or 3 meters away, but it had already dug a hole to avoid it. Boom! As the white light became extremely bright and dazzling, a violent explosion came. Yu-Hai hid behind the elves' defense and could feel the violent shaking of the earth. Fortunately, with the elves' defense in front, he was not affected by the shock wave of the explosion, but the wind pressure generated by the big explosion still made them unable to raise their heads. After a few breaths, the aftermath of the explosion passed, and he got up from the ground. A huge deep pit suddenly appeared in front of him, and a dying double bomb gas lay in it. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus? Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus! Yu-Hai came to the edge of the pit and shouted a few times at the deep pit, hoping that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus could hear it. Dong dong, dong dong! Boom! Just after shouting a few times, there was a dong dong sound from underground. Soon a rotating figure broke out of the ground, drilled out from the ground, and shouted to Yu-Hai. "Duo, Duo! Are you okay?" Yu-Hai turned on the flashlight to observe the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Seeing that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus still had rock armor on his body, and the rock armor was not damaged, he breathed a sigh of relief. Duo, bang bang bang! The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus hammered his chest to indicate that it was okay. "Okay, come back first." Yu-Hai used the pokeball to retrieve the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and looked up at the sky again. The rain also stopped because of the explosion. He had just asked Scyther to chase Zubat, but he didn't know if he caught up. Buzz buzz buzz! With a buzzing sound, Yu-Hai looked in the direction of the sound and saw Scyther with Zubat falling from the sky. "Scyther, are you okay?" Yu-Hai patted Scyther's shoulder and looked at Zubat with its wings cut off. This Zubat should not be the main force, otherwise Scyther would not be so easy to take down. Fuck! Scyther shook his head, indicating that when the explosion occurred, it had chased far away and was not affected by the explosion. And there is Stinky Mud. Yu-Hai saw Stinky Mud digging a hole to escape. If it escaped, it would be very troublesome. Quack, quack! Poison Skull Frog was on guard all around, and suddenly saw a group of squirming mud coming out of the big pit, and hurriedly called to Yu-Hai. Giant Crab, Freezing Beam, don't let it run away." Yu-Hai heard the call of the poisonous skull frog and immediately shone the flashlight, only to see the shrunken stinky mud lying on the double bullet gas. Ku-K, the giant crab raised its big claws and shot a cold beam of light at the stinky mud at the bottom of the pit, freezing the stinky mud instantly. At this time, Jengar and Darkrai also came back, holding a man and a Pidgeot in their hands, and Alakazam who had just escaped were all caught back. Jengar, hypnotize him, I want to ask something. Yu-Hai saw the rocket team leader and immediately asked Jengar to wake him up and hypnotize him. Kauji, Jengar lifted the rocket team leader and slapped him awake, and used hypnotic waves on the rocket team leader with scarlet eyes, and the rocket team leader instantly fell into a daze. What is your position in the rocket team? While asking questions, Yu-Hai also asked Mosquito Frog and others to go over there and move the bodies of the two minions over. I'm just the store's security. Who is your superior? My superior is Lord Lambda. Whose business is the black market? Lord Lambda's business. Who knows Railu? That pig boss, my two subordinates and I. Hi, Yu-Hai was secretly relieved when he heard this. If these were the only people who knew about it, he would just go to the Pokemon Center to delete Railu's treatment records, and no one would find out about him. Orb Silk Spider, finish them off with poison. Yu-Hai asked Orb Silk Spider to use poison, and saw that Mosquito Frog and the others had already moved the corpses over. Gengui, take out the poison sac. Yu-Hai looked at the poison-type Pokemon on the ground. They were all poison-type Pokemon that were cultivated by eating poison. The poison sac was still valuable and could increase the toxicity of double bomb gas. Cowerhay, Jengar licked the corner of his mouth with his big pink tongue, showing his sharp claws with some excitement. After all, such a good day is rare. These are the poison sacs of Quasi King poisons, which should be delicious. Yu-Kai usually teaches them very strict, they are not allowed to kill wild Pokemon to get poison sacs. Yu-Hai said that he would rather spend money to buy them. But these rocket team trainers, who cultivate poison-type Pokemon by eating poison, are not so particular. Gengui took out the poison sacs of these senior Pokemon one by one. These are all good things. It plans to keep them for it and eat them slowly with Ghastly. Yu-Hai also released Ghastly and asked Ghastly to look for any poison materials that he liked on Muddy and Ghastly, and take them away together. Unfortunately, these three people were very cautious and did not bring backpacks. He did not get any benefits from this battle. He only scraped a few items from the Pokemon, and they were all poison-type items. After dealing with everything, Yu-Hai asked Jengar to use Will-O-the-Wisp at the bottom of the pit to burn these corpses. And the Kumheta just now, Kumheta was just injured and had been scared back to the tree hole by the big explosion, so he didn't have to deal with it again. It is impossible to tame it. The Kubiki has a bad temper. Moreover, the potential of this Kubiki has been exhausted and it is no longer worth cultivating. Looking at the raging fire in the pit, he collected the Pokemons with the Poke Ball, rode on the Gull and circled the woods to avoid encountering the reinforcements of Team Rocket. He returned to Black Cloud City and came to the door of the Pokemon Center. Darkrai, go see if Miss Joy is asleep. Yu-Hai looked at the time on his watch. It was past 3 in the morning. Miss Joy should be asleep. Okay, Darkrai responded and left. He sneaked into the Pokemon Center from the shadows and saw Miss Joy, who was still awake, waiting for news from Junsha behind the counter, hoping that Junsha could save Railu. She is still asleep. Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and told Yu-Hai what Miss Joy was doing. Hi, can you hypnotize her? Let her delete Railu's treatment record, delete the registration record of my arrival, and then let her fall asleep. No problem, just give her some hypnotic hints. Darkrai sneaked into the Pokemon Center again, opened his eyes in the shadow under Miss Joy, and released hypnotic waves to Miss Joy. When Miss Joy saw Darkrai's eyes, she was hypnotized by Darkrai. Darkrai gave Miss Joy a psychological hint to delete Railu's treatment record and Yu-Hai's trainer registration record. Then let Miss Joy lie on the table and fall asleep, and told Miss Joy that Railu had been found, and let Miss Joy forget about it for the time being. After doing this, Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and told Yu-Hai that it was done. Good job, give this trick to Jengar another day. Yu-Hai found that this thing is really useful. In the movie version of Mutuo Strikes Back, Mutuo hypnotized Miss Joy in this way and sealed the memories of Xiaozai and others. In fact, the memory was not deleted, but hidden, so that the person concerned ignored the unimportant memory. Humans sometimes do this. But once these memories are brought up by someone, or when seeing familiar things, they will awaken the hidden memories. That will be a matter of the future. It's okay as long as you can't remember them now. After leaving the Elf Center, he did not leave Black Cloud City, but came to the previous hotel. He wanted to play in the dark under the lamp, planned to stay in the hotel for one night, and set off tomorrow. Back to the hotel room, he let Railu out, and didn't know if the little blue dog was frightened. Railu, are you hungry? Did they bully you? Yu-Hai untied the spider silk on Railu, took out Moo Moo milk and energy cube, and then retreated carefully. Woof, Railu saw Yu-Hai again, and he was secretly relieved. Counting the time on the ship, this human has saved him twice and treated him very well, but he still doesn't believe in humans and dares not give and believe. The price of trust is too high. It also believed in its previous trainer before, but what was the result? The more hope, the more disappointment. This is true for Poison Frog and Railu. Railu is really similar to the previous bad frog. Railu has already trusted the wrong person once, and it is difficult for it to trust humans again. In order to protect itself, it does not want to trust again. In fact, humans are no different. Simple elves, some simple people, have paid their lives because of wrong trust. Eat food and go to bed early. Don't run around. See you tomorrow. Yu-Hai released the frog and asked the frog to guard Railu. He knew that Frog felt guilty for losing Railu. This time, he gave Frog a chance to forgive himself and regarded it as a night watch. Yu-Hai was lying on the big bed and felt comfortable. The captain of the rocket team, who came to reinforce the rocket team's boss, was more than half an hour late and only saw a burnt pit and a pile of debris. Damn, we're late, the boss and them. Who is it? The captain of the rocket team asked the captain. They were not members of the same system in the rocket team, so they asked. If you want to distinguish, he is a subordinate of a king at the headquarters, and the captain is a captain under Lambda, a new recruit in Black Cloud City. I don't know. When the boss left, he only said that he was going to catch the murderer who assassinated the boss and reported the black market. I didn't expect it to be like this. What caused it? The captain asked in confusion. The boss asked them to do private work, it seems to be to steal a very valuable elf. Only they know about this. They didn't tell us what elf it was. They only said it was very valuable, and then the boss said that the stolen trainer came to the door, and they were going to chase the murderer, and then that's it. Okay, I know, bury this place. I'll have someone check if there are any valuable Pokemon in Black Cloud City during this period. Captain, you must catch this murderer. The black market was closed by Junsha because of that person. Okay, I understand, I will report to the headquarters to send more people, the captain answered absent-mindedly, but the investigation of the black market is not a bad thing. Before, this place was controlled by Lambda, and other adults could not intervene. This time is a good opportunity, their adults can invest in this place. Morning, Black Cloud City Power Plant. The power plant that was blocked all night was finally lifted. Aping came out of the power plant, and the sun shone on his body. He took a lot of good things last night and went to the staff lounge of the power plant. After their identities were verified, Junsha asked them to wait and leave after the blockade. His identity is naturally fine. Only the rockets know that he is an undercover agent. The Alliance doesn't know. His identity is of course clean. Even the work in the power plant was arranged by Instructor Viper. It must be said that Viper is really far-sighted. Without such a good identity to cover up, his plan would not have been so smooth. I don't know how Ahai is doing. Did he get his elf back? We can only wait 3 months and contact him again when we return to the Orange Islands. At the Black Cloud City Police Department, Juncha came back from closing the black market. This time she caught a big fish, and her credit is enough to be promoted 3 levels. But these are not the most important. She was too busy last night and seemed to have forgotten something very important. Which good friend commissioned her, asking her to help find an elf. But she rescued too many elves last night, and she forgot which elf to find. At the elf center, Miss Joy woke up from the counter in the morning, stretched, and twisted her neck. She seemed to have a stiff neck. Huh? Why did I sleep here? Miss Joy forgot how she fell asleep, and also forgot a very important thing. She fell asleep without waiting for the result. Since she can't remember it, then don't think about it. Today is another new day, but the weather here is really bad. It's dark every day, and my mood is not good at all. As for the investigation of the rocket team, the rocket team didn't investigate at all. Yu Hai's caution was a bit redundant. The rocket team was busy with how to build a new black market and how to redistribute the benefits so that they can get a share. When the situation stabilizes, maybe someone will explore the cause of the previous black market being reported. From this point of view, deleting the registration information is not redundant. Without the registration record of the Elf Center, no matter how it is investigated, it will not be found on Yu Hai. Chapter 482, Squinting Eyes. The 24th day of heading to Kanto, cloudy. Last night, the alarm sounded all night, making Yu Hai unable to sleep. His hotel is outside the city, and the factory is also outside the city. The sirens of police cars are only 2 streets away. There were sirens everywhere last night. I don't know how many police officers Juncha dispatched. After getting up this morning and giving breakfast to the elves, he prepared to leave Black Cloud City. A ping left without saying goodbye. After all, everyone's identity is very sensitive, so it's better to have less contact. After the elves had breakfast, he put them all away with the elf ball. Lialu also took back the Pokemon ball. He couldn't go to the Pokemon Center. He was almost recovered. He only needed to replenish his nutrition and get out of the sub-health state. His mood was stable and he was not as repulsive to them as at the beginning. This was a good change. After leaving the hotel, he took out the map and headed out of the city in the direction of the light red city. He glanced at the power plant when he passed by and saw that the blockade of Juncha had been lifted. It seemed that the black market no longer existed. He was relieved to leave the city. Walking out of the city, he had not yet left the scope of the Black Cloud City. The sky was still, it was dark, but the white sky could be seen in the distance, which was a good change. It was finally no longer dark. When he arrived outside the city, he did not plan to walk, but put away the mosquito-repellent frog, released the large-mouthed gull, and prepared to fly over. If he walked to Qianhong City, it would take at least a week to walk at his current distance, 2 days by boat, and he could arrive at night if he flew. Forget about taking a boat. He didn't want to take a boat. He felt sick when he saw a boat. It was faster to fly over, and there was a hunting zone near Qianhong City. When he watched the animation in his previous life, there was as for the Haxorus and the Dratini, you can go for a walk. It's not that we need to tame them. After all, the hunting zone manager has a bad personality. The Dratini is a powder keg. He will explode when he hears the Dratini. Besides, the Dratini has grown up and hatched a baby Dratini. If you want to tame the Dratini, the Haxorus will fight to the death. We'll see how things turn out. It's estimated that we won't be able to find it at all. He took the gull and flew along the coastline. It was not easy to get lost. After all, the light red city was by the sea. As long as he flew to the Strait of the Twin Islands, he could find the light red city. It's a pity that he didn't get the address of the Blastoise Island. He could ask Xiaobo at the Quartz Conference. Now he should leave the Black Cloud City first. After flying out of the black cloud city, the sky gradually became clear and the air became much better. He could no longer smell the strange smell of burning, but was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. After flying for a whole morning, he had to stop the gull and look for they camped by a river, had lunch, and then set off again. During lunch, he released all the Pokemons, including the poison skull frogs and Riolu, and they all had lunch together. However, during lunch, the Swampert playing by the river seemed to have discovered something and kept calling out to them. Kukukuku, Kukukuku, the Swampert called anxiously by the river, attracting Yuhai and the Pokemons. People? Wearing work clothes? Wearing safety helmets, Yuhai saw a worker lying by the river, reached out to pull the man out of the river, and used the Pokeball to take back the poison skull frogs, leaving only the mosquito frogs. He gently reached out to test the worker's breath, and after finding that he was still breathing, he reached out to shake the worker and wake up the unconscious worker. Me, the worker narrowed his eyes, slowly opened them, and saw Yuhai, a stranger, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Where is this? I am a trainer passing by. What happened to you?" "In the river." When the worker heard the river, he suddenly realized and explained to Yuhai, "The vehicle I was riding in was overturned by a mole, and I fell into the river and fainted. I didn't expect to float here. Moles attack humans." Yuhai seemed to be asking himself, and also asking the other party. If it is not a particularly irritable Pokemon, it should not attack humans for no reason. "Yes, we are building a reservoir on the mountain, and a group of moles often make trouble, causing the project to be delayed until now." "Are you a trainer?" "Our foreman is recruiting trainers to drive away the moles." "I'm a trainer." Yuhai didn't care about the reservoir project or the moles' trouble. He only cared about the moles. The moles were also one of the Pokemon he expected to be able to evolve by fusion. He needed 3 moles. If there were any moles here, he could go and see them. "Great, please help us drive away the moles." The worker got up from the ground and bowed to Yuhai, hoping that Yuhai, the trainer, could help. "Okay, I can go and see." Yuhai didn't agree. After all, most wild Pokemon wouldn't attack humans for no reason, not to mention that moles weren't really the violent elves, except for their love of digging holes, are relatively gentle elves. Unless the reservoir built by these workers destroyed the homes of the moles and the environment of the forest, otherwise the gentle moles will not attack humans. After all, they are not the reckless man like Circle Bear. "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll make a call." The worker took out the mobile phone in his pocket. Fortunately, it was waterproof, otherwise he couldn't make a call. A few minutes later, the worker finished the call, and the two waited in the forest for more than an hour. Suddenly, a man jumped out of the forest near the river and found the worker. "I'm so glad you're okay." The man hugged the worker, probably a colleague. "Fortunately, it was this trainer who saved me." The worker nodded to Yuhai and shouted to him, "Brother, the car is here, come with us." "Okay." Yuhai used the Pokeball to retrieve the frogs and followed the foreman through the forest to an asphalt road where a small car was parked. He followed the worker into the car and headed for the reservoir the other party mentioned. The car drove for more than 2 hours before they saw the reservoir the worker mentioned. "Trainer, I'll take you to the foreman." The worker took Yuhai to see the foreman as soon as he got off the car. Yuhai came to the vicinity of the reservoir construction site and saw many trainers gathered here, chatting with each other in groups of 3 or 2. They should all be. It was a trainer invited by the foreman. "Boss, I found a trainer brother." "Well, I know, let him wait, we will explain the situation together later." The foreman glanced at Yuhai, nodded to Yuhai as a greeting, and then went to deal with other things. With so many trainers gathered here, he didn't have time to ask one by one. When the worker heard this, he smiled awkwardly at Yuhai and explained to Yuhai, "Trainer brother, our foreman is busy, why don't you wait first?" "It's okay." Yuhai waved his hand lightly, not caring, his attention was on a familiar person, they haven't seen each other for more than half a month. Here. Brother Hai, here." After Yuhai said goodbye to the workers, he saw 3 familiar people walking towards him. Zai? Why are you here? The familiar people that Yu Hai saw were Zai and Xiao Mao. He finally came to his senses and knew where this place was. This reservoir has appeared in the animation, otherwise Zai and Xiao Mao would not have appeared here together by chance. Brother Hai, we were invited here, are you too? Zai saw Yu Hai again, his face was full of joy. They haven't seen each other for more than half a month. He often talked about Yu Hai with his 2 companions. He is a trainer from the Orange Islands. Yes, who are these 2? Yu Hai knew the dark-skinned squinty-eyed Brock, and the side-tied Misty. After traveling through time for so long, he finally met the male and female protagonists of the first part. The cute and charming villains, the Rocket Trio, Musashi, Kojiro, and the Talking Meowth, should be nearby. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance into the woods. There were dense grass all around, and maybe the Rocket Trio was hiding in the grass. He is Brock from the dark grey gym, and she is Misty from the cerulean gym. They are my traveling companions. Zai introduced Brock and the 2, and also introduced Yu Hai to Brock and the 2. He is the trainer I often told you about, the one who traveled to Kanto from the Orange Islands. Brother Hai, the Orange Islands are tropical islands in the south of Kanto, quite far from Kanto. Xiao Gang squinted his eyes, murmured in a low voice, smiled, and stretched out his hand to Yu Hai to say hello. Hello, my name is Xiao Gang. Hello, my name is Aha. Yu Hai also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiao Gang. This gym owner is not as carefree as Zai, after all, he is a gym owner. Under the condition that he did not meet the beautiful lady, Xiaogang's IQ can still occupy the high ground. Hello, my name is Xioxia. Xioxia also greeted, even if they knew each other. After all, she was Zai's acquaintance and her stranger, they were not familiar with each other. Hello, Yu Hai also nodded and greeted, which was considered a greeting. Zai, I haven't seen you for so long, how many badges have you got? Yu Hai thought about it. Zai appeared here, he should be going to Asakusa City, he was on the same road with him, Asakusa City was nearby, it was really a coincidence to meet. Brother Hai, I got 4 badges, Zai touched his nose. It was already very good to get 4 badges in just over half a month. Zai, stop bragging. 3 of the 4 badges were given to you by others. Xioxia heard Zai bragging and exposed Zai's pride without hesitation. Xioxia, why are you like this? I have fought in gym battles after all. Zai clenched his fists unconvinced and refuted Xioxia's words. Haha, Zai is right. It is also a skill to let others give you badges. Yu Hai saw that the 2 were about to quarrel, and he quickly spoke to smooth things over. After all, he asked Xiaobo to give him a badge, but Xiaobo refused. Zai asked others to give him a badge, which means that he has a lot of face and good popularity. That's right, Xioxia, did you hear that Brother Hai has recognized me? Zai was like a victorious rooster. Finally, someone recognized him. The badge he got was convincing, and the process was not important at all. Damn Zai! Xioxia clenched her fists secretly when she saw Zai's smug expression, and she also hated Yu Hai. Okay, Xiao Gang quickly comforted Xioxia. There were so many people here, and it would be bad to have a conflict. Hey, by the way, Brother Hai, how many badges did you get? Zai was very happy to see Xioxia's defeat, and suddenly thought of the badges, and hurriedly asked Yu Hai how many badges he had. I only got 2 badges, the Crimson Badge and the Supernatural Badge. Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. He didn't have as many badges as Zai, but he could collect them slowly, which was a small problem. Ah? Why only 2? Brother Hai is so powerful. Zai knew that Yu Hai's elves were very powerful, and even Xiao Mao couldn't beat him. In his opinion, he was already very powerful. At least in his competition with his best friend Xiao Mao, he almost lost more than he won, so Yu Hai was already very powerful if he could beat Xiao Mao. Humph, I thought he was so powerful. I heard Zai talk about it every day, but I didn't expect that he only had 2 badges. Xioxia was finally not so angry when she heard that he only had 2 badges. Xioxia, although there are only 2 badges, these 2 badges are from Xiaobo of Crimson Island and the girl in Lavender Town. Didn't you see how badly Xiaozai was abused before? This. Xioxia remembered that they went to Lavender Town and were trapped in the misty forest for a whole day before they came out. Then Xiaozai was abused by Jengar in Xiaoqian's hands and collapsed directly. In the end, Xiaoqian saw that Xiaozai was too weak and refused. Yes, that woman is very strong, especially that Jengar. Xiaozai was defeated by that Jengar 3 times and had no power to fight back. The trainer in front of him was able to get the supernatural batch, which means that the other party at least defeated that woman, and his strength should not be underestimated. Yu Hai didn't know what Brock and Misty were mumbling about. He smiled and waved to Xiaozai, not that great, still need to work hard. Xiaozai, have you captured any new partners in this period? Yes, I have captured Pikachu. Brother Hai, let's fight, I want to challenge you. To make up for the last challenge, Xiaozai was eager to try when he heard about the new partner, and challenged Yu Hai. Last time, he didn't capture Pikachu and didn't fight Yu Hai, and he regretted it for a long time. This time he must defeat Yu Hai. Okay, Yu Hai looked around, looking for an empty space with no one, and walked over with Xiaozai. Seeing them go over, Brock and Misty followed closely and went over together. Seeing that there was a battle here, the trainers chatting around were curious and looked over here, and they were very interested. After all, it was a battle between trainers. Come out, Crab. Yu Hai and Xiaozai stood on both sides of the empty space, and he threw the poke ball first. Facing the current Xiaozai, he would not bully others. He would just use the crab. He was afraid of scaring Xiaozai by releasing the Gyarados. Wow, crab! When Xiaozai saw the crab, he remembered that it was the evolved form of the crab, and immediately took out the Pokémon's guide to scan the crab. Crab, a claw Pokémon, is the evolved form of the crab. Chapter 483, the second time. I also have a crab, which can also evolve into a crab. Xiaozai closed the Pokémon's guide excitedly. He had seen this Pokémon at home, and his crab was still in the Oak Research Institute, and he didn't know when it could evolve. Xiaozai, it's not that simple. Look at the claws of the crab, which are almost as big as the body, and this one the size of the giant crab is also unusual. Xiao Gang stood behind Xiaozai and immediately took out a notebook to write and draw, and analyzed it. As a breeder, Xiao Gang has a sharp eye. He saw the extraordinariness of this giant crab at a glance. That's right, why is this giant crab so big? It feels bigger than its peers. Xioxia is a trainer specializing in water-type Pokémons, and has also studied water-type Pokémons such as giant crabs. The size of this giant crab is obviously much larger than its peers. It may be related to the training method of the trainer. I can ask the other party if I have a chance. Xiao Gang touched his chin and was calm. He also wanted to know how the other party cultivated such a healthy and strong Pokémon. Xiaozai, send out your Pokémon. Yu Hai saw the 3 people on the opposite side whispering and talking. He couldn't hear them clearly because they were too far away, so he could only let Xiaozai release the battle Pokémon. Okay, the giant crab is a water type, so I'll use. Xiaozai took out the Pokeball and shouted, "Come out, Bulbasaur!" Bulbasaur? Have you captured it? Yu Hai looked at Bulbasaur with green garlic on its back. Xiao Ji did not reverse the attribute. You should know that Xiao Ji is a master of reverse attribute. He will win if he reverses the attribute and lose if he follows the attribute. In his previous life, he was teased by the elf players to the production team. I didn't expect that I would really encounter it. What is this called? Traveler's Aura versus Protagonist's Aura. Ha ha ha, stop it, you will be laughed to death. Yu Hai smiled helplessly and shouted to Xiao Ji, you attack first. Okay, Brother Hai, be careful. Xiao Ji got the first attack and immediately shouted to Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, flying leaf knife. Yu Hai also shouted the command after Xiao Ji shouted, giant claw, iron wall, raise your claws to block it. At the same time, the leaves flying out from behind Bulbasaur attacked the big claws of Giant Claw, which were strengthened by iron wall, and all fell to the ground softly without any effect. How is it possible? Isn't it double attribute restraint? Why is it ineffective? Zai was stunned when he saw that Leaf Blade was ineffective. Zai, it's not that Leaf Blade is ineffective. First, your Bulbasaur level is too low, and second, the defense of the claw is very high and has been strengthened, so it seems to be ineffective. What should I do? Zai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. If it was a normal battle, the claw would have attacked by now. Iron Wall is a defense with objects, you can use special attacks instead. Xiao Gang combined the current situation and hurriedly made suggestions. After all, he is the gym owner and still understands the most basic knowledge of fighting. Special attack? Special attack? What special attack does Bulbasaur have? Zai scratched his head, racking his brains but still couldn't think of what special attacks Bulbasaur had. Stupid Zai, if there is no special attack, use parasitic seeds and hypnotic powder. That's right, Zai came back to his senses instantly and looked at the person who reminded him. His mood, which had just been enlightened, was not so wonderful again. Damn Xiao Mao, I will defeat Brother Hai. Stupid Zai, win first, people have been waiting for you for a long time, do you still want to fight? Damn it, of course I have to fight. Zai was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Mao for the time being, looking at Bulbasaur and Crab on the field, and shouted to Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, use parasitic seeds. Crawler, use the water gun to shoot off the seeds. Yu Hai saw a seed emerge from the garlic on the back of Bulbasaur. Sprayed at the crab. The crab just opened its mouth and spit out water guns to shoot away the seeds that flew slowly. This was too easy in the water gun moving target. Then, a very funny scene appeared. Zai kept shouting at Bulbasaur to use parasite seed, and the crab on Yu Hai's side kept using water guns to shoot away the parasite seed. Everyone was speechless after watching this scene. They had never seen such a boring battle, nor had they seen such a stubborn trainer. Isn't this right? This is like Zai. Zai is not very smart like this. Yu Hai saw this scene and almost laughed out loud. Until Xiao Mao reminded him, Zai reacted, stupid Zai, the parasite seed is useless, so you can't change your moves? I know. Zai saw the seeds all over the ground, looked up at the laughter around him, and was also embarrassed. He quickly focused on the battle, no longer looking at the expressions of the people around him, and shouted to Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, use hypnotic powder. Seed. Bulbasaur was also confused. How could there be such a trainer? It would be better to fight smoothly by himself. Giant, end it with freezing ray. Yu Hai couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked Giant to use his ultimate move. Coo cough, Giant raised its big claws, and the icy energy in the claws was condensing. A white beam of light instantly erupted and hit Bulbasaur, who was about to use hypnotic powder. As expected, Bulbasaur was instantly frozen into an ice ball and rolled straight to Zai's feet. Bulbasaur? Bulbasaur! Zai hugged the ice sculpture anxiously, hoping that Bulbasaur could respond to him. But it was obvious that Bulbasaur couldn't even call out, and couldn't even blink, so how could it respond to Zai? Zai, use Charmander to melt the ice on Bulbasaur. Xiao Gang saw Zai was anxious and reminded him quickly. Yes, Charmander, use sparks to melt the ice. Zai quickly released Charmander to let Charmander melt the ice. Sure enough, I finally captured Spray. The unevolved Spray is quite cute. Yu Hai looked at Spray when it was young. If Spray could be obedient, Zai would. He will not stop at the top 16 of the Quartz Conference. He can always criticize 3 Ahongs. Zai, Mengsong has fooled me. Xiao Mao came over with a smile, tossing the poke ball in his hand triumphantly. He wants to avenge his previous shame and win back the battle he lost before. Damn Xiao Mao, Zai just gritted his teeth secretly and did not say it out loud. Losing is losing, there is nothing to say. As a trainer who grew up under the high-quality education of the league, he is not so stingy, but he hopes Xiao Mao will lose too. For no other reason, he wants to beat Xiao Mao. This is almost a stubbornness engraved in his bones. Facing Xiao Mao, he must win, and he must win with all his strength. Xiao Mao is the best. Come on, Xiao Mao, come on, Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's cheerleaders immediately cheered and encouraged Xiao Mao to win the battle. It's Xiao Mao. Long time no see, Yu Hai smiled and raised his hand to greet Xiao Mao. Come on, I lost to you last time, this time I want to win back. Xiao Mao's face was full of confidence, confident that he could defeat Yu Hai. Last time, he just got Squirtle. After so much growth, he can definitely defeat Yu Hai this time. Okay, Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back the crab, and instead released the frog, looking up and waiting for Xiao Mao, not knowing what Pokemon Xiao Mao would release. Tisk, actually changed Pokemon, Xiao Mao secretly spat, not commenting on Yu Hai's change of Pokemon. No matter what Pokemon Yu Hai used, he could defeat the opponent. Come out, Squirtle! What? Squirtle evolved. Xiao Ji heard the 3 words Squirtle and exclaimed, this is too fast. Xiao Ji, you also have the 3 starters, it seems that none of them have evolved yet. Xiao Mao turned his head and smiled at Xiao Ji, and then ignored Xiao Ji. He wanted to concentrate on dealing with this battle. Damn it, Zai clenched his fists, looking at his Bulbasaur and Charmander, thinking that it would be nice to have one of them evolve. Squirtle? You attack first. Yu Hai saw Squirtle, and waved his hand to let Xiao Mao attack first, just like last time. Ha, you are still so arrogant, then I won't be polite. Xiao Mao immediately raised his hand and shouted to Squirtle, Squirtle, water gun. Kame, pu. Squirtle quickly spit out water guns, and the 3 water guns were very accurate, all hitting the frog. However, they were all slapped away by the frog. This soft water gun would not cause any damage to it. Xiao Mao, don't use this soft attack, let me see if you have improved. Yu Hai's attitude towards Xiao Mao and Zai is completely different. Zai is stubborn and sometimes can't turn around, which is more interesting. Xiao Mao is too proud. He has never experienced any setbacks. He has a rich family background and is naturally proud. The reason why he wants to change Pokemon is because it doesn't matter what Pokemon he uses to deal with Zai, and it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. Zai is just a child. As for Xiao Mao, of course he is the main force. He will never underestimate Xiao Mao. He is the main force to avoid failure. Tisk, soft and weak, Xiao Mao was said to have weak moves, and the opponent said it in the tone of an elder, which naturally made him very unhappy. After all, Yu Hai is not his elder, so he will not listen to such people's preaching. He shouted to Stotl, shrink the shell, iron wall, rocket head hammer. Kame, Stotl immediately shrinks the shell, and a metallic luster flashes on the shell, and then a stream of water sprays out from the tail of the shell, rushing straight towards the mosquito frog. Frog, put an end to it. You are so arrogant. Squirtle's shell is very hard, Xiao Mao snorted disdainfully. Squirtle's level has caught up. How could it be killed by frog? Yobo, Frog knew how much force to use when he heard that Squirtle was going to be defeated. White light flashed on his white fist, and his feet exploded instantly. Faster than Squirtle's rush, he punched Squirtle's shell and directly knocked Squirtle into the mud. What? Xiao Mao saw that Squirtle was hit with a big hole, and Squirtle, whose head popped out, was already unconscious. He was shocked and shouted. Squirtle was defeated too quickly and thoroughly, so quickly that he could hardly believe what he saw. Xiao Mao, you still need to work hard, Yu Hai asked Frog to come back. Frog was holding back. If he burst out with all his strength, the whole open space would crack and change the terrain here. By then, it would not be as simple as knocking Squirtle unconscious with one punch. He would probably be killed with one punch. After all, the full-strength attack of Frog was the strongest burst that could replace an arm of a king-level Pokémon, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha ha, Xiaomao, you lost too, Zai laughed heartlessly when he saw Xiaomao lost. However, Xiao Gang put his arm on Zai's shoulder, reminding Zai not to laugh. The atmosphere on the scene was very wrong. What's wrong? Zai asked Xiao Gang in confusion. What was wrong? Why didn't he see it? He held back. He was really strong. This guy is stronger than me, maybe my dad can deal with it. Xiao Gang carefully recalled the burst of Frog just now, which made 2 big holes in total. One was a big hole stepped on by the burst, and the other was a big hole made by hitting. This was not ordinary. He could see it, but he couldn't understand it for a while. How is that possible? He's too strong. Zai had no idea of Yu Hai's strength at first, but he knew how strong Xiao Gang was, so he could naturally deduce how strong the previous dark grey gym leader was. Even Xiao Gang said that only his father could handle him, so in the battle just now, the opponent was letting him go. Nonsense, if he didn't let you go, how could you last so many rounds? Zioxia didn't he? She rolled her eyes at Zai angrily. She almost misjudged him. She didn't expect that he was so strong. He looked like a water trainer. She was also a water trainer, so she had to compare them carefully, but she found that it was impossible to win. The strength of the frog made her a little suffocated. It only took a moment to finish off Squirtle. She was also a newcomer who had just debuted, but she didn't think she was much stronger than Xiaomao. Ah, Master Xiaomao lost again. This is the second time. How could Master Xiaomao lose again? He lost twice to the same person. Lost, Xiaomao was similar to Zai. He also thought that Yukai was just an ordinary trainer before, and he was a trainer from a small place like the Orange Islands. He had no idea about strength. Now he finally knew how strong this guy was. If he was a person like Xiaogang's father, he would at least be a quasi-king trainer. What virtue did he have to claim to defeat a quasi-king trainer many times? He can't defeat such a master now. Even if he waits until the Quartz Conference, it will be difficult to defeat him. However, he will not back down. Impossible is impossible. If he says it is impossible without trying, he is not Xiaomao. You are very strong, not just ordinary strong. I will not give up. I will defeat you in the Quartz Conference. Xiaomao clenched his fist and declared war on Yu Hai again, solemnly, seriously. There is no more frivolousness as before, because the other party is a strong man, and he must have corresponding respect. Welcome, Yu Hai smiled. It's too early to defeat him. Xiaomao's peak was the Chengdu region in the 2nd generation, and Zai's peak was the Kalos region in the 6th generation. There is no way. Xiaomao retired in the 2nd generation and switched to being a Pokémon researcher, no longer focusing on fighting. And Zai is a trainer as a profession, a trainer born for fighting, and his peak period is still in the Masters Tournament. As for his peak, who knows? Chapter 484, Conquering Diglett. Everyone come here, I will tell you the reason for coming here. The foreman saw everyone gathered together and hurriedly called everyone over. He stood on the high platform and prepared to tell everyone the purpose of inviting them over. However, there were still people on Yu Hai's side who wanted to fight, and he waved his hand to indicate that he would not fight. It was already a surprise to meet Zai and Xiaomao here, so he was too lazy to fight with others. And he didn't want to listen to the foreman's words. His purpose of coming here was to conquer Diglett, not to drive Diglett away. If he guessed correctly, the Pokémon of these trainers heard that the reservoir would destroy the homes of wild Pokémon, and the Pokémon were unwilling to come out to drive Diglett away, and it would only end in a mess. He saw that most of the trainers gathered over there, and he turned around and left, ignoring the foreman's shouting. That trainer, where are you going? That trainer. Sorry, I won't take this job. Yu Hai waved his hand back, followed the path that Darkrai had found, and prepared to go to the reservoir to look at the hamsters to see if he could subdue a hamster with good potential. Strange? This guy is so strong, why doesn't he take this mission? Xiao Gang, why did Brother Hai leave? Don't you want the free hot spring? I don't know either. This guy is from the Orange Islands, and his behavior is very strange. Yeah, I feel weird too. I really don't understand this trainer, Xiao Xia also agreed. Strange? Is there something wrong here? That's why he doesn't take this mission. What is it? Xiao Mao also muttered to himself. He didn't think so before, but now it seems that this person is mysterious everywhere and can see things that many people can't see. Seeing that Yu Hai insisted on leaving, the foreman didn't try to stop him. Anyway, there are still many trainers here, and it doesn't matter if he loses one of them. The foreman picked up the loudspeaker and told everyone about the Diglett disaster that the reservoir project encountered, and then asked everyone to drive away the Digletts here. But everyone's Pokémon couldn't be released, and all shrank in the Pokeballs and didn't want to fight. Then the Diglett returned the Pokeballs to the trainers. Everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. What's going on? Just now, you can release Pokémon to fight, why don't you want to fight now? He must know why. Xiao Gang thought of Yu Hai just now. The other party left decisively, as if he had known that this kind of thing would happen here, so he didn't accept this task. Let's go and ask him, Zai suggested to ask why the Pokémon didn't want to fight. Okay, I want to know why too, Zioxia agreed, and began to be a little curious about the mysterious Yu Hai. It seems that there is no need for trainers here, so I'll leave first. Zio Mao waved his hand, said goodbye to Zai, got on the sports car with his cheerleading girls, and left along the mountain road, not giving Zai a chance to say goodbye. Damn Zio Mao, Zai gritted his teeth in anger. This was the reason why he lost more than he won when he was with Zio Mao. Even if he won, Zio Mao still looked so proud, as if he had won, which made him very unhappy. Zai, release Pidgeot to find him. Xiao Gang patted Zai and asked Zai to send Pidgeot to find Yukai who had just left. At the same time, the three members of Team Rocket who were hiding in the bushes poked their heads out and saw Zai leaving, and started chatting in whispers. That boy just now was so powerful. If we catch such a powerful Pokémon and give it to Boss Sakeke will reward us. Meow, Musashi, we can't beat such a powerful trainer, meow. Yeah, Meow is right. We can't beat such a powerful trainer at all. How can we steal his Pokémon? The little devil has gone to find him. Let's go and see. Maybe we can steal the Pokémon. Meow, Musashi, don't provoke him. Meow is afraid, Meow sniffed. It smelled the breath of danger on that human. Stop talking nonsense. The little devil is almost gone. In Yu Hai, in the valley of the reservoir, many gophers were seen planting trees. These gophers divided the work and cooperated. The three gophers loosened the soil, the gophers planted saplings in pairs, and the water Pokémon used water guns to water. What a harmonious and beautiful scene! Then he took the mosquito frog to talk to the three gophers, ready to take a little guy away, hoping that the three gophers here would agree. Sandruff, I'm a trainer passing by. Can I capture a Diglett? Da-na, Sandruff shook his head to indicate no, and quickly protected the Diglett behind him. Sandruff, I just want to capture a little Diglett. If not, I'll let Gyarados destroy this place, Yu Hai smiled. He was not afraid that Sandruff would not compromise. Sometimes, talking nicely would not work, so some extraordinary measures were needed. In fact, not all Pokémon don't want to fight, but it's just whether the trainer wants to force the Pokémon. I believe that between the trainer and the wild Pokémon who live together day and night, the trainer's Pokémon know how to choose. Yobo, Mosquito Frog showed off his muscles. It didn't care about the environment here. Yuhai was its home. If Sandruff knew the situation, let them take a little Diglett away. If Sandruff refused to listen, then it would not be polite. Nada, the three shrews saw the fist of the mosquito frog, and then looked at the shrews around him, and the saplings he had worked hard on. He couldn't bear to see them destroyed, so he finally shouted to everyone, Nada, who wants to go with the human trainer? Three shrews, just be busy as usual, I will choose myself. Yuhai listened to Darkray's translation, and hurriedly stopped the three shrews' actions, took out the pokeball and caught the shrews one by one. These shrews were told by the three shrews that one of their companions would leave with this trainer, so they didn't resist, but were busy with their own things. Yuhai would also release the shrews with low potential and let them continue to plant trees. Seeing this scene, the three shrews secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not lie to the shrews and really only wanted to capture one shrew. In this case, it was relieved. There was no way. The pressure from the frog was too strong. If a fight broke out, it would definitely get hurt. Moreover, the trainer did not stop them from destroying the reservoir project. He just wanted to subdue his own kind. Its Diglett tribe was so large that it didn't matter if the other party subdued one Diglett. In this way, after intimidation, Yuhai got the opportunity to subdue Diglett. He looked at hundreds of Digletts along the way, all of which were low-potential Digletts. Until Xiaozai and the other two came, he had not subdued a good Diglett. What is he doing? Xiaozai saw Yuhai staring at the Diglett and asked the two companions around him curiously. I don't know. It seems that he is subduing Diglett. Xiao Gang is a trainer specializing in ground and rock Pokemon. He figured out Yuhai's behavior. But why does he look at each one? Can't he just subdue one? Xioxia was also a little confused. Why does he have to observe each one carefully before he can subdue it? Maybe he is observing the development of the hamsters. I didn't expect that he is a breeder. Xiao Gang and the others were far away from Yuhai and couldn't see what Yuhai was doing. They could only guess Yuhai's purpose with their limited knowledge. Let's go and take a look, Xiaozai suggested again, going down to the valley to take a look. But as soon as they walked down the valley, they noticed that the hamsters in the valley were planting trees, and they suddenly realized it. I understand, Xiao Gang muttered to himself, looking around, looking at the saplings planted by the hamsters, and explained, these hamsters are planting trees to protect the environment here. If the reservoir is built, this place will be flooded, causing the hamsters to lose their homes, and many elves will lose their homes. That's why the hamsters will stop the reservoir project and prevent workers from building the reservoir here. Xioxia also understood. After all, she is a trainer who has been to school, so she understood it instantly. Xiaozai also understood. He is also a trainer who likes elves, and he can still understand these simple principles. At this time, Yuhai also captured the hamster he wanted, a hamster with a potential of 53. This was the only hamster with a relatively high potential after he had looked at thousands of hamsters. After capturing this hamster, he was ready to leave the valley. After all, he had just said that he would only capture one, and he would only capture one. Although there were still hundreds of hamsters that he had not seen, he was too lazy to look at them. There would be many opportunities to capture them in the future, so there was no need to catch a sheep. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Xiaozai and the other two not far away. He didn't know what these three people were doing here, so he walked straight towards them. Xiaozai, do you want to capture a hamster too? Yuhai shook the poke ball, and there was a hamster in it. Brother Hai, it turns out that you knew it a long time ago, no wonder you left early. Xiaozai touched his nose, and did not look at the poke ball, but was thinking about Yuhai, who actually knew Pokemon so well. Know what? Yuhai was confused by what he said. What did he know? What? These tree-planting hamsters. Xiaozai raised his hand and pointed at the hamsters, saying that the elves might not come out to fight because of this. This, Yu Hai looked at the three people's eyes that only understood now, and laughed dumbly, explaining, my goal from the beginning to the end was to conquer the hamsters. I was also attracted by the hamsters. As for the reservoir, I have no say, and I can't control it no matter how much I think. Ah? So that's the case, Zai scratched his cheek awkwardly. His fantasy just now was instantly shattered. It turned out that he thought too much. Yu Hai was not far-sighted. Chun thought too much. I said it. Zioxia laughed out loud when she heard this explanation. It turned out that she thought too much. It seems that she really overestimated Yu Hai. In fact, among the three people, only Xiao Gang understood some worldly affairs and knew what Yu Hai said. That's true. The foreman is just the construction party. There are others who want to build the reservoir. This matter cannot be stopped. But, aren't the elves unwilling to come out to fight? Zai asked a very stupid question. Xiao Gang still explained the reason to Zai, that's just our elves, not all elves are unwilling to come out. What are you talking about? It's so hard to understand. Zioxia and Zai tilted their heads and didn't understand what Xiao Gang and Yu Hai were talking about at all. Ha ha ha, it's right not to understand, Yu Hai smiled and asked Xiao Gang, it's almost dinner time. We need to find a place to camp and have a drink later. Drink? Xiao Gang looked up at Yu Hai and asked in confusion, you are not yet an adult, how can you drink? Hey, what does it matter? This is in the wilderness and no one has discovered it. Yu Hai smiled and patted Xiaogang's shoulder. This man's cooking skills are good, and his dinner is settled. What is wine, Zioxia? Zai saw that Yu Hai and Xiao Gang were chatting happily, and covered his mouth with his hand, and asked Zioxia beside him in a low voice. Wine is wine, you can't drink it. Zioxia knew what wine was, but she had never drunk it, but she saw her sisters drink it. Then, the four found a small river to camp, and the tents were set up. Dinner was given to Xiao Gang. They went to pick up some dry firewood, tree fruits, and wild mountain mushrooms to make soup. Soon, night fell, and dinner was ready. Even the food for the elves was ready. The four sat at the dining table and ate dinner. So you are going to Asakusa City too? Xiao Gang was just chatting with Yu Hai. Unexpectedly, they were on the same road and could go to Asakusa City together. But this invitation was rejected by Yu Hai. He didn't want to go with Zai and the other two. The three members of the rocket team who followed him were very annoying, and he didn't want to be harassed. Xiao Gang, come on, have half a cup to get tipsy. Yu Hai took out some good wine and poured it for Xiao Gang. These were all good wines collected in the young man's room, and they must be very valuable. He tasted very good when he drank them. Okay, thank you. Xiao Gang took the glass, clinked it with Yu Hai, and drank half a cup in one gulp. After drinking this half cup, Xiaogang's glass was refilled, and his dark cheeks were a little red. After all, Xiao Gang was alone at home taking care of several younger brothers and sisters, so he had no time to drink. This was probably his first time drinking, so how could he compare to Yu Hai, the little drunkard who loved wine in his past and present lives? Haha, this wine is good. Xiao Gang held the glass, drank and chatted with Yu Hai, drank another glass, and was already getting tipsy. It seems that Brother Gang has also drunk a lot of good wine. This wine is my collection, Yu Hai smiled, and his face was a little red. Oh, that's not true. Xiao Gang had never drunk good wine, and he didn't have time to drink, so of course he couldn't admit it, and could only force himself. Hey, Zioxia, I want to try it too. Zai saw that Xiao Gang and Yu Hai were getting happier and happier as they drank, and he was also eager to try. Go away, if you want to ask yourself. Zioxia doesn't spoil Zai, she doesn't drink, her sisters often get drunk. Brother Hai, I want to drink too. Zai came over with a cup to drink. This. Yu Hai looked at Xiao Gang awkwardly. He and Xiao Gang were both 15 or 16 years old, and Xiao Gang might be 1 or 2 years older than him. Drinking was a small problem, but Zai, a 10-year-old baby, was too. Zai, if you want to drink, just say it earlier. Xiao Gang was drunk, holding Zai's neck, and holding the cup to pour a little white wine for Zai. So the wine is white. Zai saw the color of the wine, and smelled the wine again. It was a pungent smell of alcohol, but he had never touched it before. Then, Zai put the wine glass to his mouth and took a sip, and suddenly he coughed violently, cough cough cough, cough cough cough, so spicy, so hard to drink. Ha ha ha, Xiao Gang couldn't help laughing when he saw Zai coughing, and then clinked glasses with Yu Hai, and the two chatted and drank. Until late at night, Xiao Gang lay unconscious on the table. The two didn't even finish a bottle of wine, and Xiao Gang fell down. Zai, Yu Hai was not drunk yet, less than half a bottle, and couldn't take him down. This? You're not drunk. Zai also understood that drinking would make you drunk. Of course not. Yu Hai was a little drunk, but it was no problem for him to stand up, and he could find his tent and go back to sleep. But he didn't go to sleep, but went to the woods to urinate, and happened to run into the sneaky rocket trio. What should I do? Meow, meow meow saw that Yu Hai entered the bushes and would find them. What else can I do? He's drunk. I'll take this opportunity to knock him out and steal his elf. Musashi rolled up his sleeves, holding a wooden stick, and prepared to do something big. Okay, hurry up. Kojiro waved his hand, followed Musashi and Meowth and quietly moved over. But the three of them didn't notice that a shadow had already been staring at them. When they turned around, a dark hole was thrown directly on the heads of the three people. After forcibly hypnotizing the three people, Dark Ray returned to Yu Hai's shadow. How do you know they are in the forest? Dark Ray asked Yu Hai curiously, and it didn't find these three people. I don't know either. I just asked you to take a look. I didn't expect that there were really people in the bushes. Yu Hai smiled helplessly, looked at the rocket trio who were sleeping soundly, and staggered back to the camp. He slowly touched his tent, lay in the tent, pulled up the blanket and covered it, and told Dark Ray, don't worry about them. If they wake up, hypnotize them once. Don't disturb us when we sleep. I will keep an eye on them. Dark Ray nodded silently. They are just two ordinary people and a talking Meowth. They have no fighting power at all. It is easy to keep an eye on them. The campsite fell into silence. Brock slept soundly. Misty and Satoshi cleaned up the dishes and went to sleep. Yu Hai also fell into a deep sleep. The rocket trio also fell into a deep sleep. The sky was their blanket and the ground was their bed. Tonight was another peaceful night. Chapter 485, Rocket Trio. The 25th day of going to Kanto, sunny. Today was finally a good day. Since Yu Hai did not go with Satoshi and his trio, Satoshi and his trio got up early, had breakfast and went to Crimson City. At that time, he was still asleep, so it was impossible to say goodbye to him. Satoshi and his trio only said goodbye to Frog and went to Crimson City first to challenge the Crimson Gym. After he woke up, he prepared breakfast for the elves first. When the elves were eating breakfast, he made his own breakfast. There are still two people and one elf in the forest. Do you want to wake them up? Dark Ray was in Yu Hai's shadow. He used the dark hole several times on Kojiro and his trio last night. Kojiro and his trio slept until this morning and did not wake up. The sun was shining on their butts. Wake them up, Yu Hai asked Dark Ray to wake up the three members of Team Rocket, and then shouted to Frog, Frog, bring them here. Yobo, Frog nodded, followed the shadow of Dark Ray's departure, and chased after him. Soon, there was a rustling sound in the bushes, and suddenly three heads emerged, with messy hair and even eye mucus hanging on their faces. Go wash your face first, come and have breakfast. This. Facing Yu Hai's invitation, Kojiro and the other two looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled, and even more puzzled was how they had slept all night last night and didn't feel anything at all. Meow, it's important to have breakfast first, Meow Meow saw that the two were still suspicious. It got out first, went to the river to wash its face, and then came to sit in front of Yu Hai's campfire. Its stomach was rumbling with hunger. It was a meow that had experienced hunger and knew that hunger was not pleasant at all, so it didn't care what Yu Hai's purpose was, and it would eat first. "Thank you for the treat, Meow." Meow came to Yu Hai and sat cross-legged. Yu Hai also brought a bowl of hot instant noodles, and the fragrance could be smelled just by smelling it. "It smells so good, Meow." Meow is going to eat. Meow picked up the chopsticks and ate instant noodles like a human, which also attracted Yu Hai's curiosity. After all, it was the first time Yu Hai saw Meow Meow. This Meow Meow was the most peculiar Meow Meow in the animation. It could walk upright, talk, use chopsticks, and do many human behaviors. It was also an elf translator in the elf world. He knew the past of this Meow Meow, and how much effort Meow Meow had put in for love, trying to become a human and imitate humans. If this effort was used to fight, Meow Meow would surely be a pretty strong elf. After all, I licked Meow, which hurt Meow Meow. Meow Meow, you can speak human language, it's really strange, Yu Hai asked curiously even though he knew Meow Meow's origin. Meow, the past is too painful to look back on. Meow Meow ate noodles and talked about his previous life. Now he could only sigh. Meow Meow, you don't know each other, why are you so familiar with each other? Kojiro scratched his head and also got out of the bushes. He was also a little hungry, but he was embarrassed to speak. "What's the matter, Meow? You have to eat when you are hungry," Meow Meow said as a matter of course. "Filling your stomach is the most important thing." "Goo goo goo goo, goo 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 goo. Come and sit down," Yu Hai waved to Kojiro. He didn't dislike these three guys, provided that they didn't come to harass him, otherwise he would really kill people. There is no immortal here. The performances of these three guys in the animation, any one of them would be a deadly act of self-destruction in reality. Even Zai, the son of the production team, dare not play like this. If Zai did not have the ability to revive, he would have died countless times. Thank you for the treat." Kojiro also got a bowl of hot instant noodles, and cried uncontrollably, asking Meowth, "Meowth, how long have we not eaten such delicious instant noodles? Who knows, the funds are all used to catch Pikachu." Meowth sighed, in order to get the boss's praise, "For that Pikachu, haven't they always been sleeping in the open air?" "Musashi, come and sit." Yukai did not hide that he knew their names. After all, basically everyone who has watched the animation knows what the Rocket Team trio is called. "Do you know me?" Musashi was a little shy at first, but when he heard Yukai calling his name, his face was full of astonishment. "Of course I know you. You used to be a drag racer near Asakuna City, and you were the leader of a group of people. You are a celebrity," Yukai smiled. Musashi did have such a past in the animation. There was also a little sister of Musashi near the Cross-Sea Bridge in Asakuna City. "This? Musashi, before joining Team Rocket, you were a drag racer." Kojiro and Meowth turned their heads to look at Musashi in surprise. They didn't expect this little friend to have such a past. He must have been very cool. "That's all in the past." Musashi waved her hand, obviously not wanting to mention it at all, but she still raised her hand to take the instant noodles handed by Yukai, smelling the fragrance of the instant noodles, tears in her eyes. "Kojiro, you don't want to contact your family, otherwise you wouldn't be so miserable." Yukai smiled and talked about Kojiro's family background. "In fact, it doesn't matter to tell them and Meowth these things. The three members of Team Rocket are the funny ones. Even Sakeki didn't take them seriously and let them mess around in Team Rocket. Sakeki was just a friend who asked him to help his friend. Just taking care of the children. After all, the three members of Team Rocket have Sakeki's contact information, and Sakeki will also answer the calls of these three people. If it is an ordinary member of Team Rocket, how can he meet a big man like Sakeki? It is impossible to think with your ass. There are thousands of trainers under his command. It is impossible for Sakeka to treat every ordinary Team Rocket like the three people of Kojiro. Don't say it, don't say it, Kojiro waved his hand quickly, asking Yuhai not to say it. He didn't know what Yuhai knew, but Yuhai knew about Musashi's past, and he must know that he was running away from marriage. Kojiro, what's the matter with you? Yuhai stared at Kojiro, making Kojiro feel hairy all over, but Kojiro didn't say his past. I don't want to say it, Kojiro sighed. He didn't want to say that he was running away from marriage, leaving the young master of a big family and coming to Team Rocket to be a soldier. Meow, don't force him, Musashi, Meow sighed. It didn't want to talk about the past. How do you know everything? Were we famous before? Musashi ate instant noodles and looked at Yuhai curiously. This trainer was not only powerful, but also mysterious. He seemed to know everything about them. Me. Yuhai glanced at the three people indifferently and argued helplessly, I used to do a lot of dirty and tiring work to make a living and become a trainer. I have seen you who were once glorious. This. Musashi and Kojiro looked at each other and imagined a part of Yuhai's past survival. Musashi imagined that when he was a drag racer, Yuhai was a mechanic and often helped them repair cars, but they didn't pay him. Kojiro imagined that when he was enjoying the life of a young master in the manor, Yuhai was a servant who served him tea and water. He didn't care that the servant was Yuhai at all. Meow Meow imagined that during her time in Hollywood, she was chased by the waiter that Yuhai made in order to compete for food, imitate humans, and get love. Hey, X4. I don't know what Kojiro and the other two imagined, but in the end there were only 4 sighs. Hearing the sighs, everyone looked at each other and saw the helplessness of their past lives in each other's eyes. At this moment, as both were wanderers in the world, they actually felt a little sympathy for each other. After sighing, Yuhai adjusted his mood and smiled at the 3 people. Zai and the others left, aren't you going to chase them? Yes, the little brats are gone, and we are still eating instant noodles here, Musashi was reminded and immediately came back to his senses. They still have to chase Pikachu. But isn't this person's Pokemon stronger? Boss Sakeka should like it more, Kojiro muttered in a low voice while eating instant noodles. Xiaojiro is so stupid, don't say it, Meow. Meow Meow quickly covered Zaijiro's stinky mouth with the poop pad, and looked at Yuhai carefully, fearing that Yuhai would hear what he just said and hear that they were going to steal the Pokemon. Go quickly, you can't beat me, and you can't steal my Pokemon, Yuhai smiled and didn't care. If Xiaojiro used the resources of his family and was determined to become an excellent trainer, he might be able to become one of the 4 heavenly kings. It's a pity that Xiaojiro changed his way of life. The way he chose was very easy, but Xiaojiro was too weak. Fortunately, these were the choices he wanted. Yes, even if we want to steal Pokemon, we can't beat them. Xiaojiro punched his palm and suddenly realized that if he couldn't beat them, how could he steal Pokemon? Stupid Xiaojiro, don't say it, Meow. Meow Meow was speechless. How could it have such a stupid teammate? Others really heard that they wanted to steal Pokemon. I'm full, time to go, Kojiro. Musashi put down the instant noodle box, stood up and bowed to Yukai, expressed his gratitude, and turned and left. Thank you for the instant noodles, I'm leaving too. Kojiro quickly finished the instant noodle soup, stood up and bowed and left. In fact, Kojiro is not stupid, and it was not careless that he said it just now, but they don't know how to snatch elves, they can't beat Yukai, and Yukai also treated them to instant noodles, they can't pick up the bowl to eat meat, put down the bowl and curse. Meow, thank you for the hospitality, Meow Meow is leaving too. Meow Meow imitated Kojiro, put down the instant noodle box, bowed to thank him, and caught up with Kojiro and the other person who were leaving, and heard their whispers. Hey, Kojiro, what are you hiding? Musashi stretched out his finger and poked Kojiro, still wanting to know what Kojiro was hiding. Yes, Kojiro, tell me quickly. Meow Meow held Kojiro's head and asked what secrets Kojiro had hidden. Hey, you're going the wrong way, Yu Hai waved and smiled at Kojiro and the other two. They actually went the wrong way, and Asakuna City should be on the other side. Ah! Thanks for the reminder, Kojiro and Musashi's cheeks quickly turned red when they heard that they had gone the wrong way. They actually made such a low-level mistake and needed others to remind them. How embarrassing! After thanking them, the two of them and the cat ran away with their faces covered. They wished they had more legs and could run as fast as they could. It's really interesting, Yu Hai smiled and watched Kojiro and the others go away. These three people were sent to follow Zai, probably with Sakeka's instructions. After all, Zai is a boy that the King of Phoenix pays attention to. Let these three funny people keep an eye on Zai, so there is no need to bother Sakeka. If they encounter a mythical beast, they can also notify Sakeka. As for the real reason? Who knows? Everyone has the life he wants, and his journey must continue. Outskirts of the Crimson City. After the rockets left, Yu Hai packed up his tent and headed for the Crimson City. The Crimson Gym was not in the city, but next to a canyon in the suburbs. It was a group of ancient buildings and was easy to find. He rode Zubat across the reservoir, climbed over the hill in front of the reservoir, and came to the Crimson City. After flying around the suburbs, he found the Crimson Gym he had inquired about in the city and landed in front of the gate of the Crimson Gym. He had seen the animation in his previous life, and he knew that this gym was a ninja gym, and there would be many traps inside. He was just here to challenge the gym, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. He didn't know who was in charge of the current Crimson Gym, whether it was Aju's daughter or Aju's sister, as long as it wasn't Aju. Is there anyone? Is there anyone in the gym? Yu Hai took a deep breath, stood at the gym entrance and shouted loudly, hoping to lure the people inside the gym out, and just fight outside the gym. It would be difficult if they stepped on the trap inside. Zai and his friends came in the morning, and they didn't know if they had challenged the gym. It was already afternoon. But he shouted several times, but no one responded. He could only take out the poke ball, release the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and shouted to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, "Earthquake, don't shake the house down." The Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded silently. He raised his head, raised his big foot and slammed it down heavily, using the earthquake move to continuously shake the ground. Yu Hai was also knocked over by the earthquake, and he didn't believe that no one would come out. If he didn't come out, don't blame him if the house collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Until half a minute later, a little girl finally appeared and shouted to Yu Hai, "Stop, stop, don't quake again." "I thought there was no one in the gym." Yu Hai smiled, asked the Tyrannosaurus to stop, and asked the girl, "Can you make the decision? I'm a trainer passing by, I want to challenge the Crimson Gym." "Even if you want to challenge the gym, you can't challenge it like this. Don't you even enter the gym? You want to challenge the gym?" The girl looked at Yu Hai angrily. She also heard Yu Hai's shouting, but the challenger needed to accept the ninja test. "Didn't I shout many times, but no one answered?" Yu Hai helplessly spread his hands. It's not his fault. He has already shouted that the girl pretended to be dead. Don't blame him. He won't go in to play some boring ninja game. Okay, you want a gym battle? This gym battle is a 6-on-6 gym battle. Send your Pokémon to challenge, the girl gritted her teeth. This trainer is so arrogant. She wants to see what he can do. The 6-on-6 gym battle was a match she added temporarily. In fact, the Crimson Gym was a 2-on-2 gym battle, but her father was not in the gym, so she could play whatever she wanted. Chapter 486, Missing Person Notice. 6-on-6. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought. How could a gym fight a 6-on-6 gym battle? The other party was deceiving him. He asked the girl, "Who are you?" "I'm a Seeing, the acting gym leader of the Crimson Gym." A Seeing stepped back to clear the fighting area, and they fought in the yard, and they needed a referee. "A referee? Here I am, gym leader A Seeing," as a seeing shouted for a referee, the door of the front yard room was opened, and a male referee in ninja costume walked out and stood between the two fighting parties. A seeing, you want to play 6 on 6? And? Axing turned her head and saw that it was her father's sister, her Aunt Aya, who came out of the room. This trainer is rude, so I added a few more games. It's up to you. If you are strong enough, give him the badge. He knows this is a ninja gym, so he doesn't want to come in. Don't make things difficult for him. I know, and, Axing finished talking to Aya in a low voice, turned back to look at Yu Hai, and threw out her own Pokemon, Go, Double Bomb Gas. Mata, Mata, as soon as Double Bomb Gas came out, the exhaust vents discharged exhaust gas. Double Bomb Gas, there is not much odor, it should only have floating characteristics. Yu Hai looked at Double Bomb Gas, thinking about who to send to fight, and then threw out the Pokeball, Spy Mantis, it's decided to be you. As soon as Spy Mantis came out, it sharpened the sickles on its arms, and the cold light flashed. It's Spy Mantis. Axing saw Spy Mantis and had her own thoughts. She couldn't change the Pokemon, so she could only find a way to deal with this one scythe. Challenger attacks first. The referee saw that both sides released their spirits, and immediately raised Yu Hai's arm, indicating that the battle could start at any time. Scythe, gather energy. Yu Hai got the first attack, so he naturally would not miss the opportunity to strengthen. Double Bomb Gas, use poisonous gas. As Ah Seeing spoke, purple smoke immediately spurted out of the mouths of Double Bomb Gas, which was obviously poisonous gas. Scythe, sword dance, break through the smoke. Scythe finished gathering energy, crossed the two sickles in front of the chest, and spun at high speed to perform sword dance, which rushed into the sky with smoke and instantly dispelled the poisonous gas. Scythe, speed up and rush over, split. Split, a general physical attack move, with a power of 70, and an additional effect of easy critical hits, plus gathering energy is 100% critical hits. Scythe instantly accelerated, moved at high speed and flashed a few times, and came in front of Double Bomb Gas, and chopped it down with a knife. Mata, Mata, Double Bomb Gas quickly raised a light green shield and used guard to block Scythe's attack. Scythe, don't stop, go around and chop. Yu Hai wanted to see how long the opponent could hold on. No, if this goes on, Double Bomb Gas won't be able to hold on. Ah Seeing was full of anxiety. Double Bomb Gas didn't have a good way to deal with Scythe. Double Bomb Gas, Hot Wind. Mata Mata, Double Bomb Gas saw that guard was about to disappear, and took a deep breath, blew a hot breath at the scythe that was chopping guard in front, and blew a hot breath, mixed with a burning feeling, towards Scythe. Scythe, use sword dance to resist. Flying Mantis heard this, crossed his sickles, and used sword dance again, rolling up a tornado to block the hot breath coming in the face. Until the hot wind stopped, Scythe stopped sword dance and raised the sickle to chop at Ghastly again. Ghastly, smoke screen. Scythe was surrounded by smoke and felt very irritated. It lost its target again. Scythe, the position just now. Scythe heard this and immediately flew in the direction just now, chopped the sickle at the place just now, and directly chopped Ghastly out of the smoke. How is it possible? Ah Seeing didn't expect Scythe to have such a good memory and remember Ghastly's position. He miscalculated. Don't worry about the smoke, chase and chop. Scythe gathered energy once, danced swords twice, and accelerated twice. Ghastly couldn't escape at all. After being knocked away, Scythe chopped several times and fell to the ground unconscious. Lost, Ah Seeing took back Ghastly. He didn't expect to lose the first game like this. It seems that this trainer is a master. Go, Spat. This. Yu Hai saw the second Pokemon, which was also a poison Pokemon. Spat still needed to evolve in intimacy. It seemed that the other party had a good relationship with the Pokemon. The other party should want to use a flying Pokemon to fight against the flying scythe. Come on, second round. Ah Seeing waved her hand and prepared to start the second gym battle. Okay, Scythe, keep splitting. Scythe flapped its wings and flew up, raising its sickle at the spat in the sky. Spat, black mist. Cough, cough, Spat sprayed black mist from its mouth at Scythe, covering the Scythe that was rushing towards it. Black mist can return all the abilities of the Pokémon fighting on the field to the original point. In other words, from the moment Scythe was wrapped in the black mist, Scythe's sword dance enhancement and high-speed movement enhancement were all cleared. However, the Chi was not cleared, and it could still deal critical damage. Spy Mantis rushed out of the black fog and slashed at the crossbat, which was spitting black fog with its mouth wide open, dealing critical damage and instantly interrupting the black fog of the crossbat. Spy Mantis seized the opportunity to pursue the victory. Yu-Hai would not give the crossbat a chance to breathe, and must deal with the crossbat in one go. Spy Mantis's acceleration was reduced just now, but it used Lightning Flash, a preemptive move, to quickly flash in front of the crossbat and slashed the crossbat with a critical hit again. Crossbat, Tailwind. Ah-Sing felt sorry for Crossbat taking 2 critical hits, so she immediately asked Crossbat to counterattack. Acrobatics. Flying type moves acrobatics. Scyther, use shadow clones to switch with it. Split. Flying type moves acrobatics. Scyther, use shadow clones to switch with it. Split. Flying type moves acrobatics. Scyther split into 8 clones in the air, all rushing towards Crossbat, making it hard for a moment to tell who to attack. Crossbat, don't panic, use acrobatics to sweep past. Ahem, Crossbat had no choice but to obey the trainer's order. Its wings lit up white, and it rushed towards Scyther. Little did he know that Scyther's real body was on the outermost side, and it slashed at Crossbat with another diagonal knife. Ahem, Crossbat screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Even if splitting is a general type move with only one fold restraint, even if Crossbat was holding on and took 3 critical hits, it still fell to the ground and fainted. Damn it, I lost again, Ah-Sing gritted her teeth secretly. She thought Yu-Hai was arrogant at first, but after losing 2 games in a row, she no longer thought so. The other party was indeed a capable person. A trainer with real strength. The referee saw that the gym leader had lost 2 games in a row. In the original gym battle, he was about to give out a batch. However, the gym leader wanted to fight 6 games, and he might be defeated 6 times. The referee's palms were already sweating. Go, Arbok, Ah-Sing said 6 games before, so she would fight all 6 gym battles, not one less. Arbok? It's a poison-type Pokémon. Doesn't this guy have any other Pokémon? Yu-Hai was secretly shocked. Why are there only poison-type Pokémon? Come back, Scyther. Yu-Hai took back Scyther and took out the Pokeball again and threw it out. Han should be good at dealing with the poison-type Pokémon on the ground. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex came out, the violent aura spread out, and the 2 big eyes glanced at Arbok lightly. The little snake should be trembling. Change Pokémon? Ground type. Ah-Sing's heart sank when she saw Yu-Hai switch out a ground-type Tyrannosaurus. This match was going to be hard again. Originally, she wanted to use the Intimidate feature to scare Scyther, but it didn't scare Scyther, and the opponent also switched to a Pokémon that restrains Arbok. However, fortunately, Tyrannosaurus has many weaknesses, so it should be easier to fight than Scyther. Arbok, freeze fangs! Cha! Arbok twisted its snake body quickly, and cold frost appeared on its cold and sharp fangs, which were also covered with frost. It opened its mouth wide and bit Tyrannosaurus directly. For the oncoming bloody mouth, Tyrannosaurus did not dodge or avoid it, and even the rock armor was useless. It just raised its hand lightly and let Arbok bite its arm wrapped in a thick stratum corneum. Until Arbok couldn't bite through the cuticle and showed a surprised expression, Tyrannosaurus smiled honestly, grabbed the tail of the little snake with his other hand, pulled the little snake off his arm, and smashed the little snake everywhere on the ground like a sledgehammer, smashing the dust everywhere. Soon, the field became quiet, waiting for the dust to dissipate. Arbok had fainted on the ground. Yu-Hai found that the opponent's Pokémons were all of low level. The crossbat was still okay, and the double bomb gas and Arbok were both elite level, not even senior level, and they couldn't break the defense against Tyrannosaurus at all, and the opponent couldn't play at all. Come back, Arbok, Asing put away Arbok with the poke ball. She finally saw the gap between herself and Yukai, which could not be made up by skills. But there were still 3 gym battles left. She gritted her teeth secretly and took out the poke ball again. It's okay, Asing, give him the batch. Aya raised her hand and grabbed Asing's arm that took out the poke ball, stopping Asing from sending out the Pokemon again. If it was your father, maybe he could still fight. There's no need to test such a trainer. Okay, Aunt, Asing got the step and had a reason not to continue. She gently put down the poke ball in her hand, took out the pink badge and threw it to Yuhai. You won, this is the pink badge. This. Yuhai touched his nose. He thought he would have to fight 6 games, but he didn't expect to get the badge in 3 games, but it was a good thing. After getting the pink badge, he turned around and left. He had to leave the light red city before Aju came back. After all, Aju was a trainer who was competing for the league's 4 Heavenly Kings. At least he was a Heavenly King trainer, and he was also a master of poison. He didn't want to fight Aju, otherwise he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. After leaving the Crimson Gym, he boarded the Gull and returned to the Pokemon Center in Crimson City. He will stay at the Pokemon Center tonight to rest and hand the frogs over to Miss Joy for examination. After the encounter the night before, he didn't know if the frogs were injured. They weren't injured at the scene, but he was afraid that the frogs had hidden injuries that they didn't even know about. There was no way for the poison frogs. He would find a private clinic for examination if he had a chance. He couldn't leave them at the Pokemon Center for examination. They had to be separated. While waiting for the frogs to be treated, he also ordered a dinner at the Pokemon Center and ate while waiting for the treatment to end. While eating dinner, he was also thinking about the next gym he had already got. He was in Crimson City now. There were 2 gyms closest to Crimson City. If Ma Zishi wasn't at home, he could still try. If Ma Zishi was at home, he would be walking into a trap if he went there. If he was targeted by Ma Zishi, he couldn't escape. Without the background of Team Rocket, Legia was the gym owner of the Alliance, so he could go to this gym. The information of these gym leaders is written in the Quartz Conference Guide, but Ma Zishi's undercover identity is not written, only some introductions to the gym leaders' public identities are written. Next, he has to take a boat. It's faster to take a boat to Yahung City. If he walks, it will take at least half a month. He doesn't want to fly there by seagull. The inland sea he passes through is very large and there are no reference points. It's easy to get lost. However, he still has to go to the hunting zone. He can go to the hunting zone first and then take a boat to Yahung City. Have you heard about it? What? Yuhai was eating dinner and thinking about the next plan. Suddenly, he heard someone at the next table chatting about a mission that cost a lot of money, and he immediately became interested. That missing person notice worth 100 million has been posted for so long, and no trainer has completed it. The League's apology for the Emperor's laziness is not enough. Who knows? The child was lost when he was 3 years old. It's been 6 or 7 years now. Even if he is still alive, he has become a savage. Have you ever thought about looking for him? That's 100 million? You have to be alive to find it, and you have to be alive to spend it. The wild wilderness area is full of large tracts of virgin forests, and it is also a wild elf protection area. Even catching wild elves is illegal, and there are often forest rangers patrolling the forest. Those rangers didn't find the child. There are ferocious wild Pokemon everywhere. All the trainers who went in lost half their lives before they could come out. What's more, a child of a few years old might have died in the forest. This. Yuhai heard this, and his deep memory was suddenly awakened. There was indeed such an episode in the animation. The child did not die, but was adopted by the marsupial dragon tribe. If it was this child, the 100 million would be worth it. I just don't know if it was that child. He quickly ate dinner and went to the Pokemon Center's task wall to look for the 100 million task that the two people mentioned just now. Just a glance, he saw the missing person notice for 100 million, even the photo of the little boy. The task was a family photo, and there was a helicopter behind the three people. Even the helicopter, it's really rich, no wonder they offered a reward of 100 million, no wonder the wife is so beautiful. It seems that these two people don't plan to have a second child, but still want to find their son. It seems that this son has a special meaning to this couple, or to this family. The man in the photo, wearing a white dome hat, is a very short and ugly man. Well, he is not cursing, but the man's appearance is really hard to evaluate, really. The woman is much better, with beautiful red hair, holding a boy of a few years old in her arms, who should be the parents of this missing person. Notice. These three people overlap with his memories of his previous life. It seems that the boy adopted by the marsupial dragon is the missing boy and the reward of 100 million in this missing person. Notice. Then this matter is simple. The reason why those people can't find the boy is probably that he was hidden by the marsupial dragon. As long as he can find the marsupial dragon tribe, he can find the boy and get the reward of 100 million to enrich his small treasury. Then, he looked for news about the marsupial dragon on the task wall, and he found that there was no news at all. After all, it is a protected wild elf, and there is a dragon in its name, which is also a rare elf. Naturally, there is no news about the marsupial dragon in the elf center. Since the elf center does not have it, he can find someone else to buy this news, and he can also lock the boy's location as soon as possible and get the 100 million in the missing person. Notice. It seems that I have to go to the underground world again, or find a bar to ask if there is any news about the group of marsupial dragons. Next, the mosquito frogs and others were placed in the Pokemon Center for treatment. He left the Pokemon Center, disguised himself, released the poisonous skull frog, and took the poisonous skull frog all the way to the bar. He only looked for bars in remote alleys. Only bars in such grey areas had the news he wanted. After asking people, he really found such a bar. He came to the bar counter and threw a coin to the bartender, and asked the bartender, "I want to buy news. Is there any way here?" "News about what?" The bartender saw that Yu-Hai was masked. He had received many masked people and was not surprised by this. As long as there was money to be made, it was fine. News about the Pokemon Sanctuary. Yu-Hai didn't care what the other party thought, whether it was a Pokemon hunter or a trainer who wanted to subdue wild Pokemon. It was impossible for them to think that his goal was a missing person notice worth 100 million. The guest wearing a cowboy hat over there, drinking, can give you the news you want. The bartender looked up and saw the cowboy in the corner, who was a news dealer who specialized in selling news and would definitely meet Yu-Hai's needs. "Thank you." Yu-Hai also saw the cowboy in the corner of the bar, got up and walked towards the cowboy in the corner, sat down on the sofa opposite the cowboy, and asked him directly, "I heard that you have news about the elf sanctuary." "Yes." The cowboy looked up at Yu-Hai, then quickly lowered his head and rubbed his hands at Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai saw this gesture and immediately understood that the other party just wanted money. "How much?" 100,000, the cowboy quoted directly, as if he had said it many times and was familiar with it. "Pa, 100,000, Yu-Hai took out 100,000 alliance coins and threw them at the other party, stopping just in front of the other party's glass. The cowboy saw 100,000 alliance coins hit the wine glass. He didn't expect Yu-Hai to pay so readily. He felt much better and smiled at Yu-Hai, "You are so generous. Then my service can't be neglected. What do you want to know?" "I want to know where to find the marsupial dragon." "The marsupial dragon lives in the grassland north of the wild wilderness area. Since the marsupial dragon is a parent child elf, in order to protect the child in the beast bag, the marsupial dragon is very aggressive. The marsupial dragon was almost extinct. Now it is a protected elf. Juncha forest rangers often appear nearby and keep an eye on the marsupial dragon reserve all the time. The cowboy didn't know Yu Hai's purpose, but he still reminded Yu Hai. After all, he received 100,000 from the other party and the other party paid very readily. He likes such a straightforward person. After receiving this news, Yu Hai got up and left. His purpose had been achieved. He could set out to find the marsupial dragon tribe tomorrow. When he returned to the elf center, it was dark. The mosquito-repellent frog and several others had also finished their inspections. They were all very healthy elves. He retrieved a few pollywags, returned to the room and released a few pollywags, and gave them dinner. After a quick shower in the bathroom, he fell asleep on the bed in the Pokemon Center. Black Mist Move Introduction. Black Mist Move Introduction. Black Mist's description in the encyclopedia: the ability changes, including hit rate and dodge rate, of all Pokemon on the field are corrected and eliminated. Using this move will not be considered as a reduction in ability by Eternal Clean Body, White Smoke, Metal Protection, Flower Curtain, Super Strength Claw, Strong Chest Muscles, and Sharp Eyes. Instructions for gathering Chi. Yes, it puts itself into the vulnerable state. The hit rate of Pokemon in the vulnerable state increases by 2 levels. The objects that the black fog can remove are not vulnerable state. However, in the description of vulnerable state, it is said that the first generation can remove vulnerable state. This page of the encyclopedia has not been updated for a long time, and it is now the 9th generation. Then the encyclopedia description of the black fog shall prevail. The objects that can be cleared do not include vulnerable state, so the energy state cannot be cleared. Do you understand this? Chapter 487, Possum Tribe. The 26th day of the journey to the Kanto region is sunny. Waking up from the single room of the Pokemon Center, Yu Hai went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, put on his backpack and prepared to go to the primeval forest of the Pokemon Reserve. The hunting zone is also near the Pokemon Reserve. If you find the boy, you can go to the hunting zone to take a look. You can also check if there is a mini dragon on the way. That is a quasi-god hypertrophy. It would be a lie to say that you are not tempted. Whether you can subdue it is another matter. After all, the most important thing is to participate. However, before leaving, he went to a nearby supermarket and replenished 300,000 survival supplies, which was enough for him to live in the wild for 2 months. He did not replenish in Haeun City before because the pollution in Haeun City was too serious. Who knows if the goods sold there are good? He dared not buy them, and he has been delaying the replenishment until now. After buying the supplies, he opened the Quartz Conference Guide map, which showed the approximate scope of the Pokemon Reserve. He extended his index finger and pointed at the grassland in the upper north corner of the map. The marsupial dragon group should be here. This map is very cunning. It only marks that this is the scope of the reserve, and there are warning signs that wild Pokemon are dangerous, but it does not mark what wild Pokemon are here, nor what the terrain is. Seeing this, Yu Hai smiled helplessly, put the map back into his backpack, and released the mosquito-repellent frog to enter the primitive forest of the Pokemon Reserve. The reason why he didn't fly in this time was that he didn't want to be discovered. After all, flying in the sky, was he afraid that others would not know that he was a poacher, or that others would not know that he was going to the Pokemon Reserve? Anyway, he had Darkray's perception, so he could avoid the forest rangers in advance, and he could also avoid the powerful Pokemon leaders in front of him. They would never run into him. After entering the forest, he had no reference points and was easily lost. He could only release Scyther to find the way in the sky and headed towards the prairie in the north. Along the way, he also encountered many wild Pokemon, including some rare wild Pokemon, but he didn't capture them. His goal was the boy, and capturing Pokemon was secondary. After all, he was not a Pokemon hunter. This walk took a whole day, until the sunset in the evening. He arrived at the prairie in the north of the Pokemon Reserve, and saw the marsupials living on the grassland and enjoying the sunset. However, he did not see any boy in the marsupial group through his telescope. It seemed that he needed to find out the daily routine of the marsupials and observe them for a few days before he could find the boy hidden by the marsupials. He was not in a hurry, but let the elves out for dinner first, and then continued to monitor the marsupial group until the sunset, when the marsupials returned to a grassland covered by rocks. This should be the marsupials' habitat at night. He found that there was a large marsupial in this group of marsupials, which was one head taller than the other marsupials. It should be the leader of this group of marsupials. After tracking here, he found that there was a little boy wearing leopard skin sitting on the pile of rocks. The child the missing person noticed was looking for should be this wild child. When the little boy saw the marsupial leader coming back, he immediately jumped into the beast bag of the marsupial leader. The marsupial leader did not reject him, but comforted the little boy to sleep. Then, the leader of the marsupial dragon leaned on the rock, and the remaining marsupial dragons guarded the leader of the marsupial dragon in the middle. The marsupial dragons leaned or lay down and fell into a deep sleep. We have found the target. The next thing to do is to persuade the boy to go back with me. Yu-Hai put down the telescope and leaned against the tree trunk in deep thought. The boy was lost at the age of 3. He may not remember his previous memories. This is not a big deal. Let Darkrai hypnotize the boy and let him fall into a real dream and remember his childhood. It is very simple to make the boy remember his childhood and remember things about his parents, family, and humans. The most important thing is to persuade the boy to leave the marsupial dragon group and return to the human world. The boy has been away from the human world for so many years. It is difficult to persuade him to go back. It is difficult for him to break the bond with the marsupial dragon group. He can be tied back, but this is only a temporary solution. The boy will also escape back to the marsupial dragon group. At that time, the 100 million will be a bit hot in his hand. He needs the boy to go back willingly. Darkrai, I'll leave the hypnosis to you. You have to remind him of his childhood and let him return to being a human being instead of a baby marsupial. It's easy. Darkrai left the shadow silently, came to the sleeping marsupial group, sneaked into the shadow of the marsupial leader, and influenced the boy's dream. The little boy had a strange dream tonight. He dreamed of the big manor where he lived when he was a child, many toys and delicacies, a big house and a big room, a soft big bed, and many people. He also dreamed of his parents playing with him. Until one time, their family took a ride on. He took a helicopter to the primeval forest and fell from the plane. Fortunately, the parachute opened automatically and he survived. But his parents did not find him. He came down from the parachute by himself and ran around in the primeval forest out of curiosity, and then got lost. Finally, he met a group of marsupials. He was adopted by the marsupials and has been living in the marsupials. He gradually forgot about the human world, but tonight he had a strange dream in the human world. Bang! The dream was broken. The boy woke up, looked around, and found that he was still in the marsupials. He was in a warm animal bag and the moon in the sky was also very bright. He suddenly remembered the dream just now and remembered that he had not dreamed for many years. Are they his parents in the dream? But why did he not remember it at all? This puzzled him and he really couldn't remember it. Suddenly, he saw a flickering green light in the forest. It was actually Darkrai's hypnosis, which confused the boy's vision and made him see strange things. Driven by curiosity, the boy left the bag of the marsupial dragon and followed the green light spots that flickered in the forest into the forest. Yu-Hai was waiting for the boy in the forest. Until the boy walked far enough, Yu-Hai appeared, blocked the boy's way, and shouted to the boy, "Taro, do you still remember who you are?" Taro. The boy thought about it in confusion. Isn't this the dream just now? Someone called him Taro in the dream. No, that's not right. Why is he in the forest? Who is this human? Who are you? Are you here to catch the marsupial dragon? Who am I? Yu-Hai smiled. It turned out that this wild child had not lost his ability to speak. That made this matter easier to handle. Your parents are posting a missing person notice outside to find you who have been missing for many years. Come with me. No, I won't go. You bad guy, don't think about poaching marsupial dragons. The boy took out his weapon, a boomerang, and attacked Yu Hai directly. Haha, the little brat just deserves to be punished. Yu Hai knew it was not that simple. Since he couldn't convince him, he would use physical methods to convince him. Spy Mantis. Fuck, Spy Mantis saw the boomerang, and didn't even raise his eyes. He swung his sickle lightly, and the boomerang was split in half. How can you, a weak man, protect the marsupial dragon tribe? Yu Hai smiled and approached the boy step by step. This boy has been with the marsupial dragon tribe for too long and has been protected too well by the marsupial dragons. He doesn't know how bad the outside world is. Tonight, let him see what the 10 evil men are. Don't come over here. Taro was panicked when he saw the boomerang was cut off. He had no weapons, so how could he fight against the bad guys? He could only pick up a small branch from the ground and gestured at Yu Hai. Yu Hai took the small branch and grabbed Taro, who was still trying to escape. Suddenly, a disgusting smell filled his nose. This wild boy was too smelly. After all, Taro often stays in the pouch of a marsupial. Those who know it know the smell, which is similar to the pouch of a kangaroo. If the marsupial has a trainer, it can be cleaned frequently, but the marsupials here are all wild marsupials, who will clean the pouch for a marsupial. He grabbed Taro, endured the strange smell on Taro, opened Taro's leopard print animal skin and spanked him. Pa pa pa! You can't even protect yourself, how can you protect the marsupial tribe? I just want to catch marsupials, what can you do? Can you beat me? Yu Hai lectured Taro while whipping Taro on the butt. This wild boy deserved to be punished, and a beating would be enough. Stop hitting me, what do you say? Stop hitting me! Taro was beaten and screamed, and could only wail and beg for mercy. Yu Hai stopped spanking and put down the smelly Taro, but as soon as he let go of Taro, Taro grabbed a vine and swung away, shouting excitedly, I won't go back with you, the marsupial dragon is my mother, Lolyalu, come and catch me. Hee, Darkrai, keep letting him dream until he is willing to go back. Understood. Darkrai followed the fleeing Taro to the marsupial dragon tribe, and Taro quietly returned to the beast bag of the marsupial dragon leader. He pretended that what happened just now did not happen. As long as he returned to the beast bag of the marsupial dragon leader, he would be safe, and he had been like this for so many years. For Taro who left, Taro who was spanked, and Taro who came back. The marsupial dragon leader didn't notice it at all and slept soundly. Then Taro dreamed again, dreaming of the big manor before, and his human parents. Darkrai also gave Taro a recurring dream, letting him recycle his memories before he was 3 years old. Taro didn't have much memory to begin with, and Darkrai sped up the dream time. 5 minutes in reality might have passed for several months in the dream, and several months in one dream, and several cycles would take almost several years. In this way, Taro repeated several recurring dreams in just half an hour, and they were all dreams about human parents. He also confirmed that his name was really Taro, he really had a home in the human world, and he had human parents, and he was not an elf. He didn't dare to sleep anymore, fearing that he would dream again, so he could only get up and sit on a stone, looking at the stars and the moon. Boom boom boom! Suddenly, before he could appreciate the stars and the moon, a rumbling sound came, and a large net covered the sleeping marsupials. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Then, a series of anesthetic needles flew over and pierced the awakened marsupials, with at least 2 anesthetic needles on each marsupial. Needle, paralyzing all the possums and putting them into a coma. Ha ha ha, we've made a fortune. This is a whole possum tribe, which can be sold for at least hundreds of millions. He, hurry up, throw the poke ball to subdue the possums so that we can evacuate. The noise just now has alarmed Junsha, and we don't have much time. Okay, bang bang bang, the Pokemon hunter threw the poke ball in his hand at the anesthetized possums on the ground, and took away the possums on the grass one by one. Poachers, damn it, big net! Taro could only watch the possums being captured, unable to do anything. His boomerang was cut off by Scyther, and he could only yell, "Stop, stop, you can't catch possums. Here? There's a child." The two Pokemon hunters looked at each other, both surprised by the sudden human voice, and surprised how there could be a child here. "Not sure, probably whose child is lost, don't worry about it." Seeing that Taro was in the big net and would not hinder them, the Pokemon hunters didn't bother to care. It's just that Taro's scream was too bad, which made one of the Pokemon hunters impatient. "Stop, you can't catch the bag dragon, you can't catch the bag dragon, you bad guys. Little brat, you are so noisy." The Pokemon hunter came over and slapped Taro in the face, which made Taro dizzy. One of his teeth was pulled out, and his mouth was bleeding. "Stinky boy, I'll kill you if you make more noise." The Pokemon hunter showed his dagger. He didn't suggest killing a child, but it was unnecessary. In the Pokemon world, human trafficking is not valuable, but Pokemon trafficking is valuable, which makes the human trafficking business difficult to do, unless some large organizations recruit new people, and in most cases they are voluntary orphans. There are many of these orphans. As long as they can become trainers and give them enough food, they can attract many orphans to join. This is how Team Rocket recruits new people, and Yu-Hai has experience in getting started. Damn it, Taro was so scared that he dared not speak. He knew that if he continued to scream, someone would really die. He did not expect that what the man said just now would come true so soon. How could such a weak person protect the marsupials? He could not even protect himself. He had always lived under the protection of marsupials. What the man said just now was right. He was just feeling lucky that he had escaped, but did he really escape? Whether inside or outside, he was still the weak self. Looking at the elf hunter silently, his eyes were a little cold in the dark night, but the elf hunter did not notice. He bit his lips tightly. He still had to save the marsupials. He could not scream and did not want to die. He could only watch as the two elf hunters packed up all the marsupials, put the elf balls into their backpacks, and left the prairie without looking back. Yu-Hai was in the forest and saw this scene. The two elf hunters who suddenly appeared really gave the best assist. To be honest, these two people were not hired by him. He didn't know where they came from. The noise just now also scared him, and then he saw the scene of the marsupial dragon being poached. He estimated that it was related to the cowboy in the bar. The cowboy should have sold his information to other elf hunters, so these elf hunters wanted to steal the marsupial dragon first. Fortunately, his target was not the marsupial dragon, otherwise he would have been tricked by the information dealer. These brokers were really unreliable. Fortunately, the information about the marsupial dragon group did not deceive him, otherwise he would have seen blood. Chapter 488, A Small Goal. Seeing the two elf hunters enter the forest, Yu-Hai immediately asked Darkrai and Gengar to follow them. When the two walked a little further, he could use the dark hole to hypnotize the two. In the case of a sneak attack, Darkrai could not miss. He came to this patch of rocky grass and saw Taro trapped in a big net. He smiled at Taro and said, "Hey, isn't this Taro? Where's your pride just now? What's up? Your mother marsupial was captured, aren't you going to save the marsupial?" If it were an animation, the plot would naturally not develop like this. It must be Taro who saved the marsupial tribe, but Taro is just a little brat, not even 10 years old, probably only 8 or 9 years old. This is not an animation either, but reality. What can such a little brat do without even an elf? He directly turned on the taunting. No matter how ugly Taro's face was, he never stopped talking and laughed at Taro's overestimation. He just wanted this ignorant wild child to open his eyes and see the adult world. Otherwise, he really thought he could protect the marsupials. He was just a baby. "Oh, I understand. You can't even make a net, so how can you beat the Pokemon hunter, ha ha ha. Humph! Taro saw Yu Hai smirk in the moonlight, and was immediately angry. He only realized now that it was not him who escaped just now, but the other party who let him go. The other party didn't care about his escape at all, and it was easy for him to catch him, just as easy as the two Pokemon hunters caught the Bronco. Please save them, aren't you a trainer? Please save the Broncos. You can save the Broncos, but after saving the Broncos, do you want to follow me and become a powerful trainer to protect the Broncos, or live with the Broncos, continue to be a Bronco baby, and watch the Broncos get caught again? Who can save you next time? Save the Bronco. This. Taro is not stupid, and the experience just now explains everything very well. He has lived with the marsupial dragon for so long, and often encountered poaching groups. The marsupial dragon would protect him, and the Juncha here would also crack down on poaching, so the marsupial dragon had such a paradise. But if you are a thief for 1,000 days, you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days, the bag dragon can be rescued once or twice, how can it be rescued all the time, unless he is strong enough to protect the bag dragon? But he doesn't want to leave the bag dragon. If he leaves, he can't live with the bag dragon. If he doesn't leave the bag dragon, he can't become stronger, can't become a trainer, and can't protect the bag dragon. It's really a difficult choice. Those people have run far away. Have they? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. It's okay for you to think about it until dawn. I'll go with you to the home in the dream. Taro gritted his teeth and chose to go with Yu Hai. He needed a strong power to protect the bag dragon from being poached. All of this can be obtained in that home. Good choice. Yu Hai cut the big net with a knife and released Taro. Before leaving, he didn't forget to smile and said, "Come with me to save your bag dragon mother." Humph! Taro couldn't lose face. No matter whether Yu Hai or Junsha saved the bag dragon, he just wanted to protect the bag dragon himself, but he was just a child, not even a trainer, and couldn't even protect himself. Hey! Yu Hai slapped Taro on the back of his head. A wild child is a wild child, and he has a strong self-esteem. However, as long as the child goes back with him, it is none of his business after he gets the money. He only wants the money. Naturally, someone will have a headache after he puts the wild child back on track. Hurry up and follow. Yu Hai slapped the slap, and let the mosquito frog lead the way. He followed behind, and Taro followed behind. The two walked through the forest for more than half an hour before they caught up with the two Pokemon hunters who left under the guidance of Darkrai. The two Pokemon hunters were both in a coma. He came over and released the orb silk spider to lick the bag, and he picked up the backpacks of the two people, which were full of pokeballs for catching the drake. He did not release the drake immediately because there was a flashlight in the distance of the forest, and there were bursts of barking dogs. He just fumbled in the backpack for a while, took out a drake with good potential, and took Taro away from the two Pokemon hunters. The possum is still there. Taro saw that Yu Hai returned empty-handed, and was pulled by Yu Hai but didn't want to leave. The Pokeball is there, and Junsha will release it later. You don't need to worry about it. If you keep shouting, just shut your mouth. Yu Hai turned his head and glared at Taro. If this wild boy is not honest, he will force him to hypnotize him and make him quiet. As for the property of the two Pokemon hunters, the bag is even cleaner than their faces. There is at least a piece of black cloth on their faces. Those two are two paupers, and the Pokemon they use are ordinary Pokemon. He didn't even take the Pokemon of the two people. He stuffed all the things he found back into the backpack, and let the two people carry the backpack again. Finally, he asked Jengar to reward the two people with a poison attack, poisoning them to death. Anyway, there was nothing valuable, so he simply didn't take it. He also had to disguise the scene as a scene of being attacked by wild poison Pokemon. As for the traces and smells at the scene. Boom boom! Not long after they left, it started to drizzle in the sky, gradually turning into heavy rain, which could instantly eliminate the smell and the traces at the scene. Yu Hai and Taro, who had already left the scene, walked a long way, and the rain stopped. After all, it was the rain caused by praying for rain, and the range would not exceed 1 or 2 kilometers. After leaving Juncha's flashlight, he opened the proficiency panel of the Bag Dragon. Bag Dragon. Attribute, General. Gender, Female. Potential, 57%. Level, 55.11%. Characteristics, Courage/46.13%. Mastering the moves. This Bag Dragon is the highest level Bag Dragon he touched just now. It should be the leader Bag Dragon, which is almost the strength of a Quasi-King. Since Taro is willing to go with him and wants to become a trainer to protect the Bag Dragon tribe, the initial Pokémon is indispensable. If the other party returns home, there will definitely be no shortage of initial Pokémon, at least starting with the 3 great families. However, the other party has a deep bond with the Possum tribe, and the bond with the Possum leader is enough. It is not a problem to become the trainer of this Possum leader. He will do a favor and help the other party take a Possum as the other party's initial Pokémon. As for the fact that the potential is not higher than the king, the other party has a private helicopter at home, so he doesn't need to worry about such things. Just spend money to improve the potential. Take the poke ball, don't let it out. Yu-Hai gave the possum's poke ball to Taro and explained, if you want to become a trainer, the initial Pokémon is indispensable. You should be very familiar with this possum, which can be used as the initial Pokémon. Initial Pokémon. Taro stared at the possum in the poke ball, but did not release it. Yu-Hai still listened to what he said. You have been away from human society for too long and don't know these knowledge. You still have a lot to learn. Let's talk about these things when we go back. Yu-Hai took Taro and continued to walk through the forest, letting Scyther lead the way. They walked until dawn, and finally walked out of the Pokémon Sanctuary. The outside world. Taro talked a lot with Yu-Hai that night about trainers, and learned about the human world, how it works, how it is different from the wild, and what kind of people trainers are. But this morning, when he was about to come into contact with the outside world and the sunshine outside, he stopped and dared not take another step forward. Are you scared? Yu-Hai smiled. People who stay at home for a long time are very socially anxious when they step into society. This is normal. If you come into contact with more strangers, you can overcome social anxiety, just like him now. I don't have one. Taro held the Pokémon tightly and looked at the scorching sun outside. In order to protect the Tasmanian dragon, he decided to go out and followed Yu-Hai to the streets of Qianhong City. Behind Yu-Hai was Taro wearing animal skins. He attracted a lot of attention along the way. After arriving at the Pokémon Center, many trainers were curious about the strange clothes this child wore, but they did not doubt Taro's identity, but just thought Taro had a cross-dressing fetish. Yu-Hai did not explain so much. After all, it was 100 million, and there was no guarantee that someone would take risks. He took Taro to the room he opened and asked Taro to take a shower in the bathroom, while he called Taro's parents. Taro's family had a helicopter. Soon Taro's parents rushed to the Pokémon Center and kept asking Miss Joy. Miss Joy, where is my son? Where is my son? Sorry, sir, I don't know what you are talking about. Miss Joy was confused by the question. She didn't know these two people and didn't call them. It's like this, Miss Joy, someone called us and said that our son was found at the Pokémon Center. Where is he? Taro's mother was much gentler and explained the whole story. Are you Taro's parents? Yu-Hai came to the front desk and asked before Miss Joy could speak. The two people matched the photos in the missing person notice. He just heard the sound of the helicopter, and when he came out, he heard a commotion in the hall and saw Taro's parents in the photos of the missing person notice. Did you call? Taro's father was very short, probably only about 1.34 meters tall. He rushed over and grabbed Yu-Hai's arm and asked about the call just now. It's me. Please calm down and follow me. Yu-Hai used a lot of strength to break free from the man's palm, and brought the excited man and the woman with hopeful eyes to the trainer's single room together. The noise of the two people's arrival just now has attracted the attention of many trainers. He did not intend to hide this matter, otherwise he would not have put it in the Pokémon Center for recognition. He also wanted the Pokémon Center to be a witness. After all, it was the Pokémon Center's mission. Taro. The moment the door opened, the woman saw Taro wearing leopard print fur and eating potato chips on the bed. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, and they fell one by one. She rushed up to hug Taro. Then there was another large-scale recognition scene. Yu-Hai did not participate. He quietly closed the door of the single room and let the couple recognize Taro. It took more than an hour to talk before the door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the couple were full of words of gratitude, but he was not going to be dismissed by gratitude. He wanted the reward for the missing person notice, otherwise he would not waste time here just to find Taro, the wild child. Thank you for helping us find Taro. Thank you so much. Here is the reward for the missing person notice. There is 100 million in the bank card. You can check it at the ATM in the Elf Center. Okay, Yu-Hai received the bank card, got the password, went directly to the ATM to enter the password, saw the 8 zeros after the 1, and withdrew the card with satisfaction. It seems that Taro's parents have prepared 100 million a long time ago, but they have not found Taro, so the bank card has been kept until now. This bank card is not an anonymous bank card, but a regular bank card of the Alliance. Not only does it not deduct handling fees, but there is also interest, which is considered a clean little money. You know, the 200 million he used before was all black money. It doesn't matter if he spends less. If he spends several hundred million, it will be found out. Fortunately, this 100 million is clean money, and he can spend it openly. However, the bank card belongs to someone else. He happened to transfer money at the Elf Center and transferred it to the Alliance bank card opened with his ID card. As for the previous card, after he said he didn't want it, the staff cut it off and threw it away. At this point, he had 300 million in savings, and he still needed 700 million. This money was only for the combination of Pokémon to break through their potential. Cultivating so many Pokémons also required money, a lot of money, and he had to continue to find ways to make money. When he returned to the single room, Taro had already adapted to the extra parents, and Taro's family also said goodbye to him. Taro's parents wanted to thank him and invite him to dinner at home, but he didn't go. Before Taro left, he pulled him aside and asked him something. Hey, how can I find you in the future? What do you want to find me for? Aren't you going to become a trainer and then join the Pokémon Reserve as a ranger? Stop talking nonsense. Taro spent a night with Yu-Hai and felt that Yu-Hai was not bad, but he just spoke very badly. He was ridiculed by Yu-Hai a lot last night. But Yu-Hai saved those drakes. Although he didn't say it, he was still very grateful to Yu-Hai. This is my phone number. You can contact me anytime if you want. If you don't have money, don't bother me. Yu-Hai wrote down the phone number for Taro. Taro is a very rich second-generation rich man. He didn't know how rich he was, but he was very rich. He had a helicopter, a reward of 100 million for a missing person notice, and a large manor. This was not something that ordinary people could afford. If Daigo was a big mine, Taro would be a small mine. This analogy was not an exaggeration at all. Tisk, Taro didn't know how much money his family had. He only knew that they were rich, but he was disgusted by Yu-Hai's eyes that only looked at money. Get out of here, little brat. Yu-Hai saw Taro's face again, and quickly raised his hand to let him go. His parents had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Thank you. Taro held the Pokémon ball of the Brontosaurus and opened his mouth. He opened his mouth, silently said a thank you, and followed his parents out of the Pokémon Center, sitting on the helicopter on the helipad in the backyard of the Pokémon Center and flew away from the Crimson City. Yu-Hai did not go to see the helicopter. He did not sleep last night and was very sleepy during the day. After giving breakfast to the Pokémons, he went to the bathroom to take a shower and fell asleep on the bed in the single room. At this time, he did not know that the lobby of the Pokémon Center had been blown up. Everyone was guessing who had completed the missing person notice mission, found the little boy who had been missing for 5 or 6 years, and got the 100 million reward. Only Miss Joy knew Yu-Hai's true identity. After reacting just now, Miss Joy retrieved the Pokémon illustrated book registered by Yu-Hai and saw that Yu-Hai was from the Orange Islands and was a trainer of the Xiaogan Gym. He also got 3 badges and was participating in the Quartz Conference. All personal information of the registered available Pokémons was displayed on the computer, and there was no bad record. Seeing this identity information, Miss Joy felt relieved, turned off the database of the Alliance trainers, and continued to receive trainers who wanted to treat Pokémons. The 27th day to the Kanto region, night. Yu-Hai slept until the evening before getting up. He fed the Pokémons in the Pokémon Center room and had dinner. He watched other trainers fight in the battlefield near the Pokémon Center for a while before returning to the Pokémon Center room. For the 100 million, he stayed here for 2 days. He can only set off for the hunting zone tomorrow. It is a place outside the Pokémon protection area where wild Pokémons can be captured legally and reasonably. The hunting zone is often visited by trainers. It is estimated that there are no good Pokémons. Going to the hunting zone is just for the legend of Dratini and to see if there is a Dratini. Chapter 489, Hazelnut Ball. The 28th day to the Kanto region, cloudy. Today's weather is not bad, the air is cool, and the sun is not too hot. It is very suitable for outings and hunting zones. After packing up his personal belongings in the single room, feeding the Pokémons, and collecting the Pokeballs, he had breakfast at the Pokémon Center, left the Pokémon Center with the frog, and went out of the Crimson City to the suburbs. Diglett's Pokeball had been teleported back to Xiaogan Gym. There was no need to carry these combination Pokémons with him. He would study them after the Quartz Conference and deposited them in Xiaogan Gym first. The hunting zone is outside the city of Crimson. There is a special entrance and ticket fees are charged. When he arrived here, there were still many people queuing here. He followed the crowd and queued up to pay to enter the hunting zone. The entrance fee was 10,000. There were only 5 wild balls. If he wanted more Pokeballs, he had to spend money to buy them. It would be impossible if there was no mention of ticket fees like in the animation. After arriving here, he was wondering if the news about Dratini was deliberately released by the organizer to attract trainers to consume and then collect the trainers' entrance fees. After all, the extra wild balls cost 10,000 alliance coins each. Pokémons can only be captured with wild balls in the hunting zone, and they cannot be captured in battles. Pokeballs are disposable and will become invalid after one use. You need to buy wild balls again. Haha. No wonder there was news about Dratini. Even if the news was true, I'm afraid it was hired by the organizer. He had no hope for Dratini before, and now he had even less hope. This place was completely different from what he thought. If there was no Dratini, then there was no Dratini. Now that he was here, 10,000 alliance coins for 5 wild balls was equivalent to 2,000 each. It was really expensive. The subsequent wild balls were even more expensive. He would not be a sucker. Even if he had just made 100 million, he would not buy them. After the registration queue was over and he officially entered the hunting zone, he found that the environment here was beautiful and there were many wild elves living there. With a preconceived notion, he suspected that these wild elves were not wild at all. They might be low-potential elves purchased at a low price by the organizer from the breeding house and released in this natural ecological area to fill the numbers. After all, the wild elves here were basically ordinary elves. General elves include Rada and Kentaro. Because there was a grassland, there was a large group of Kentaro here, as well as common elves such as Odori. Flying Pokémon are basically Homebird, Pidgeot, Spearow, Farfetch'd, etc. Water Pokémon are also common, such as tadpoles, shellfish, crabs, and various fish. I didn't expect that his tadpoles were common Pokemon that no one wanted. There's no need to say more about bug Pokemon, because there are more bug Pokemon, such as Caterpillar, Unicorn, and Thornytail, which are everywhere. Rock Pokemon, Grass Pokemon, and Fowl Pokemon, Ground Pokemon, and Diglett. It seems that he thought too much. The wild Pokemon in the hunting zone are probably caught by the organizer in other places. Saying that they are bought is just flattering the organizer. There are too many common Pokemon on any mountain. Is it necessary to buy them? With so many Pokemon, he didn't see a single rare Pokemon, not even Scyther. The most popular Pokemon here is actually the bug Pokemon. He is speechless. Hey, forget it, Yu-Hai looked at the 5 wild balls in his hand. Since he was here, he couldn't go back empty-handed. This was not the style of a fisherman. Besides, there were crowds of tourists everywhere, catching Pokemons with great pleasure. Most of them were parents who brought their children here to experience catching relatively gentle wild Pokemons. It seemed that there was no hope for Dratini. Instead of hoping that Dratini could be spawned here, it would be better to hope that the organizers would not be so stingy and let him encounter some good ones. Goods. If you want to take the Pokemon away, you need to register it with a wild ball. He can first use ordinary Pokeballs to brush out the Pokemon with high potential, and then use the wild balls to capture and register them, so that he doesn't have to waste 5 wild balls. He first walked around the hunting area and found that there was really no Pokemon he wanted, and he didn't know where to start. Finally, he set his eyes on the Kentaro that was eating grass. This kind of Pokemon is the most here, and he should be able to pick out a good one. When he saw this group of Pokemon, he thought of the 30 Kentaro in Zai-Zai's hand, and he didn't know if Zai-Zai was here. No matter what, he threw the ball to capture the Kentaro. Fortunately, there were not many people here, and no one competed with him for the Kentaro. He captured all the Kentaro on the grassland, and then checked their potential one by one, and released those with low potential one by one. Finally, he selected a Pokemon with a potential of 48. This Pokemon with neither high nor low potential and unable to evolve has no hope of becoming a king in this life, but it is still possible to be a quasi-king. The reason why he wanted to subdue such a potential Kentaro was because he paid for it. The entrance fee of 10,000 yuan was enough to cover the cost of a cow. You never did business at a loss. He released the selected Kentaro and asked Darkrai to scare the cow with the pressure of the quasi-king beast, which frightened the cow so much that its limbs were stiff and dared not move. Then he subdued the Kentaro with the wild ball. Boom boom boom! Run, run, don't go over there, the elves over there will explode. Hi, I shouldn't have introduced the hazelnut ball. I wanted to increase the number of elves, but I didn't expect this elf to explode. Hello, what kind of elf is over there? Yu-Hai saw a staff member evacuating tourists away from the exploding forest. He curiously asked the other party what kind of elf exploded over there. The Pokemon over there is a hazelnut ball, a Pokemon that looks like a tree fruit. It will explode when it lands. There have been many accidents. The top is about to clear out this dangerous Pokemon. Hazelnut ball. Yu-Hai thought about it. He remembered that after this Pokemon evolved, it had the same bug steel attribute as Mantis, only 4 times weak to fire, and had a lot of resistance. It was a pretty good Pokemon, very suitable for the rainy day team. You can go and have a look. Hey, brother, don't go over there. The staff saw Yu-Hai going over and shouted, reminding Yu-Hai that it was dangerous over there. I'm a trainer, Yu-Hai smiled and waved his hand. The forest over there had just exploded, which was convenient for him to select hazelnut balls. After all, he had paid the entrance fee, so he couldn't go back empty-handed. If he couldn't get the wool of the mini dragon, couldn't he catch some other Pokemon? When he came to the forest, he found that this forest could be called the Hazelnut Ball Forest, because there were hazelnut balls on every tree. He didn't know whether they were bred later or introduced to the hunting zone. There were simply too many hazelnut balls. This kind of elf is not easy to capture. As long as it makes a little noise and disturbs the hazelnut ball on the tree while eating, the hazelnut ball will fall to the ground and explode instantly. The appearance of the hazelnut ball is similar to that of a tree fruit. Its body is mainly dark green, and its surface is composed of layers of hard scales. The scales spread upwards. There is a pair of red eyes between the top two layers of scales, and there is a fruit stalk on the top, like a protruding thorn. The hazelnut ball will hang on the tree and wait quietly for food to fall into its trap. Their food is insect elves, and they rarely move themselves. The hazelnut ball is often pecked by flying elves by mistake, but its body is protected by a hard shell, so flying elves cannot eat it. They will also spit out liquid from their mouths. This mucus is like glue, and it will solidify once it comes into contact with the air. The hazelnut ball will use mucus to stick the bark to its body, thicken the shell to protect itself, and thus make itself thicker and bigger. It doesn't care even if it becomes heavier. Old hazelnut balls are huge. The thick shell of the hazelnut ball, like the annual rings of a tree stump, can be used to judge the age of the hazelnut ball. The larger the hazelnut ball, the older it is. So he doesn't need to look at the hazelnut balls one by one, but look at the size of the hazelnut balls. The more and thicker the shells are, the older they are, the stronger they are, and the higher their potential is. After all, hanging on the tree for dozens or hundreds of years, even if it is a pig, its potential can be increased slowly. He walked around the forest carefully, passing by big trees, and when he saw a relatively large hazelnut ball, he would gently pull out the tape measure to measure the diameter of the hazelnut ball. So far, the diameter of the hazelnut balls he has seen is mostly about 30 centimeters, and there are very few hazelnut balls with a diameter of 40 centimeters. The height of these hazelnut balls is mostly about 60 centimeters. A diameter of 30 centimeters and a height of 60 centimeters are the average data of hazelnut balls, so he must at least conquer hazelnut balls with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters and a height of 70 to 80 centimeters. He walked around the outside of the forest and carefully observed every big tree. He did not find any hazelnut balls that satisfied him. He could only continue to move deeper into the forest. He did not know if there were any bigger hazelnut balls inside. After entering the depths of the forest, he continued to measure the hazelnut balls he encountered. He found that the hazelnut balls inside were much larger. The further he went inside, the larger the hazelnut balls were. There were no hazelnut balls of 50 centimeters in diameter on the outskirts of the forest. In the depths of the forest, there were hazelnut balls of 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter everywhere. Even hazelnut balls of 60 to 70 centimeters in diameter were not found. Can meet one. Then he continued to walk into the forest until he met a huge hazelnut ball, which was sleeping on a tree. There was only one hazelnut ball on that fruit tree. The reason why he used the word huge to describe the hazelnut ball was because this hazelnut ball was more than 2 circles larger than the hazelnut balls outside. He carefully came to the giant hazelnut ball, pulled out the measuring tape and slowly aligned it with the body of the hazelnut ball. He found that the diameter of this hazelnut ball was 80 and the height was more than 1 meter. This was simply a giant hazelnut ball. Seeing this hazelnut ball, his little heart beat violently, and he decided to conquer this hazelnut ball. Crack! But he was so excited that he forgot to pay attention to what was under his feet and stepped on a dead branch. Just when his heart was in his throat because of this dead branch, he looked up and saw the hazelnut ball open 2 scarlet eyes. The red eyes protected by the shell stared at Yu-Hai, the uninvited guest, and the body quickly emitted white light. Yu-Hai could feel the anger of the hazelnut ball without looking. Because the hazelnut ball was very large and heavy, it was not hung very high, just at his chest, so the body data of the hazelnut ball could be measured. If the hazelnut ball exploded, he would not be able to play anymore, and he would die in an instant, and his career as a time traveler would end early. Fortunately, he was prepared and pressed the poke ball with his thumb to release the mosquito-repellent frog in the poke ball. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog just came out and saw a big hazelnut ball glowing, and immediately blocked in front of Yu-Hai, trying to block the explosion for Yu-Hai. But the height of the mosquito-repellent frog was only up to Yu-Hai's waist, and it couldn't block it at all. However, the glow of the hazelnut ball stopped when the mosquito-repellent frog came out, because the mosquito-repellent frog has the characteristics of moisture, and a big explosion cannot be made. Ahem! Ahem! Hazelnut felt that the self-explosion was terminated, and it was a little strange. Why did the big explosion that worked so well not work this time? Bang! Before Hazelnut could figure it out, it was hit by the poke ball and was put into the poke ball by a red light. But the red light of the poke ball flashed, and the poke ball opened again. Hazelnut emerged from the poke ball, staring at Yu-Hai with a pair of fist-sized red eyes, and became even more angry. Since it couldn't explode, Hazelnut burst out with a dazzling light, so it would evolve. Good guy, the accumulation is really strong, and it evolves if you want to. Yu-Hai couldn't let Hazelnut evolve, he still had some things to verify, and it was related to the evolution of Scyther. Frog, knock it out and stop its evolution. Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed at Hazelnut, asking Frog to knock it out and interrupt its evolution. Evolution can be interrupted. Many of Xiaoxi's Pokémon can suppress the light of evolution and thus refuse to evolve. Yobo, the frog went up and used the ice fist to knock the hazelnut ball unconscious in the pit. Yu-Hai quickly took out the unchanging stone to hang on the hazelnut ball, and then used the poke ball to capture the hazelnut ball that failed to evolve and fainted. The reason why he didn't want the hazelnut ball to evolve was that he had several assumptions to verify. First, since the shell of the hazelnut ball can be continuously stacked, can the hazelnut ball become infinitely larger? Second, can the huge hazelnut ball act on the evolved Fortos to keep the evolved Fortos's body shape? Third, the increase in body size and the thickening of the shell both mean an increase in weight and a decrease in speed. The average weight of the hazelnut ball has increased from 7 kg before evolution to 125 kg after evolution. The average weight of the Fortos, which has evolved into a steel attribute, is 18 times heavier than the hazelnut ball. In addition, the size of his hazelnut ball is larger than that of an ordinary hazelnut ball, so the weight will only be heavier. So, is the light stone effective against such a hazelnut ball? Who doesn't want a giant Fortos that has the same defense and speed, and can increase speed after losing weight? After the evolution of an ordinary hazelnut ball, the height is 1.2 meters. After the evolution of this hazelnut ball, it may be 2 meters. After all, this giant hazelnut ball is more than 1 meter tall. The average height of an ordinary hazelnut ball is only 60 centimeters. It is not surprising that the giant hazelnut ball is 2 meters tall after evolution. It is definitely a giant Fortos. He picked up a treasure again this time. He didn't expect that he didn't meet it before. He came here and got such an unexpected harvest. He really stepped on dog shit when he went out. Chapter 490, Unexpected Acquaintance. It was not until Yu-Hai opened the panel of the hazelnut ball that he confirmed his words of picking up a treasure. He was immediately ecstatic and held the poke ball in his palm, looking at the panel of the hazelnut ball with relish. Hazelnut ball. Attribute, bug. Gender, male. Potential, 57%. Level, 39.98%. Feature, sturdy/31.12%. Hidden feature, dustproof/22.22%. Mastering moves. Hazelnut ball actually has a potential of 57. It's great, it's really great. It's about to enter the senior level. It can enter the senior level as long as it evolves. No wonder hazelnut ball can evolve whenever it wants. It seems that you can have a senior level hazelnut ball without breeding. And it's a hazelnut ball with dual characteristics. Not bad. Strong feature. In battle, one-hit kill moves are invalid for Pokémon with this feature. Pokémon with this feature will retain at least a little stamina when they are attacked with a fatal attack in full state. Dustproof feature. Pokémon with this feature will not be affected by sandstorms and hail weather, and will be vulnerable to powder-type immunity to moves. This hazelnut ball has a wide range of moves. After all, it is normal for him to learn so many moves at such an old age. And the proficiency of the moves is all biased towards the defensive type, which means that this hazelnut ball is still a dead home and has maxed out the proficiency of defensive moves. The remaining moves have little proficiency, especially the moves that require intense exercise, which are two extremes compared to the high proficiency of defensive moves. It seems that hazelnut ball does not like intense exercise. After looking at the hazelnut ball's panel, he was ready to leave the hunting area. It was useless to stay there. His entrance fee was exchanged for a kentaro and a hazelnut ball, which was not a loss at all. Forget about the other elves. They are either too scattered or too few in number. He is too lazy to swipe them one by one. If Kentaro is just an elf that he captured casually, his potential is not worth too much attention, and he will not invest too much resources in cultivating it. Then he will definitely treat this hazelnut ball with caution. Cultivating hazelnut ball will be a big helper. It can be a front row and can also interfere. It is considered a very good joint defense elf. With a level close to the senior level, he can definitely join the frog and rank at the end of the first echelon with Gyarados. However, now is not the time to talk about these things. He secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly walked out of the woods. There are already many tourists surrounding the periphery of the woods. Everyone heard that a fearless boy entered the hazelnut ball forest, and they were curious to watch the excitement. When Yu-Hai left the woods, he was directly surrounded by everyone. He didn't know what so many people gathered here for. Are they all idle? You finally came out. It's great that you are okay. The staff just now was relieved when they saw Yu-Hai coming out. If Yu-Hai got into trouble, their hunting zone would be responsible. I captured a hazelnut, Yu-Hai smiled, shook the pokeball in his hand, and reminded the staff member, in fact, you can fence off the forest where the hazelnut lives and only open it to trainers above the elite level. You can also use battles to select trainers to enter. It can also be regarded as a good attraction. Hazelnut is a good defensive Pokemon. Trainers who like fighting should like this Pokemon very much. But the fact that the hazelnut will explode is a bit troublesome. You can also post a notice to let trainers who enter be careful. If the trainer insists on entering regardless of the danger, he will bear the consequences himself. The staff member didn't expect Yu-Hai to give him suggestions. It must be said that he is really careless. However, Yu-Hai's proposal seems to be good. The supervisor is having a headache about these hazelnuts. If the suggestion is submitted, the supervisor will have a headache about what to do, not him. By the way, help me register this hazelnut and Kentaro. I want to take these two Pokemon away. Yu-Hai smiled and handed the Pokeball to the staff member who was still confused. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff took the Pokeball. Since Yu-Hai was fine and had captured a new Pokemon, he was too lazy to say more. Write down the Pokemon that Yu-Hai wanted to take away in the notebook, return the Pokemon to Yu-Hai, and give him a voucher to leave the hunting zone. He could leave by handing it to the security at the exit. Thank you. Yu-Hai took the voucher, thanked him, and squeezed out of the crowd, ready to leave the hunting zone. Don't even think about the mini dragon. He has already determined that it is a hunting zone's agent. How could there be a mini dragon here? But just as he was about to leave the hunting zone, he was blocked by an acquaintance. He only noticed this acquaintance now. Brother Hai, long time no see. You? Xiaoying. Yu-Hai couldn't believe what he saw. Xiaoying was actually here. He actually met Xiaoying from Hasa Island here. Since the last time they parted, they haven't seen each other for 3 months. Time flies. Xiaoying has grown a lot taller. After all, she is an 11-12-year-old child, and it is the time for her to grow up. If she gets enough nutrition, her height will rise. You have grown taller. Yu-Hai reached out and patted Xiaoying's shoulder. He found that Xiao Ying had not only grown taller, but also lost a lot of her childishness and dressed more maturely. Brother Hai, my grandfather and I miss you very much on Hasa Island. I want to ask you when you will come back to visit. Xiao Ying touched her nose and said this after a long time. Ha ha ha, I miss you too. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's find a place to have a good chat. Yu Hai didn't expect to meet Xiao Ying here besides Hazelnut Ball. It was really a pleasant surprise. 2 consecutive surprises made him feel very happy. He was smiling all the time. Brother Hai, did you conquer Hazelnut Ball? Xiao Ying looked at the crowd behind Yu Hai. He was in the crowd just now, and he squeezed out when he saw Yu Hai leaving. Yes, I just captured a pretty good hazelnut ball. Yu Hai smiled and shook the hazelnut ball's poke ball again. Brother Hai, I also captured a hazelnut ball. Xiao Ying also shook the poke ball, wanting to see Yu Hai's surprised expression. Yu Hai was indeed surprised for a moment, and then he suddenly realized and smiled. You are also in the hunting zone, I almost forgot. By the way, why are you here? Where is your grandfather? Yu Hai said this without blushing at all. After all, he just talked to the old drunkard on the phone a few days ago, so it was naturally impossible to say it in front of Xiao Ying. I came here to participate in the quartz conference. My grandfather is still in the Hasa Island bar. I have just been here for half a month. I came from Honglian Island. I also got 2 badges, 1 crimson badge and 1 pink badge. Xiao Ying followed Yu Hai, and the two left the hunting area together. Xiao Ying also talked about the purpose of coming to Kanto. Participating in the quartz conference was the ostensible purpose, and as for the other purpose, it was naturally to find Yu Hai. The two of them walked and talked in front, and the 2 mosquito-repellent frogs followed them. Yu Hai's mosquito-repellent frog had taught Xiao Ying's mosquito-repellent frog before, and he could be regarded as the mosquito-repellent frog's teacher. The 2 mosquito-repellent frogs hit it off as soon as they met. They touched each other's white fists, squeezed the muscles on their arms, and laughed out loud, Yobo, Yobo. Quartz conference, I came here for the quartz conference, and I got 3 badges. Yu Hai smiled and took out the badge box, in which 3 badges lay quietly. The badges glowed colorfully in the sun. Brother Hai, you are still so amazing. You have already got 3 badges. Xiao Ying's words were full of praise and admiration. He admired Brother Hai, who was both his teacher and friend. Brother Hai was his guide on the road to becoming a trainer, and also the teacher who taught him how to become an excellent trainer and how to cultivate elves. He only admired Brother Hai, and he was also the peak that he kept chasing on the road to becoming a trainer. I came earlier than you, and it's normal to get 3 badges. Yu Hai smiled and put away the badge box, and asked Xiao Ying again, show me your hazelnut ball. Oh, yes, Xiao Ying just remembered Yu Hai's special ability, and quickly handed over her hazelnut ball. 52, Yu Hai murmured a number in a low voice, looked at Xiao Ying who was nervous beside him, and asked curiously, you have a good eye, this hazelnut ball has good talent, how did you choose it? Ah, this? Xiao Ying took the poke ball and told the selection of the hazelnut ball, I chose to capture the larger hazelnut ball based on its living habits. The older it is, the stronger it should be. Haha, not bad, not bad. Now you know the importance of reading books, right? Yu Hai smiled and patted Xiao Ying. He also chose the hazelnut ball in this way. All this knowledge is in the introduction of the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Reading more books at ordinary times can come in handy at critical moments. Brother Hai, my hazelnut ball is 80 centimeters tall, not bad. Xiao Ying also laughed. He was really grateful to Brother Hai. If he hadn't been taught by Brother Hai, he wouldn't bother to learn those boring knowledge. Brother Hai taught him before that the key to cultivating Pokemons, or things related to Pokemons, are all on the Pokemons. Without family inheritance, they can only slowly find a way out through these few words. It's very good. My hazelnut ball is 1 meter tall. Didn't you find mine when you went in? Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. The hazelnut balls in the forest are all very big. There is a huge hazelnut ball on each tree. It seems that his hazelnut ball is not an exception. It should be the favorable environment in the hunting zone that caused the individual differences of hazelnut balls. Sufficient food can make the hazelnut balls grow to a large enough size. Wow, 1 meter, Xiaoying explained with bright eyes. I went into the forest and there were hazelnut balls 70 to 80 centimeters high everywhere. I encountered 3 hazelnut balls of my size alone. It seems that it is not an exception, Yu Hai thought about it. He thought he could get a chance before, but it seems that he didn't get a chance at all. It's purely because few people go there, so there are such large-sized hazelnut balls. Once his proposal is put forward, more trainers will visit there, and the hazelnut balls there will probably not grow up. And Xiaoying just said that hazelnut balls with a height of 70 cm are very common, and there are also 3 hazelnut balls with a height of 80 centimeters. It seems that hazelnut balls with a height of 70 or 80 cm are very common, but hazelnut balls like his own, which are more than 1 meter tall, are still rare. However, Xiaoying's words confirmed his guess. The older the hazelnut ball is, the higher its potential is. This applies not only to hazelnut balls, but also to any Pokemon, especially quasi-gods. Did you find anything? Xiaoying saw that Yu Hai was in deep thought and did not dare to disturb Yu Hai. A little, not much, Yu Hai told the conjecture to the hazelnut ball, that is, the 3 previous conjectures, and the cultivation method of light stone, he has not started to try. It doesn't matter if Xiaoying told it, she can let Xiaoying try it herself, and then they can exchange cultivation experiences with each other. So that's how it is. Xiaoying hurriedly took out a notebook and wrote down Yu Hai's conjecture just now. In fact, he also had ideas in this regard, but he was not as specific and detailed as Yu Hai, and his ideas were not as clear as Yu Hai. Brother Hai is worthy of being Brother Hai. As soon as he came, he reduced his workload by half, leaving only the practical part. Xiaoying, that's my idea. You can also send out your own ideas. There is no need to copy them. Every trainer's ideas, the methods are all unique, and trainers must have their own unique insights. I remember, Brother Hai. Xiaoying put down the paper and pen and smiled. He felt that it was great to be with Brother Hai. He could ask if he didn't understand, and he could often learn a lot of new knowledge. This brother who he met halfway really helped him a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to go so far on the road of being a trainer. Haha, let's go eat first, brother, treat us. Yu Hai touched Xiaoying's hair, used the head-touching move, and took Xiaoying to a restaurant on the street. He knew that the other party must have a lot of "I have a lot to say, we can talk while we eat later." Before the dishes they ordered were served, Xiaoying talked about the past on Hasa Island, especially the fact that he monitored Huizi after he returned. Oh? Really? Huizi didn't know. Yu Hai also learned that Huizi didn't know that her boyfriend was chasing them. Xiaoying also went to the massage parlor later and discussed Aren with Huizi. As for whether Xiaoying had any psychological burden? After all, they killed the man, but Yu Hai couldn't hear any psychological burden in Xiaoying's tone. At that time, Huizi's boyfriend wanted to kill them, so how could they be kind to their enemies? He wouldn't, and Xiaoying now wouldn't. If it was before, when they hadn't known the previous Xiaoying, maybe they would. What made Xiaoying change so much was the way the breeding house dealt with Aren, which made Xiaoying finally recognize this world, the world of adults. Xiaoying also told him about this matter. Xiaoying said that Aren, who was chasing them, became a hero of Hasa Island and was widely publicized by the club, almost becoming the club's hero sign. When he heard the news, he just thought about it roughly and figured out the purpose of the club. It must be profitable, so the club would do this. Everything related to the word business is about profit. Forget about the word love. Relatives will turn against each other in front of profit, not to mention that it is just a dead person, or an outsider, so of course they will maximize their interests. Xiaoying, people like heroes. They only believe what they want to believe. Sometimes the truth of things is not that important. I know everything, Xiaoying stared at the food in a daze. Grandpa had told him these things. During that time, he often mingled alone in the black market and had long seen through the fickleness of the world and the warmth and coldness of human feelings. He found that what Brother Hai said was right. After all, a trainer still has to rely on strength. Without strength, he is just a dog. Everyone can kick him and call him an eyesore. You have grown up a lot. Let's not talk about these sad things. After dinner, let's find a battlefield. I want to test you and see if you have become stronger during this period of time. Yu Hai has long been immune to these things. After all, he was numb in his previous life. It is useless to watch too much. It can't change anything. It will only make you feel depressed. It's better to be a layman and fish, away from the troubles of the world, and be free and easy. Hazelnut ball panel. Hazelnut ball panel. Hazelnut ball. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Potential, 57%. Level, 39.98%. Features, strong/31.12% hidden feature, dust-proof /22.22%. Insect system mastered moves, insect bite /37.82%. Missile needle /17.11%. Steel system, iron wall /38.41%. Gyro ball /6.12%. Body lightning /34.64%. General system, impact /11.14%. Hold /28.22%. Break everything together /13.41%. Slam /7.55%. High speed rotation /8.74%. Big explosion /21.38%. Sacrifice collision /4.94%. Endurance /35.32%. Mount Tai falls on top /26.62%. Dream talk /31.12%. Unclassified, sleep /39.44%. Roll /7.54%. Sprinkle caltrops /5.35%. Poison caltrops /6.72%. Double return /4.64%.